Chapter 1 Invincible System. Before him lay an expanse of darkness, yet he was filled with the piercing scream soft terror echoing in Lu Fei's ears. Ah, there a pervert. Quickly, kill this deviant. A throng of girls charged toward Theblin folded Lu Fei. Their cry is sharp and frantic. A pervert? A referring tome? Wait, that can't right. In that instant, realization dawned upon Lu Fei. Abruptly opened his eyes. Stobeholdados and disheveled girls, their wrath palpable, brandishing weapons sassed the advanced menacingly towards him. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, memory is surged forth, racing through his mind at lightning speed. 3 years ago, Lu Fei stood frozen in euphoria, seemingly oblivious to the furious girls barreling toward him. Am still alive? No. Is they've been reborn? Yes, ye have indeed been reborn. Hurry called that bloody and brutal night when even the strongest among a man's, those steamed gods, had perished in the chaos battle, leaving him, a mere firster warrior, a insignificanta Samarian sect. Yet, the monorofisteth had been semi watun expected he was not slain by a zombie or amateur beast, but rather crushed by an unidentified object, leaving him puzzled about the circumstance of his demise. I can't believe Ivory incarnate don't the veridate Hippocalipse Sebigan. Lu Femist, glancing at the time. Reborn? What nonsense. Have you been reading Tamana novels? Sisters, let's rid ourselves off this speeping pervert. The girls, fists clinked and armed with broom sandstools, lunged at Lu Fei like Paco Finridge digresses. Snapping back to reality, Lu Fei's expression shifted. Asha turned tail and fled, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Wu Lauer. What happened to sharing both hardship and fortune? Truly, one cannot place their trust in others. Initially, he had accompanied Wu Lower and his companions to the women's volleyball team locker room for a bite of wireism. Beauty careless Lafad sent Theatrich Bintumbling, inadvertently pushing Lu Fei to the forefront of this chaotic scene. After sprinting for several minutes, Heffen alive they dead herathful women, relieved they were not dressed forbiddly otherwise, he would surely have a methizen today. However, what follows will truly be catastrophic. Lu Fei vividly remembered that, in just her, many would undergo terrifying transformation into bloodthirsty zombies, a fate worse than death. Last time, it managed to escape be hiding in Thury house behind the shoulder. It seems will have a tot at the same at this time, but I want bis a full shasto trusting gain. Here Kaldhau, in his previous life, trusting Luho Hodnir le cost him his life, prompting or his miliathai so naivety. With Timur running short, Lu Fei withdrawal earnings from his partimajib, purchasing a backpack filled primarily with water and some emergency food supplies. Additionally, he acquired a military knife, testinjit chef before menissing buth blood blade hence wielded, an artifact from ancient civilization thought wooden limerjwe into the apocalypse, obtainably online hidden realm. If only he possessed such a divine epino slashing through he siona start zombies would be sephartals as slicing through a watermelon. With his purchase complete, he had 10 minutus before the impending chaos. While his classmates attended here listens, Lu Fei hasti lim made his way toward Thury housey at the back of the shoal. Boom! Suddenly, the sky erupted with hunderan lightning, fierce wind shoaling, casting whirled into twilight of chaos. Lightning danced like Kieselver serpents amidst tea clouds, and Lu Fei looped up, a bitter expression crossing his fast thighs was the harbinger of Hippocalipse. Hey, classmate, it's Sauria did him for class. Where are you off though? A melodious and crisp voice led from behind. Lu Fei turned, frozen in place. Yeshev held a stunning beauty before him. Clenching his fists in excitement, his body trembled with him exo emotion steers, shouts, and helplessness. Thema morirum and edvivid, asafitha docker yesterday. Before him stood a womanina flowing white address, hair exquisite feturous seeming, lie sculpted with the hand of God, with a generous bosom, a slender waist, and a likiti feet she was perfection incarnate. Her name was Mengxiangyi, the dream goddess of countless students and teachers say crossed the land, a kin-hearted and approachable beauty fetiature. Lu Fei, Amarino body, had never imagined would have any connection with such a divine figure, yet he on Satoft Hippocalipse sad forged an unexpected bond between him. Ariel all right, classmate? Meng Xianjai approached, her presence irradiating gentle fragrance. She wondered with this student, unlike others, wash running away with a large bag whenever you kneel on class. The rest no time to explain. Mengjia, come with him. Lu Fei gent ligra bed her hand and began to run. Meng Zai Ongi let out Tay start-led cry, nearly tumbling his Lu feebled hair along. Without hesitation, he lifted here effortless line to his arms, sprinting toward Thuri house yat Thurof de Shoal. 3 minutes left to shoot kite. Glancing Gathis watch, Lu figurated his teeth, holding Meng Xiang tightly. Having never been in such close contact with Amelie, Meng Zai Ongi felt to make so embarrassment tandanger. How could this seemingly honest boy suddenly embrace her? What was his intention? Put me down. I fi don't, ill reporty out at the principal. Thanown for her gentle demeanor, being whisked away be a stranger ignorant at her temper. Meng Lauscher, I don't the vetimato explain. Something terrible is about to happen, and Dolan libis if you stay with. Trust me, Lu Fi implored earnestly. Meng Xiangyi, however, remained unconvinced. As he felt Thormthofishand in her waist, a faint blush crept onto her beautiful face. Struggling in Jinhisp, she protested, let me go, oral Calthopolis. Lu Fi frowned. I'm sorry, Meng Lauscher. In on a swift motion, has struck her neck with precision, rendering her unconscious. Panting heavily, Lu filament tethetis ferent physicurus numich for his former self. Crack! A colossal bolt of lightning cleaved through the dark sky, resembling his harp sword that threatened to divide heaven and earth. The Klausker ned violently, Asif steered bune seen hands, and vibrant lightning flickered within, crackling ominously. Suddenly, the cloud sparted, revealing Gadimski, with Iolaumus cascading like finny rain, while it hecampus syrupted in anguished screams. Furious and sunk known, some individuals descended into madness, lunge in gatather like demons merging from hell. Madness did not confine itself to Thecampus, the entire world ways in gulf-fed in chaos. They're coming, Luffy her distant scream sand quickened his space, darting into the warehouse. With air-sounding thud, Heliket the door behind him, barricading Jit with various subjects before collapsing on the ground. Letting Gaudasai, Luffy accepteth it what was meant to happen had indeed transpired. He secretly wished his disaster would never arrive. Crash! Suddenly a loud noise echoed from within the Uri house, prompting Luffy to spring to his feet, alarmed. Cold there be other sheer, or worse, zombies? Drawing the military knife from his backpack, he cautiously advanced in Tothadim Lilat warehouse. Thurhausiv, roughly the size of phony and a half basketball courts, cluttered with various debris. Given his current physical condition, confronting Azingolt's zombie Usain extreme Lipper possessed the strength of 2 adults combined, and as stealthiatic Kudi Salispelizda. Remaining calm, he tread softly, approaching the entrance of Theatherum, relieved to find no signs of zombies. Perhaps it was just something that fell. Asha turned back, a sensofunious say washed over his pupils dilatus. In a flash of lightning, he spotted Dastrikov crimson creeping toward him, from the doorway. Roar! In an instant, a figure lunged from beside the door, and before Luffy could react, he was knocked to the ground. A grotesque, blood-smeared face illumined before him, the sink overwhelming his senses. Zombies possessed the strength of 2 adults, and had Luffy not retained this experience from his previous life, he would have already succumbed to Thirbit. With Acnita Thekist, Hepashet the zombie off, his fear replaced said with determination. He raised this knife and thrust it toward the zombious Brenon Libby destroying, the spiny and brain instantly vanquished. Clang! The knife mitreza stances the zombie thrashed violently, forcing Luffy to drive a Theblady into the ground instead. Die! A singular thought consumed Luffy, either he would kill or be killed. Thud! A viscous liquid splattered across Luffy's face as the knife penetrated the zombie's brain. Gritting his teeth, Het twisted the knife, and in an instant, the previously struggling zombie lay still, lifeless on the ground. Luffy collapsed, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat from the harrowing battle. Clatter, clatter. Hearing movement, Luffy chartres de chesitup, his fist-spailing. Damn, how cold die for Jetterson Otheron? This is a femalizimbi, fully exposed, suggesting that one must have been engaged in some indescribable activities when Themon suddenly mutate, Dan bitherto death. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a state now, with a gaping bloody hole in her chest. It seems that Themon had some peculiar preferences in life even in death. Ace a zombie, he remained subtly depraved. Luffy quickly scrambled to his feet, gripping his dagger tightly, only to realize that the Hadex certedemic for surly ran no wad na strength left a monster. A howl erupted. A foul wind swept over high mast the zombie lunged, Claws outstretched. Luffy did not flinch, knowing the Thea had not coist but fight back. Heliftidis liegen delivered kick to the zombie eschist, causing the blood to spray from the fist sized hole. Thefamala zombie, oblivious, swung her arm towards him, her 5-centimeter long sharp nail same to thighs. Get away. With a powerful pulpish, Luffy's the female zombie flying, but through a salsa halted backward into a pile of debris. Asha struggled to extricate himself, Heglump said Therabid, bloodthirst stigas off to zombie and thought to himself, it's over. Invincible system activated. System detect Shastin danger. Invincible system activating emergency protective mode. Air bullet ready, shall it be fired? Of why Sicho drapid lie in his mind, though Luffy was Sunshiro Fitznature. Up in hearing thword kill, I immediately responded, yes, eliminate her, quickly. Whoosh. A sound of fair slicing through heatmosphere rang out, causing the female zombie to freeze momentarily. As Maldo tappered at he sent her fair forward, expanded gradually over time till, with air sounding pop, Thetapoff Herskell was blown off, leaving hair with only a fraction off her head. Thelafelis buddy thinful towered lay. He dodged just in time, staring in shock at the fallen zombie. After a moment, he sked, were you? Host, I am the invincible system. Here toll levity our prowess and assisty when navigating through treacherous depths off this world. System? What assistance can you provide? Luffy asked, his she are tracing with excitement. This system appeared to bequite formidable. Duet off the activation of protective mode. The system a expend a day significant portion of its energy and cannot currently offer substantial aid. However, the host can exchange invincible coinsynth invincible mall. How do I obtain invincible echoins? Luffy inquired. By eliminating zombies, you shall earn corresponding invincible coins. 1 start zombies I yield in coin, 2 start zombies I yield 10 coins, 3 start zombies I yield 100 coins, and so forth. Luffy nodded. Thus, these unevolved zombies were worth 9 invincible coiniac, while evolved in Eswood I yieldton. Harika led the tin his previous life, had slain 5 start zombies, leading him to believe a thought acquire invincible coin swood not be an arduous task. The vital question remained what treasure lay within the invincible mall? Insufficient invincible coins to access the invincible mall. The system grants the host stone 100 invincible coins. Shall the invincible mall be pinned? Ah, Abinus. Luffy thought gleefully, open it. Invincible mall activated. A dazzlinger ray of attempts flashed before him, all thine formation it into his mind. Unable to contain his astonishment, Luffy exclaimed, so man a remarkable items blood blade, berserk gun, gale sword, blood slaughter blaze, bloodline power, enhanced genus Theserotriasaurus from ancient civilizations. Host, please remain calm. The Sismer litha fiersteeroft invincible mall. These contier acquires 10,000 invincible coins downlock. 10,000? Dost hat me and must slate 10,000 zombies? Good grief. Thought would leave me house to and crippled. With Asai, Luffy realized that the Tevin Toxes this first year, he would need at least an invincible coin to make a purchase. Presently, he was a penniless wretch, possessing no single coin await, Hehedon, Curtis I of T-System spree or kill. The previous skills before the system activation did not count. Additionally, the system grants the host stonchen Satadrolariak day. Aha, a lottery? Luffy weighs static and quickly declared, draw immediately. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host. You have won Azure Peralloy Shortsword. Super Alloy Shortsword. Where is it? Luffy new thighs weighs a valuable item. Forged from a special metal derived from ancient civilizations after the apocalypse, capable of slaying 12-start zombies. It resides within your mental space. You can summon it with the hour will, akin to hadiacal meditation. In his mind, Luffy envisioned Dane Levator-sized space filled with frameworks, Onof which hold a gleaming short sword, approximately half a meter long. With Amarathought, a heavy sensation filled his right hand as he grasped the super alloy short sword, as Milio fear breaking gay cross his face. With his blade, capable of cutting through Iron like mid, his chance soft survival would undoubtedly increase. Ah! A screamer upted from behind him. Luffy turned to see Mengxiangyi, whom he had knocked unconscious, now awake, her pale face reflecting sheer roar disappointed at him. You killed Thembith? Yes, it did. But he real ready. Before Luffy could explain, Mengzai Onji continued to retreat, pressing herself against the doorway, Her gaze fixed on him as if he were remonster. Don't call me Anna Closer. I can't believe you're a murderer. Lu Feise get in exasperation. Ming Ziongi hatealways being soinus and tit wasen lie after experiencing the darkness of the world that she gradually matured. Butilas, I tended tragically. Do not gout. Teacher Ming, trust me, you mustn't. Lu fired saw her attempt to pin the door. Ming Ziongi thought to herself, why will this stay her and wait for you to kill him? Without a second thought, she shoved aside the barricade and bolted out a door. With Nicois, Lu fear attracteth his superalloy short sword into his mental spatian pursuer. In his previous life, she had suffered immensely, ultimately in Gathy Hansafoders. In this life, he vowed to protect their with his free existence. Ming Ziongi glanced back, spotting Lu Fei in pursuit, and nearly burst in tears. Help, I Sanionether? There's a murderer air. Oh no. In her panic, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Asha saw Lu flourishing toward her. Terror gripped her heart. Suddenly, she noticed a figure swaying at the distance, and hope urged within her. Help! This classmate, please seckle the polis. That person behind my's a murderer. However, up in close air inspection, Luffy felt a chill run down his spine. The figure was stained with blood, and when toff crimson was visibly to an arrow fitmal that was certainly known as zombie. Growling. Like a cat sensing fisherpree, the zombie church edward Mingxiangi, it started clear. Watch out. Lu Fei Shiartre said with urgency. Theravina zombie lunga. Mingxiangi, and only thinded Lu Fizitha Thalfo Fit's face had been gnawed away, exposing sharp teeth and bone. Growling. The zombie, frustrated by Lu Fei's interference, managed to throw him several meters away with a single fit shand. Lu Fei glanced down at the Terran Hishert from the claws and concentrated. The superalloy short sword appeared in his right hand. Die. With a furious roar, he swung the blade toward the zombie. The sound off metal listening through flesh echo at the sword embedded itself in the zombie's shoulder, nearly cleaving Jatintuo. Seizing the memento of weakness, Lu Fei, having endured much in his previous life, never allowed Disanimia Samamant's respite. Hyanked thes word friend, with a swift motion, sliced through the zombie's neck. The creature stood frozen for a moment before it shedra let off, bouncing several times likeable. Thelafelis but dislumped to the ground, blood gushing forth without restraint. Ah, you killed an Otharon, Ming Ziongi was horrified, utterly oblivious to the truth of the situation. Ding! Host has eliminate Daona start zombie, Erningani invincible echoing. The voice off the invincible system echoed in Lu Fei's mind, bringing istodal totwa coins. Hearing Ming Ziongi Hispanic crease, Luffy furrowed his brow, realizing that the could no tallow herder remain in such a state. In this ruthless apocalypse, one could do without heaven knowing how. Without hesitation, Lu Fei approached and grabbed at her, ignoring herdish purites screams as she forcefully pulled her towards the Teacher Ming, take a good look, he's already dead. No longer human, he's zombie. I don't believe ya. I went Luke, you're a murderer. What do you want with him? Ming Ziongi shook her head vigorously, trembling in fear. Luffy weighs a talash for words women could be such a hassle at times. Then I'm afraid of having a choice. Retracting the short sword, Lu Fei covered Hermathind carried her back into Thuri house, locking the door tightly in them. Turning to Ming Ziongi huddled in the corner, staring at them with a mixture of paranoia and fear. He couldn't help but amused. He pointed out that wo zombie is not far away. I feel don't believe him, go see for yourself. There are zombies, if I were a killer, why wouldn't he have just killed you? Ming Ziongi remained silent. Buta swatched Lu Fei's atop the ground, tearing open hishes to tinto he's wounds. She finally glanced at a Thetwakerpses. A wavy of nausea washed over her, nearly prompting her to vomit. Yet, the sal sold hurtin not as see some ethingamis theskinov Tetwakerpses ways appeligere, there is cloudy dan lifeless, and thirlong. Sharp fingernails suggesteth worry indeed not to men. Colda truly be zombies? How is they'd have been possible? Ming Ziongi exclaimed inch. Lu Fei sto Dupand replied, nothing just impossible. Today marks the beginning go for calamity from now on. The water source star will be plagued by such creatures. Only through violent second winchereer survival. Ming Ziongi averted hergs, hesitating before finally asking, then, we haven't we turned into zombies? Honestly, I don't know whether. 1/5 of the global population will mutate, and some individuals infected by the virus within a zombie male so transform, just like 'em, Luffy said, gesturing to the 3 bloodied marks in his chest, which had turned daggers-like grey. Ah, Ming's ing aghast, pressing herself against the corner of the wall. With a faint smile, Lu Fai produced a lighter, gathered some materials, and dignited dasmal fire. Hey thin he tis dogaraver that flames. After a brief moment, Hebit down Nunawooden stick and press the glowing bloody against thwound. Sizzle. The sound off searing flesh accompanied Lu Fai's fled grow antiphane, his body trembling gasped its soft sweet formid on his forehead. It took a full half minute before he withdrew the dagger, looking down at the charred flesh Hanyashist with a bittersweet smile. This is the apocalypse, where pain is a constant companion. Those unfortunate nato be infected bizimbias must tintothire wounds immediately, or is becoming the next zombie. Chapter 2 Hunting Zombies. Ming Xiangyi, not foolish by any means, regained her composure after the initial panic and temporarily placed her trust in Lu Fei. Yet, Shestil curly du pin the corner, as the sudden onset of the apocalypse sueth more than most could bear. Lu fear mainzel and tashadon ed twa plastic bag soverishans and approched twakerpses. His alloy short sortie fortlessly cleaved through tezambia schools. Unperturbed bethegruous omsite, hiriched inside to feel around, only to shake a shed in disappointment moments later. Within the head soft he's zombies reside das Jubsten sec known as genomete, wickenable drapid volition for than dead. Humans consuming it could enhance thyron abilities, yet the zombie escapable of producing ganemi atwari exceeding lyrorioni and tin might be fortunate to possess it. Lu Fei had just few eddies super system and noted that ganemi atways available, who tighter quired an invincibility coins for exchange. One couldn't lie imagine how precious it was, needing to risk own slefeto kilton zombies for raising ol piece of genomete. What area outowing? Ming's iongi I felt away vav na jot Lu Fei's grotesque actions, retching a couple of times. Stay her dot venturi out, Lu Fei said flat lie such bloody scenes would be constant presence, and survival necessitateth ability to endure. Opening the warehouse door, Lu Fei dragged Thetwo zombies outside and meticulously cleaned up the blood stains to prevent Thescent from attracting Gothert zombies, or even more terrifying entities. Thesky was rowdy denail awishglum, resembling Gastoned curtain enveloping thirth. Half an whore had possid since the apocalypse erupted, and a side from the occasion out samigrol, human sounds swirlingly absent the surroundings we are silent. Lu Fei closed Thury housed or incautiously stepped outside, where Ethi headla zombie hagist slain lanar by. Regardless of tepresentio of genomete, Hefelt compelled to take the risk, as the saying goes nothing ventured, nothing gained. Fortunately, there aren't many zombie sharamist must have been drawn away by the blood. As she approached the headless zombie, nothing unusual occurred, and Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Hughes his hort sorto pyre set the zombie school, reach engine sid with his bagged hands to feel around the mushy insides. Suddenly, joy illuminated Lu Fei's face found it. Hair retrieved a piece of meat resembling mutton fat, the sizeo fathom, stained with repulse ivory sinew. Lu Fei thought to himself tut hahad struggled be finding meats quickly. Safely back in the warehouse, Lu Fei took a bottle leaf mineral water from his backpack, rinsed the genomete, and placed it in mouth. As usual sweetness filled his mouth has the genomete, melted away, instantly warming his entire being. Clenching his fist, Lu Fei's eye sparkled with delight tivgend Hofepperson strength. These wasn't lie the beginning of the genomete's assimilation he would require extensive physical activity for complete integration. Once fully merged, Lu Fei would possess twice his original strength. Meng's I Anji I leaned against Thule, Heron's goddess like Kiva Sage now worn Andwary, evoking a sensiophagy. Are all right? Lu Fei inquired. Meng's I Anji is snapped back to reality. Harry's redrimmed, uncertain if she had creed while he waits away doy. Think we can still survive? Lu Fei she art sanker recognized thigh's a normal reaction Fort hose facing the apocalypse. Without a desire to live, neither succumb to a zombie spider or starved to death. Teacher Ming, pull yourself together. Trust me I will protect you. Lu Fei croched before her, gripping her shoulders from Lisha spoke with conviction. Meng's I felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, sensing that this man was soon like others. Exiting Gonaquira, though she could no articulately. Fearing she might misinterpret these intentions, Lu Fei has to lie release at her. Chuckling nervously in a few days, they'll take Iwawa from Ertos of place. Is the reeve nass of place left? Meng Xiangyi asked, her spirits deflated. Lu Fei clenched his fists, brimming with confidence their eyes. As long as he stay with him, I will ensure him to no harm. Inadays, Mingzai and Jai perceived Lu Fia Stoeringen formidable, akin to a warm arbor that beckon herdo seek sala sane his embrace. Mingxiangi, hem I tactually biono fio your former students. How could you entertain such thoughts? She chastised herself internally. Yet, it was no tinterly halt Lu Fi ways are a born individual oft hepacalypse, endowed with experience and confidence thathather slacked. Coupled with theory of masculinity exuded after consuming in a meat, any woman would find comfort in his presence. Ding! Thy invincibility system may sway to mandatory mission hunting zombies within 3 hours. Missionerward to possessive genimate. Failure to complete the mission will result in penalties. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Fi froze momentarily eucading. Rest assured, host the system never leaves. Fight fire so live forth the dawn of tomorrow. With a twitch of fist lips, Lu Fi begrudgingly accepteth the challenge, especially considering the word doth twa piece soft in a meat. However, with nightfall approaching, the fierce night oft hepacalypse was soon doubted lie harbinger of doom for humanity, while zombies thrived in the darkness. It seems Zima stacked swiftly, but Lu Fi glanced anxiously at Mingxiang. Mingxiangi bethurla pendast, is something the matter? Lu Fi nodded to might need tossed about for a bit. Teacher Ming, will you wait for my return here? Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Mingxiangi felt their lingering fear dissipate all right. I'll wait for you. Lu Fi smiled brightly, fled with joy being trusted be his former beloved how old feel elated? Take this knife if anything happens, don't be afraid to seat to defend yourself. Lu Fi instructed before stepping out of the warehouse, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Clutching Theshert's word, Mingxiangi repeated reassured herself I'm not afraid I can do this. Must survive for me brother. With whole Fapperson strength enhanced, Lu Fi felt confident in completing his mission. Asha traversed the path in search of zombies. Lu Fi remained vigilant. Suddenly spotting a woman crouching gashort distance ahead, trembling and seemingly crying from fear. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fi approached quietly, not wishing to startle her. Hey, are you all right? The woman, startled, turned her head, and Lu Fi's expression shifted dramatically. Thighs was no human, but a zombie. Her mouth was smeared with blood, her face marred by sores, and she was gnawing Gona's severe darm. Distracted by Lu Fi's presence, she immediately shifted her focus, lunging at him with his gnarled claws stretched. Clang! Instinctively, Lu Fi swung his dagger to block, relieved that his shaft strength enhancement that granted him reflexes. With a twist of his wrist, the dagger struck like a viper, piercing the zombie's neck and ending her life. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired an invincibility coin. Lu Fi withdrew his dagger, fitted it with the prepared plastic bag, and pried upon the zombie school, searching inside of you finding no meat. Headed not feel disheartened, as thighs wasikamo cur insane. His previous lifanot finding any wasmer lapartoff tenorm. Just as chested up, another swaying figure approached, and gripping his dagger tightly, Lu Fi cold lied declared, Kamion, let me slaughter you. Employing swift tactics, Lu Fi dispatched a third zombie, Buton Segan, no genemy at was found with a neat skull. Warmth coursed through him, as sight hat the residual genemite in his body was beginning to take effect, gradually merging with him during vigorous activity. With dagger in hand, Lu Fi ched for isolated zombie synth the darkness. Given his current physique, facing two zombies would be exceeding lacallaging a moment off carelessness scoodly dostomize, and headed not take such risks. There was Sagaril waitin' for him at the Shulwery house could no taf fortodi must survive. Nertha school, the number of zombie eshes gradually increased, Mustaf Tema cluster engine group software 3. With Nuther Kois, Lu Fi was compelled to circumvent theme in search o facilitari zombie. Asha shifted his gaze, Lu Fi spotted Dallin zombie 100 meters away, his shirt leaping wing with joy ifis lay 3 more, that is will be complete. Itis return fortunate, thoftish bit having kill leds of in, e have eto acquire any genetic flesh. It seems thighs endeavor Elijah on luck. Before he could approach, Lu Fi's expression shifted dramatically, and hastily retreated, for lurking behind, Thistletari zombius another, feasting on semething to zombies, not one. Indeed, the darkness proved exceeding disadvantageous for a man's. Crack! In the midst of Lu Fi's retreat, he also fixate don thetwo zombies ahead the thief failed tonitus the ground beneath him. Inadvertently stepidon as sodacan and cursed inwardly, damn it, Hoist hein considerity fullt hat careless litters, such negligency could cost lives. That wo zombies ni arby immediately torned towards him, sniffing there as if they had discovered Smeretriasaur, and they carjadek sighted lie in his direction. Damn it, the rest no escaping this, solid's fight. With Luffy's physique, he could never outrun the zombies feeing wooden lice of his strength. He had not hoist butto engage in a spirit struggle. Gritting his teeth, Luffy swiftly produced a piece of cloth, tying it around the hilt of his dagger, while it heather was wrapped around his hand prevent the dagger from slipping free. This dog was chisel weapon shoot it fall, facing two zombies whilst. Swish. The zombies showed no courtesy, lunging at them like rabidogs, therens thrusting toward Luffy's throat. Unfazed by this maneuver, Luffy execute the lazy roll to evade them, springing up like he darting frog, and thrusting his dagger at the second zombie. Thud. Repulsive guized from thwound. Thoth had misjudged his same, striking the zombie's shoulder instead. While an ordinary person might have panicked at this moment, Luffy main remark oblicum. He deliver at a swift kick to the zombie's abdomen, and as it bent over, he seized the clothed with his dagger. A powerful gust of wind rushed from behind him without a second thought. He understood the top arrow Fraser sharp closser in his back. Hekra Chedlow, narrowly avoiding the clost hat sought to ensnare him, and Asheros, his dagger wasel ready in motion. Without a decisive ethrist, it pierced through the zombie's jawand and toit skull at near angle. In the next instant, the zombie's arms fell imply toit sides, its body collapsing to the ground. Lu feeder netofus the remaining zombie, as Merc playing gone his slip shaving dispatched thysone, washito for the other? Chapter 3. The Blood-Eyed Cat of the Mutant Beast, Crack. The sound of a blade rending bone echoed as Lu Fei turned swiftly like lightning, thrusting his dagger into the skull of another zombie. Drip, the repulsive viscous liquid trickled down the blade, and Lu Fei withdrew his dagger, causing the zombie to collapse with a thud. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hunting mission and acquiring 2 pieces of genetic meat. The system's melodious voice felt like a shot of adrenaline to Lu Fei's weary body. Grasping the dagger, Lu Fei pierced the zombie's head, releasing a thick, dark brown liquid. This was precisely why zombies did not devour one another, as they lacked fresh blood. Amidst the black liquid, a conspicuous piece of white flesh caught Lu Fei's eye, and his face brightened. After slaying 7 zombies, he had finally found a piece of genetic meat. What a rare find. Breaking open another zombie's skull yielded no genetic meat, prompting Lu Fei to dash towards the warehouse. 2 hours had passed since the apocalypse began. The stench of blood within the school was gradually dissipating, and zombies had begun to roam freely. Lu Fei, not foolish, knew that if he lingered any longer, he would be besieged by the undead. Fortunately, the journey was remarkably safe. After a brief 10 minutes, Lu Fei returned to the warehouse, where Meng Xiangyi cautiously confirmed his identity before opening the door. Upon seeing Lu Fei, she finally relaxed. During those 2 harrowing hours, every second had been fraught with anxiety, as Meng Xiangyi feared the terrifying zombies might burst in. "Are you all right?" Lu Fei asked, his heart aching at the sight of her tired face. "That I'm fine," Meng Xiangyi replied, returning the short sword to him before collapsing onto the ground. Utterly exhausted, Lu Fei presented the clean piece of genetic meat to her, saying, "Teacher Meng, this can enhance your physical strength. Please, eat it." Meng Xiangyi looked at him quizzically, recalling vividly what Lu Fei had been searching for in the zombie's head. Was this it? However, seeing the sincerity etched on Lu Fei's face, she chose to trust him. She picked up the genetic meat, inhaling its aroma, which was surprisingly pleasant, devoid of any foul scent. As she placed it in her mouth, the genetic meat melted away rapidly, enveloping her in a warm sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, banishing her fatigue completely. "How extraordinary!" Meng Xiangyi exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Fei chuckled, consuming the 2 pieces of genetic meat rewarded by the system. A wave of heat surged through him, as if a bonfire had ignited within, the sensation lasting a minute. Clenching his fist, he noticed the muscles in his arm had swelled significantly. His strength had increased, now equivalent to that of 2.5 men. With the earlier strength he had gained, he now possessed the fighting prowess of 2.5 Lu Feis, capable of delivering punches exceeding 200 kilograms. Should he fully integrate the genetic meat within him, his power would reach the strength of 2.5 men, granting him an undeniable survival advantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. Lu Fei felt a profound sense of security in his newfound strength, breaking into a broad smile. Did I end my past life? I was powerless. In this life, I will safeguard you with my very existence, ensuring you suffer no harm. Lu Fei gazed at Meng Xiangyi, who had closed her eyes to assess her physical state, whispering softly. Meng Xiangyi opened her eyes and found Lu Fei staring intently at her, her cheeks flushing red. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she asked, flustered. It's getting late. You should rest," Lu Fei replied awkwardly. Meng Xiangyi nodded softly, noticing Lu Fei sitting silently at the door, a warm sensation coursing through her heart. She found herself pondering why this young man was so considerate towards her. The night enveloped them like a blanket of ink, and amidst the darkness, occasional screams pierced the air, swiftly swallowed by the silence. A chilling sound suddenly echoed, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down Lu Fei's spine. He abruptly opened his eyes, scrambling to his feet, drawing his short sword, his vigilant gaze fixed on the door. The surroundings were eerily silent, so quiet that Lu Fei could hear his own breathing and heartbeat. After a moment, no sounds emanated from the door. Could it be my imagination? Lu Fei furrowed his brow in thought. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the doorway, causing the iron door and everything propped against it to tremble. Meng Xiangyi was jolted awake, asking, "What happened?" Lu Fei's expression darkened, and he replied solemnly, "Stay hidden. We are facing a formidable foe." Upon seeing Lu Fei's grave demeanor, Meng Xiangyi immediately concealed herself. Moments later, the sound of a heavy object crashing against the door echoed, and Lu Fei could only speculate what it might be. Judging by the force of the impact, it was undoubtedly a massive creature, most likely a mutant beast. Mutant beasts, monsters born from the mutation of animals, were powerful and ferocious, considering both zombies and humans as their prey. Compared to those repulsive zombies, they favored the flesh of living humans. Lu Fei never expected to encounter such a beast so soon. It was inconceivable that a creature of such size could exist within the school. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant beast's acute sense of smell had likely detected Lu Fei and Meng Xiangyi, relentlessly battering the iron door, causing everything blocking the entrance to topple and shift, just as it seemed the powerful mutant beast would burst through. The crashing noises abruptly ceased, and Lu Fei cautiously approached the window, peering outside to see a massive shadow locked in combat with several others, likely drawn by the commotion. This mutant beast was engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies. However, given the mutant beast's formidable strength, the zombies stood no chance, being swatted aside effortlessly. Soon, the battle concluded, with 7 or 8 zombies dispatched in under 3 minutes. The blood-red eyes of the mutant beast turned towards Lu Fei. His heart raced, knowing that conflict was unavoidable. Thankfully, he possessed a sharp weapon. Otherwise, with just the military dagger he had procured, he would be unable to inflict any damage on the beast's tough hide. Rather than allow it to break down the door, Lu Fei resolved to confront it head-on. Clearing the objects blocking the door, he opened it, revealing a creature resembling a leopard, its eyes a menacing crimson, its fur a deep black, and its claws sharper than daggers. The creature's mouth revealed a mouthful of jagged teeth. This was the blood-eyed cat. This beast possessed the strength of 3 men, and Lu Fei was uncertain if he could survive its onslaught. "Be careful," came Meng Xiangyi's worried voice from behind him just as he stepped outside. Stopping momentarily, Lu Fei remembered the woman he vowed to protect with his life, his face hardening with determination. He would survive for her sake, regardless of the formidable foes ahead. Clenching the short sword firmly, he pointed its gleaming edge towards the blood-eyed cat, declaring boldly, "Come, little kitty, let us see if I one slay you." The blood-eyed cat, seemingly provoked, erupted in fury, its black fur bristling as it let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Lu Fei, a mere shadow darting through the air like lightning. "Here it comes." Lu Fei twisted his body, feeling a sharp tug on his left shoulder as the cat's claws tore through his clothing and flesh. Had he not dodged in time, the claws would have taken a chunk from his shoulder. This area used to be a shot-put training ground, the ground covered in yellow sand. As the blood-eyed cat lunged again, an idea sparked in Lu Fei's mind that he plunged his feet into the sand and kicked it up with all his might. Sending a cloud of dust into the air, that a howl of surprise escaped the blood-eyed cat as it was momentarily blinded by the sand. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei leapt forward, delivering a powerful strike with his sword against the beast's body. With Lu Fei's immense strength and the razor-sharp super alloy dagger, he easily tore through the blood-eyed cat's hide, inflicting a massive wound along its side, causing its innards to spill forth. The creature let out a wretched cry, rolling backward before rising to glare venomously at Lu Fei, baring its teeth and emitting a deep growl. However, having sustained grave injuries, the blood-eyed cat chose to retreat slowly. Attempting to escape, so you think you can run after putting on a show? Lu Fei scoffed, kicking up the yellow sand as he vanished from sight. The blood-eyed cat, feeling humiliated, roared in rage, its claws extending by 3 centimeters as it charged at Lu Fei. Lu Fei's pupils dilated, sensing a bone-chilling aura approaching that he turned to evade, but it was too late. A cold sensation gripped his waist, followed by a searing pain shooting through his mind. Simultaneously, Lu Fei's arm shook as blood sprayed from the blade. Piercing deep into the blood-eyed cat's neck, bang! Lu Fei fell to the ground, clutching his waist where he had been injured. Thankfully, it was merely a shallow cut, sparing his internal organs that in contrast, the blood-eyed cat collapsed. The super alloy dagger embedded in its neck, letting out anguished cries that soon faded into silence. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first kill of the mutant beast, blood-eyed cat. The system rewards you with 100 invincible coins. More rewards. This isn't too shabby, Lu Fei thought with a wry smile, as he approached to retrieve the super alloy dagger, his complexion pale as he returned to the warehouse. Chapter 4. The Rescue Mission. Upon seeing Lu Fei clutching his waist, Meng Xiangyi's expression shifted, and she rushed to support him. You're injured. Are you all right? Teacher Meng, please brace the door. There's mutant beast blood inside, and I'm afraid it might attract zombies. Lu Fei replied, shaking his head that in his previous life, such an injury was nothing severe. All right. Meng Xiangyi assisted Lu Fei in taking a seat before hastening to close the door. Fortunately, the sturdy door held firm against the relentless assault of 17 or 18 zombies, which could not break through. Host, would you like to exchange for hemostatic agents and wound healing potions? The voice of the system echoed within Lu Fei's mind. Upon glancing at the options, Lu Fei's expression turned pained. The hemostatic agent cost 10 invincible coins, while the wound healing potion demanded 50. That, however, prioritizing his swift recovery, he reluctantly made the exchange. After consuming 2 vials of the potions, the bleeding ceased almost immediately. Replaced by a tingling sensation at the wound site, that Lu Fei felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated the wound healing potion to be so remarkably effective. How are you feeling? Meng Xiangyi inquired, her face etched with concern as she approached. That Lu Fei flashed a grin. I'm fine, really. Let me take a look. Before I became a teacher, I worked as a nurse for a while with friends. I can help you with your wound. Noticing the crimson stain on Lu Fei's waist, it was evident he had sustained a serious injury, as such a volume of blood could not have come from a mere scratch. Unable to refuse her assistance, Lu Fei allowed Meng Xiangyi to tend to his wound, her touch gentle and careful not to aggravate his injury. Watching her crouch beside him, he was enveloped by warmth, reminiscent of their previous life when they had relied on one another for survival. How strange! Why is so much blood flowing from such a small wound? Meng Xiangyi remarked, observing that the injury on Lu Fei's waist was merely a narrow cut. Yet it had soaked a significant portion of his clothing. After a brief treatment, she retrieved disinfectants from Lu Fei's backpack, completing her task before looking up to find him gazing at her with a dreamy expression. A hint of shyness prompted her to cough lightly. That Lu Fei snapped back to reality, embarrassedly rubbing his nose, noticing that the resourceful Meng Xiangyi had even applied a bandage to his wound, items he had previously purchased and stored in his backpack. You should rest early. Tomorrow will be even more challenging, Lu Fei said with a wry smile. The number of zombies around would only increase, yet fortunately his current strength was adequate to handle ordinary zombies. As long as he avoided being overwhelmed by a horde, his life was not in peril. Meng Xiangyi glanced at him, sensing an air of mystery about this man. She had witnessed his ferocity in battle, dispatching even the most fearsome beasts with ease. Was he truly just a student from the school? That night, countless souls perished beneath the claws of zombies, while many others endured their nights filled with terror and sorrow. The sky appeared shrouded by a massive black curtain. As dawn broke, it was not the light of hope that pierced through, but rather despair. The heavens were cloaked in gloom, casting a pall over the hearts of the survivors on the second day of the apocalypse. The system has issued a storyline mission: rescue 5 individuals and eliminate 20 zombies, with a time limit of 5 hours. Mission reward: 100 invincible coins. The system's voice jolted Lu Fei from his reverie. Noticing the daylight outside, he turned to find Meng Xiangyi still peacefully asleep, curled up adorably, making Lu Fei wish to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Naturally, he restrained himself, wary of being perceived as a lecher. From his backpack, he retrieved a simple breakfast: a bottle of mineral water and 2 compressed meat blocks. Although the taste left much to be desired, it was a luxury to stave off hunger in these dire times. In the near future, many would resort to murder over food, even cannibalism. Before long, Meng Xiangyi awoke, her long lashes fluttering as she opened her drowsy eyes. "That you're awake. Come have a bite." Lu Fei gestured toward the meal beside him. Meng Xiangyi nodded and approached, wiping her mouth after finishing. "That by the way, I still don't know your name, classmate." "I'm Lu Fei." "Thank you." Meng Xiangyi expressed her gratitude, for without him, she was uncertain if she would have lived to see this day. "There's no need for thanks," Lu Fei replied. He changed into a fresh shirt, the previous one reeking of blood, which could attract zombies. His wounds had already healed remarkably well, a testament to the efficacy of the Invincible System's potions. Otherwise, given the severity of his injuries from yesterday, it would have been impossible for him to venture out and hunt zombies within a week. "That I must continue my journey outside. You stay here and take care. Be cautious. During the day, there shouldn't be many zombies nearby, so keep yourself safe." Lu Fei handed her the super alloy short sword. Meng Xiangyi held the sword, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Fei. Wanting to say something, but ultimately settled on, "Be careful." Lu Fei nodded, grasping his dagger as he stepped outside. The corpse of the mutated blood-eyed cat had vanished, uncertain whether it had been dragged away by zombies or consumed by other mutated beasts. With over 70 invincible coins remaining, he could exchange for 7 pieces of gene meat, but Lu Fei opted to save them for unforeseen circumstances. System: I wish to draw a lottery. He did not want to waste his daily opportunity. Understood, host. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a radar scanner. A radar scanner. What is that? Lu Fei inquired, intrigued. The radar scanner automatically scans all zombies, including mutated beasts, within a radius of 100 meters and relays the information to the host's mind. Lu Fei's face lit up with excitement. Can it detect living humans? Negative. It can only detect zombies or mutated beasts. I see. However, being able to detect zombies will allow me to avoid danger, making the upcoming rescue mission less daunting. Lu Fei perused the invincible shop, noting that the zombie radar scanner required 300 invincible coins for an exchange. Quite the price. Host, do you wish to activate the radar scanner? Activate in an instant. A map of 100 meters appeared in Lu Fei's mind, with a blue dot representing himself and 2 or 3 red dots not far away. The blue dot represents you, while the red dots signify zombies. The system clarified that Lu Fei nodded, gripping his dagger as he advanced toward the nearest red. Not far ahead, a girl wearing a school uniform stood slender beneath the shade of a tree. A horrifying wound marred her once pristine thigh, oozing a disturbing viscous fluid. Clearly, she had become a zombie. After last night's battle, Lu Fei possessed the strength of 2.5 men, surpassing that of a 1-star zombie, and felt no fear facing this lone foe. That he lunged forward, propelled by determination. Roar! The zombie turned to the sound, its murky eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty hunger upon spotting Lu Fei, who had unwittingly offered himself as prey. Its sharp claws elongated by 5 centimeters, it lunged at Lu Fei like a feral beast. Lu Fei's body moved with the agility of a monkey, evading the zombie's claws, with a swift twist of his wrist. The dagger struck like a poisonous dart, plunging deep into the zombie's skull. Thud! A nauseating fluid erupted, and the zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Utterly defeated, Lu Fei's expression remained unchanged, having shattered the zombie's head. He realized his luck had run thin, as this particular zombie bore no gene meat. That as he approached the locations of the other 2 red dots, he prepared to engage when he suddenly noticed 2 green dots on the map. The blue dot represented himself, the red dots signified zombies. So what did the green dots indicate? The green dots represent mutated beasts. Mutated beasts? Lu Fei recalled the blood-eyed cat from the previous night, which had nearly claimed his life. Ahead lay the school, and the number of red dots on the map continued to multiply, resembling a swarm of ants. Near the girls' dormitory by the back mountain, two young men in the security room heard a series of bang, bang, bang sounds at the door, their faces paling drastically that it's over. That monster hasn't left since yesterday and has slaughtered all the nearby zombies. I doubt this door can hold much longer. We're doomed, a tall man in a red jersey lamented. The other young man, with hair long enough to obscure his forehead, remained silent, his calm eyes betraying an unusual composure. Why not confront it? The long-haired youth suggested quietly, gripping a fire axe. Are you out of your mind, Luo Chen? Did you not see how it dispatched those terrifying zombies as if they were mere tofu? Going out there against that monster is a death sentence. The jersey-clad man, Li Xiao, was visibly terrified. The relentless banging echoed like the tolling of a death knell, pressing heavily on the two men. If we don't fight now, once it breaks in, we will surely perish. How will we know unless we try? Luo Chen replied with an air of resignation that Li Xiao shot him a surprised glance. Biting his lip, if we must, then we will. Damn it, my girlfriend is waiting in the girls' dormitory. I hope she's safe. She must be fine. Let us open the door. You take the left, I'll take the right. Zombies lack intelligence, which is why they are defeated. We possess intelligence, so follow my lead. Luo Chen instructed calmly, his demeanor inspiring courage in Li Xiao. Gathering his resolve, Li Xiao approached the nearly collapsed door. Chapter 5. First Stage Mutated Beast, the Apex Monster. Just as the two moved toward the door, the sounds of impact abruptly ceased, replaced by the sound of a struggle outside. Look, Luo Chen. There is someone out there? Li Xiao exclaimed, peering through the window to see a young man in a black t-shirt wielding a dagger. Engaging fiercely with the terrifying mutated beast, the battle evenly matched. Luo Chen was taken aback by the scene before him, curiously scrutinizing the young man. The youth was none other than Lu Fei, who had persevered through countless challenges to arrive at this moment. Utilizing his radar scanner, Lu Fei had evaded large hordes of zombies and dispatched dozens of solitary ones. Hearing commotion nearby, he pondered whether there were still humans around. Given that this was a girls' dormitory, Lu Fei was further convinced of the presence of survivors and decided to investigate, hoping to rescue anyone trapped inside. To his surprise, the path had been relatively clear of zombies, but upon reaching the dormitory's entrance, he spotted a grotesquely large mutated beast, resembling a black pig, violently battering the door, solidifying his belief that people were hiding within. However, observing the deformed iron door, which had been mangled from the assault, Lu Fei feared that in mere moments, the beast might burst through and devour the occupants without leaving a trace. Thus, he acted swiftly to divert the creature's ire. The beast's bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes fixed on Lu Fei, its drooling maw gaping wide, releasing a furious breath from its nostrils, while its two sharp fangs resembled steel spikes. Fortunately, the creature lacked sharp claws, possessing hooves akin to those of a horse. It was a first-tier mutated beast, a horn-spike monster. Lu Fei steeled himself, seriousness etched on his face. Despite its swinish appearance, he was not to be deceived, for it possessed the strength of 5 men. A typical person struck by it would be sent flying, left either dead or permanently disabled, and with its razor-sharp fangs, a mere puncture would spell certain doom. Lu Fei did not waver. A glimmer of fervor danced in his eyes, akin to a seasoned warrior finally encountering a worthy opponent. This was a contest of life and death, steeped in bloodshed and violence. With a deafening roar, the horn-spike monster lunged forward like a darting blade. Lu Fei dared not underestimate it. Even with the strength of 2.5 men at his disposal, he would not risk a direct confrontation. Despite being a first-tier mutated beast, it was not to be taken lightly. The blood-eyed cat he had slain yesterday would likely have fled with its tail tucked between its legs in the presence of this creature. Such was the disparity. As he slipped, Lu Fei felt a powerful gust rush past him. With a deft flick of his knife, blood blossomed in the air, but the horn-spike monster retaliated, its sharp fangs aimed at Lu Fei's midsection, as if intent on skewering him like a human barbecue. With a cold snort, Lu Fei anticipated this move, striking the beast atop its head with an open palm, gracefully leaping over it. Crack! Just as he regained his footing, a swift whoosh pierced the air, and a sudden jolt of pain shot through his back as he stumbled. rolling away to safety. Upon rising, he beheld the creature's thick black tail swaying, as if flaunting its prowess. Does the beast truly think it can show off? Lu Fei scoffed, gripping his dagger as he charged forward. That'll help. What? Li Xiao, hiding in the guardhouse, was startled by Luo Chen's exclamation, and before he could react, he saw Luo Chen bolting out with a fire axe in hand. Are you crazy, Luo Chen? Li Xiao exclaimed. Both astonished and speechless, he thought to himself that while Luo Chen seemed capable, rushing in would only complicate matters. Damn it, if we're going to die, we might as well die together. Li Xiao, a passionate youth himself, could not bear to watch his close friend charge into danger alone. As Lu Fei and the horn-spike monster fought to a standstill, both combatants unleashed their full might. During the fray, Lu Fei was knocked back, feeling as though his entire skeleton might shatter. Yet the monster bore some minor wounds as well, that if only I had a super alloy short sword. Lu Fei mused, lamenting the inadequacy of his dagger. Otherwise, he would have surely inflicted several grievous wounds upon the beast. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Fei noticed someone emerging from the guardhouse. Wielding an axe, evidently coming to assist him, be careful. The horn-spike monster noticed as well, glancing between Lu Fei and Luo Chen with the fire axe, and immediately shifted its focus to Luo Chen. This was the distinction between zombies and mutated beasts. The latter possessed intelligence, recognizing Lu Fei as a formidable foe and promptly redirecting its attention. Luo Chen, heart-pounding, reacted swiftly as the grotesque creature lunged, hurling the axe he held and shouting, "Catch!" Simultaneously, Luo Chen took a deep breath, fixating on the horn-spike monster. Just as it seemed poised to send him flying, he executed a response that few could match. Leaping deftly to the side, the creature, propelled by its own momentum, could not halt its advance. However, as it passed Luo Chen, its thick tail lashed out, striking him hard and sending him rolling across the ground. Lu Fei seized the fire axe, sprinting forward, his arm muscles swelling as he swung down with all his might onto the beast's back. Rip! A gruesome gash appeared on the horn-spike monster's back, eliciting a pained howl from it. Goodness! Li Xiao exclaimed, witnessing the creature mere meters away from him. As Lu Fei halted the beast's advance, he felt a surge of relief and rushed to check on Luo Chen. The axe was undoubtedly far superior to the small dagger. Lu Fei wielded it with ferocity, and in no time, numerous wounds adorned the beast's frame. Unfazed by the terrifying creature, Lu Fei embodied the essence of a war god, instilling fear in the horn-spike monster. The once dominant beast now found itself on the defensive. With a furious roar, the horn-spike monster, brimming with rage, bellowed at the sky, saliva flying as it shook its grotesque head. Its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto Lu Fei, intent on tearing the accursed human to shreds. Come at me! Lu Fei grinned, gripping the axe tightly, standing firm as the monster approached. Suddenly, he sprang into action like a bolt of lightning. Swish bang! A chilling flash of cold light raced past, and Lu Fei was sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground with a mouthful of blood. The horn-spike monster remained still, a gust of oppressive air passing through, before it collapsed with a resounding thud, a gaping wound expanding on its neck, blood erupting like a broken fire hydrant. What an incredible display! Li Xiao, supporting Luo Chen, was left in a Lu Fei rose, wiping the blood from his lips, fatigue evident on his face, feeling as though his right arm was nearly shattered. Just moments ago, Lu Fei had executed a throat-cutting strike, a skill from his previous life. It required immense strength and lightning speed. At his current level, it was a self-destructive maneuver, risking injury to himself while dispatching the enemy. Had it not been for the enhanced genetic attributes within him, his right arm would have been irreparably damaged. Fortunately, with the horn-spike monster slain, he could still move his arm, albeit with difficulty, that if he failed to swiftly eliminate the horn-spike monster, Lu Fei feared attracting more zombies or mutated beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the first-tier horn-spike monster, earning 100 invincibility coins. Previously, defeating the blood-eyed cat had yielded only 50 coins. However, as this was Lu Fei's first kill of a mutated beast, the system rewarded him with an additional 50. Totaling 100, the disparity between the two was stark. Lu Fei approached the two, his gaze locking onto Luo Chen, who appeared somewhat familiar. Upon reflection, he was taken aback. This was indeed a significant figure from his past life. "Weren't you afraid just now?" Lu Fei inquired, curiosity piqued. "That I was," Luo Chen admitted, pushing away Li Zhao's support. "But if I can't help you, I might as well die." Luo Chen understood that if he did not assist Lu Fei and the latter fell to the horned spike monster, he and Li Xiao would also meet their doom, hence his willingness to risk his life to help. Truly impressive, a sage indeed. I never anticipated encountering such a prominent person from my past life. Lu Fei mused inwardly, a new idea taking root in his mind, though it felt premature. "Follow me. I will lead you to safety," Lu Fei declared. Turning to leave, Li Xiao was somewhat reluctant, feeling that Lu Fei was dismissive, oblivious to the fact that another person stood alongside him. "Hey, hero, could you rescue my girlfriend? She's still upstairs. That if you're unwilling, we'll manage on our own." As the apocalypse erupted, chaos engulfed the school, with Luo Chen's assistance. Li Xiao had narrowly evaded peril. They could have left the school the previous night, but Li Xiao had adamantly refused to depart, as his girlfriend remained in the dormitory. They had exchanged messages that morning, and due to her menstrual cycle, she had opted to rest. After much persistence from Li Xiao, Luo Chen had reluctantly agreed to rescue his girlfriend, yet they had not anticipated encountering the terrifying horned spike monster. Trapped in the guardhouse upon their arrival, Lu Fei halted, glancing back at Luo Chen, and upon seeing no dissent, nodded. "All right." Li Xiao was momentarily stunned, then shot Lu Fei a fierce glare, thinking, "Fine, you win this round. If not for the fact that I can't take you on, I'd make you regret it." Chapter 6. A formidable individual. Which dormitory? Lu Fei dashed up the stairwell, not bothering to look back as he inquired. Despite Li Zhao's complete disregard for Lu Fei, he held back his frustration for the sake of rescuing his girlfriend. "It's in dormitory 306 on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, Lu Fei halted, as the radar scanner indicated a red dot at the corner. With his right arm having regained a modicum of strength, Lu Fei surged forward, catching sight of a disfigured face, and hurled his axe with precision, the blade slicing cleanly into the zombie's skull with a resounding crack. There was no time to search for genetic flesh. He withdrew the axe and sprinted to the 3rd floor, where the desolate corridor was marred by dark red stains and scattered severed limbs. A grim testament to the previous night's horrors. Hearing hurried breaths behind him, Lu Fei asked, "Are you certain it's in 306? "Absolutely, without a doubt," Li Xiao, somewhat impressed by Lu Fei's swift ascent and his unbroken breath after dispatching a zombie. "Couldn't help but admire his prowess. That's so. Then I might need to apologize. It's possible your girlfriend is no longer human," Lu Fei replied coolly, for he had detected 3 red dots inside dormitory 306 on the radar. His words struck Li Xiao like a hammer to the heart. "No, that's impossible. Zhou Hui is definitely still alive." "You're lying," Li Xiao, unwilling to accept this, attempted to push past Lu Fei, but was halted by his outstretched arm. Lu Fei shot him a cold glance. "If you wish to live, turn back." Li Xiao, his pride nearly overwhelming his reason, was saved at the last moment by Luo Chen, who grabbed his arm. "Trust him," Luo Chen consoled Li Xiao before turning to Lu Fei, saying, "May we take a look? The living must see the living, and the dead must be confirmed. Is this your way of pleading with me?" A flicker of delight crossed Lu Fei's mind. In his past life, he had been like an ant, and figures like Luo Chen had never deigned to glance his way. To have Luo Chen now personally beseech him was unexpected. Regaining his composure, Lu Fei strode forward with purpose. That a sudden roar erupted from the half-open dormitory 303 as a figure lunged out. Lu Fei didn't flinch. Through the radar, he was aware of the zombie's presence. With a swift motion, he swung his axe, severing the zombie's neck and spinal cord, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Extracting his axe, he pressed onward, while Li Xiao, filled with trepidation, followed closely, opening door after door in search of his girlfriend. 2 more zombies charged at them, but Lu Fei effortlessly dispatched them. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of dormitory 306, where the zombies inside, alerted by the commotion, began to batter against the door with a series of loud thuds. Li Xiao stood nearby, grief-stricken, the outcome all too evident. He had failed to find his girlfriend. "Should we open it?" Lu Fei asked, his expression impassive. Truth be told, if not for Luo Chen's involvement, Lu Fei would have never engaged in such a thankless task. In this apocalyptic world, compassion and kindness must be set aside, lest one fail to see the dawn of another day. After all, this was a world that devoured without remorse. Li Shao inhaled deeply, his eyes reddening. With a decisive swing, Lu Fei's axe cleaved into the door, sparks flying as a formidable gash appeared. The noise incited the zombies within to redouble their efforts, causing the security door to tremble violently. With a series of powerful strikes, Lu Fei created a massive opening, and a bloodied arm suddenly reached out toward him. Without hesitation, he swung his axe down. The severed arm thudded to the ground. And Li Zhao's pupils constricted as he recognized a familiar necklace still hanging from it. In a fit of rage, he charged at Lu Fei, pushing him aside. "Damn it! Who told you to cut it?" Lu Fei furrowed his brow, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. Luo Chun, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. "I apologize. My friend has acted impulsively. If it weren't for you, he would be a corpse by now." Lu Fei replied flatly, admitting that he had indeed contemplated ending Li Zhao's life, that he would not allow any unfriendly humans to exist in this perilous world. Sometimes, humanity was far more dangerous than the zombies or mutated beasts. Luo Chun felt a shiver run down his spine, regarding Lu Fei with newfound apprehension. "Zhou Hui, is that truly you?" Li Xiao knelt, tears streaming down his face. The man does not weep lightly, but only when truly heartbroken. After 3 years of university romance, they had promised to wed upon graduation, yet here they were. With a resounding slap, Li Xiao struck his own face. "I'm sorry, Zhou Hui. It's all my fault. I was too weak to protect you." Just as he was about to inflict a second blow upon himself, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. Looking up, he saw Lu Fei's stern expression. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Li Xiao shouted, his anger flaring as he recalled that it was Lu Fei who had severed Zhou Hui's ARM at that moment. Lu Fei's attention was drawn to the end of the corridor, where he heard footsteps, yet the scanner displayed no red dots, indicating the presence of more humans. With a disdainful glance, Lu Fei kicked Li Xiao in the stomach, sending him sprawling. "What the hell?" Li Xiao exclaimed, filled with rage as he rose, vowing to make this arrogant individual pay dearly. Li Xiao. A familiar voice called from behind, yet he paid it no heed. Only after taking 2 steps toward Lu Fei, fists clenched, did he realize in turn, his body trembling with joy. Zhou Hui, standing before him, was none other than the very person who had caused him such heartache. Li Xiao rushed forward and embraced her, tears of joy streaming down his face. Thank goodness, you're alive." "Hey, you're choking me. Let go." Zhou Hui, feeling embarrassed in front of so many, pushed Li Xiao away, casting a glance at Lu Fei, her brow furrowing in indignation. "Was it you little brat, who kicked my boyfriend?" "Indeed, that was I," Lu Fei replied, shaking off the remnants of gore from his axe, his expression challenging. Li Xiao, sensing the brewing storm, quickly wrapped his arms around Zhou Hui, grinning. "Hey, sweetheart, it was all a misunderstanding. This hero here is our savior. Thank you, mighty one." Lu Fei scoffed, glancing at the 2 figures behind Zhou Hui, murmuring, "The Queen of the Red Serpent has also appeared. How intriguing." Behind Zhou Hui stood 2 striking young women, one tall and frosty, exuding an air of superiority, named Yi Lianxin, a figure of considerable stature in her own right. Beside her was a petite girl with a naive expression, whom Lu Fei recalled to be Yi Zihan, Yi Lianxin's sister. Although he knew little of her story, it was evident that her survival through 3 years of apocalypse signified formidable strength. "Wife, weren't you in 306? How did you end up down here?" Li Xiao inquired, puzzled. "That's a long story." "Then spare the tale. Those who wish to live must follow me at once," Lu Fei declared, his face resolute as he headed toward the stairwell. The radar scanner now displayed over 20 red dots, and the numbers were rapidly increasing. If they did not leave soon, not only would they be trapped, but even Lu Fei, despite his strength, was still a vulnerable human. Being overwhelmed by zombies would lead to certain death. "Who is he? So arrogant. I feel like I could take him on," Zhou Hui whispered to Li Xiao, nestled in his embrace. Li Xiao, startled, replied with a wry smile, "For heaven's sake, do not entertain such thoughts. This hero could take on 10 of you with ease. Follow closely, for I sense that our survival hinges on him. Really? I will find an opportunity to challenge him one day." Zhou Hui muttered, somewhat dissatisfied, before beckoning Yu Lianxin and her sister to follow. As they descended the stairwell, Yu Lianxin walked alongside Luo Chun, coldly inquiring, "Who is he?" Luo Chun glanced at her, smiling. "A very powerful, formidable person." Why? Yu Lianxin frowned, skepticism playing on her features. Powerful? Could he possibly be as strong as that? Upon reaching the stairwell's entrance, Lu Fei was confronted by 3 grotesque zombies lunging at him. "Die!" Lu Fei commanded, raising his axe in a flash. And with a sharp crack, the lead zombie's head was cleaved open. Instantly killing it, he kicked one down, then swung his axe again, nearly severing the second zombie's head. One more. Lu Fei propelled himself off the wall, soaring high and delivering a final blow that split the last zombie in two. The corridor was filled with the nauseating stench of blood, and severed limbs lay scattered, leaving Li Xiao and the others, who had just descended, on the verge of retching at the gruesome sight. Wow, this hero truly lives up to his title. He's incredible. Li Xiao was filled with admiration. Lu Fei, weary of idle chatter, perhaps unaware of the impending danger, had no choice but to resolutely abandon these individuals and leave alone. The Dio not blame Lu Fei for his cold-heartedness. After all, self-preservation is paramount in a world where one must fend for themselves. He was no virtuous hero, merely a pitiful soul seeking survival amidst the apocalypse. Utilizing his radar scanner, Lu Fei discovered a location with fewer zombies and charged ahead, dispatching 2 of the undead that obstructed his path. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from behind him. Turning around, he saw that 2 zombies had pursued him. At this critical moment, Li Xiao stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to one of the zombies, only for it to sway slightly, its razor-like claws plunging into Li Xiao's chest. Despite his swift evasion, Li Xiao's torso was still lacerated, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Li Xiao, Zhou Hui exclaimed in horror, cursing fiercely, "Damn you! I'll fight you all." With that, she intended to confront the 2 zombies barehandedly. "That if you wish to live, then leave immediately." Just then, a figure abruptly blocked her path. It was none other than Lu Fei. "Do not act rashly, my dear. Trust the hero," Li Xiao, clutching his chest, weakly implored. Zhou Hui then relinquished her vengeful intentions, supporting Li Xiao as they followed Luo Chen. As they witnessed their opportunity slipping away, the 2 zombies lunged forward, driven by a foul wind. Lu Fei's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Wielding his axe, he executed a swift upward strike, eviscerating one zombie. As the blade neared its neck, Lu Fei twisted his wrist, producing a sharp crack as the spine was easily severed. The sound of slicing air accompanied him as he did not glance back. With a flick of his arm, a jet of dark brown liquid erupted, and the zombie's head rolled from its shoulders, a strip of skin dangling grotesquely, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Without pausing, Lu Fei sprinted away. The red dots on his radar multiplied ominously, indicating an encroaching horde. Fortunately, with his invincible system, Lu Fei identified a relatively weak point in the zombies' defenses, though he still battled fiercely, slaying dozens before securing a safe retreat. Congratulations, host, for completing the rescue mission. You have earned a reward of 100 invincible coins. Alert! System detects that the rescued individual has been infected with the virus, deducting 10 invincible coins. Infected. Lu Fei halted, casting a glance at Li Xiao, who appeared ashen, biting his lip in uncertainty. Zhou Hui, fearing for Li Xiao's safety, immediately interposed. "What do you intend to do?" "He has been infected," Lu Fei replied coldly. "That I understand, but he is my man. Even if he is infected, he remains my man. That if you harm a single hair on him, I will fight you to the death." It has been said that love is a powerful force, and indeed, Zhou Hui exhibited no trace of fear in the face of Lu F. Is there a chance of saving him? Luo Chen inquired gravely, sensing that Lu Fei must possess a solution. Lu Fei regarded Luo Chen with a peculiar smile. "Remember, you owe me a favor." Luo Chen frowned, perplexed as to why this individual placed such significance on a mere favor. Minutes later, Lu Fei brought the 5 of them to a warehouse, only to discover additional individuals inside. "It's Lu Fei. He has returned," Meng Xiangyi exclaimed through the window, joy illuminating her face. "Is he the man capable of slaying monsters?" Beside her stood a handsome young man, well over 6 feet tall, his looks eclipsing even the most celebrated Korean idols. making him the object of admiration for countless infatuated girls. Indeed, within the school, he was revered as a god among men, possessing an allure that was irresistible, coupled with a powerful background that granted him unparalleled status. He was Lu Hao, the reigning super idol of the school. Within the warehouse, aside from him, there were 3 other young men and a provocatively dressed woman. Indeed, it is him. Meng Xiangyi sighed in relief, having feared something had befallen Lu Fei during his absence. Lu Hao, noticing the concern etched on Meng Xiangyi's face, felt a pang of envy. Despite being a student, he could not resist her beauty and had previously sought her affection, only to be met with a harsh rejection that festered in his heart. Subsequently, he had schemed to keep other suitors at bay, vowing to punish anyone who dared to profess their love for Meng Xiangyi, which explained why she remained single after 2 years at the school. Now, upon hearing of a strong man through Meng Xiangyi, Lu Hao's heart brimmed with frustration and anger. "Classmates, hurry inside," Meng Xiangyi urged, opening the door and beckoning Lu Fei and the others. That Lu Fei instantly recognized Lu Hao, a cunning adversary from his previous life, who had compelled him to scavenge for food only to later betray him, along with various other despicable acts during the apocalypse. That a cold smirk crossed Lu Fei's lips. "In my previous life, your privileged background nearly led to my demise. In this life, I shall teach you the folly of relying on such privileges." That Lu Fei and Lu Hao locked gazes. The latter sensed a chilling aura emanating from Lu Fei's calm demeanor, reminiscent of an icy abyss, sending shivers down his spine. When Lu Fei entered with his companions, Lu Hao scoffed, "Hold on." Instantly, all eyes turned to him, granting Lu Hao a sense of superiority. "Isn't this fellow infected with zombie bites? You all have some nerve bringing him in here. Do you wish to doom us all?" Lu Hao pointed at Li Xiao, indignation evident in his voice. "What the hell? If you want to die, don't he drag us down with you?" "Exactly. Why should we let him in? I refuse to share space with a monster." Lu Hao's sycophantic followers chimed in immediately. "Oh, how good. I'm so scared. They must be fools to think of letting a potential zombie inside." Lu Hong feigned fear, clinging to Lu Hao. Lu Hao straightened his posture, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Fei, as if to flaunt something. The expressions of Li Xiao and the others shifted dramatically. A bitter smile flitted across Li Xiao's lips as he thought, "Indeed, I am on the verge of becoming a zombie. Why should I involve others in my fate? Even if this hero is powerful, he cannot possibly cure me, wife." Li Xiao's sorrowful gaze met Zhou Hui's. She immediately interrupted, her eyes brimming with tears. "What do you mean? Wherever you go, I shall follow. So what if you turn into a zombie? We might as well face it together. What a good wife." "I, Li Xiao, have not misjudged you. May we find each other in our next life." Li Xiao laughed heartily, about to take Zhou Hui's hand and leave when he was seized by a firm grip. "I never said you could leave. It was Lu Fei who had stopped him." Lu Hao furrowed his brow, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. "Are you saying you have a way to save him?" "Of course. Who do you think you are?" Hua Tuo Lu Fei retorted, disregarding them entirely as he turned his gaze toward Meng Xiangyi. Upon meeting Lu Fei's eyes, Meng Xiangyi felt an inexplicable surge of confidence and nodded. "Lu Fei, I believe in you." Lu Hao glanced at Meng Xiangyi in astonishment. Feeling somewhat awkward, she interjected, "We are all classmates. Besides, this student is merely infected. As long as he is alive, we cannot abandon him. Just wait until he turns into a zombie. He'll bite you all." With Meng Xiangyi's support, Lu Hao found himself at a loss, letting out a cold snort filled with curses. That Lu Fei shot him a frigid glare. Leading the group inside, closing the door behind them, and igniting a fire. "Are you afraid of dying?" Lu Fei asked casually, placing a dagger over the flames. Li Xiao gulped, uncertain of Lu Fei's intentions, nervously responding, "Yes. Even if you were terrified, you must endure." After half an hour of roasting, Lu Fei brandished the now glowing red dagger, instructing, "Lie down and remove your shirt." "Oh no, wait. What do you intend to do?" "Hero," Li Xiao's heart raced, sensing an ominous premonition. "Enough chatter. Bite down on this piece of wood." "Bite wood?" As Lu Fei slowly approached with the dagger, Li Xiao closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, thinking that death was but a passage to another life. The next moment, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from Li Xiao's mouth. Lu Fei frowned, swiftly covering his mouth. "Be quiet. If you attract zombies, I will toss you out." Li Xiao, with tears glistening in his eyes, nodded pitifully, resembling a wronged child. After concluding the barbecue segment, Lu Fei exchanged 50 invincible coins for a vial of antiviral serum and handed it to Li Xiao, feeling a pang of heartache at the expense. The primary concern was that Li Xiao had been infected for too long. Relying solely on high temperatures would be insufficient to vanquish such tenacious viruses. Hence, Lu Fei resorted to the invincible system to procure the medicine. Thankfully, the invincible system existed. Otherwise, Lu Fei would have been utterly helpless. He hoped that saving this fellow's life would justify the cost. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, the 50 invincible coins he spent would eventually yield a powerful subordinate in the future. A profit beyond measure. Chapter 8. The Power of 4. Thank you, hero. After consuming the antiviral serum, although Li Xiao appeared listless, the wound on his chest had ceased to deteriorate. That Lu Fei cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent, and retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack. Taking a sip, the previous skirmish had drained an astonishing amount of energy, necessitating some sustenance. That he extracted food from his pack and shared a portion with Meng Xiangyi, who gratefully accepted it, feeling somewhat embarrassed as Lu Fei had only offered it to her, leaving the others to watch enviously. Oblivious to their plight, Lu Fei devoured his meal, audibly smacking his lips, causing the others, who were not particularly hungry before, to feel their stomachs grumble in response. Holding on to their food, Lu Fei and Meng Xiangyi found themselves in a dilemma. Neither eating nor not eating seemed feasible. Did Lu Fei truly not notice their longing gazes? What's wrong? Don't you like this? I have compressed beef, pork, lamb, and seafood. Which would you prefer? Lu Fei inquired earnestly, exacerbating Meng Xiangyi's embarrassment. That I meant to suggest that perhaps you could share a bit with everyone. They've likely been hungry all day, she stammered. That Lu Fei raised his head, surveying the group with a scoff. Meng, they have no one to blame but themselves for not bringing provisions. That I in the face of such a calamity. How could they not think to carry food? Even a fool would be wiser than them. That in awkward silence enveloped the group, each person silently cursing Lu Fei for being so prepared, as if he had foreseen the impending disaster. Unable to contain himself, a subordinate of Lu Hao retorted, Lu Fei, we're all classmates. That we have been starving for so long. Can't you spare a little food? Don't you have any sense of humanity? Oh, you're lecturing me on humanity? Lu Fei replied with a cold chuckle, fixing his gaze on him. Instantly, Zhao Yong felt as though he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, causing him to shudder. I acquired this food through my own efforts. Why should I share it with you? If you have the capability, go out and find your own. With a clang, Lu Fei plunged his dagger into the ground. His voice icy. Don't say I didn't warn you. Anyone who dares to take my food will regret ever entering this world. Arrogant, haughty, and domineering, Lu Fei displayed his formidable side without remorse. This was the apocalypse, where the might of one's fist dictated supremacy. Although Lu Hao remained silent, the dark shadow on his face betrayed his anger. Even Luo Chun and the others felt helpless. Yet Lu Fei's words rang true. He had no obligation to share food with those who were not kin. Meng Xiangyi leaned closer, whispering, Lu Fei, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? We're all classmates. There is no need to create such a rift. Meng, mercy towards others is cruelty towards oneself. Lu Fei replied, furrowing his brow, evidently aware that Meng Xiangyi had yet to grasp this principle. However, she gazed at him with pleading eyes. That Lu Fei's heart softened, and he retrieved some food, handing it to her. Take this and share it. Thank you, Lu Fei. A radiant smile adorned Meng Xiangyi's beautiful face as she took the food to distribute among the others. Li Xiao, clutching his portion, sidled up to Lu Fei, whispering, Hero, do you have feelings for Teacher Ming? Scram. Keep talking, and I'll throw you out. Do you believe me? Lu Fei shot him a glare. Li Xiao mumbled in grievance. So what if I do? You were just too shy to admit it that I had my own crush once. Li Xiao, what did you just say? Care to repeat that? Zhou Hui's chilling voice accompanied the sound of cracking knuckles. Li Xiao trembled. Wife. Li, swear by the heavens that my love for you flows like an endless river. I will cherish you until the skies crumble and the seas dry up. Even in the apocalypse, my love remains steadfast. At least you know your place. Zhou Hui's heart swelled with delight, though she feigned anger with a glare. Hours had passed since the apocalypse erupted, and apart from Lu Fei and Meng Xiangyi, none had consumed anything, their stomachs growling in hunger. Even the self-righteous Lu Hao could not refuse the food Meng Xiangyi offered. Damn it, why act so tough? As they ate, Lu Hao glared at Lu Fei with hatred, secretly mocking, "Just wait, kid. Soon you'll regret crossing me, that you'll witness the consequences of provoking me." Host, Lu Fei strength. Power of 3 invincible coins. 214 weapon. 1 super alloy short sword achievement points. None gazing at his attributes. Lu Fei felt no sense of satisfaction. Rather, a grave concern settled over him that in a few days, 2-star zombies will emerge, boasting a terrifying power of 10. The early-stage gene meat rapidly augmented strength, but as 1's power increased, consuming just a piece or two became futile to his current strength. Lu Fei needed 5 pieces of gene meat to gain an additional unit of strength, and the requirement would only escalate from there. Hence, relying solely on these invincible coins was inadequate. With over 200 invincible coins, the options in the invincible shop were severely limited. Lu Fei needed more. Ding. System issues mission. Hunt 50 zombies with a time limit of 2 hours. Mission reward. 100 invincible coins mission failure penalty. Unknown data. What timely assistance. Lu Fei had been fretting over the lack of invincible coins, and now this opportunity had arrived. Host, would you like to exchange for 10 pieces of gene meat? Yes. As 10 pieces of gene meat appeared in his mind space, Lu Fei made a mental note to extract them. However, to avoid suspicion, he deliberately reached into his backpack, pulling out 5 pieces of gene meat to consume. The gene meat melted in his mouth, flooding his senses with a hint of sweetness. In the next moment, he felt as though he were in a sauna, every fiber of his being boiling with vitality. Power of 4. Lu Fei opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. If all the gene meat within him merged, he might attain a power of 5. Lu Fei looked at the remaining 5 pieces of gene meat and handed 3 to Meng Xiangyi. "Teacher Meng, here da. Are you giving me more?" Meng Xiangyi exclaimed, taken aback. Having consumed it before, she was well aware of its benefits that Lu Fei nodded, his gaze tender as if cherishing a beloved. Meng Xiangyi's cheeks flushed. Filled with confusion, why was this young man so kind to her? Did he harbor feelings for her? After consuming the meat, she sensed a shift within her, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled, handing the last 2 pieces of gene meat, 1 each to Luo Chun and Li Xiao. "Hero, what is this?" Li Xiao inquired curiously, pointing at the jade-like gene meat, which exuded a tantalizing aroma. "Eat it, and you'll gain the strength to protect others that I need to step out for a moment." Noticing Li Xiao's worry, Lu Fei scoffed, "If you think it's poison, feel free to decline." "Wait, I'll eat." Li Xiao wasn't foolish. Having seen Lu Fei consume it without issue, he knew it was beneficial. Moreover, Lu Fei had no reason to harm him. With Lu Fei's formidable strength, he could easily overpower him before he even realized. "Wow, I feel like I could take on 10 of them," Li Xiao exclaimed, exhilarated after finishing the meat. Luo Chun, however, was more subdued, pondering silently after his meal. "Protect them well. I'll return shortly." Lu Fei gripped his super alloy short sword and prepared to leave. "Wait, can I come with you?" Luo Chun suddenly raised her head and asked that Lu Fei pause momentarily. Then nodded. Sure that as Lu Fei and Luo Chun departed, Lu Hao clenched his fists, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it." Zhao Yong quietly inquired, "Brother Hao, what should we do now? I'm certain that guy won't share any more food with us. At this rate, we'll starve." Lu Hao's face darkened as he replied coldly, "We'll go out and find some." "What? But there are plenty of zombies outside. It's a death sentence." Lu Hao shot him a glare. "Damn it. Why can others go out but not you? You 3 will go together and find food for me. And I want whatever they just ate." Zhao Yong and the others' expressions turned pale. But Lu Hao roared in rage. "You 3 useless fools. What are you afraid of? Soon, my family will come to rescue me, and I'll take you out of this hellhole. The deal you think I would mistreat you?" Zhao Yong, along with 2 others, exchanged glances and reluctantly consented. However, their dejected expressions belied the notion that they were venturing out to procure food. Rather, it resembled a grim march to the gallows. Chapter 9. The Mutated Zombie. "Have your injuries healed?" Lu Fei inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Chun. "They have," Luo Chen replied. "What was that thing earlier?" Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom what it was, nor why this individual before him seemed to possess such knowledge. Nevertheless, Luo Chen was certain that the entity was somehow linked to zombies that he too wished to survive and to gain strength, which compelled him to follow Lu Fei into the fray. That was genetic flesh. An evolved meat found within the brains of zombies that, if luck permits, one might find it in 1 out of 10 zombies. Consuming it can transform the body and enhance one's capabilities. They would discover the truth sooner or later. Hence Lu Fei chose not to conceal it. Genetic flesh enhances strength. Luo Chen halted, observing his clenched fists. Indeed, they felt more powerful than before. His gaze turned complex as he murmured, "Has all of this truly come to pass?" Lu Fei, ahead of him, failed to catch Luo Chen's words but sensed an unusual shift. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Luo Chen quickly concealed his thoughts that Lu Fei was not one to pry unnecessarily, and as he noticed several red dots approaching on the radar scanner, he drew his short sword, his eyes igniting with fervor. "Let the slaughter commence." Rustling sounds erupted from the nearby garden woods as figures darted forward, moving at speed surpassing that of ordinary humans. Roar! The grotesque faces of 3 bloodthirsty zombies lunged toward Lu Fei and Luo Chen, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood and a fervent desire for warm flesh that Lu Fei's pupils constricted. With a powerful leap, he vanished like an arrow released from a BOW. In an instant, a scintillating arc of cold light flashed by, and the zombie that had just burst forth from the thicket stood frozen, its neck gushing forth dark liquid as its head tumbled to the ground like a deflated ball. In the blink of an eye, one zombie fell to Lu Fei's sword. The superalloy short sword proved formidable, slicing through zombies with the ease of cutting tofu, and Lu Fei felt a surge of triumph as his piercing gaze fixed upon the remaining 2 zombies. A fierce whirlwind erupted. The once lively, biting zombie was cleaved in 2, utterly lifeless. The other zombie, perhaps sensing Lu Fei's prowess, redirected its charge toward Luo Chen. Upon witnessing the approaching grotesque zombie, Luo Chen gripped the fire axe with an unusual calmness. Just as the lethal claws were within arm's reach, he sprang into action, twisting his wrist to deliver a precise blow at a sharp angle to the zombie's neck. Yet, lacking Lu Fei's immense strength, he could not sever the zombie's head. Instead, he was forced back by the creature's claws, the axe embedded in its neck. Luo Chen's composure surprised Lu Fei, but his subsequent actions astonished him further. He fell to the ground and forcefully kicked the zombie's knee. With a crack, even the formidable zombie's joints yielded to the assault, collapsing to the ground. Swiftly, Luo Chen rose, placing a foot upon the zombie's back, gripping the axe's handle to withdraw it, and with a swift motion, he ended the life of the creature beneath him. Throughout the encounter, Luo Chen exhibited no sign of fear. His demeanor was unyieldingly composed, akin to a cold machine. While Lu Fei was taken aback, he was not overly surprised. If one could not dispatch a mere zombie, they were unworthy of the exalted title of a mortal master. Search for any genetic flesh, but be cautious of virus contamination. Given Lu Fei's current physical condition, as long as he sustained no wounds, he was immune to infection. Nonetheless, to avoid unpleasantness, he preferred using a plastic bag. Disappointedly shaking his head, Lu Fei found no genetic flesh, only to turn and see Luo Chen holding a plastic bag containing a gleaming piece of genetic flesh. "Fortune smiles upon you," Lu Fei remarked nonchalantly. Luo Chen glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you taking it?" "That is your trophy," Lu Fei replied, moving forward. A single piece of genetic flesh held little value to him at this moment. The sky loomed dark, drizzling yellow raindrops that resembled the heavens weeping. Survivors hid in obscure corners, their hearts heavy with trepidation, and no one knew when this calamity would reach its conclusion, nor if salvation would ever come. It was an unfathomable disaster. "Congratulations, host. You have slain 5 zombies, earning 5 invincibility coins." Surroundings littered with severed limbs, Lu Fei shook the grime off his short sword and turned to the panting Luo Chen. Grinning, "Can you hold on?" Luo Chen gritted his teeth. "I can." Time slipped by, and an hour passed, with Lu Fei still needing a dozen more zombies to complete the system's task of slaying 50. For Lu Fei, it was a trivial endeavor. However, Luo Chen seemed to lack stamina. Yet this fellow had extraordinary luck, having discovered 5 pieces of genetic flesh among the dozen zombies. even invoking a tinge of envy from Liu Fei regarding his sheer fortuity. Damn it, with over 30 zombies, I've only managed to find 8 pieces. Why is there such a disparity between people? Liu Fei shook his head in exasperation. Just then, he noticed a particularly conspicuous red dot on the radar scanner, causing his heart to skip a beat. This is bad. Retreat, he shouted, as the red dot approached with an astonishing speed that in mere moments. He caught sight of a blurred figure lunging toward him. It stood twice the size of a typical zombie. Completely bare, its body a mass of dark red muscles teeming with explosive power, eyes shrouded in darkness, and adorned with a pair of twisted horns atop its head, an entity that seemed to have clawed its way from the depths of hell. A mutated zombie. Liu Fei's pupils dilated, and as the words left his lips, he witnessed the mutated zombie charging forth like a tempest. Mutated zombies are those that have absorbed other zombies, gaining terrifying power equivalent to 5 men. With a resounding crash, a strong gust of wind hit Liu Fei squarely, causing him to grunt in pain as a searing ache throbbed in his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air like a marionette with severed strings. Upon landing, Liu Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. A mutated zombie with the strength of 5 men is indeed terrifying. Luo Chen instinctively retreated to 100 meters away. This was a battle beyond his level of engagement. Roar! The mutated zombie unleashed a terrifying roar, its gaping maw spewing disgusting saliva, revealing 3 layers of horrifying, spiraled teeth within its mouth, sharp enough to rend steel. Liu Fei clutched his abdomen, rising from the ground, raising his arm, and with the sword's edge pointed, he coldly declared, "Die." The mutated zombie was enraged. How dare this insignificant ant provoke it? With a thunderous stomp, the ground trembled as the mutated zombie vanished from sight, leaving only a blurred figure rushing toward Liu Fei in Luo Chen's view. This was precisely why Liu Fei had ceased exchanging for firearms within the invincible system. The speed of zombies rendered aiming futile, that be why the time one sought to aim. The zombie could already be upon them, ready to eviscerate them. In large-scale battles, melee weapons proved far more effective than firearms. As Liu Fei braced himself, a fist the size of a cauldron loomed larger, the air pressure whipping his hair about violently, creating visible ripples that surged toward him like a piercing arrow. Contrary to expectation, Liu Fei advanced rather than retreating, propelling himself forward. Dust swirled behind him as he swung his sword in a swift arc. However, it was not as simple as cleaving through an ordinary zombie. Liu Fei felt his short sword falter, merely carving a shallow wound across the mutated zombie's form. Had it been a normal zombie, it would have been severed in two. That the roar of wind filled Liu Fei's ears. Even the rush of the fist bore an intimidating force. The mutated zombie, astonished that this insignificant creature dared to retaliate, unleashed its claws, sharper than any steel blade, shooting forth with deadly precision, aiming to pierce Liu Fei's body. A chill crept down Liu Fei's spine. Instinctively, he collapsed to the ground. Raising his short sword in defense, a resounding clash erupted as brilliant sparks flew, and Liu Fei's arms felt as though they were crushed under immense weight. "Get off me!" Liu Fei bellowed, his right arm swelling with muscle, as if forged from intertwined steel. The short sword and the claws of the mutated beast clashed violently, and with a powerful grip. Liu Fei forcefully pushed off, driving his sword deep into the mutated beast's abdomen. Even with its formidable physique, it could not withstand the sharpness of the superalloy short sword. The mutated zombie howled in fury, slapping Liu Fei with tremendous force that Liu Fei cried out as he was sent tumbling across the ground like a mere ball, rolling several times before coming to a halt. His left shoulder was a gruesome mess, blood dripping steadily onto the ground as he rose, expressionless, to meet the gaze of the equally bloodied mutated zombie. That a cold smile crept onto his face. The true battle has only just begun. Chapter 10. A heavy blow. The mutated zombie emitted a low, guttural roar, its pitch-black eyes glimmering with a chilling starlight as they fixated on Liu Fei. Unlike ordinary zombies, this mutated creature possessed a rudimentary intelligence, akin to a sovereign among its kind, whose regal power was not to be trifled with. Yet, Liu Fei audaciously defied it time and again, driving the mutated zombie to the brink of frenzy. With a roar, the mutated zombie clenched its fists and struck the ground with fury. Boom! Dust billowed into the air as the earth, fragile as tofu, shattered beneath the impact. The mutated zombie howled to the heavens, each strike intensifying the crimson hue of its skin, blood-red spines sprouting from its body. Forced evolution. A smirk curled upon Lu Fei's lips, his expression betraying no hint of fear. Rather, the beastly blood within him surged, igniting a fierce battle spirit. To slay Lu Fei, the mutated zombie stimulated its genetic makeup to undergo forced evolution, augmenting its strength twofold. However, such forced evolution came at a cost. It risked halting the zombie's evolutionary journey. Or worse, leading to a fatal backlash. A powerful whirlwind swirled around the mutated zombie, sending stones and debris flying, emanating a terrifying aura that forced Luo Qin back to a distance of 500 meters. Lu Fei, however, would not idly stand by as the mutated zombie succeeded in its evolution. With its newfound power, it would surpass him nearly twofold. Seizing the initiative before it was too late, Lu Fei vanished from his spot, brandishing a short sword and aiming a fierce strike at the mutated zombie's head. Crack! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Lu Fei felt a jolt in his arm, his grip tingling. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the mutated zombie had parried his blow with its razor-sharp claws. Gasping heavily, the mutated zombie let out a roar directed at Lu Fei, spraying him with repugnant saliva. An unyielding force emanating from the short sword. Planting his foot firmly, Lu Fei twisted his body at a sharp angle, darting toward the mutated zombie's chest like a bolt of lightning. Slap! Just as the blade was about to tear through the mutated zombie's flesh, a blurred shadow darted past, and Lu Fei saw his sword caught in the grip of an ugly, dark red giant hand. Looking up, Lu Fei was met with a bizarre expression on the mutated zombie's face, as if mocking him. Boom! In the next instant, Lu Fei's body was sent soaring through the air like a shrimp. Blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he crashed into the ground, his bones feeling as if they had shattered, truly terrifying. The short sword clattered to the ground as Lu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. "Be careful," came Luo Qin's voice from not far away. Acting almost instinctively, Lu Fei rolled to his left. Thud! The ground shook as if struck by a colossal hammer, producing a deep, resonant sound, creating a fist-sized crater where Lu Fei had just been. Trembling with fear, Lu Fei scrambled to his feet, drenched in cold sweat from his back, unable to fathom the horrific fate that would have befallen him had that punch landed. Nevertheless, Lu Fei did not relent. He had once been an insignificant insect in the apocalypse, forced to evade both zombies and humans alike, hiding like a rat in filthy sewers in search of sustenance. But that was merely a relic of the past. "Host, would you like to activate invincibility mode?" "Yes." Lu Fei wiped the blood from his lips, a cold smile gracing his features as he gazed at the mutated zombie. "You wish to play? Very well. I shall indulge you." Boom. A surge of immense energy coursed through his body, making him feel as though he might burst. Pain like needles shot through him as his skin began to crack. Seeping blood, transforming Lu Fei into a crimson figure, staining the ground beneath him with dark red puddles. With a rip, Lu Fei's stature began to rise, his muscles tearing through his clothes, and in an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, 2 meters tall. Opening his eyes, a faint crimson glow emanated from within. Clenching his fists, he felt an invincible power surge through him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. 7-fold strength. The mutated zombie, taken aback by Lu Fei's transformation and the overwhelming power radiating from him, was momentarily stunned. Only after Lu Fei completed his evolution did it react, stomping its foot as if launching itself like a cannonball. "Come on, I told you, the real battle has only just begun." With a surge of crimson light in his eyes, Lu Fei tightened his fists and launched a punch that cleaved through the air. Bang! The visible space rippled as Lu Fei and the mutated zombie exchanged blows, the resultant shockwave causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, both combatants being pushed back several meters by the force. The mutated zombie's face contorted with rage as it extended its right hand, claws slicing through the AI. Lu Fei, wielding the alloy short sword, slowly raised his hand, the blade glinting coldly as he pointed it at the mutated zombie. His lips moving. Die. This blatant provocation was intolerable. Even for a mutated zombie, it lunged at Lu Fei like a mad dog, blades flashed, and a deadly aura permeated the air. Luo Chen could only observe the two blurred figures clashing, each collision sparking brilliant flares. Time seemed to blur, and the combat unfolded at lightning speed. To an ordinary observer, it was but an instant, yet Lu Fei had already exchanged dozens of blows with the mutated zombie. Stabbed just as Lu Fei narrowly dodged, a sharp pain blossomed in his abdomen, a grotesque wound appearing. However, the mutated zombie was not spared either, sustaining numerous injuries, the alloy short sword demonstrating its full potential at this moment. Had it been a regular blade, not only would it fail to kill the mutated zombie, but it likely wouldn't even penetrate its flesh. While fending off the mutated zombie's onslaught, Lu Fei sought any opportunity to exploit its weaknesses. The moment it revealed even the slightest opening, he would strike with the swiftness of a venomous serpent. The mutated zombie, now reckless and undeterred by the consequences of its forced evolution, was determined to rend Lu Fei to shreds, leaving him with little chance to retaliate. It seemed the only option was this, that Lu Fei feigned a weakness during his dodge, intentionally leaving an opening. The mutated zombie lunged with its claws, but Lu Fei advanced instead of retreating, a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen as the claws pierced through him. Die. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, Lu Fei thrust his sword forward, piercing through the mutated zombie's neck with a sickening squelch. Roar! The mutated zombie howled in anguish, swiping its arm and sending the severely wounded Lu Fei flying, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. The mutated zombie, still in a frenzy, seemed intent on taking Lu Fei down with it. Charging recklessly, as Lu Fei struggled to rise, darkness clouded his vision. Instinctively, he dodged just in time as the claws pierced through his shoulder, pinning him to a tree. That had been a narrow escape. Had the claws struck a fraction lower, they would have pierced his heart. The heart, the very source of blood, was still driven by a primitive thirst for blood, even in its mutated state, which explained its targeting of Lu Fei's heart. You wish to kill me? Not in this lifetime. Clenching the sword hilt tightly, Lu Fei wore a cold smile, exerting a sudden force. Splash! A spray of blood erupted forth, the mutated zombie scarcely having a chance to scream, collapsing limply to the ground. Its head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant, Lu Fei slid down from the tree, his once mighty form gradually shrinking. After enduring this brutal battle, he was now a blood-soaked figure, gravely injured. Indeed, the mutated zombie was not to be trifled with. Even with invincibility mode activated, he had nearly met his demise. Lu Fei murmured weakly to himself. Were it not for the existence of the invincibility system, he would have long since perished against the forcibly evolved mutated zombie. Fortunately, the system had restored a modicum of energy, allowing Lu Fei to access invincibility mode. However, this mode was not something one could activate at will. It inflicted significant harm on the body, and without the nourishment of genetic flesh, it could easily render him a cripple. Moreover, invincibility mode could only be activated once within a 24-hour period. Had he not faced this life-threatening crisis, Lu Fei would not have resorted to it, as it was ultimately a last resort for survival. System detects host in critical condition. Would you like to exchange for hemostatic agent and wound healing agent? Yes, Lu Fei was not foolish, having slain the mutated zombie. It would be utterly foolish to die from his own hubris. Host consumes 10 invincibility points to exchange for hemostatic agent and 50 invincibility points to exchange for wound healing agent. After consuming the potions, Lu Fei felt a hint of warmth return to his gradually cooling body. Dragging his weary form to his feet, he gripped the short sword and advanced toward the mutated zombie. Chapter 11. The Unveiling of Humanity. The sharp short sword cleaved through the mutated zombie's skull. Lu Fei pushing aside the filthy brain tissue, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes as a blood-red crystal, roughly the size of a baby's fist and entwined with numerous nerve fibers, caught his gaze. Truly, as a mutated zombie, its genetic flesh was astonishingly substantial. The genetic flesh of the mutated zombies differs significantly from that of ordinary zombies. It possesses a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a finely polished bloodstone. As Lu Fei's physical constitution improved, he had developed an immunity to common viruses, rendering any cleansing unnecessary as he placed the flesh directly into his mouth. The genetic meat melted upon contact, a subtle sweetness enveloping his nasal passages. Unlike standard genetic flesh, this experience felt akin to consuming a fiery liquor, radiating warmth throughout his body, as if he were ensconced within a roaring furnace. The energy contained within this piece of genetic meat was immense, overwhelming even Lu Fei's robust physique, as if he were on the verge of bursting apart. The sounds emanating from within him were reminiscent of popping beans. And Lu Fei's stature visibly increased, his height surging from 175 centimeters to 180, that his muscles swelled, hardening to the density of rock, brimming with explosive strength. With a resounding crack, he unleashed a punch, echoing like firecrackers, the power of 7 men. Lu Fei felt the vast reservoir of strength within him, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Even the injuries he had previously sustained had healed. Leaving only faint scars, footsteps approached from behind, causing Lu Fei to furrow his brow and hurl a punch. "It's me!" Luo Chen exclaimed in alarm. Lu Fei quickly retracted his fist and lowered his arm, stating calmly, "Do not appear behind me again, or I shall mistake you for a zombie attempting a sneak attack." Luo Chen felt as though he had collided with a wall, a rush of warmth flooding his nostrils as he touched his face. Discovering it smeared with blood, that a sense of dread washed over him. This individual was formidable, even more so than he had anticipated. Luo Chen gazed at Lu Fei, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. "Let us proceed to eliminate more foes and gather provisions. I am not inclined to offer my sustenance freely to you." Lu Fei felt no trace of compassion for others, having endured too much in his previous life and witnessed the true nature of many. He had grown numb, gradually transforming into a heart that lived solely for itself. The carnage continued unabated, Lu Fei wielding the terrifying strength of 7 men, effortlessly dispatching the remaining zombies, thus fulfilling the system's mission. "Congratulations, host, on completing the storyline task. You have earned 100 invincible coins." He had accumulated 10 pieces of genetic meat, a satisfactory haul. Lu Fei nodded, casting a glance at Luo Chen, feeling somewhat irked. This fellow had miraculously obtained 8 pieces. An absurd stroke of luck. The two made their way home, dispatching a few unwary zombies along the route. Suddenly, Lu Fei heard footsteps behind him, accompanied by hurried breathing. "We're doomed," Zhao Yong exclaimed in utter disarray, gripping a rusted iron rod smeared with repulsive slime, as he beheld 3 zombies lunging towards him, despair consuming his heart. "Damn it. If it weren't for that bastard Lu Hao forcing us out, we wouldn't be in this predicament. What should we do, Yongge?" The other 2 were in even worse shape. One had an arm severed by a zombie, clutching the wound in agony. "What else can we do?" "We'll fight to the death." Zhao Yong gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the iron. At that moment, a sinister thought took shape in his mind, and he glanced at the boy with the severed arm. Reasoning that since he was already infected, he was doomed anyway, so why not? Quietly, Zhao Yong crept behind the boy with the severed arm and kicked him down. The boy fell to the ground. Terror etched on his face as he turned to look at Zhao Yong. "I'm sorry, brother, but you're finished. You might as well make it easy for us. Run." Another boy stood frozen in shock, prompting Zhao Yong to slap him and urge him to flee. Instantly, 2 zombies pounced on the fallen boy. The boy, stunned, could hardly fathom Zhao Yong's betrayal, and soon a searing pain ripped through him. He let out a cry filled with resentment. "No." A wretched wail echoed as, moments later, the boy fell silent, only the ghastly sound of gnawing filling the air. Zhao Yong and the other boy had not run far when they sensed the ominous presence of pursuing zombies. "What should we do, Yongge? If they catch us, we're dead." Suin was overwhelmed with anxiety, the image of Zhao Yong kicking down the boy replaying in his mind. Zhao Yong abruptly halted. Turning to Suin's heart raced as he stammered, "Yong, you're not thinking of? What are you talking about? That Jin Ziyu was as good as dead. Even if we managed to escape, he would succumb to the virus and become a zombie. It's better to have him serve a purpose, which is why I acted decisively. Now, we have only one zombie to deal with. Together, we can take it down." "Oh, I see. All right, let us do it." Suin, filled with trepidation, gripped his weapon tightly, eyeing the approaching zombie. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned to find Zhao Yong standing behind him. "I am sorry, brother. I want to live." Zhao Yong, resolute, kicked Suin to the ground in shock. Suin could only watch as Zhao Yong fled without a backward glance. The sound of footsteps grew closer. And as Suin turned, his face paled. The zombies were within 10 meters of him, and he could no longer escape. Zhao Yong, you want to have a good end to this. Hearing the screams behind him, Zhao Yong felt a moment of silence within. 2 lives, 1 kick each, but was Zhao Yong at fault? No, he was innocent. It was they who deserved to die. The guilt flickered in Zhao Yong's mind but was quickly extinguished by his instinct to survive. He yearned to live with dignity, rather than in the shadow of Lu Hao. Zhao Yong was not to blame. The blame lay with the calamity that had befallen them. As footsteps continued to echo behind him, Zhao Yong turned to see 2 more zombies pursuing him. Damn it. Zhao Yong cursed, wishing he could run on all fours in mere moments. The zombies closed in, their sharp claws aimed at his back, seeking to pierce his blood-filled heart. No, I don't want to die. I want to live. This was the lament of a pitiful soul amidst the apocalypse, a desperate struggle akin to that of an ant. Zhao Yong spun around, swinging his rod to block the oncoming claws, though the force sent him staggering back. Roar! Just as he regained his footing, another zombie lunged at him, its ghastly teeth glistening ominously. Get away from me! Zhao Yong bellowed, channeling all his strength into a strike that shattered the zombie's skull with a sickening crack. In moments of dire peril, it is indeed possible for a person to summon strength beyond their usual capacity. Having dispatched 1 zombie, Zhao Yong felt utterly drained, as though he had just run a marathon. Upon spotting another zombie charging at him, he gritted his teeth and chose to flee in his current state. Battling a relentless killing machine would spell certain death. There remained a sliver of hope and escape. Perhaps just ahead lay a glimmer of dawn. And indeed, dawn appeared, after 10 seconds of frantic running. Zhao Yong spotted 2 figures ahead, one of whom was Lu Fei, exuding an air of dominance. Help me, help me! Zhao Yong shouted, disregarding everything else. Lu Fei turned, observing Zhao Yong, Lu Hao's sycophant, approaching in a state of utter disarray. A zombie hot on his heels. Lu Fei stood still, his expression unreadable. Zhao Yong felt a chill in his heart. How could this man stand idly by while he faced death? Was he even human? Anger surged within Zhao Yong, directed at Lu Fei's perceived inhumanity and his own lack of strength, that if you don't intervene soon, he will die. Luo Chen urged. Lu Fei glanced at him and scoffed. Even if I don't intervene, he will still die. Let him live a little longer. Zhao Yong's changing expression did not escape Lu Fei's notice. He had no intention of rescuing a backstabber. Yet he still adhered to a moral compass. Lu Fei did not wish to become a true villain, nor could he be a paragon of virtue. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and Zhao Yong felt a blur before him. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Lu Fei appeared at his side, and the zombie behind him was cleaved in 2 strong, incredibly strong. Yet instead of gratitude, Zhao Yong felt only resentment. Why was Lu Fei so powerful while he remained so weak? Thank you. Out of fear of Lu Fei's might, Zhao Yong managed a weak expression of gratitude. Lu Fei appeared indifferent, casually asking, "What about the other 2?" Zhao Yong's eyes flickered with complexity as he mournfully replied, "They were killed by zombies while fleeing Ditto." "Is that so?" Lu Fei regarded him with a hint of amusement. Under Lu Fei's piercing gaze, Zhao Yong felt as if he were laid bare, thinking impossible. He couldn't possibly know. Indeed, they have all perished in an effort to convey his sorrow. Zhao Yong deliberately reddened his eyes, as if on the verge of tears. Lu Fei could not help but scoff inwardly. Such acting skills should have earned him a place in Hollywood. A significant loss for the entertainment industry. Lu Fei was no fool. Although he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that Zhao Yong's solitary existence, coupled with his feigned anguish, concealed a secret of unspeakable nature. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to Lu Fei, who chose to remain silent as he strode towards the warehouse, for he was certain that Zhao Yong would not survive the night. Chapter 12. Silent Mutation. Zhao Yong trailed behind Lu Fei and Luo Chen. But after a couple of steps, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Upon inspection, he discovered a scratch had appeared, though it was superficial, merely oozing a trickle of blood. His expression shifted as he hastily covered the wound with his clothing, feigning nonchalance as he continued to follow. "Did you find any food?" Lu Hao inquired eagerly upon Zhao Yong's return. Zhao Yong weakly nodded, handing over his satchel, yet his gaze towards Lu Hao had transformed entirely. Lu Hao opened the bag to reveal not only a meager amount of food, but also 2 bottles of water, and he patted Zhao Yong's shoulder with a beaming face. Well done. By the way, what about Jin Ziyu and Suin? Zhao Yong's countenance darkened, his voice trembling as he replied, They are dead. What? Lu Hao and Lu Hong's expressions soured significantly. Lu Hao had intended to boast to Lu Fei about his little brother's discovery of food. But now, with the loss of 2 comrades, his pride evaporated instantly. Stick with me, and I won't let you down that I might just get you out of this hellhole by tomorrow. Lu Hao had already contacted his family amidst the apocalypse, believing they were sending help. Zhao Yong nodded, unable to resist pressing on the wound at his waist, feeling nothing at that spot, as if the flesh no longer belonged to him. Yet he dared not voice this, fearing he might be shunned as a monster. Such a minor injury should be fine. No, it must be fine. Zhao Yong reassured himself. Host. Lu Fei strength. 7 men S power invincible coins. 236 weapon. 1 super alloy short sword achievement points. None Lu Fei had not anticipated that with the system's assistance, his strength would advance so swiftly. With just 3 more points, he would match the power of a 2-star zombie. As it seemed no 2-star zombies had yet evolved at Lu Fei calculated the time. Feeling ready to depart for a safer location, the Jingzhou Survivor Base, in 2 days, system. What are achievement points? Lu Fei wondered. Insufficient host strength. Access denied. What? Is this a form of contempt? Lu Fei retorted, exasperated. What strength is required for access? 1-star warrior. 1-star warrior. Lu Fei's lips twitched to become a 1-star warrior. One needed to reach 100 men S power and unlock a genetic lock within that he was still far from that goal, let alone unlocking the genetic lock. This prospect felt distant, so he brushed it aside. Dividing 10 pieces of genetic meat, Lu Fei gave 2 to Li Xiao, who beamed with joy. Had Lu Fei not appeared so unapproachable, Li Xiao would have undoubtedly embraced him warmly. The remaining 8 pieces of genetic meat Lu Fei intended to bestow entirely upon Meng Xiangyi. Even if he consumed 10 pieces, it would not significantly enhance his strength. At best, it would merely stave off hunger. That it was far more beneficial to elevate Meng Xiangyi's capabilities, granting her the ability to protect herself. Grateful for Lu Fei's kindness, Meng Xiangyi blushed. Lu Fei, you really don't have to be so good to me that we're all classmates. Why not share a little with the others, so we can unite against the zombies? No need. I am sufficient on my own. Lu Fei declined, shaking his head. Meng Xiangyi frowned, vexed. If you don't share with the others, I won't eat either. Lu Fei felt a headache coming on. He could be cold and unfeeling with anyone. Yet he found it impossible to be so with Meng Xiangyi. After much hesitation, he relented. I'll give 1 piece to each of the other 5, and you can have 3 for yourself. How does that sound? I knew you had a kind heart. Lu Fei, that you're so sweet. Meng Xiangyi playfully pinched Lu Fei's cheek, and, while he was still in shock, took 5 pieces to distribute among Lu Hao and the others. Including the Yi sisters that as for Luo Chun, he had plenty of genetic meat himself that Li Xiao, in turn, shared 1 piece with Zhou Hui, ensuring that 5 pieces were allocated to those who lacked them. Thank you, Teacher Ming. Lu Hao gratefully accepted the genetic meat. He had been yearning to taste it while watching Lu Fei and the others eat, and now he finally had the chance to don't mention it. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Lu Fei. Meng Xiangyi smiled radiantly, leaving Lu Hao utterly captivated, only to be brought back to reality by a pinch from Lu Hong. Watching Lu Fei rest with his eyes closed, Lu Hao's smile gradually faded, his gaze fixating on Meng Xiangyi's flawless figure as he clenched his fists, a voice within him screaming, Mine, Teacher Ming is mine. You Lu Fei, a mere loser, dare to compete with me? Tomorrow I shall make you pay. Red, please give me that piece of genetic meat, and I promise to protect you, Lu Hao declared, embracing Lu Hong with conviction. Okay, Lu Hao, I believe in you. Lu Hong readily handed over the piece of genetic meat. I love you, sweetheart. Lu Hao kissed Lu Hong on the cheek, causing her to blush profusely, and she playfully pounded her fist against his chest, igniting a flicker of desire within him. However, Lu Hao restrained himself. He was too proud to act in such a manner before so many witnesses that 2 pieces of genetic meat transformed into energy coursing through his body. Lu Hao felt invigorated, casting a cold glance at Lu Fei. A sudden idea forming in his mind as he leaned closer to Lu Hong's ear and whispered, Lu Hao refrained from requesting genetic meat from Zhao Yong, knowing he still needed a lackey. Zhao Yong understood this, resentment flickering in his eyes. After consuming the genetic meat, Zhao Yong felt significantly better, even perceiving a tingling sensation at his wound. To his delight, it seemed he would not become a zombie after all. As Lu Fei rested, he was suddenly greeted by a waft of fragrance. Upon opening his eyes, he found Yi Lianxin standing before him. "Beautiful lady, what brings you here?" Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Yi Lianxin nodded. "I wish to go outside. May I borrow your weapon? You plan to go out and slay zombies?" Lu Fei asked, surprised at "Is that a problem?" Yi Lianxin retorted coolly, exuding an air of authority, devoid of any semblance of pleading. This irked Lu Fei. Just because she was beautiful did not grant her the right to scold others. "That of course. I just fear for your safety," he replied, handing her the short sword. "Then you needn't worry about me. Please take care of my sister." "Thank you," Yi Lianxin said, sword in hand, leaving without a backward glance. Lu Fei shook his head at her retreating silhouette. She was indeed beautiful, yet her temperament was fiercer than that of many men. "Big brother, you must take good care of me, or my sister will not spare you." Suddenly chimed a pair of sparkling eyes. Lu Fei was startled to see Yi Zihan, the seemingly naive and adorable girl. Though her expression now bore a mischievous smile that belied her innocent appearance, Lu Fei felt that Yi Zihan was even more formidable than her sister. Yet he wondered why he had heard so little about her in his previous life. Of course, his own weakness could also explain this, that as long as you stay in the warehouse and don't wander off, you'll be perfectly safe, Lu Fei advised, slowly closing his eyes again. Needing rest to prepare for the night's battle, with no time to engage in idle chatter with the young girl. Boring. Humph. Yi Zihan pouted, huffing before skipping away to find Zhou Hui to play with. The warehouse gradually fell silent. Time passed, and Lu Fei was jolted awake by a gentle tug. He opened his eyes to find Meng Xiangyi pointing ahead. Turning his head, he noticed Yi Lianxin standing before him, holding the sword horizontally, its blade still glistening with a viscous, undried substance. The Yi Lianxin appeared somewhat disheveled, her hair tousled, her fair face smeared with dust, her clothes tattered, revealing glimpses of alluring skin beneath. "Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Yi Lianxin glared at Lu Fei, sensing his rather unfriendly gaze. Angered, she tossed the short sword onto the ground and stormed off. Lu Fei picked up the sword, chuckling. It seemed she had dispatched quite a few zombies as the sky outside was gradually darkening. This girl truly possessed both audacity and meticulousness, remaining outside for so long yet returning unscathed. Glancing over at Zhao Yong, Lu Fei noticed he was fast asleep and murmured, "How odd. Why is he still fine? Did I misjudge him? Lu Fei, I need to use the restroom." Suddenly, Meng Xiangyi beside him spoke up. Lu Fei gazed at her until her cheeks flushed, then suggested, "Shall we resolve this in another room?" Meng Xiangyi shook her head and leaned closer, whispering, "It's too embarrassing. Will you accompany me outside? I'm scared." "All right," Lu Fei nodded, feeling a sense of joy in being able to protect the woman he cherished even in such a situation. Little did he know, as he and Meng Xiangyi stepped outside, Zhao Yong shivered slightly, curling tightly as if suppressing something within. "To go ahead, I'll wait for you right here." Lu Fei indicated to a discreet spot not far away. Meng Xiangyi nodded, casting a fearful glance around before walking over. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the AI. Lu Fei's expression changed dramatically as he darted forward like lightning, only to see Meng Xiangyi, seemingly startled, rushing towards him with a panicked expression, immediately throwing herself into his arms. "What happened?" Lu Fei asked, holding her protectively while scanning their surroundings. Yet the radar showed no signs of danger. I felt something move behind me," Meng Xiangyi said, still trembling. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lu Fei reassured her as they walked forward, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps it was just the wind. He comforted her, and Meng Xiangyi realized it might indeed have been merely the wind, feeling embarrassed for having frightened herself. Once she calmed down, she noticed Lu Fei was holding her tightly, causing her cheeks to flush intensely. Fortunately, the dim light prevented him from noticing. "Let us head back," Lu Fei declared, ensuring there was no danger as he intended to return with Meng Xiangyi. "Wait. Turn around." Meng Xiangyi pushed him away, her face filled with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Lu Fei, baffled, asked, "What's wrong?" I didn't wear my underwear properly." "Why are you laughing? Turn around, no peeking," Lu Fei nearly burst out laughing. All right, I'll turn. A rustling sound came from behind, followed by Meng Xiangyi's voice. Okay, Lu Fei turned back to see her lovely cheeks flushed, looking shy like a little girl, and he felt a playful urge. Meng Jie, how about I carry you back? Meng Xiangyi retorted. Go away, I don't want you to carry me. Call me Meng Laoshi, not Meng Jie. Fine, as you wish. Lu Fei chuckled and returned to the warehouse to rest. The night was far more perilous than the day, and Lu Fei dared not risk leaving Meng Xiangyi in the warehouse. Chapter 13. The first stage mutated beast, the worm monster. The sky darkened, and through the window, only the blurred shadows of trees swayed in the breeze, resembling writhing monsters. Inside the warehouse, it was even darker, nearly pitch black. And after the second day of the apocalypse, everyone was in poor spirits and fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed through the silent warehouse, waking Lu Fei despite the person tiptoeing. He saw someone approaching him, and just as he was about to inquire, the person collided with him, enveloped in a fragrant aura, pressing tightly against him. Feeling the warmth of the body in his embrace, Lu Fei was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Shu. Lu Hong placed a finger on her lips, signaling him to be quiet, then leaned onto Lu Fei, writhing against him, causing him to furrow his brow. Lu Hong whispered sultrily in his ear, "Lu Fei, I need to talk to you. Shall we go to another warehouse?" Uncomfortable, Lu Fei pushed her away, coldly stating, "Whatever it is, it can be said here, but I don't want to." Lu Hong teased in a coy voice, sending shivers down Lu Fei's spine. Yet she remained oblivious, her serpentine body sticking close to him, rubbing against him with her proud curves. Confused, Lu Fei wondered what this woman was after. Did she fancy him due to his formidable strength? However, he was not interested in such women. In this apocalypse, there were plenty of them, and he admired those who survived through their own capabilities. "Lu Fei, come with me, please." Lu Hong blinked her alluring eyes, continuously rubbing her soft body against him, trying to ignite the flames of desire within him. Honestly, facing Lu Hong, a woman who knew how to tease, did kindle a spark in Lu Fei, but it was quickly suppressed by his rationality. Frustrated, Lu Fei attempted to push her away when something caught his eye, and his expression changed as he smirked. Wrapping his arms around Lu Hong and playfully pinching her rear. "All right, let us go to that warehouse and have a good chat." He emphasized the word chat, making Lu Hong blush while secretly scoffing. Thinking, what a show-off, he has clearly been tempted by me. Men are all the same. They cautiously slipped into another warehouse. Closing the door, as if they were thieves at Lu Fei, with a mischievous grin, pushed Lu Hong onto a desk, lunging at her like a predator. Why not seize the opportunity when it was presented? Since she had come to him, Lu Fei felt no guilt. Lu Hong, while enticing him, reached for his pants, and Lu Fei, ignited by desire, was blissfully unaware as he pressed down on Lu Hong with fervor. This scoundrel, so lecherous, he was just pretending to be virtuous, Lu Hong thought, feeling the urgency of Lu Fei's hands through her clothes. After a struggle, she finally managed to unbutton his pants, but suddenly pushed him away, screaming, "Help! Lu Fei is trying to assault me." Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and Lu Hao stood at the entrance, his face dark with anger, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Lu Fei, I thought you were an upright person, but I can't believe you would be such a beast attempting to assault my girlfriend." The commotion naturally woke everyone in the warehouse, and Li Xiao, with his big mouth, exclaimed, "Holy crap, dude, you must be really desperate." Lu Fei rolled his eyes, thinking how much of a burden his comrades were. "Lu Hao, Lu Hong cried, throwing herself into Lu Hao's arms, sobbing dramatically. "Did Lu Fei you?" Meng Xiangyi covered her mouth, looking at Lu Fei in disbelief. "Meng Laoshi, do you really think I would do something like that to Lu Hong?" Lu Fei asked earnestly. Meng Xiangyi's expression was complex as she glanced between the sincerely pleading Lu Fei and the sobbing Lu Hong, shaking her head. I don't know that, of course. You wouldn't know. Look at Lu Hong's state. What else do you want to argue about? Otherwise, why would you both be here in the middle of the night with the door closed? If I hadn't gotten up to use the bathroom, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Fei, you're truly scum." Lu Hao angrily pointed at Lu Fei's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Lu Hao, asking, "You claim I assaulted her, but do you have any evidence? Are you sure you saw it? Stop making excuses. You just took off your pants." Lu Hong pointed at Lu Fei, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, I was the one who took off your pants. When did you put them back on? Wow. Lu Hong's words made Lu Hao's face turn pale, as if he had just fallen into a pile of dung. That Li Xiao finally wised up, chuckling, I told you. Our buddy here is too upright to do something so beastly. It must have been you trying to seduce him and then flipping the script. You filthy whore. Lu Hao slapped Lu Hong across the face, the sound echoing sharply. Lu Hong was stunned, clutching her cheek as she stared in shock at Lu Hao. Lu Hao, you actually hit me. Not you, smack. Another slap knocked Lu Hong to the ground, showcasing the force Lu Hao had used. Woo, Lu Hao, you hit me. How could you? Lu Hong wailed on the ground, her cries genuine this time. That it was you? Damn it, you shameless hussy, flirting with others in front of me. Lu Hao's expression hardened as he grabbed her hair, whispering, if you tell anyone about this, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lu Hong's expression darkened. She never expected Lu Hao to resort to violence and threats to cover up his own misdeeds. In truth, Lu Hao was the real scoundrel. Previously, Lu Hao conferred with Lu Hong and devised a scheme to seduce Lu Fei, intending to tarnish his reputation and ultimately drive him away. Lu Hao believed that once Lu Fei was ousted, he would reign supreme in this domain, promising to elevate Lu Hong's status and shower her with admiration. Lu Hong, enchanted by his words, acquiesced. However, the chasm between imagination and reality proved vast. Lu Hong did not anticipate that Lu Fei would not only escape disgrace, but that she would find herself in such a predicament, branded as a shameless harlot filled with regret. Aside from Meng Xiangyi, no one offered solace to Lu Hong. Lu Fei glanced at Lu Hong, who lay on the ground and scoffed. Her fate was well-deserved, with his current abilities. Lu Fei discerned everything in the shadows, fully aware of Lu Hao's maneuvers, which he had keenly observed. He had noticed Lu Hao casting a glance in his direction, instantly realizing that they were concocting some nefarious plot against him. Thus, he played along, nearly forcing Lu Hong to reveal the truth. The others present were no fools. Even Li Xiao, who was somewhat dim-witted, sensed the abnormality, let alone the others. Lu Hao, seething with indignation, returned with a heart heavy like a stone, increasingly agitated by the sight of Lu Hong weeping on the ground. Damn it, this wretched woman can't even manage this trivial task, and she nearly exposed me in the process. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Initially thinking it was Zhao Yong seeking him out, in his fury, he swatted it away. Get lost, don't bother me. Upon looking up, Lu Fei's expression shifted, urgently ushering them into a nearby warehouse. Lu Hao sensed something amiss. Why were Lu Fei and the others entering another warehouse? Suddenly, he felt something strike his head. When he reached up to touch it, he was horrified to discover it was a human eyeball. It was then that he noticed Zhao Yong behind him, transformed into a ghoul. More accurately, a grotesque creature that was neither human nor corpse. His body appeared swollen, as if soaked in water, grotesquely covered in lumps akin to those on a toad. His eye sockets were hollow, vaguely revealing movement within. Help me. Zhao Yong extended his arm, claws sharp and menacing, letting out a hoarse, agonizing sound. Lu Hao had no time to assist. Fear surged through him as he sprinted toward Lu Fei. This was bad. He had been devoured by a mutated beast. Lu Fei had long suspected Zhao Yong had been infected by the zombie virus, planning to deal with him later that night, but he never anticipated that Zhao Yong would be consumed by a mutated beast during his transformation. Damn it! Why didn't the radar scanner detect the mutated beast? Lu Fei inquired, drawing his short sword. The radar scanner could only detect ordinary zombies and regular mutated beasts, and interference from a magnetic field prevented it from scanning further. So that was it. Lu Fei mused, realizing that the radar scanner could not be of high quality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced such fortuitous luck in acquiring it. The ability to scan for ordinary zombies and mutated beasts within 100 meters was already quite remarkable. Zhao Yong's body trembled, his throat emitting a sound reminiscent of a bellows, creating an eerie atmosphere. As he shook, his flesh seemed to have rotted for ages, sloughing off in a grotesque mix of various fluids onto the ground. In a short while, Zhao Yong's form had transformed into nothing but a skeleton, devoid of its fleshy covering, the dark bones collapsing onto the ground. What in the world is happening? How did he just die? Li Xiao exclaimed, astonished, almost convinced he had encountered a ghost. Don't speak. Listen. Lu Fei cautioned, his gaze scanning the surroundings that a sound akin to thick liquid being stirred reached his ears, and he recalled something, focusing on the ground where Zhao Yang's flesh had fallen, only to discover it was writhing. A first-tier mutated beast, the Worm Monster, Chapter 14. The terrifying Worm Monster. The Worm Monster bore a fearsome moniker. The Corpse Eater, an abomination that evolved by consuming cadavers. It resembled a puddle of muck, and before reaching full evolution, it could only move by writhing, hence the name Worm Monster. Yet, the creature before Lu Fei was a fully evolved worm monster that had devoured numerous corpses. The grotesque mass of decaying meat writhed incessantly, resembling a multitude of enormous leeches intertwined. What is this ghastly creature? It's revolting. Zhou Hui, a tough woman, could hardly bear it, clearly repulsed at Li Xiao, in a display of bravado. Wrapped an arm around her waist, declaring, "Fear not, my dear. With me around, I shall handle this in no time." "Is that so?" Lu Fei turned, regarding him with a smirk that conveyed both amusement and skepticism. Li Xiao felt a tightening in his gut, a foreboding sense creeping over him. "Since you're so capable, then it's all yours to go on. I believe in you," Lu Fei said, handing the short sword to Li Xiao. Patting his shoulder as if to wish him well, Li Xiao gulped, a bemused expression crossing his face as he thought, "No way, I was just boasting. I never intended to actually fight. You got this." "Darling, I believe in you," Zhou Hui cheered, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Li Xiao. Under the watchful gazes of all, Li Xiao steeled himself, gripping the short sword as he approached, thinking to himself that with this legendary weapon, he had nothing to fear. The worm monster squirmed and merged, growing to half a person's height, resembling a grotesque lump. Li Xiao raised his sword and shouted, "You foul creature, meet your end," with a swift stroke. He sliced through the worm monster with ease, as if cutting through tofu, cleaving it in two and leaving a crack in the ground. Everyone except Lu Fei looked on in disbelief, and Zhou Hui cheered. "You're amazing, my love." Li Xiao was equally astonished at how effortlessly he had vanquished the creature, turning to strike a pose he believed to be heroic, tossing his hair and smirking. I know I'm great." Luo Chun sensed something was off, glancing at Lu Fei, who merely scoffed, then looked back at the bisected worm monster, noticing two inconspicuous tendrils emerging from the mass of decaying flesh, reaching toward Li Xiao's ankles. If not for his keen eyesight, he might have missed it. Luo Chen's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Li Xiao, watch out behind you." "Huh." Li Xiao, seeing the alarmed expressions on everyone's faces, turned just in time to feel a vice-like grip around his ankle, only to be flung away by a tremendous force that Li Xiao screamed, tumbling head over heels, stars dancing before his eyes. Before he could regain his footing, a shrill cry pierced the air from the half of the worm monster that had been cleaved. A fissure appeared, revealing rows of jagged, white teeth that lunged at Li Xiao. Terrified, Li Xiao barely managed to sidestep against the wall. Crack! The wall where he had just stood was bitten into a large pit. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Li Xiao glared at Lu Fei, his face pale with resentment. "Indeed," Lu Fei replied, his expression I see why Li Xiao nearly spat blood in frustration. "Do you have to be so honest? At least pretend to comfort me a little. It would make me feel better." But it didn't end there. From the other half of the worm monster, a single eye emerged, swiveling and scanning the gathered crowd. To their horror, this eye bore a striking resemblance to someone they knew, compelling them to glance at the blackened skeleton scattered on the ground, that a wave of dread washed over them. It was Zhao Yang's eye. The worm monster's decaying flesh continued to writhe, slender limbs sprouting forth from the rotting mass, resembling withered branches, yet its claws were as sharp as steel. "What the hell? It can split itself." Li Xiao looked to Lu Fei for help, only to find the latter indifferent, like a moping bride, letting out a huff before turning to his good friend Luo Chun. "You deserve it." Luo Chun spat, yet still approached cautiously with his axe at the ready. As soon as he stepped closer, the newly formed limbs of the worm monster blocked his path, its vengeful eye fixated on him, emitting a chilling cackle. "Darling, come here." Zhou Hui cried out anxiously, "Did I want to? But this thing won't let me go." Li Xiao lamented, feeling utterly trapped. Any movement would draw the worm monster's attention, and he knew he wasn't a match for it. Roar! The serrated worm monster let out a low, thunderous growl and lunged at Li Xiao. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy prey?" Li Xiao shouted, swinging his sword. Whoosh! The The short sword sliced through the sinewy body of the serrated worm monster. Simultaneously, a black whip shot forth from within the creature, striking Li Xiao with tremendous force, lacerating his skin and eliciting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He spun through the air, completing a full 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. Remarkably, the serrated worm monster appeared unscathed, its wounds healing at an astonishingly visible rate. That Li Xiao rolled on the ground, a trail of blood extending from his right shoulder to the left side of his waist. The whip adorned with thorns. Had he not consumed 2 pieces of gene meat, his reflexes would not have allowed him to evade the fatal grasp of the serrated worm monster, which could have easily eviscerated him. Damn it, is this really happening? Li Xiao's lips twitched, his complexion pallid. Yet Lu Fei remained indifferent, leaning against the doorway as a mere spectator. You bastard. Zhou Hui cursed under her breath, her concern for Li Xiao's safety prompting her to cast a desperate glance towards Yi Lianxin. Gripping her arm, she pleaded, Sister Lianxin, please save my husband. If he dies, I have no desire to live. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Lianxin nodded in agreement. As a fragrant breeze wafted past, Lu Fei touched his nose and murmured, to think they've united their strength to match that of 3. Intriguing, yet still insufficient. With a fierce cry, Yi Lianxin unleashed a whip-like kick against the serrated worm monster, forcing it back and rescuing Li Xiao from his dire predicament. Sighing in relief, Li Xiao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, goddess. I shall certainly brave fire and water for you in the future. Less chatter. Hand me the sword. Yi Lianxin hardly acknowledged him, her gaze fixated on the serrated worm monster as she extended her delicate hand. Embarrassed, Li Xiao handed the short sword to her and scurried back. Husband. Zhou Hui sobbed, enveloping Li Xiao in a tight embrace. Gasping in pain, he exclaimed, Wife, are you trying to murder your husband? Let go. Only then did Zhou Hui recall the gruesome wound on his body. Hastily releasing him, that Lu Fei, why aren't you helping? Meng Xiangyi believed that if Lu Fei intervened, the worm monster would be swiftly dealt with, yet his uncharacteristic role as a passive onlooker baffled her. Blind assistance is not true aid. It is a subtle form of destruction. The weak have no right to survive in the apocalypse, Lu Fei stated calmly, glancing at the agonized Li Xiao and instructing Meng Xiangyi to retrieve some antiseptic and bandages from her bag. Meng Xiangyi looked at Lu Fei in surprise, nodding in delight as his earlier words echoed in her mind. Blind assistance is not true aid. She realized that she had merely been a recipient of Lu Fei's unyielding help, and her inability to kill even a single zombie martyr as a weakling. Stunned, she clenched her fists, silently resolving to make a decision that Lu Fei would never anticipate. Thank you, Teacher Meng. Zhou Hui said gratefully as she accepted the bandages and antiseptic. Meng Xiangyi shook her head. It was Lu Fei who instructed me to bring them. Hero? Li Zhao's expression shifted as he observed Lu Fei. Realizing that the hero harbored such facets, with a swift motion, a black claw sliced across Luo Chen's throat, tearing through his clothing, the lethal appendage perilously close to his jugular. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained composed, bringing his axe down upon the clawed worm monster. The impact resembled a strike against a pile of mush, sending foul-smelling, decaying flesh splattering. Although Yi Lianxin was a stunning beauty, her ferocity in combat was unmatched, delivering fatal blows with each attack. However, the worm monster was no easy foe. Each wound inflicted healed almost instantaneously, its regenerative capabilities rendering it nearly invincible. Yi Lianxin furrowed her brow, her body swaying as her sword struck like a venomous serpent towards the serrated worm monster. With a clang, the creature's jaws clamped around her short sword, causing Yi Lianxin's eyes to widen as a shadow darted towards her at lightning speed. With a resounding impact, a 1-meter-long dent appeared in the wall. But fortunately, Yi Lianxin evaded in time, or the consequences would have been dire. System, is there a definitive method to annihilate the worm monster? In truth, even Lu Fei lacked a foolproof way to eliminate the creature. Its combat prowess paled in comparison to forcibly evolved mutated zombies, yet its tenacity made it virtually invincible, and it harbored a grudge. If it latched onto someone, it would spell trouble. Yes, the host can expend 5,000 invincibility coins to exchange for Flame Slash to incinerate it. 5,000 invincibility coins. Lu Fei's expression darkened. He did not even possess 500 coins, let alone enough to sell his own body for a mere 5,000. There are no alternative methods. If no other options existed, Lu Fei would have to temporarily drive the worm monster away and relocate. For sleeping in such perilous circumstances was out of the question, that he recalled a past life when they encountered the worm monster. Believing they had slain it and could sleep soundly, only to be awakened in the dead of night by someone suddenly attacking others. Initially, they thought the individual had gone mad, but upon closer inspection, they discovered the person was enveloped in a thin layer of decaying flesh, their eardrums filled with a vile substance, leading to the horrifying realization that their brain had been commandeered by the worm monster. With no other recourse, they had to kill that person and flee the accursed place under the cover of night to escape the creature's clutches. Chapter 15. Slaying the Worm Monster. A New Journey. Yes. The host can expend 200 invincibility coins to exchange for Flame Slash, limited to 10 seconds and usable only once. Will you exchange? Lu Fei's cheeks twitched. He thought to himself how outrageous it was that 200 invincibility coins could only buy 10 seconds of Flame Slash. However, if they did not eradicate the worm monster, they would have to move, and the dangers of the night loomed ominously, making Lu Fei wary of their safety, but of course, he could disregard their safety entirely. But he was not that cold-hearted. Exchange. As Lu Fei communicated with the system, the serrated worm monster lashed out with its black whip, mercilessly striking Yi Lianxin's delicate form, the wound at her waist quickly soaking her clothing in blood. Ultimately, Yi Lianxin was still no match for the serrated worm monster. With her strength equivalent to 3, she faced a foe on par with 4 and possessed such terrifying regenerative abilities, gradually finding herself overwhelmed. Clutching her wound, a trace of fatigue surfaced on her frost-like visage. Go tend to your injury. Lu Fei's voice resonated behind her as he placed a hand firmly on the stubborn Yi Lianxin. She glanced at him, brushed aside his hand from her shoulder with a huff, and walked away. Having always stood atop the pedestal of a victor, Yi Lianxin never imagined that one day she would require assistance from a man. A notion that felt utterly humiliating to Lu Fei, too, had not expected his warm gesture to be met with such coldness, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. The serrated worm monster attempted to pursue, but was sent sprawling by a kick from Lu Fei. With a swift motion of his right hand, a ball of fire materialized, erupting with a muffled thud that a long blade engulfed in flames appeared in Lu Fei's right hand, the coveted Flame Slash he had expended 200 invincibility coins to acquire. Your opponent is now me. With a pointed blade, a terrifying wave of heat surged forth, forcing the enraged serrated worm monster to retreat. It seemed to fear flames, retreating against the wall while emitting sharp cries of distress. With merely 10 seconds to act, Lu Fei had no time for pleasantries. He vanished from his position, the firelight flickering as an acrid, charred scent filled the air. The serrated worm monster let out a pained howl as its body was cleaved in two. The flames at the wound clinging to it like a parasite, refusing to be shaken off no matter how it thrashed about. Truly, this was the prowess of a weapon redeemable for 5,000 invincibility coins. Impressive indeed. Lu Fei felt confident that even against a 2-star zombie, he could secure a kill. Unfortunately, he had squandered this unique opportunity for exchange. He would not have another. Die, with a flick of his arm. Dazzling sparks danced like sprites, tearing through the serrated worm monster's body as the flames consumed it, the creature's final wails fading into ash scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the clawed worm monster, engaged in combat with Luo Chun, sensed the threat to its life and abandoned its opponent, fleeing towards the exit that Lu Fei, however, would not allow it to escape. Knowing the creature's vengeful nature, he understood that if it got away, it could strike at any moment. With a swift throw, the Flame Slash transformed into a fiery serpent, piercing the clawed worm monster into the ground. Jie. The clawed worm monster emitted a tormented shriek, the flames of the Flame Slash inflicting unimaginable agony upon it. While ordinary fire might have merely instilled fear, the inferno of Flame Slash invoked terror. With a thought, Lu Fei commanded the Flame Slash to explode, the flames consuming the creature entirely, leaving not a trace of ash behind. The 10 seconds elapsed precisely, the flames dispersing like starlight, gradually fading from view. Congratulations, host. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, the worm monster, and earned 100 invincibility coins. Fortunately, it wasn't a total loss, with the formidable threat eliminated. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Had he truly grown this powerful? Lu Hao cast a furtive glance at Lu Fei, his heart brimming with resentment that I should be the one growing stronger. Why is this insipid loser so formidable? Why? It felt as if a tiny figure within Lu Hao was roaring in frustration. Previously, he had been renowned at school, a figure of admiration and envy, basking in the adulation of others. Little did he expect that one day he would find himself envious of someone else. Furthermore, the goddess he adored, Meng Xiangyi, was quite intimate with Lu Fei, and this stark contrast filled Lu Hao with bitterness. Just beside Lu Hao's corner, an inconspicuous morsel of flesh slowly inched towards him. It can't be dead, right? Lu Fei approached and cast a glance at Li Xiao. Li Xiao grinned broadly. Hero, I am feeling quite well now. Just take a look. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, only to be jolted by pain from his wound, causing him to grimace. Zhou Hui promptly pressed him down with a scold. Li Xiao chuckled foolishly, rubbing his head, that Lu Fei merely shot him a bland look, remaining silent. Having consumed Jin meat, Li Xiao's physique had already altered, with his wound healing at 3 times the rate of an ordinary person. Thus, Lu Fei had no reason to worry. As Lu Fei was about to rest, he suddenly felt someone poke him twice, discovering it was Yi Zihan, a seemingly harmless little beauty. Is something the matter? Lu Fei inquired. The Yi Zihan grasped Lu Fei's arm, pleading, Big brother, my sister is injured too. Could you please help her with her wounds? I beg you. Though Yi Zihan appeared petite and delicate, her bosom was quite ample. And as she tugged at Lu Fei's arm, the occasional contact was immensely enjoyable for him. However, unexpectedly, this scene was witnessed by Meng Xiangyi, prompting Lu Fei to clear his throat and quickly retract his arm. All right. I'll take a look. Thank you, big brother. Yi Zihan beamed with joy. What are you doing here? I don't need your help. Upon seeing her sister pulling Lu Fei over, Yi Lian's expression turned icy. Lu Fei was puzzled. Why did this goddess seem to harbor disdain for him? Had he inadvertently offended her? With a cold chuckle, Lu Fei replied, I'm not here to assist you. I'm here to help your sister. Here are some antiseptic and bandages. You can manage, right? Lu Fei tossed the supplies down and departed, as he had no intention of being courteous to someone who regarded him with such hostility. Ding! The system has issued a main quest, task. Ensure the 7 individuals reach the Jingzhou survivor base safely. For each person missing, 100 invincible coins will be deducted. Reward: 700 invincible coins and a protective soft armor. Failure penalty: unknown to As Lu Fei prepared to rest, the system's voice echoed in his mind, causing his brow to furrow. The system actually wanted him to help 7 people reach the Jingzhou survivor base safely. Damn, isn't this a trap? The school was 2 days away from the base at the current pace, and peril lurked at every turn. Even Lu Fei had no confidence, especially since in these days 2-star zombies with terrifying strength would evolve, making even Lu Fei no match for them, let alone protecting others. System, can't you change the quest? No, the system coldly rejected Lu Fei's request. Sighing, Lu Fei realized he had no choice but to press on. To avoid prolonging the inevitable, he immediately informed everyone about their departure to the Jingzhou survivor base the next day. Surprisingly, Li Xiao and the others did not object, and even Lu Hao agreed. Glancing at Lu Hao's sullen demeanor, Lu Fei felt something was amiss. Noticing Lu Fei's gaze, Lu Hao's eyes flickered, forcing a smile. I'm worried my family won't be able to come, so I'll just follow you guys. That okay? Sure, Lu Fei nodded. In truth, it mattered little to him whether Lu Hao came along. He didn't care about losing 100 invincible coins, especially since Lu Hao was rather cunning. Just moments ago, he had insulted and struck Lu Hong, yet now he was comforting her. It was unclear what Lu Hao had said, but Lu Hong had surprisingly forgiven him. However, in this cruel apocalypse, human hearts were inscrutable. No one could fathom the true thoughts of others. Perhaps Lu Hong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu. How did a night pass in silence, enveloped in darkness and stillness? Before setting out, we must prepare water and food. There is a supermarket nearby the school. Who'll go get the supplies? Lu Fei asked, scanning the crowd. Li Xiao, and I will go. Luo Chen stepped forward. All right, we'll wait for you at Panu Bridge. Lu Fei nodded, handing over a short sword. In truth, he felt that Luo Chen and Li Xiao were the most suitable for the task. Too many people would only attract hordes of zombies. Dividing into 2 groups, Lu Fei led a team around the school towards Panu Bridge, while Luo Chun and Li Xiao entered the school to procure food from the supermarket. They hadn't gone far when Lu Fei halted, spotting a hunched figure in the distance, arms dangling. Upon hearing the commotion, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a grotesque face, marred as if doused in acid, with a gaping hole in its abdomen from which its entrails had vanished. It was a zombie. Upon sensing the presence of living beings, the zombie lunged at them like a starving man who had not seen a woman in centuries. Baring its teeth, that Lu Fei stepped forward, gripping the fire axe and swinging it down onto the zombie's head with the force of chopping wood. With a splat, the zombie's head burst like a fallen watermelon, fragments of bone and viscous liquid splattering everywhere. Without a head, the zombie collapsed limply to the ground. The others had grown accustomed to such sights. Lu Fei flicked the liquid from the axe and continued leading everyone forward. Lu Fei, Meng Xiangyi approached, calling softly, "What is wrong?" Lu Fei noticed her resolute expression and wondered if she. Chapter 16. Rampaging Lu Fei. "I want to fight and slay zombies," Meng Xiangyi declared, mustering her courage, uncertain whether Lu Fei would acquiesce. Lu Fei smiled, handing her the fire axe, advising, "Be careful." Meng Xiangyi was somewhat taken aback as she accepted the axe, nodding. Just then, a swaying figure appeared ahead, its clothing drenched in dark red blood. "Did I leave it to you? Can you handle it?" Lu Fei's worried gaze made Meng Xiangyi feel underestimated, and she scrunched her delicate nose, retorting, "Don't underestimate me." Despite her bravado, facing a zombie for the first time made her somewhat nervous. But she knew she had to confront her fears. Gripping the fire axe, she saw the hideous zombie charging at her, and bit her silver teeth, swinging the axe down. In her first battle, she had no experience. Despite possessing the strength of 3 men, the zombie easily dodged her attack. Roar! The zombie slashed at Meng Xiangyi's beautiful face, sending her into a panic-induced scream. Lu Fei shouted, "Block with the axe and kick it below." Upon hearing this, Meng Xiangyi hurriedly blocked the claws with the axe, then delivered a kick to the zombie's groin, causing it to double over. "Chop off its head." Overcoming her inner fear, Meng Xiangyi swung the axe down. With a splat, the zombie's head burst, collapsing limply to the ground. Meng Xiangyi stood frozen, clutching the axe, still in shock. "Not bad," Lu Fei remarked with a smile as he approached. Meng Xiangyi gasped for breath, shooting Lu Fei an exasperated glance. "What do you mean, not bad? I nearly got scratched by that zombie. I was clearly weak." More determined than ever to grow stronger, she did not want to remain under Lu Fei's protection. She wanted to hone her skills. "Leave the rest to me. Let us head to Panu Bridge first." Noticing several red dots appear on the radar scanner, Lu Fei did not wish to linger here too long. In the apocalypse, time was not merely money. It was life itself. Luo Chun and Li Xiao had slain a few zombies and approached the supermarket, only to discover 5 zombies wandering on the street beside it. "I'll take the 3 on the left. You take the 2 on the right." "Okay." Luo Chun asked Li Xiao. Li Xiao confidently replied, "This is a piece of cake for me. Let us move." As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Chun and Li Xiao charged out, and upon seeing them, the zombies lunged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline. Luo Chun targeted one zombie, piercing its throat with his sword, then swiftly slicing horizontally to behead it. The sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears. Turning sharply, Luo Chun kicked one of the zombies, and with a crunch, its chest caved in, sending it flying backwards. Luo Chun advanced, delivering a swift downward strike with his sword to the airborne zombie's head. With a flash of the blade, the zombie's head split in 2, its body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a head flying through the air, which landed with a thud on the ground, easily dispatching the last zombie. Luo Chun looked over at Li Xiao. Li Xiao had already dealt with one, and upon seeing Luo Chun finish, rushed over, exclaiming, "Help me, Luo Chun! I'm still injured. I can't take on 2 at once." Luo Chun remained silent, his body swaying before vanishing from sight. A flash of cold light glinted as the zombie pursuing Li Xiao found its head severed from its body, the head rolling to the ground while the body stumbled a few meters before collapsing. "Impressive, Luo Chun. Truly worthy of being my little brother," Li Xiao thought, giving him a thumbs up. Luo Chun shot him a disdainful glare, saying, "Less chatter. Hurry inside to gather supplies that if we attract more zombies, we won't be able to escape." Li Xiao grimaced, muttering under his breath, "Damn, my little brother dares to talk back. Just wait until I become formidable. I'll show you who's boss." Bang! Lu Fei swung his fist like a hammer, smashing into the zombie's head and cracking it open. Retracting his fist, he pointed towards a nearby building with a roll-up door and instructed, "Yi Lianxin, take them and wait there." Yi Lianxin shot a glance at Lu Fei and Meng Xiangyi, snorting derisively as she walked away. Ye Huan turned back and made a face at Lu Fei, saying, "Big brother, hurry up. I feel unsafe without you here." Lu Fei nodded with a smile. "Sister Meng, shall I accompany you to slay zombies? What do you think?" He felt uncomfortable calling her teacher Meng in this context. Meng Xiangyi blushed slightly and replied, "Sure, but you just watch from a distance. I can manage on my own." All right. Lu Fei had complete confidence in his ability to protect Meng Xiangyi, so he had no worries about any unforeseen events. Interestingly, even Lu Fei hadn't anticipated how quickly Meng Xiangyi would improve. Initially, she displayed signs of panic when confronted with zombies, but as each one fell, she transformed into a formidable zombie hunter. Of course, her earlier consumption of genetic flesh played a significant role in this. Lu Fei followed closely behind, scavenging for genetic flesh within the zombie skulls, unexpectedly finding a couple of pieces. Crack! Another zombie fell at her feet. Meng Xiangyi wiped the sweat from her brow, finally feeling unafraid, a sense of pride swelling within her as she realized she could take down zombies independently. Just as she prepared to return to Lu Fei, a mocking voice echoed from behind her, "Oh, what a lovely figure you have." Meng Xiangyi turned to see a tall, gaunt middle-aged man staring at her with gleaming eyes. "Not only do you have a stunning figure, but your looks are exceptional as well. I end this perilous apocalypse. How about letting me enjoy a little pleasure, and I can guarantee your safety?" Zhao Meng thought to himself, captivated by her beauty, imagining how delightful it would be to have her beneath him. "Pervert!" Meng Xiangyi retorted with disgust, turning to walk away. Zhao Meng quickly followed, grabbing her arm with a lewd grin. "Hey, beautiful, don't go. Aren't you afraid a zombie might come along and eat you? Such beauty would be a shame to waste. Why not let me enjoy you now?" Meng Xiangyi's expression faltered as she broke free from Zhao Meng's grasp, raising her axe threateningly. "Stay away, or I swear I'll kill you." "You think you can kill me?" Zhao Meng laughed heartily, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Meng Xiangyi pointed to a nearby fallen zombie, insisting, "I'm serious. That zombie over there. I killed it, and if you continue to harass me, I might really kill you." Zhao Meng glanced over. The zombie had lost an arm, easily dispatchable by any bold and agile ordinary person, rendering it insignificant in his eyes. "This girl is quite the fiery one. I like that." Zhao Meng advanced, envisioning Meng Xiangyi struggling beneath him, igniting a flame of desire within. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Meng Xiangyi's face paled as she retreated. If it were a zombie, she would have already swung her axe, but confronting a living man left her paralyzed with indecision. This hesitation granted Zhao Meng an opportunity. He lunged forward, seizing her wrist, and wrested the fire axe from her grasp. Just as he prepared to embrace her, a chilling voice filled with fury rang out, "Stop!" Zhao Meng froze, looking up to see a young man approaching, radiating menace and clenching his fists. "Release her, and I'll ensure you remain intact." The newcomer was none other than Lu Fei, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Zhao Meng raised an eyebrow. "Who the hell are you? Why should I care about you? Are you this girl's boyfriend?" He then turned his gaze to Meng Xiangyi, his expression lewd. "That's so. Is he your boyfriend?" Meng Xiangyi glanced at Lu Fei, biting her lip. "No, please let go of me." "Ha, your eyes betray you. It's clear he is your boyfriend, but I enjoy breaking up couples. What is it to you?" Zhao Meng suddenly pulled out a dark object from his pocket, revealing a firearm. Meng Xiangyi gasped, shouting, "Lu Fei, run! Don't worry about me." "Now, do you still wish to save your girlfriend?" Zhao Meng sneered, oblivious to Lu Fei's rising tension. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists clenching so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. The memories of Meng Xiangyi's past humiliation flooding his mind. Helpless cries, agonizing wails, no mercy shown. Only the mocking laughter of those scoundrels. "You will die." Lu Fei hissed through clenched teeth. Zhao Meng chuckled mockingly. "You still trying to act tough? Don't worry. I won't kill you. I want you to watch as I play with your girlfriend." With that, Zhao Meng aimed at Lu Fei's calf and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced Lu Fei's leg, and Zhao Meng laughed, envisioning Lu Fei crumpling to the ground, himself embracing the beauty. However, the next scene left him stunned. Lu Fei remained standing as if unaffected, trembling all over as though suppressing something. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Zhao Meng aimed at Lu Fei's other leg. Did Lu Fei run? Meng Xiangyi pushed Zhao Meng's hand away, causing his shot to go awry. Lu Fei's body shook violently, and he abruptly lifted his head, revealing bloodshot eyes, resembling a demon. Unforgivable! Lu Fei roared, propelling himself forward, the bricks of the pedestrian street shattering underfoot. Zhao Meng barely comprehended what was happening as Lu Fei, who had been several meters away, suddenly appeared before him. Shit, this is definitely a nightmare. Terrified, Zhao Meng released Meng Xiangyi and stumbled back, raising his hand to fire. That Lu Fei lunged forward, lightning fast, seizing Zhao Meng's wrist and crushing it. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and the firearm clattered to the ground, followed by Zhao Meng's pig-like screams that I will make you wish you were never born. A voice as chilling as the depths of a frozen abyss escaped Lu Fei's clenched teeth. Chapter 17. The Blade of War. Under Lu Fei's bloodthirsty gaze, Zhao Meng felt every hair on his body stand on end, an overwhelming sense of danger blossoming within him. Crack! Lu Fei's foot connected with Zhao Meng's knee, shattering his calf bone. Blood and shattered fragments spilled everywhere. Da! The searing pain surged through Zhao Meng's brain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That Lu Fei paid no heed, his expression a mask of fury as he lifted Zhao Meng and hurled him skyward. Stomping down fiercely, crack! A massive crater formed beneath him, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Lu Fei surged towards the airborne Zhao Meng like a sword of vengeance, delivering a powerful punch to his shoulder. Zhao Meng was in excruciating pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness as his right arm was brutally torn from the shoulder, searing blood cascading from the AI. That Lu Fei descended to the ground, catching Zhao Meng's other arm as it fell, yanking it with force. The sound that ensued was akin to the tearing of chicken wings, flesh and skin rupturing as Lu Fei mercilessly pulled the arm off, blood transforming Zhao Meng into a grotesque figure. Sprawled on the ground, convulsing while gazing at Lu Fei as he approached with ominous steps. Zhao Meng was gripped by a terror akin to witnessing a man-eating demon. That no, please. Zhao Meng realized too late the horror of Lu Fei, a regret gnawing at his heart. But it was far too late. That Zhao Meng's actions had utterly enraged Lu Fei, thrusting him into a state of madness that in his previous life, he had watched helplessly as Meng Xiangyi was humiliated to death before his very eyes. And Lu Fei was already burdened with profound guilt, his mind plagued by turmoil. That night, he could not recall how he had endured, only remembering that when he regained consciousness, those scoundrels had been reduced to mere fragments. Blood staining the earth in a vast expanse, even filling his mouth with gore. Lu Fei had never anticipated that fate would grant him a second chance, an opportunity to encounter Meng Xiangyi once more. He would never tolerate such atrocities happening again. Yet Zhao Meng had foolishly provoked Lu Fei's wrath. Hearing Zhao Meng's pleas for mercy, Lu Fei remained unmoved, bringing his foot down upon the last remaining limb. With a sickening squelch, crimson flesh splattered, and Zhao Meng emitted a muffled groan, utterly devoid of strength to scream. Please, just kill me. Zhao Meng's desperate gaze locked onto Lu Fei, rasping his words, begging for a swift end. In Lu Fei's eyes, a crimson haze enveloped him, his mind flooded with the haunting images of his past, fixated on one singular thought: to make Zhao Meng endure the utmost agony before his demise. The anguished wails echoed near the bridge, reminiscent of tormented souls struggling in the depths of hell. Meng Xiangyi stood frozen, her senses overwhelmed by the horrific scene unfolding before her, unable to fathom that Lu Fei had descended into madness, ruthlessly torturing Zhao Meng in her name. Was it because of me that Lu Fei has become this way? A profound sadness enveloped Meng Xiangyi as she approached, gently placing a hand on Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei. Suddenly, Lu Fei spun around, his bloodied hand gripping Meng Xiangyi's neck. In that instant, she observed the blood splattered across his face, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and she feared she might meet her end. Sister Xiangyi. Lu Fei gritted his teeth, his grip tightening, ready to snap her neck with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet upon seeing her familiar visage, the bloodlust in his eyes began to fade. Xiangyi, is it truly you? You're alive. How wonderful. Lu Fei released his hold, enveloping her in a tight embrace, nearly depriving her of breath. It's my fault. All my fault that I lacked the strength to protect you. Please don't leave me. I swear I won't let anyone harm you. Meng Xiangyi listened as Lu Fei muttered these words, repeating them in a fervor that puzzled her. Warm tears soaked her back, leaving her astounded that this formidable man could weep. Perhaps he bore experiences beyond imagination. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she hesitated, then reached out to comfort him. I won't leave you. Lu Fei, what has happened to you? Lu Fei paused, releasing Meng Xiangyi as clarity returned to his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She was gone. It dawned on him that the Meng Xiangyi he cherished had perished, and the woman before him was merely this life's version. Without uttering a word, he turned his attention to Xiaomang, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Xiaomang's breaths were shallow, his limbs rendered useless by Lu Fei's brutality, resembling a broken marionette in a pool of blood. That I hope you do not encounter me in your next life, for I assure you, it will be far worse. Lu Fei seized Xiaomang's face, slamming it against the ground, that a sickening crack resounded, crimson blood and white brain matter spilling forth, extinguishing Xiaomang's life, yet his eyes bore no trace of resentment, only a flicker of relief. Let us go. Luo Chun and the others should be back. That Lu Fei turned to leave, not uttering a word about the preceding events. Meng Xiangyi opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Ah, the great hero has returned. I was beginning to think you were with Meng Laosher. Upon seeing Lu Fei, Li Xiao attempted to jest, only to be met with Lu Fei's icy glare, which silenced him mid-sentence. It was then that Li Xiao noticed the blood covering Lu Fei, unmistakably human blood, not that of the undead. Glancing at Meng Xiangyi, who wore a somber expression, he began to sense something was amiss and wondered if Lu Fei had resorted to violence due to some hidden rage. Lu Fei cast a glance at Luo Chun and Li Xiao, who each carried a pack, and stated flatly, "Let us depart." That Lu Fei walked ahead, his face a mask of neutrality, swiftly dispatching any zombies that crossed his path. As if releasing pent-up frustrations. Meng Laosher, what happened between you and the hero? Li Xiao inquired curiously. Meng Xiangyi shook her head. Nothing. Nothing, my foot. There is clearly some untold secret. What do you think, Luo Chen? Luo Chen shot him a glance, choosing silence, clearly unwilling to engage to seem on. Can we not have a bit of fun? Everyone is acting so grim that can't we, like me, look on the bright side? It's just the apocalypse. Humanity from Water Source Star will surely rise to vanquish these mindless corpses. Zhou Hui pinched his ears, scolding, "You talk too much. Shut that trap of yours, or I'll tear it apart." Ouch! My dear wife, please let go. I'll be quiet. Li Xiao promptly complied, trailing behind Lu Fei. This was Lu Fei's task for him, to extract genetic flesh from the slain zombies. Though it was somewhat distasteful, the prospect of obtaining genetic material made Li Xiao quite eager. Lu Fei endeavored to numb himself through slaughter, striving to divert his thoughts away from the painful memories. Only through killing could he find a semblance of peace within. System, I wish to draw a prize. Lu Fei recalled his daily opportunity for a reward, which he had yet to use. Ding, drawing begins. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the battle blade. Huh. Lu Fei focused his mind and beheld a pitch-black knife, approximately 1 meter in length, adorned with exquisite patterns along the blade, featuring a 30-centimeter blood groove and a shark-toothed back, with a handle entwined by a coiling dragon with its mouth agape. Upon checking the invincible shop, Lu Fei was astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary battle blade required a hefty 500 invincible coins for exchange. A tremendous value. With a thought, he summoned the blade, which felt as if he were grasping the tail of a dragon. The weapon trembled violently in his hand, attempting to break free from his grasp. As if yearning to soar into the sky, Lu Fei's heart raced. This was indeed a weapon with sentience. However, now that it was in his possession, it belonged to Lu Fei. Even if it were a dragon, it would have to submit. With a cold snort, he flexed his muscles and gripped the hilt with determination. Yet the battle blade continued to resist fiercely. Is this not enough? Lu Fei stomped his foot, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress it, then brought the blade down upon the ground. With a resounding thud, a massive fissure split the earth, dust swirling into the air. Lu Fei turned to cleave again. the blade's brilliance flashing as several large trees toppled with a crash, their cuts smooth and polished as if crafted by a master artisan. Has the hero lost his mind? Why is he swinging that blade around? Li Xiao and the others stared in confusion at Lu Fei's reckless antics. Suddenly, a visible blade of air shot forth, causing everyone's faces to blanch as they hastily dodged. The blade whizzed past Li Xiao's head, crashing into the ground behind him and sending up a cloud of dust. Li Xiao stood frozen, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had danced on the edge of death. And upon touching his hair, he discovered that a portion had been sheared away. Goodness! Hero, wield that blade with care. I promise never to speak ill of you again, Li Xiao exclaimed before hastily retreating. Is this still insufficient? Lu Fei frowned. The blade's resistance was greater than he had anticipated. Just then, a roar erupted from the distant mountains, and a colossal beast resembling a lion sprang forth from the forest. Its fur was a deep obsidian, limbs braced against the ground, claws sharper than steel, and blood-red drool dripped from its white fangs that a thick tail thrashed against the earth, producing a series of loud cracks. Its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Lu Fei as it let out a fearsome roar, its fur bristling like steel needles. Crouching low in a predatory stance that Lu Fei's eyelids flickered. A first-tier mutated beast. The demon hunting hound. This creature hunted all living beings in its path, resembling a demon from hell, possessing terrifying power, capable of slaying 10 men. Among first-tier mutated beasts, the strongest could wield the strength of 50 men. Lu Fei's gaze turned fervent as he looked at the battle blade in his hand, a smile creeping across his face. Come forth. Let us see you submit in the heat of battle. With a fierce howl, the demon-hunting hound leapt forward, its claws tearing through the earth beneath it. Chapter 18. Skill. Void/. Lu Fei had undergone a remarkable transformation after a night of rest. The residual genetic flesh within him had gradually fused, granting him a terrifying strength equivalent to that of 8 men. Armed with divine weaponry, he faced the demon hound without the slightest fear. Here it comes. Lu Fei's pupils constricted as he perceived a shadow, accompanied by a whirlwind approaching at an astonishing speed, so swift that even he could scarcely discern it. Clang, relying on his extensive combat experience. Lu Fei met the hound's claws with his blade, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Simultaneously, an immense force surged from the blade into Lu Fei's right arm, jolting his body and causing his hand to crack. An intense pain radiating through his arm, but he twisted his waist, transferring the excess force into the ground, which shattered under the impact. Mutated beasts inherently possessed greater strength than other creatures, wielding an absolute advantage in the apocalypse. With their tough hides, some even clad in heavy armor, sharp claws, and powerful fangs, they armed themselves to the teeth. Humans of the same level often found themselves no match for them, let alone Lu Fei, who was outclassed by 2 levels. Had it not been for his rich experience from a past life, his arm would have surely been broken by the hound's formidable strength. Buzz! The blade seemed to sense the presence of the demon hound, vibrating violently as an uncontrollable surge of power coalesced within it. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and a powerful battle intent soared. Whoosh! A brilliant white blade struck down upon the hound's body, sending it staggering back several meters. A gory wound appeared on its form, blood oozing forth and dripping onto the dark ground below. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the blade skill. Void/. Lu Fei stared in astonishment at the weapon in his hand, marveling at its prowess. Truly a worthy treasure from the invincible shop, valued at 1,500 invincible coins. Incredible. In that moment, Lu Fei genuinely grasped the essence of the blade, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Fearless and undaunted roar. The demon hound was oblivious to the situation. Feeling humiliated that a mere ant could inflict harm upon it unleashed its full might, transforming into a swirling vortex of darkness and charging forward. Come, let me show you the true power of the blade. Lu Fei grinned fiercely, a cloud of dirt rising as he vanished from his original position. Crack! The collision of blade and claw sparked a flurry of flames. Lu Fei employing the same technique to dissipate the force. Gripping the blade with both hands, a flash of white light surged as he struck down. The demon hound retaliated, its sharp claws slashing through the air like lightning. Lu Fei's gaze sharpened as he roared, his speed increasing dramatically as he swung down. Crack, splat. A flash of white light revealed a sharp claw severed from the hound's massive paw, yet Lu Fei was struck by the remaining limb. The sound of shattering bones echoing as he was sent flying like a rag doll. His left arm hung limply, suffering a catastrophic fracture that sent waves of agony coursing through him. Grimacing against the pain, Lu Fei planted his feet firmly into the ground, stabilizing himself. The demon hound howled in rage, the pain of its severed claw awakening its primal fury. It crouched low, resembling a bolt of lightning as it lunged at Lu Fei, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench as it aimed to bite him. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Fei fixed his gaze on the hound, bellowing, "Void Slash!" A gale enveloped the area within a 10-meter radius. Lu Fei's powerful arm bulging with veins as he struggled to contain the overwhelming force. Kill, with all his strength, he swung the blade. Crack. Lu Fei's arm snapped under the immense power, the Void Slash far too potent for him to wield without consequence. Whoosh! The air rippled as the Void Slash manifested as an invisible blade, slicing through the demon hound's open maw with lightning speed. The massive creature faltered, a terrifying shadow sweeping above Lu Fei like a shooting star. Crashing heavily several dozen meters away. With a resounding thud, it created a deep crater in the ground. Blood pooled beneath it, rapidly forming a crimson puddle. The demon hound glared with bloodthirsty eyes, exposing its razor-sharp teeth as it lay in a pool of its own blood. A grotesque gash running from its mouth to its midsection, nearly splitting it in two. The power of the Void Slash had exceeded Lu Fei's expectations, albeit at a significant cost. His right hand could not withstand the force and had been broken. Given Lu Fei's current strength, he was still insufficient to unleash the full potential of the Void Slash. It could be even stronger. Ding. Host, would you like to exchange for a bone healing potion? Lu Fei glanced at the potion, capable of rapidly mending fractures, though it came at a steep price of 100 invincible coins. Exchange. With both arms incapacitated, he had no choice but to proceed with the exchange. Once the system injected the potion into him, Lu Fei felt a tearing pain in his arms. Within half a minute, his fractured right arm regained mobility, though his left shoulder suffered severe damage, requiring time to heal. Gripping the blade, Lu Fei approached the demon hound, his eyes glinting with anticipation that if only there were beast crystals, it would be a windfall. Beast crystals, treasures birthed within the bodies of mutated beasts, could significantly enhance human physicality, far surpassing the effects of genetic flesh. However, they were exceedingly rare, one found among 10 zombies, while a mere one existed for every 100 mutated beasts. Overcome by the euphoria of victory, Lu Fei moved closer, ready to dig into the demon hound's corpse in search of beast crystals, when suddenly, the hound's tail twitched. Sensing the danger, Lu Fei's heart raced, but it was too late to retreat. Crack! A searing pain shot through his waist. As if he had been cleaved in two, he was hurled several meters, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a stop, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. "It is still alive." Lu Fei propped himself up on his elbow, feeling numbness in his lower body as he watched the demon hound struggle to rise from its pool of blood. Its torn mouth appearing even more grotesque, that it emitted guttural growls, a sound of furious rage, charging toward Lu Fei, though it was clearly on its last legs. That last attack had drained all its strength. And after only a few steps, its massive form collapsed onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, the demon hound, and earned 200 invincible coins. Lu Fei finally exhaled in relief. Damn it, this creature was playing dead. Having learned a valuable lesson, Lu Fei vowed never to approach without the system's alert again. The earlier shock of the Void Slash had clouded his judgment, leading him to underestimate the demon hound's resilience, which was indeed a stark contrast to the mindless zombies. Ding! The system has detected a fracture in the host's spine. Would you like to spend 200 invincible coins to exchange for a basic life recovery potion? Exchange! Lu Fei did not hesitate. A shattered spine meant he was perilously close to death. Nearby, Lu Hao observed Lu Fei lying injured on the ground, a cold smile creeping across his lips at Lu Fei. "Are you all right?" Meng Xiangyi rushed over, her face etched with concern. That Lu Fei took a deep breath and shook his head. "I'm fine. Help me up." "All right." Meng Xiangyi sighed with relief, her heart aching at the sight of Lu Fei. Standing up, Lu Fei marveled at the potency of the system's potion. Such severe injuries had healed significantly in under half a minute. Had he sought treatment in a high-end hospital, it would have cost millions of star coins. Approaching the demon hound, Lu Fei wielded the blade, which effortlessly sliced through its fur. Had he used an ordinary item, it would have been impossible to inflict any damage. After a thorough search, Lu Fei was overwhelmingly disappointed to find no beast crystals within the hound's body. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed a ring entwined among the entrails that a flicker of joy crossed Lu Fei's face as he quickly retrieved the ring, feeling a surge of unique energy envelop him, warming his entire being while accelerating the healing of his wounds. This could be an artifact from an ancient civilization. Lu Fei was taken aback, realizing it must belong to an unfortunate soul who had stumbled into the ancient ruins and, regrettably, encountered the demon hound. The ring had likely remained lodged in the hound's intestines, granting Lu Fei a fortuitous discovery. The value of this ring undoubtedly surpassed that of a beast crystal. It likely contained numerous treasures from the ancient civilization. As Lu Fei focused on entering the ring's interior, he encountered a barrier blocking his consciousness. System, can you break this seal? Lu Fei understood that the ring had recognized its previous owner, and upon their demise, it had sealed itself. Yes, but it will require 1,000 invincible coins. That Lu Fei was speechless. 1,000 invincible coins just to break a seal? What a scam! It seemed he would have to earn invincible coins before attempting to unlock it. He slipped the ring onto his finger, feeling a faint energy coursing through him, soothing his wounds and hastening his recovery. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, the star energy within the ring would have gradually leaked away. Lu Fei suddenly came to a realization. No wonder the demon-hunting hounds were on the verge of being cleaved in two, yet still clung to life. It turned out that the power of the star element within the ring was continuously nourishing them, safeguarding the last remnants of their existence. That he had grown stronger once more. Could the weapon in his hand be of ancient civilization? Luo Chen glanced at Lu Fei and murmured in a voice barely above a whisper. Stunned by his own knowledge that if Lu Fei were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. How could Luo Chen possibly know about ancient civilizations? Li Xiao approached with an air of sycophancy, supporting Lu Fei while exclaiming, "Wow, hero, you truly are remarkable. I hold you in the highest regard. Would you consider taking me as your disciple?" "Absolutely not." Lu Fei coldly rebuffed him, pushing him aside with little hesitation. Li Xiao's face fell into a pitiful expression, his gaze lighting up as he spotted the corpse of a demon-hunting hound. "Hero, may I ask you something? Is this monster's carcass edible?" Starving, he longed for the taste of meat. Lu Fei let out a derisive laugh. "If you are unafraid of becoming a monster yourself, then by all means, eat it." Although the mutated beast contained no virus, its genes had been irrevocably altered. Lu Fei recalled a time in his previous life when, driven by insatiable hunger, he consumed the flesh of a mutated beast and was transformed into a monstrous creature covered in fur. However, a portion of mutated beast was still consumable, albeit the flavor was far from palatable. Even the world's finest chefs could not extract exquisite taste from mutated beast meat. Chapter 19. The blood rain of carnage. Lu Fei gazed at the dim sky, sensing an impending change, and gravely announced, "It is about to rain." Li Xiao scoffed. "Rain? What's the big deal about that?" Lu Fei ignored him and urged the others, "Do not lag behind. Quicken your pace and seek shelter." The sky grew increasingly dark, heavy clouds swirling ominously as if gathering for something sinister. "That I hope it doesn't arrive too swiftly," Lu Fei thought, his expression grave as he quickened his steps forward. Lu Fei led them along a shortcut to the survivor base in Jianzhou. Fortunately, the school was situated on the outskirts of the city, resulting in fewer zombies in the vicinity. Yet, Lu Fei remained apprehensive about the potential appearance of other mutated beasts. If it rained, the consequences could be dire, and he could not guarantee the safety of these individuals. After all, he had only the strength of 8 men. However, after enduring a fierce battle, the genetic flesh within him began to merge, and Lu Fei gradually felt his strength nearing a breakthrough from the power of 8 men to that of 9. Thunder rumbled ominously after Lu Fei and his group had walked for over half an hour, the wind howling as a flash of red lightning tore through the sky. "It's too late." Lu Fei's heart sank. With the first drop of rain hitting the ground, A torrential downpour descended abruptly. "What the hell? Why is the rain red?" Li Xiao exclaimed in shock. "Run." Lu Fei grasped Meng Xiangyi's hand and dashed into the deluge. Despite her confusion, Meng Xiangyi chose to trust Lu Fei. This was no ordinary rain. It heralded disaster. This blood-red rain bore a terrifying name. Frenzy Rain. All zombies, including mutated beasts, would see their strength doubled upon being drenched in this rain, becoming even more bloodthirsty and ferocious. Fortunately, the rain would dilute the scent of humanity, temporarily blinding their sense of smell. However, if they were spotted, the creatures would pursue relentlessly, refusing to relent until their prey was slain. The sound of the downpour filled their ears as Lu Fei suddenly halted, spotting several figures with blood-red eyes ahead. Zombies that had succumbed to frenzy. Roar! A few zombies charged at them. Their speed more than doubled, approaching with the strength of 3 men. Lu Fei's gaze turned steely as he released Meng Xiangyi and charged forward. His blade sliced through the raindrops, cleaving into the zombies. Even those with the strength of 3 men were feeble before Lu Fei, their bodies torn asunder by his ferocious power, pieces of flesh scattering. "Congratulations, host. You have slain 5 frenzy zombies, earning 25 invincibility coins." There was no time to search for the genetic flesh within the zombie skulls that Lu Fei shouted to the others, "Move now." But as he turned back, he saw a shadow darting out from behind them. In the curtain of rain, a chilling glint flashed, followed by a scream as Lu Hao was impaled by a frenzy-mutated beast. "Save me." Lu Hao cried out with terror in his eyes. Lu Fei's figure flickered as he broke through the rain, delivering a swift strike. The rain mixed with blood obscured the scene as the mutated beast roared in pain, releasing Lu Hao while its claws lunged toward Lu Fei's chest at a first-tier mutated beast, a giant tooth rat. This creature, a mutated rat, was incredibly swift, achieving the strength of 6 men after being baptized by the frenzy rain. It was no wonder it had approached Lu Hao so stealthily, inflicting grave injury. Lu Fei sidestepped, feeling the cold claws graze his abdomen, and with a swift motion, his blade sliced through the rat's jaw, severing a significant portion of its snout. Rather than retreating, the giant tooth rat became even more frenzied, leaping forward like a bolt of lightning, its glimmering claws aiming for Lu Fei's throat. Lu Fei leaned back, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground and targeting the rat's abdomen. He swung his blade, eviscerating it, blood and entrails mingling with the rain, splattering onto Lu Fei. With a powerful strike, Lu Fei slammed his palm against the ground, using the momentum to deliver a spinning kick that sent the giant tooth rat crashing heavily to the earth. Though the rat appeared gravely injured, it stubbornly lunged once more. With a swift motion, Lu Fei's blade flashed, bisecting the rat's head from its body, which rolled onto the ground. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, the giant tooth rat, earning 150 invincibility coins." Upon glancing at the radar scanner, Lu Fei's heart sank. Dozens of red dots were gradually appearing on the display. All were zombies that had been driven to frenzy. "You all need to leave and find somewhere safe to hide," Lu Fei instructed sternly, observing the horde of zombies approaching from a distance. "But what about you?" Meng Xiangyi looked at Lu Fei with concern. Lu Fei smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I will be fine at I end this critical moment." Li Xiao had no inclination for humor, and under Luo Chen's lead, they hurried toward a nearby building. "No, don't leave me. Help me." Lu Hao lay on the ground, looking at Lu Hong. Lu Hong sneered. "Help you? Dream on. Couples are like birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly apart." They were not even truly a couple, merely akin to lovers. Moreover, Lu Hao had previously humiliated Lu Hong and struck her twice to conceal his own plans. Lu Hong's refusal to kick him while he was down was already a generous act, let alone saving him. "Damn it." Lu Hao gritted his teeth, trembling with rage, futilely pounding the ground. "Do you wish to live?" A figure loomed over Lu Hao. Without needing to look up, Lu Hao recognized the person, venomous hatred flashing in his eyes. "It seems you wish for death," Lu Fei said coldly, harboring no fondness for the malicious Lu Hao. In his previous life, fearing Lu Hao's family background, Lu Fei had been forced to cower in a warehouse during the apocalypse, treated like a dog, and nearly losing his life. Now, things were different. Reborn with an invincibility system, Lu Fei brimmed with confidence and resolve. "That I want to live. Save me." "Lu Fei, If you save me, I will repay you, Lu Hao pleaded, his face pale from pain. Liu Fei smirked coldly. But I do not wish to save you. With a thunderous crash, a blood-red lightning bolt illuminated the sky, and as Lu Hao beheld the mocking expression on Liu Fei's face, fury consumed him. He shouted, "You filthy loser! I, Lu Hao, will haunt you even as a ghost. You are doomed. Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity." Liu Fei slowly lifted his foot. What do you intend to do?" "No, don't," Lu Hao cried out. Realizing too late that Liu Fei's kick sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, where he twitched and fell still. Liu Fei's strike had surely broken several of his ribs, and combined with the previous injury from the giant tooth rat, it was a fatal blow. As dozens of zombies charged toward him, a murderous intent surged within Liu Fei. The next instant, he vanished from sight, plunging into the horde of zombies, his blades sweeping through all who approached, rendering them to mere pieces. In mere moments, Liu Fei stood alone amidst the scattered remains. Yet more shadows emerged from the rain, causing Liu Fei's eyelids to twitch. Something felt amiss. This was the outskirts. Logically, even if the zombies had gone mad from the rain, it was improbable for so many to congregate in one place. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Fei. He began to suspect that these zombies were being manipulated by a hidden master, one far stronger than them, a two-star zombie. Liu Fei could hardly fathom just how powerful a frenzied two-star zombie would be. Encountering one now would yield an exceedingly slim chance of survival. Damn it, another one! Li Xiao, wielding an axe, had just slain one zombie when he spotted another approaching. "Come on, let me show you the might of Li Roar." As the zombie's claws descended upon him, Li Xiao instinctively raised his axe for defense. But to his utter astonishment, a resounding crack echoed as the once mighty weapon splintered under the force of the assault. The zombie's talons struck his chest with brutal force, leaving Li Xiao feeling as if he had been struck by a freight truck. He vaguely heard the sound of cracking bones before his body was flung backward like a rag doll. "Husband!" Zhou Hui cried out, rushing forward in an attempt to catch Li Xiao, only to be sent sprawling to the ground alongside him, her fall accompanied by a painful gasp. Pained, Li Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood and managed to say, "Thank you, my dear." "Are you all right? Get up. You idiot. Do you want to crush me to death?" Zhou Hui scolded. "That I can't get up," Li Xiao lamented, his gaze fixed on the approaching zombie, its claws growing ever larger in his sight. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a sharp ding pierced the air, and sparks flew as a sword intercepted the claws that threatened to pierce his skull. Li Xiao blinked in surprise, while Luo Chun frowned and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and move." With a sigh of relief, Li Xiao quickly helped Zhou Hui to her feet and, grinning, patted Luo Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! You're quite the little brother. Consider this a bonus. I'll get you a chicken leg." Ignoring him completely, Luo Chun delivered a swift kick to the zombie before him, his sword slicing through its skull with ease. "Quick, get inside," he commanded, pointing towards a nearby building. Li Xiao clutched his chest, aided by Zhou Hui as they entered the structure. "Sister, do you think Big Brother will be okay?" Yi Zihan's adorable face was marred by worry. "Don't fret, that guy won't die," Yu Lianxin replied coldly. She thought to herself that fellow's resilience was akin to that of a cockroach. He had survived far worse injuries before, so how could he easily succumb now? Under Luo Chen's guidance, they ascended safely to an upper floor, where they found a spacious room to hide, anxiously awaiting Liu Fei's arrival. Meanwhile, Liu Fei found himself surrounded by a horde of zombies, the radar scanner displaying a plethora of red dots, intensifying his suspicion that perhaps two-star zombies had indeed evolved. A peculiar coincidence amidst this torrential madness. Chapter 20. How is this possible? An ever-increasing number of zombies closed in on Liu Fei, encircling him like a trapped beast. Yet, could this fierce beast be so easily contained? The answer was a resounding no. With a thunderous stomp, the ground beneath him collapsed, dirt mingling with the blood rain as it erupted around him. A frenzied battle fervor radiated from Liu Fei. Even the weapon in his hand resonated with the surging intensity of his spirit. His arms quivered, producing a series of afterimages. The second shadow pursued the first, the third followed the second, and so forth, culminating in 10 blurred figures. This technique, known as the pre-illusion slash, was acquired in his previous life during the age of ancient civilizations. With Lu Fei's current strength, he could only muster 1% of the technique's full power. Yet 10 phantoms were his utmost limit. Slash! A thunderous roar erupted. The blood rain exploded outward like bullets, with Lu Fei at its epicenter. Pitter-patter. The raindrops struck the zombies' bodies, causing them to convulse violently. If these zombies had not been overwhelmed by madness, the resulting wounds would have been far more grievous. The zombies, now frenzied by the blood rain, were twice as formidable as before, their physical resilience reinforced to the point where ordinary blades could scarcely penetrate their flesh. Thus, the raindrops merely left behind a series of gaping wounds on their bodies. But this was merely the beginning. With another shake of his arm, Lu Fei summoned a tempest of blades, accompanied by the afterimages. Cleaving toward the densely packed zombies, swish, 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 the multitude of blades swept through like a storm, halting the zombies momentarily as countless incisions appeared on their forms that in an instant, a shower of flesh rained down upon the ground. Congratulations, host! You have earned 180 invincibility coins. With each slain frenzied zombie yielding 5 invincibility coins, Lu Fei's strike had decimated 36 of them. The ground was littered with mangled flesh and filthy liquids, mingling with the blood rain, creating a scene more gruesome than a slaughterhouse. Seeing a path clear before him, Lu Fei wasted no time in fleeing, for the red dots on the map were rapidly multiplying. He was not afraid of the zombies, but a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant. With only 8 units of strength at his disposal, he knew better than to act recklessly. Caution was paramount. Behind him loomed a vast horde of zombies, their number staggering, that Lu Fei estimated at least 200, their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming ominously in the dark. Rather than heading towards Luo Chun, Lu Fei sprinted in the opposite direction, intending to draw the zombies away. The safety of the building was tenuous at best, especially with the uncertainty of whether a more terrifying presence lurked within the shadows of this storm. Fortunately, the zombies remained captivated by Lu Fei's presence and did not move toward the building 100 meters away. Crack! A thunderous roar erupted overhead, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The thick, dark clouds rendered the daylight as dim as night. The blood-red deluge showed no signs of abating. If anything, it intensified. Inside the building, Luo Chun and the others wore grave expressions. Will Lu Fei be all right? Meng Xiangyi clasped her hands, worry etched across her face. Don't fret, Teacher Meng. Our hero is incredibly capable and will surely be fine. We must have faith in him. Yet despite these reassurances, Li Xiao remained unsettled as he peered out the window at the mass of shadows racing by. Where Lu Fei had fought, the blood rain had accumulated to form a thick layer, and as crimson lightning crackled overhead, an astonishing sight emerged. Something appeared to be wriggling within the rain, like small fish. They swam through the blood rain, converging towards a singular direction, the location of Lu Hao's corpse. Lu Fei ran with all his might, covering 3 kilometers before the horde began to dwindle from his sight. Just as relief washed over him, a whistling sound pierced the air. He abruptly looked up to see a shadowy figure darting towards him, a colossal fist crashing down into the blood rain, hurtling towards Lu Fei like a bolt from a crossbow. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Fei's arm twitched as he raised his weapon to deflect the raindrops, while the remaining droplets shot into the ground like bullets. Leaving behind a series of craters, the fist struck with blinding speed, leaving Lu Fei no time to evade. He could only brace himself, positioning his weapon defensively as his feet sank into the earth. Boom! The immense force sent Lu Fei hurtling through the air, the shock reverberating through his insides, and he tasted blood as it trickled from the corner of his mouth. The difference between a novice and a seasoned fighter was stark. As Lu Fei landed, he twisted his body mid-air, rolling to mitigate the impact, and using the momentum to propel himself forward like an arrow. As he regained his footing, Lu Fei discerned that he was facing a mutated zombie. The blood rain had enhanced its strength, granting it the power equivalent to 10 men, akin to a 2-star zombie. Lu Fei was equally formidable, moving with the speed of lightning as his weapon tore through the mutated zombie's flesh. The serrated edge slicing through muscle and bone with ease. Splurt a gush of dark blood erupted from the wound. The mutated zombie, impervious to pain, glared at Lu Fei with eyes the size of fists. Swinging its powerful arms in a furious onslaught, Lu Fei attempted to withdraw his weapon, but it was ensnared within the zombie's sinewy grip, forcing him to relinquish it. A shadow loomed overhead, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fei stomped his foot, twisting his torso to meet the impending blow with a punch, his arms swelling with power, veins bulging. Bang! The two fists collided with explosive force, sending a shockwave that dispersed the blood rain within a 10-meter radius. Visible ripples radiating outward, crack. The sound of bone shattering echoed as the ground beneath him buckled under the strain. The tremendous force coursed through Lu Fei's right arm, sending his internal organs into turmoil. And blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Get lost! Lu Fei bellowed, channeling all his strength into his right arm, sending the mutated zombie reeling back. With no time to catch his breath, Lu Fei dashed towards the mutated zombie, delivering a powerful kick to the base of his weapon. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the mutated zombie's body, propelling out the other side. Relying solely on his physical prowess, Lu Fei found himself outmatched by the mutated zombie. The inherent limitations of the human body rendered him at a disadvantage against both zombies and mutated beasts. With the weapon in hand, Lu Fei felt a surge of confidence in defeating it. Without it, he stood no chance against the mutated zombie. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the rain, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, and Lu Fei's pupils constricted in shock as yet another mutated zombie emerged from the shadows. The two zombies fixed their ravenous gazes upon him, their bloodlust palpable that a wave of dread washed over Lu Fei. It seemed his misfortune had compounded, facing not just one, but two frenzied mutated zombies. Could it be true that two-star zombies had truly evolved? The two-star zombies differ significantly from their one-star counterparts. They resemble mutated beasts, not only exhibiting formidable strength, but also possessing a newfound intelligence. Capable of instructing other zombies, the consumption of flesh and blood by these zombies transcends mere primal hunger, representing a rapid path to evolution. The more powerful the human, the more enticing they become to the zombies. The strength of Lu Fei and his companions is sufficient to stir the interest of a two-star zombie. Should they devour Lu Fei, their power would ascend to unprecedented heights, even if confronted by a genuine two-star zombie. Lu Fei is determined to survive. The image of Meng Xiangyi surfaces in Lu Fei's mind. Although the Meng Xiangyi of his previous life has truly perished, in this lifetime, Lu Fei vows to protect her with his very life. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he unleashes the first form of Qianhuan Slash, sending forth a series of swift strikes, each too rapid for the naked eye to perceive. 1 strike. 2 strikes, 9 strikes, 10 strikes, more I require more, 11 strikes. A tearing pain radiates from his right arm as his already fractured fist shatters further, yet Lu Fei's indomitable will compels him to grip the battle blade tightly. 12 strikes. Lu Fei raises his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he grasps the blade with both hands, channeling every ounce of his strength into a decisive slash. Swish, swish, swish. The concentrated blades of energy prevent even a single drop of blood from hitting the ground. As a tempest envelopes the blades, surging towards the two mutated zombies, roar. The two mutated zombies exhibit no fear. Their minds are singularly focused on one thought: to slay Lu Fei, to rend his body, to drink his blood, to devour his flesh. However, the two mutated zombies underestimate the might of Qianhuan Slash, their massive forms being rent apart by the blades, a multitude of wounds appearing across their bodies, chunks of flesh falling away. Despite this, they press forward, undeterred, towards Lu Fei. With a cough, Lu Fei expels another mouthful of blood, nearly stumbling to the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazes at the approaching mutated zombies and calmly remarks, "Is that still not enough?" At that moment, the starlight energy leaking from his storage ring accelerates, rapidly healing his injured organs, a warm sensation coursing through him, providing a modicum of relief. Buzz! Suddenly, the battle blade trembles, a powerful force awakening within it. Lu Fei's eyes gleam with brilliance as he chuckles. "How could I nearly forget you? Since you have submitted to me, I shall ensure you are not forgotten, for I must survive." Straightening his posture, a fierce battle spirit ignites in his eyes as he enunciates, "Gathering Sky Slash." A faint dragon's roar resonates in his ears, as a fierce gale forms a protective barrier around Lu Fei, deflecting the descending raindrops. It appears as if two black, serpentine dragons are entwined, ultimately morphing into a blade of light spanning dozens of feet. radiating a chilling luminescence in the darkness. The sound of raindrops fades, replaced by an eerie silence. The two mutated zombies pause momentarily, and in the next instant, they explode with a thunderous boom, a terrifying force erupting from their midsections, scattering them into pieces. Lu Fei coughs up another mouthful of blood, leaning on his battle blade, half kneeling on the ground. Pain radiates throughout his body, his organs nearly shattered by the overwhelming power of the mutated zombies. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2 frenzied mutated zombies and earned 20 invincible coins. Is it over? Lu Fei raises his gaze toward the distance. Over. Lu Fei, I told you, you are doomed. A sinister voice echoes, and Lu Fei's heart sinks in shock as he gazes at the slowly approaching figure, murmuring, How? How is this possible? Chapter 21. The resurrected Lu Hao. Lu Hao. The person before Lu Fei is none other than Lu Hao, who was supposed to be dead, pierced by the claws of a giant tooth rat, and even kicked by Lu Fei himself. How could Lu Fei believe that Lu Hao still lives, especially as he was merely an ordinary man with a wealthy family background? Didn't he expect this? Did you, Lu Fei? Haha, I certainly didn't either. Lu Hao laughs maniacally, extending his right hand, which writhes like rubber, transforming into a menacing claw that glints with a dark sheen in the shadows. This is... Lu Fei gasps, a worm monster. Lu Hao caresses his right hand, as if it were a lover, grinning. Indeed, it is what allowed me to survive. That IT granted me strength, offering me a second chance at life. Impossible. Lu Fei retorts. The worm monster evolves by consuming flesh and blood. How could it possibly merge with Lu Hao? Impossible. Lu Hao's lips twitch, his face marred by dark veins, resembling a monster as he roars. And behind him, countless blood-red eyes illuminate. Lu Fei's pupils constrict as he realizes that these crimson-eyed beings are frenzied zombies, standing behind Lu Hao like obedient minions. Lu Hao is controlling these zombies. Lu Fei finally comprehends why they have relentlessly pursued him, even summoning 2 mutated zombies. That he had suspected a 2-star zombie lurked in the shadows, but never anticipated it would be Lu Hao pulling the strings. Lu Hao's smile turns sinister as he suddenly bellows. It is because of you, you filthy loser, that I lost the power that was rightfully mine, along with the woman who belonged to me. You have turned me into this abominable creature. Jealousy indeed breeds ugliness, and Lu Hao now embodies this truth, grotesque and barely resembling a human, reduced to a sentient corpse. Yet Lu Fei is perplexed as to why the worm monster fused with him. In fact, I must thank you, for you have granted me a chance at rebirth. Lu Hao's dark eyes fixate on Lu Fei, his face devoid of gratitude, instead reflecting malice and resentment. Even if you have become a monster, killing me will not be so simple. Lu Fei grits his teeth, struggling to rise, his body swaying precariously. How dare you call me a monster? With a furious roar, Lu Hao vanishes from sight, before Lu Fei can react. A terrifying gust of wind strikes him, as if he were struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, sending him crashing into a wall with a resounding thud. His body slides down the wall helplessly. Lu Fei, kneeling on the ground, coughing up a mixture of blood and internal organs, 15 men's strength. Lu Hao has become terrifyingly powerful. Lu Fei's heart races in dread. With Lu Hao's strength, he could easily annihilate Lu Fei. Yet Lu Hao refrains, wishing to torment him, letting him die in excruciating agony. Look at you now. Can you even get up? Lu Hao mocks, his voice dripping with derision. I will rise. Lu Fei grits his teeth, summoning his unyielding will to lift his battered form from the ground, inch by inch. Lu Hao's eyes flicker with surprise, a cold smile forming. You truly are an indestructible cockroach. Your worthless life is remarkably resilient. Lu Hao lunges forward, appearing beside Lu Fei, delivering a vicious kick to his ribs. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs echoes as Lu Fei, like a kite severed from its string, is sent flying, crashing to the ground. Blood rain quickly engulfing half his body, yet he still clings to life, struggling to rise. Lu Fei, I must admit you are indeed powerful, but to me, it is all insignificant now. Lu Hao strides through the blood rain, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he approaches. I will take everything from you, including Meng Xiangyi, but alas, you will never have the chance to see her again. Prepare to die. Lu Hao slowly raises his dark, hardened claw, Meng Xiangyi is not someone you can taint, and I, Lu Fei, am not someone you can kill at will. Lu Fei's heart cries out system. Activate invincible mode. Invincible mode activated. Instantly, a surge of powerful energy floods into Lu Fei's body. His previous injuries healing significantly, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Lu Hao's eyes widen in surprise, but instead of anger, he chuckles. Now this is interesting. Otherwise, it would be too easy to kill you, and I would feel no sense of accomplishment. Yet in the end, you will still die by my hand. Is that so? Lu Fei rises, his eyes glowing faintly crimson, the battle blade trembling violently in his grasp. Boom! The ground beneath him explodes as Lu Fei surges forward like a cannonball. The sharp blade piercing through Lu Hao's body, cleaving him in two. Lu Hao's expression freezes, collapsing to the ground, utterly astonished that Lu Fei could grow this formidable. His power has doubled. Lu Fei feels an overwhelming force coursing through him, a sensation of invincibility, but he knows the energy will soon wane. At most, he has 3 minutes before he reverts to his former self. 3 minutes is more than sufficient. Clutching the battle blade, Lu Fei plunges into the horde of zombies, commencing a massacre. Swish, swish, swish. The blades gleam coldly, and the immense power rends the zombies into shreds, blood and flesh scattering wildly, severed limbs soaring through the air. Boom! A crimson lightning bolt streaked across the sky, and Lu Fei resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Bereft of Lu Hao's control, the zombies, drawn by the scent of powerful flesh, lunged wildly at Lu Fei. With the blade of battle in hand, not a single zombie could approach within 5 meters of him. He moved like a meat grinder, and within just a minute, the once dense horde of zombies had been reduced to a carpet of corpses, a river of blood flowing around him. Congratulations to the host for slaying 245 frenzied zombies and earning 225 invincible coins. As his strength gradually waned, Lu Fei's power diminished from the might of 16 men to that of 14, that just as he prepared to depart, a chilling and wrathful voice echoed from behind him. Do you think that this will be enough to kill me? Lu Fei, I told you that your death is inevitable. Astonished, Lu Fei turned to find that Lu Hao had not perished after all. He beheld a massive creature, its body writhing with decaying flesh. Hurtling towards him. Thud! A colossal fist struck Lu Fei's cheek, eliciting a muffled grunt. Yet he retaliated fiercely with a punch of his own. The blow pierced Lu Hao's form, but Lu Fei's brow furrowed in confusion. It felt as though he had struck nothing but air, the writhing mass of Lu Hao's flesh evading his attack. Surprised, are we? Prepare to die. Lu Hao bellowed, his enormous black hand seizing Lu Fei by the neck and spinning him around multiple times before flinging him away. Lu Fei crashed uncontrollably into the mountainside, creating a deep crater upon impact that a triumphant smile spread across Lu Hao's face. Even if you have grown stronger, you remain no match for me, that I am immortal. Lu Fei, you cannot kill me. Ha ha ha, are you so sure? Lu Fei retorted, planting his feet firmly and launching himself from the crater, swinging his blade towards Lu Hao's head. The blade effortlessly cleaved Lu Hao in two, becoming lodged between his legs as he collapsed into A shape on the ground. Lu Fei was incredulous. This creature, akin to a worm, seemed to heal infinitely. Yet, Lu Hao was still human, if he could identify Lu Hao's weakness. A single strike could potentially end it all. However, Lu Fei's hopes were dashed once again. Lu Hao's head was not his weakness. The decaying flesh on Lu Hao's body writhed rapidly, and he stood up, emitting the sound of flesh fusing back together. And in the blink of an eye, the massive wound had healed completely. Now it is my turn, Lu Hao sneered, his right hand transforming into a claw, resembling a sword aimed at Lu Fei's heart. Clang! Lu Fei sidestepped, but the claw morphed into a blade that sliced towards him. With no choice but to block with his battle blade, Lu Fei found himself unable to maintain his footing as an overwhelming force propelled him backward. With your current state, you are not my opponent. Surrender, you pathetic insect. Insects have no right to survive. But rest assured, I will take good care of Teacher Meng, that I have liked her for a long time. Lu Fei stamped his foot, causing the ground to crack as his right foot sank into the earth. Supporting himself on the battle blade, veins bulged in his arms as he declared, You shall not lay a finger on her. Unless you tread over my corpse, very well. Then I shall kill you first. The black whip, resembling a deadly serpent, lashed violently against Lu Fei's waist, sending him hurtling through the air. Lu Hao's face twisted into a cruel smile as he leapt. Sword pointed downwards towards Lu Fei. Realizing the impending danger, Lu Fei rolled aside just in time. Boom! A tremendous force stirred up clouds of earth, mingled with a rain of blood, obscuring Lu Fei's vision. I'm right behind you, Suddenly, a chill ran down Lu Fei's spine as he felt Lu Hao's claw pierce through his body. Lu Fei cried out in agony. Another claw struck, puncturing Lu Fei once more. Lu Hao raised his arms, gazing down at Lu Fei impaled on his claws, and cackled madly. Lu Fei, beg me. If you plead, perhaps I will show mercy and spare your life. Enduring the excruciating pain. Lu Fei scoffed, beg you? In your dreams. Do you think I am like you? His words were like daggers, piercing Lu Hao's heart, igniting a fury within him as he recalled the time he had begged for mercy. Lu Hao seethed. I will make your life a living hell, torturing you until you wish for death. With a violent toss, Lu Fei was flung away, collapsing weakly onto the ground, his consciousness fading as his power dwindled to that of 10 men. Is this how it ends? A bitter pang filled Lu Fei's heart. It seemed he could not protect her in this life. Chapter 22. You shall not touch her unless you tread over my corpse. Fear not. I will not allow you to die so easily that I want you to witness how I toy with Meng Xiangyi. This is the price you pay for provoking me, Lu Hao. Lu Hao grasped Lu Fei's ankle, dragging him away like a dead dog. However, Lu Fei's disintegrating will suddenly coalesced. His previously closed eyes flung open, glowing with a crimson hue. Coldly, he declared, I said, you will not touch Meng Xiangyi unless you tread over my corpse. With a swift flick of his battle blade, Lu Fei severed Lu Hao's arm. Seizing the moment, he thrust his blade towards Lu Hao's lower back, where an inconspicuous protrusion resided. One that Lu Fei would not have noticed had he not observed closely. Ah! Lu Hao screamed, caught off guard by Lu Fei's unexpected retaliation. Lu Fei had struck his weakness, the very location of his heart. Gathering Void Slash. This was Lu Fei's ultimate strike. After this, one of them would surely fall. A fierce wind howled, coalescing around Lu Fei as if summoned by a dragon's roar, and a blurred image of a dragon emerged, transforming into a black blade that shot towards Lu Hao's lower back. No, Lu Fei, resolute in his final attack, unleashed his full power, and the speed was such that even Lu Hao could not evade. The black blade sliced through Lu Hao's form. Boom. The blade continued without pause, soaring several hundred meters before crashing into a building, exploding like a high-impact bomb and obliterating the structure, debris scattering everywhere. How could I possibly die? Lu Hao muttered in disbelief, gazing down at the gaping wound at his waist. His upper body falling to the ground. Within the gash, a dark heart had been cleaved in two, and inky blood gushed forth, staining the rain crimson. Thunder rumbled outside as red rain poured relentlessly onto the ground. Half an hour later, the earth was submerged beneath a thick layer of water. Under the illumination of lightning, the red rain resembled the blood of countless slain individuals. This was the true river of blood. Where is the hero? Why hasn't he returned? Has something gone awry? Li Xiao asked softly. Meng Xiangyi bit her lip, her beautiful eyes filled with deep worry. Yet she trusted Lu Fei, for this man had vowed on numerous occasions to protect her with his life. Meng Xiangyi believed that Lu Fei would not deceive her. Should he betray her, he would be nothing but a scoundrel, abandoning her in such a cruel apocalypse. What kind of man would do that? Unbeknownst to her, Meng Xiangyi had grown accustomed to Lu Fei's protective presence. The thought of him possibly not returning filled her eyes with tears. Suddenly, a loud banging sound echoed from the door. As if someone were desperately knocking, the others exchanged glances, and Luo Chun signaled Li Xiao to open the door. H, why is a junior ordering the leader around? What are you plotting, trying to usurp the throne? Li Xiao said nervously. Fear not, I will protect you, Luo Chun replied, raising the short sword in his hand. Li Xiao gulped nervously and approached the door, but just as he was about to open it, the knocking became more frantic, causing him to jump back and collide with Luo Chun. Useless, Luo Chun said, pushing him aside and striding over to open the door. Thud. As Luo Chun swung the door open, he found a figure collapsed on the ground, battered and bloodied. Li Xiao nearly swung his weapon at the person, but Luo Chen blocked him with his sword. Wait, this is a living person, is that so? Li Xiao squinted and, upon closer inspection, realized it indeed was a living being, though the expressionless face seemed all too familiar. ISNT that the hero. What happened to him? Li Xiao exclaimed at Lu Fei. Meng Xiangyi rushed over, and upon seeing Lu Fei lying on the ground like a corpse, she froze, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. Did I see dead? Yi Lianxin asked coldly as she approached. Luo Chen checked for a pulse. Shaking his head to no, but he is not far from death. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao shouted, Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and treat the hero's wounds. Without his leadership, how can we reach the survivor base in Jianzhou? Lu Fei is still alive. Meng Xiangyi wiped her tears and quickly fetched her backpack, pulling out bandages and disinfectants. You all, lend me a hand. I will bandage Lu Fei's wounds. Be gentle. As long as Lu Fei still drew breath, Meng Xiangyi would not give up. She firmly believed in his promise to protect her for a lifetime. After Lu Fei's departure, a dozen agile figures, resembling phantoms, emerged from the site of the recent battle. Each was clad in a black robe that enveloped their entire being, and on the back of their garments lay an intricate emblem, akin to a complex script. Chief, the downpour is too heavy. We cannot ascertain the escape route of the one who killed the young master. However, upon analysis, it appears that he must be gravely injured and is likely nearby. One individual spoke up. The one referred to as the chief was a middle-aged man with a beard. His face obscured by the night, that he let out a cold snort and commanded, Find him. I want him alive. Yes, several cloaked figures vanished into the darkness. Chief, we have located the shattered remains of the young master. A few individuals approached, carrying a black bundle. The middle-aged man cast a fleeting glance. Let us go. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared, as if they had never existed. Would the host like to expend 1,000 invincible coins to exchange for a basic vitality potion? Yes. At this moment, Lu Fei remained conscious that to protect Meng Xiangyi from harm. He fought valiantly against Lu Hao, ultimately not knowing how he ended up here. Perhaps he sought to catch one last glimpse of Meng Xiangyi, uncertain if he would survive this ordeal. Hearing her cries and anxious calls, Lu Fei felt that everything had been worthwhile to that moment. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he was left questioning whether he had crossed into death. His mind a blank slate. That am I dead? Time passed, and gradually, Lu Fei regained awareness, only to find himself unable to move, as if he had become a ghost, just as he believed he had arrived in the underworld. He suddenly heard Li Zhao's voice from outside. Teacher Ming, I just saw the hero's finger move slightly. It seems he is alive. Slap. Zhou Hui struck him on the head, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? When has Lu Fei ever been dead? At that moment, Lu Fei was bound in bandages, his limbs immobilized by wooden splints. Had it not been for his formidable constitution, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. All right, everyone, let us rest. Perhaps by tomorrow, Lu Fei will recover, and we can continue our journey. Meng Xiangyi let out a sigh of relief, observing the faint color returning to Lu Fei's pale face. Joy radiating from her expression as she urged Li Xiao, the chatterbox, to prompt everyone to rest. Li Xiao finally silenced his incessant chatter and began to close his eyes. After all had settled into rest, Lu Hong opened her eyes, gazing intently at Lu Fei, a flicker of something unusual passing through her eyes. I am still alive. Lu Fei felt an indescribable joy surge within him, for he could once again protect Meng Xiangyi. Fatigue washed over him anew, and he succumbed to slumber. The following day, the dark clouds dissipated, the blood rain receded, yet the sky remained devoid of sunlight. Shrouded in gloom, that it seemed as if dawn had forsaken this planet, allowing it to wither away, where only the strong survived while the weak faced slaughter. The group gradually awoke. Only Lu Fei remained in a deep slumber. Meng Xiangyi provided everyone with a morsel to eat, patiently awaiting their companion's revival. Li Xiao, however, could not sit still, inciting Luo Chen to venture out and slay zombies. Initially reluctant, Luo Chen ultimately relented under Li Zhao's persistent nagging, reluctantly taking this burden along with him. Thud! Luo Chen lunged forward, his short sword piercing the skull of a nearby zombie. Li Xiao scampered over, wielding his makeshift axe to decapitate the zombie, grinning as he said, Look how good the boss is to you. I am handling all the dirty work. You keep killing and find us some genetic meat. Half for each of us. Could you be any more shameless? Luo Chen retorted, exasperated. What good is face when you can't survive? I'd rather be shameless and hope for more genetic meat to quickly enhance my strength, so I can slice through zombies as effortlessly as cutting watermelons. Li Xiao replied, striking the zombie's head, only to find it lacking in the desired prize. Luo Chen seemed to ponder something, then asked Li Xiao, have you noticed that Lu Fei seems to know something? Know what? Li Xiao asked, before suddenly exclaiming in realization. Oh, I get it. Does the hero know you're my little brother, making me the boss? Luo Chen rolled his eyes and walked away, thinking to himself, this is precisely what rotten wood cannot be carved means. A growl caught Luo Chen's attention, and as he focused, he saw a mutated beast, its skin seemingly flayed, bloodthirsty eyes locked on him, drooling with hunger. Blood Fur Hound, possessing the strength of 5 men, with a howl. The beast lunged forward, its sharp claws extending from its flesh, slicing towards Luo Chen's racing heart. Crack! Though Luo Chen only possessed the strength of 3 men, he showed no fear as he positioned his short sword to block the hound's lethal claws. The impact causing him to stagger. Firmly planting his feet, he twisted his wrist, driving his sword into the hound's throat. Howl! The Bloodfur Hound let out a wretched cry, ignoring its pain as it lunged for Luo Chen's face. Claws poised to strike, that if he were to be hit, he would either die or be disfigured. Luo Chen, however, did not allow it to succeed. Calmly withdrawing his sword, he leaned back, using it as leverage to propel himself into a spinning kick, sending the Bloodfur Hound flying. Good job, little brother. Finish off this mutt. How dare it act so arrogant in our presence? Li Xiao cursed vehemently. Just as Luo Chen prepared to act, a figure flashed past. Bang! The Bloodfur Hound barely had time to scream before it was smashed as if it were a watermelon, its flesh splattering all around, even hitting Luo Chen and Li Xiao in the face. Chapter 23. Another survivor squad. Li Xiao wiped the grime from his face and cursed, damn, who is so lacking in manners? Manners? What are manners worth, weakling? The newcomer, sporting a head of yellow hair, looked disdainfully at Li Xiao and Luo Chen. His contempt palpable. Li Xiao felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, ready to charge at him. Luo Chen intervened, saying, don't be impulsive. You're no match for him. The yellow-haired man sneered. Did you hear that, weakling? Not just you, but both of you combined are no match for me, Dada. How lonely it is to be invincible. Luo Chen frowned, feeling increasingly irritated by this yellow-haired individual. Li Xiao whispered. What do you think, little brother? Should we go teach that bastard a lesson? With just you two? The yellow-haired man smirked, springing into action with a swift movement, propelled by a gust of wind towards them. Luo Chen sensed danger and shouted, be careful, but it was too late. Li Xiao was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch and sent flying up. Li Xiao spat blood, clutching his aching belly as he rose, glaring furiously at the yellow-haired man. What's wrong? Not satisfied, the yellow-haired man taunted. Li Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he shouted, I'll take your 3 great-grandfathers. Having said that, he raised his fire axe and swung it at the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man effortlessly sidestepped the blow, delivering a punch to Li Xiao's face that sent blood gushing from his nose. Following that, he kicked Li Xiao away. Before the yellow-haired man, Li Xiao appeared as weak as an infant, with no chance to retaliate, that a sense of impending danger loomed behind Luo Chen. The yellow-haired man, in a swift motion, drew a long sword from seemingly nowhere, blocking Luo Chen's short sword with a sharp clang. Not bad. You're far stronger than that weakling over their 3-man strength. Alas, still insufficient. The yellow-haired man mocked, shaking his arm and forcing Luo Chen back several steps, that he then made a show of his prowess, exclaiming, ah, how lonely it is to be invincible. Whether or not he was truly invincible, Luo Chen could not say. But he could ascertain that the yellow-haired man's loneliness was palpable. From a distance, a languid voice echoed, causing the yellow-haired man to change expression, slightly. 2 men approached. One tall and imposing, exuding a chilling aura. His muscles bulging like rock, his icy gaze barely acknowledged Luo Chen and Li Xiao, as if they were mere ants, unworthy of his attention. The other bore a faint smile, radiating insincerity, casting a dismissive glance at both Luo Chen and Li Xiao. The yellow-haired man huffed in displeasure. Chao Yang, You criticize me? How was the taste of the lady from last night? Seems you were even more frenzied than I was. What a hypocrite. Chao Yang frowned. A cold smile suddenly gracing his lips, Li Zhao's voice rang out from behind the yellow-haired man. Did your father not tell you? During battle, do not lose focus. Let me, your grandpa Li Xiao, enlighten you with that. Li Xiao swung his axe toward the yellow-haired man's head. Thud. The yellow-haired man swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick to Li Xiao's abdomen. Before the axe could descend, Li Xiao felt a sharp pain in his gut. Sent flying like a rag doll as blood spewed from his mouth, that you're weak, yet you dare to sneak attack me. You're courting death. The yellow-haired man's eyes glinted with malice, angered by Li Xiao's audacity. He crouched and sprang forth like lightning, thrusting his sword toward Li Xiao's throat. Dodge! Luo Chen exclaimed anxiously, eager to assist, but was halted by the beaming smile of Chao Yang. Let them resolve their grievances themselves. Why meddle? Luo Chen's expression darkened as he trembled his arm, thrusting the short sword forward. Why bother? Chao Yang shook his head, only moving when the sharp blade was at his chest, stomping down with a force that conjured a faint azure wind, shielding his body and rendering Luo Chen's weapon utterly immobile. Luo Chen's heart raced in alarm. Star origin power. Li Xiao watched helplessly as the cold glint of the sword magnified within his pupils. Utterly powerless to intervene. Get lost suddenly. A figure surged forth, exuding a fierce aura, landing a punch on the yellow-haired man. With a resounding crack, the sound of ribs breaking echoed, and the yellow-haired man let out a wail, as if struck by an 80-ton construction vehicle, flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Agonizing pain radiated from his waist as he spat out blood, his eyes filled with fury and a hint of fear. Lu Fei, hero! Li Xiao exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the figure before him. It was none other than Lu Fei, who had narrowly escaped death the previous night. Lu Fei's formidable presence forced Chao Yang to retreat beside the muscular man. Eyeing Lu Fei with caution, Liu Fei glanced at the two and asked nonchalantly, Are you all right? I'm fine, Luo Chen replied with a shake of his head. Li Xiao immediately interjected, How can it be fine? That scoundrel almost killed my elder brother. Hero, you must avenge me. Wailing and sniffling, one might think he had been beaten by dozens of burly men. The man who had disregarded Luo Chen and Li Xiao now fixed his gaze on Lu Fei, taking a long moment before speaking. You are quite strong, but alas, you are gravely injured. Liu Fei snorted coldly, stepping forward, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure. You may give it a try. Just as Chao Yang was about to respond, Lu Xi raised a hand to stop him. Lu Xi studied Lu Fei for a moment before turning to say, Let's go, grinding his teeth in frustration. Chao Yang reluctantly followed, while the pitiful yellow-haired man could only endure his pain and rise to trail behind the two. Li Xiao continued to shout, You coward! Don't run, my boss is here. That damned yellow-haired man. The next time I see you, I will surely beat you to a pulp. The yellow-haired man trembled in anger, quickening his pace to keep up. Luo Chen shot Li Xiao a glare. Trouble comes from your mouth. If it weren't for Lu Fei's timely arrival, you would have been dead, you know. He who told me my hero is so formidable. Li Xiao strutted over, only to see Lu Fei's face pale as he collapsed, prompting him to rush to support him. What happened, hero? Don't scare me. Li Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Liu Fei shook his head. I'm fine, just not fully recovered yet. Even with the invincible system, Lu Fei's battered body had yet to heal completely. After all, he had been on the brink of death the previous night, but if not for Meng Xiangyi's timely treatment and the injection of the invincible system's life restoration serum, he would have long since joined the realm of the dead. The aura Lu Fei had emitted earlier was merely a facade to instill fear and compel the opponent to withdraw, but it seemed that the other party had seen through his ruse. Thankfully, they were not willing to stake their lives on a gamble. Otherwise, it was likely that all three of them would have remained here. Supporting Lu Fei back inside, Zhou Hui hurriedly inquired about what had transpired. Li Xiao recounted the events truthfully, only to receive a stern reprimand from Zhou Hui, leaving him too intimidated to utter a word. With a face full of remorse, Li Xiao turned to Lu Fei and said, Hero, I was impulsive earlier. I nearly put us all in danger, and I apologize. Lu Fei nodded, his deep-set eyes lost in contemplation. Li Xiao grinned. You don't bear a grudge against me, do you? I know I was in the wrong.
and I've realized my mistakes. I vow to mend my ways and ensure I won't cause trouble again. Hero. Please don't keep saying HM. That IT makes me feel quite uncertain. That Liu Fei glanced at him and replied, wherever it is cool. Take me there. Li Xiao, in tears, pathetically approached Zhou Hui for comfort, lamenting about his fragile heart being deeply hurt. Zhou Hui promptly slapped him, telling him to leave. That Liu Fei, are you feeling better? Meng Xiangyi sat down beside him, inquiring. Inhaling the fragrant aroma that filled the air, Liu Fei smiled and nodded. Much better. Thank you for your efforts last night. That IT was my duty. You could let us assist you with more tasks. Otherwise, don't you find it exhausting to shoulder everything alone? Exhausted? Indeed, Liu Fei was weary. Surviving in the apocalypse drained everyone. Facing zombies and formidable mutated beasts daily, how could one not feel fatigued? However, Meng Xiangyi's words reminded Liu Fei that he could indeed delegate some tasks to them. Host, Liu Fei strength, 10 men power invincible coins, 403 achievement points, none weapons, super alloy short sword, battle blade skills. Void slash. After the brutal battle last night, the genetic essence within Liu Fei had fully integrated, granting him the terrifying strength of 10 men. Aside from having spent 1,000 invincible coins, he now possessed over 400 that unfortunately, without invincible coins to unlock the seal on the storage ring, his power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Liu Fei was quite tempted by the items within the storage ring, but this matter could not be rushed. He would eventually earn those 1,000 invincible coins. Contemplating, Liu Fei spent 300 invincible coins to exchange for 3 super alloy short swords, distributing them to Li Xiao, Yi Lianxin, and Meng Xiangyi. For the journey ahead, I will refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Liu Fei stated as he tossed the 3 super alloy short swords. Meng Xiangyi's face lit up with joy upon receiving her sword. Seeing Luo Chun with a super alloy short sword made Li Xiao's excitement soar. Gripping his newly acquired blade, he declared, "Don't worry, hero, I'm no weakling." After being mocked by the yellow-haired man, Li Xiao was determined to grow stronger and reclaim his dignity. Lu Hong watched Liu Fei with a glint of unwillingness in her eyes. Unlike Zhou Hui, who had Li Xiao to protect her, Lu Hong felt isolated and alone, a bold idea taking root in her mind. Let's take a break. We set off in the afternoon. Liu Fei found a room, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. The sooner they reached the Jianzhou survivor base, the sooner they would be safe. The technology on Water Source Star was highly advanced, allowing for swift defensive preparations. Under the might of powerful weapons, the Jianzhou survivor base was soon established, capable of accommodating 100,000 people. In the early stages, it was quite secure, and Liu Fei was particularly anxious for Meng Xiangyi's safety. Hence his urgency in bringing her to the Jianzhou survivor base. Chapter 24. Temporary tranquility. Time passed, and suddenly the sound of footsteps in the room startled Liu Fei awake with keen senses. He detected the scent of a woman, unmistakably that of Lu Hong. Pretending to be asleep, he observed Lu Hong's intentions. Having been Lu Hao's woman, did she now seek vengeance for him? A surge of killing intent welled up within Liu Fei. If she meant to harm him, she would not escape unscathed. Lu Hong approached the bedside, gazing at Liu Fei's sleeping form, a flicker of rage igniting within her that if not for him, Lu Hao would not have died. And she would not be left all alone. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her resolve and reached out her hand. That Liu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, seizing her wrist with an impassive expression. "What do you want?" Lu Hong was taken aback, her demeanor flustered as she instinctively covered her body. I. Liu Fei then realized that Lu Hong had somehow stripped down to her scanty attire, her fair skin alluringly exposed. "You didn't come to kill me?" Liu Fei frowned at the sight. Lu Hong bit her lip and threw herself into Liu Fei's arms, sobbing. "Liu Fei, I don't want to die. That I can offer myself to you. Be your woman. Will you protect me?" Truth be told, faced with such an enticing scene, a flicker of desire ignited within Liu Fei's heart, yet he resolutely pushed Lu Hong away. "If you wish to live, then strive for it yourself. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself." With that, Liu Fei rose and exited the room. Lu Hong lay sprawled on the bed, calling out, "Liu Fei, do you truly have no interest in me? Are you even a man?" Liu Fei continued on his way without a pause, leaving the room. Lu Hong, weeping on the bed, felt a profound sense of failure. Her once prized beauty had proven futile before Lu Fei stepped outside. He spotted Li Xiao and Zhou Hui with necks craned, eavesdropping. Upon seeing him emerge, they immediately feigned innocence. The moon is particularly distant today. Li Xiao gazed up at the sky, marveling. Meng Xiangyi stood awkwardly nearby, and upon seeing Lu Fei appear neatly dressed, she felt an unexpected surge of joy. "Did you know when I came in?" Lu Fei coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Xiao. Instantly, Li Xiao felt as though he were being watched by a terrifying venomous serpent, as if admitting to anything would prompt it to open its gaping maw. Sharp fangs poised to pierce him with 2 bloody holes. Alarmed, he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, I don't know. If I had known, I would certainly have alerted you, my esteemed hero. I am but a model citizen. Do you still wish for weapons?" Lu Fei shot him a fierce glance that Li Xiao immediately capitulated, discreetly indicating toward Zhou Hui, and lamented, "Hero, I am wronged." Upon noticing the peculiar turn of events, Zhou Hui promptly dashed off to converse with Yi Lianxin, leaving Li Xiao trembling in place, thinking to himself, "This is it. How will the hero deal with me?" I discovered him engaging in an affair with Teacher Meng, and even summoned her to eavesdrop. Am I doomed? To Li Xiao's astonishment, Lu Fei showed no intention of reprimanding him, and instead approached Meng Xiangyi. Meng Xiangyi retreated repeatedly, cornered against the wall, feeling Lu Fei's breath upon her. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered. "Lu Fei, what do you want? Why didn't you call me? It's already noon. We should set off." That Lu Fei feigned a stern expression, though inwardly he longed to pinch her adorable face. "Oh, I forgot," Meng Xiangyi said, pressing herself tightly against the wall, her heart racing as Lu Fei drew nearer, wondering if he might set off. Just as the two were about to be close together, Lu Fei suddenly turned and strode downstairs. Meng Xiangyi stood there in a daze for a moment before exhaling a sigh of relief. Patting her heaving chest, she said, "You scared me. I thought this guy was insufferable." "Hey, Meng Laosher, did you feel a sudden rush of excitement?" Li Xiao chimed in with a mischievous grin. "Get lost." Meng Xiangyi shot him a glare, her face aflame. "Oh, come on, admit it. Your face is all red." "Ha," Li Xiao teased, only to narrowly evade a kick from Meng Xiangyi, who was infuriated, as he dashed away with a smirk. "Excited? How could that be?" Meng Xiangyi muttered under her breath. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lu Hong appeared impeccably dressed, drawing everyone's attention, her expression utterly placid, betraying nothing. "Let's go," Luo Chen said, rising to lead the group downstairs. Meng Xiangyi hesitated for a moment before approaching Lu Hong and inquired, "Lu Hong, did Lu Fei do something to you?" "Meng Laosher, you seem quite concerned," Lu Hong remarked, regarding Meng Xiangyi with a strange expression. Meng Xiangyi cleared her throat. "I was merely worried." "No, he has no interest in me at all," Lu Hong replied, her countenance dimming as she walked away. "No interest?" Meng Xiangyi furrowed her brows, inexplicably feeling a flicker of delight within her, a sentiment she could hardly comprehend. That a sudden roar pierced the air as a zombie caught the scent of flesh and charged forward. Li Xiao brandished a sword and shouted, "Damn you, vile creature, taste the wrath of Li Diye's blade." Thrusting the short sword, he pierced the zombie's shoulder, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, only for him to be caught off guard as the zombie's claws lunged at him with alarming speed. Li Xiao's expression shifted in terror. His slight frame could not withstand the onslaught of the zombie's claws, and he hastily withdrew, leaning back. The zombie swiftly altered its trajectory, its claws aimed at Li Xiao's abdomen. "Ow, damn it!" Li Xiao yelped, collapsing to the ground, twisting his body in an attempt to evade. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late, the claws leaving a bloody gash on his back as he rolled away. Dusty and battered, Li Xiao rose, acutely aware of the lesson learned. Attempting to show off had backfired spectacularly. "I refuse to believe you can't be dealt with." Li Xiao spat defiantly, re-engaging the zombie. Lu Fei observed the confrontation with the zombie, murmuring, "It's become stronger." "Huh?" Luo Chen glanced at Lu Fei in confusion. "Haven't you noticed? The zombies have evolved. They are gradually gaining strength, nearly akin to 2 men." Only then did Luo Chen realize that the zombies' speed and agility were markedly superior to those previously encountered, and no wonder Li Xiao had sustained injuries. Perhaps a bit of hardship would do him good. Luo Chen decided against intervening. After all, Li Xiao's physique was robust enough to resist infection. Li Xiao, having reached a strength level comparable to two men, found his genetic enhancements wholly merged, rendering him slightly stronger than the zombie. Armed with his blade, after a lengthy struggle, he emerged victorious, albeit with several wounds. Standing triumphantly on the fallen zombie, Li Shao boasted, "How about that? Not too shabby, pathetic." Luo Chen scoffed, springing forward with the agility of a cheetah, his sword slicing toward Li Shao from behind. "What the hell?" Li Shao yelped, narrowly escaping. With a swift flash, Luo Chen cleaved the zombie, attempting to ambush Li Shao in two, its filthy blood spilling onto the ground. When did another one show up? Little buddy performed admirably. Consider this a reward from the boss. Li Shao patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Luo Chen ignored him and pressed onward. That they ventured forth. With Luo Chen and Li Shao leading the way, Yi Lianqing refrained from engaging until absolutely necessary, at which point she displayed ruthless efficiency, dismembering zombies with ease. Li Shao remarked to Lu Fei that anyone caught cheating on her would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Meng Xiangyi also attempted to join the fray, wielding her strength of 4, surpassing Li Shao, but ultimately, the task of decapitating zombies fell to him. What the hell, here I am, a dashing and extraordinary figure, being tasked with such menial labor. This is a disgrace. Lu Fei interjected, "If you don't want the genetic material, you need not continue to..." Li Shao immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, grinning foolishly. "I was merely venting my frustrations. Rest assured, with my foot fungus, I will undoubtedly procure twice the amount of genetic material for you. Big brother, Lu Hong and Zhou Hui and I have nothing to do? Why not let us handle this? We aren't afraid of getting dirty," Yi Zihan suggested. Approaching Lu Fei glanced at the other two, noting their lack of objection, and nodded. "Very well, it's entrusted to you, Li Shao. You are in charge of guiding them. Ensure they do not fall victim to infection." Upon hearing Lu Fei's initial statement, Li Shao nearly leaped for joy, thinking to himself that he could finally slay zombies and protect peace in the world. However, Lu Fei's latter remark doused his excitement, leaving him with a pained expression. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Lu Fei sighed internally, realizing that reaching the survivor base in Jianzhou was unlikely today. They would have to continue their journey tomorrow. All right, let's find a place to rest and resume our travels in the morning. The surroundings were desolate, the Jianzhou survivor base located in the remote Baiwu town. Devoid of suitable resting spots, primarily consisting of 1- or 2-story buildings with flimsy doors, many of which were damaged. Li Shao approached with a plastic bag, grinning. "Hero, look at this. Under my brilliant guidance, we gathered a total of 35 pieces of genetic material this afternoon. Impressive. Isn't it? You can distribute it among yourselves," Lu Fei replied. Given his current strength, consuming all of it would yield minimal enhancement. Merely staving off hunger, it was wiser to allocate it to them, ensuring their ability to defend themselves, as Lu Fei still needed to ensure their safe arrival at the base. Although Lu Hao's death had cost him 100 reward points, he still had 700 invincible coins as a reward. They were not far from the base, and it would be foolish not to capitalize on it. Chapter 25. Must I? After a day had passed, Lu Fei's injuries had finally healed. With a strength of 10 men, he now stood a chance against 2-star zombies. As night descended, the area enveloped in darkness, concealing unknown horrors lurking in the shadows, their sharp fangs glinting ominously. Li Shao hurried over, exclaiming, "Hero, I've spotted a small town up ahead. There should be a place to rest. Shall we go? Let us proceed." Despite the presence of zombies in the town, it was preferable to the desolate wilderness, where mutated beasts roamed freely. Lu Fei would rather face zombies than confront formidable mutated creatures. Under Lu Fei's leadership, the group advanced toward the town. In the stillness of the night, the town lay eerily silent, save for the occasional gust of wind. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The indistinct silhouettes of houses appeared as if monstrous beasts were lying in wait, instilling a sense of dread. Lu Fei halted, frowning at the town. It's too quiet. Something feels off. Everyone, stay alert. Heeding Lu Fei's warning, Luo Chen and the others gripped their weapons, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Lu Fei led the way, prepared for any sudden developments. Yet as they delved deeper into the town, no incidents occurred. There are no zombies here. Could it be that these ravenous beasts have fled? Li Shao, now relaxed, chuckled. The radar scanner revealed no red dots. Astonishingly, there was not a single zombie in sight. Lu Fei showed no sign of relaxation. The bizarre scene before him only deepened his sense of unease. Logically, if no one had made a commotion to attract the zombies, they would not have wandered far from this vicinity. Yet, as they journeyed, not a single zombie was encountered, which was clearly suspicious. Either a large-scale battle had occurred here, drawing the zombies away, or evolved two-star zombies had summoned them. Nevertheless, the absence of zombies allowed them to rest without worry. In the affluent outskirts of town, Lu Fei found a small hotel, where the group settled into a luxurious suite. Except for Lu Fei, each person received 5 pieces of genetic meat after a light meal. They soon succumbed to fatigue, having traveled all day and faced zombies along the way. The quiet town suddenly became shrouded in darkness, where a few shadows flitted by like specters that Lu Fei was abruptly awakened by a commotion near his ear. He opened his eyes to see a figure hurtling toward him, and instinctively reached out to catch it, only to find it was Li Xiao, drenched in blood. That Li Xiao coughed up blood, offering a bitter smile. "Hero, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect Teacher Meng." "What?" Lu Fei looked up to see Meng Xiangni being restrained on the ground by several men, who were tearing at her clothing while she cried out in helpless despair. Boom! Lu Fei felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place as an inferno of rage ignited within his chest. "Let her go! Let her go! Kid, if we have our eyes on your girl. It's your fortune to be E-compliant." A shadowy figure pointed a finger at him. In an instant, Lu Fei found himself immobile, as if ensnared by a binding spell, forced to watch the scoundrels violate Meng Xiangni. His eyes turned crimson, filled with a primal fury, shaking with rage, yet held fast by an unseen force that in his previous life he had watched helplessly as Xiangni was tormented to death before his eyes. Why was this happening again? Why? In his previous life, he had been powerless. In this life, he absolutely would not allow a similar fate to unfold. With a beastly roar, Lu Fei felt the power that bound him begin to shatter under the weight of his unbridled fury. As the sound of shattering glass echoed around him, crack! Finally, the force immobilizing him vanished, and like a ferocious beast escaping its cage, Lu Fei lunged forward, his fist cleaving the air and obliterating one of his assailants into a rain of gore. Die! At that moment, a singular thought consumed Lu Fei's mind. Slaughter. Only bloodshed could quell the tempest of rage within him. "Ah, you all shall die." The ground trembled, buildings crumbled beneath the overwhelming force of his wrath. Lu Fei stood there like a bloodthirsty beast. The assailants, now nothing more than dismembered, remained scattered around him. Xiangni, as the red haze receded from Lu Fei's vision, he gazed upon the vulnerable, naked form of Meng Xiangni on the ground, just as he was about to approach when an unsettling thought struck him that is this a dream? Am I dreaming? The notion surged in his mind as he glanced up at the low-hanging, pitch-black sky, as if he could reach out and touch it. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. With a cold snort, he tightened his fists and struck downward like a falling star. Boom! The earth quaked, and the very fabric of space shuddered and began to fracture. "Whoever you are, I shall kill you." Lu Fei's eyes sparked with a manic bloodlust, realizing that someone had used formidable mental power to weave a dreamscape, that a lingering knot in his heart had manifested this vision of Meng Xiangni's humiliation. This was a pain Lu Fei could not forget. Yet someone dared to provoke it, inciting his fury as the surroundings dissolved in a starlight. Lu Fei coldly declared, "You are doomed," puffed at as Lu Fei uttered these words. In a nearby room, a cloaked figure seated in meditation suddenly spat blood, exclaiming in surprise, "This person is formidable. He might be the one who killed the young master, but we are no match for him. We must flee." The other cloaked figures immediately leaped out of the window, but one of them caught sight of an overwhelming killing intent surging toward him like lightning. Bang! The next instant, this cloaked figure was struck by a massive fist, silencing him before he could scream, as he was sent crashing into a building. The aggressor was none other than the wrathful Lu Fei. Lu Fei surveyed the 3 cloaked figures before him with a cold gaze, asking icily, "Who are you? You are not worthy to know who we are. Offending us will not end well for you. Now, you have 2 choices. Either let us go, or prepare to flee for your life." Lu Fei slowly drew his blade, its cold gleam piercing through the night, that he stated resolutely, "No matter who you are, if you wish to kill me, feel free to try. However, you must die," with a flick of his wrist. The sharp blade shot forth from the darkness, piercing the bodies of the three cloaked figures. The chilling cold became their final sensation as Lu Fei turned to leave, the three bodies collapsing behind him. As Lu Fei departed, the cloaked figure who had been smashed into the building clutched his punctured abdomen, staggering into the shadows. These individuals possessed only a strength of 5, yet they could wield mental attacks, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Lu Fei felt a sense of urgency. He needed to grow stronger, for there were many unknowns in this world. Just as he neared the hotel, he suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle. Upon focusing his gaze, he spotted a massive shadow not far away, accompanied by Li Zhao's anguished groans. Before him stood a mutated beast, its massive frame resembling a bull, clad in scales, with claws glinting dangerously and a pair of sharp horns jutting from its head. The first-tier mutated beast, the horned bull, possessing the strength of 7, with thick skin and formidable power. It was nearly unmatched among its peers. Could it be that the hero knew such a terrifying creature was lurking and intentionally abandoned us? Li Xiao exclaimed as he struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. Enough chatter. Come help. Luo Chen shouted as he was sent flying by a swipe from the horned bull. All right, little bro, as your leader, I can't leave you behind. Li Xiao propelled himself forward, swinging his sword against the horned bull's armored hide, sparks flying from the clash. Damn, its shell is so tough. Li Zhao's hands went numb from the impact, and just as he spoke, he saw a black tail whip toward him, prompting him to dodge hastily. Meng Xiangyi, possessing a strength of 4, joined the fray but lacked experience, merely flailing her weapon aimlessly. Roar. The horned bull bellowed in frustration, irked by the incessant annoyances, and charged at Meng Xiangyi. Its sharp horns aimed directly at her delicate neck, certain to deliver a fatal blow. Watch out, Li Xiao shouted desperately. Meng Xiangyi was paralyzed with fear, instinctively attempting to evade, but the horned bull's speed was too great. It was too late. Just as Meng Xiangyi appeared doomed, a shadow darted past, wrapping around her waist and pulling her to safety. Believing she was destined for death, she was astonished to find herself embraced in a warm hold. Lu Fei. A smile broke across Lu Fei's face as he released her, saying, "Leave it to me." Boom. The horned bull crashed through a wall, enraged that this insignificant creature could vanish right under its nose. It roared and turned back, charging out of the room. Hero, oh my, I thought you had forsaken us. I was saddened for quite a while. You mustn't do that again, Li Xiao joked, knowing Lu Fei's presence meant safety. Lu Fei's prowess was deeply ingrained in their minds. Any challenge would dissolve upon his arrival. As Lu Fei faced the incoming horned bull, his expression remained unchanged. He planted his feet firmly, twisting his body and delivering a powerful punch to the creature's skull. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the horned bull let out a pained cry, crashing to the ground under the force of Lu Fei's blow. Though it attempted to rise, Lu Fei pressed down firmly, drawing his blade and slicing through its throat. Ripped that a gaping wound appeared beneath the horned bull's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as it let out a final, defiant roar. Yet Lu Fei showed no mercy. Thrusting his blade through its throat and into its skull, the massive beast collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Chapter 26. The rules of the base. Congratulations, host. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, the horned bull, and earned 50 invincibility coins. Lu Fei felt a wave of soreness coursing through his arm. This horned beast was truly monstrous. Even a 2-star zombie would likely be torn apart in its presence. Observing that his companions were largely unharmed, he remarked, "Let us all return and rest. We have a journey to continue tomorrow." With that, he made his way to the hotel to recuperate. Li Xiao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What do you think the hero has gone off to do?" Yi Zihan blinked her large eyes and replied, "Uncle Li Xiao, do you happen to know what Big Brother is up to?" "Uncle?" Li Xiao nearly choked on his own incredulity, shooting her an irritated glare. Yet, seeing her adorable expression softened his annoyance, and he chuckled. "I seriously suspect the hero has sneaked away to engage in an affair with Teacher Meng." "What? No way, Uncle Li Xiao. There's no one else here." Yi Zihan exclaimed in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the others that I never specified it was a person. Perhaps the hero has some peculiar preferences, such as a penchant for the undead, he teased. Just then, Li Xiao was met with a swift slap to the back of his head from Zhou Hui, who seized his ear and scolded, "Why must you speak so much? Are you itching for trouble?" Off you go to sleep. Li Xiao, feeling wronged, protested, but why would the hero go out? What he does is none of your concern. Are you feeling cheeky? Ouch! Be gentle, my wife. You're about to rip my ear off. Their playful bickering lightened the otherwise grim atmosphere of the apocalypse. However, Meng Xiangyi sensed that something unusual had transpired earlier, but since Lu Fei chose not to divulge, she refrained from pressing further. The next day, after breakfast and some preparations, they set off once more to everyone's astonishment. Not a single zombie appeared along the way. It seemed all had been summoned by the two-star zombie. Lu Fei's expression darkened. Is that two-star zombie truly that formidable? Li Xiao asked. Lu Fei shook his head, that it's not exceptionally powerful, but it has the ability to summon other zombies to form a horde, which is what makes it truly terrifying. I wondered why we encountered no practice targets along the way. It turns out they were all summoned by the two-star zombie. But this does make our journey easier, does it not? Luo-Chen remarked, looking at him as if he were foolish. Why would a two-star zombie summon? It's likely because it has detected a significant number of humans nearby. Tell me, where in this vicinity could there be a large concentration of humans? At that moment, Li Xiao exclaimed, "Oh no, could it be planning an assault on the survivor base in Jianzhou?" Humph, at least you have some wits about you. Li Xiao felt a pang of frustration. Why does your statement sound like an affront to my intelligence? Zhou Hui, feeling embarrassed, quickly covered Li Xiao's mouth, silencing him. Luo-Chen was correct. This was also Lu Fei's greatest concern, that he had no idea from which direction the two-star zombie would attack, or when it might strike. Should they arrive at the base only to encounter a horde? Even he could not guarantee their safe escape. Despite his growing strength, the zombies were evolving as well. Moreover, hordes typically appeared alongside waves of mutated beasts. With the strength of just 10 men, facing formidable mutated creatures would still be a daunting challenge. Let us hope we are not too late. Lu Fei quickened his pace, hoping to reach the Jianzhou survivor base before the horde arrived. Half an hour later, they stood at the foot of a mountain, the town of Baiwu visible in the distance. This small town, surrounded by mountains on all sides, had been ravaged by the apocalypse. Leaving it in tatters, behind Baiwu lay the base, fortified with towering walls made of alloy steel, capable of withstanding the impact of 10 men. Around the base, squads of armed soldiers patrolled, seeing no signs of zombies. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. They had arrived just in time, that he dared not linger, urging his companions to move forward. When they approached, a contingent of soldiers immediately raised their weapons, unsure of whether they were human or undead. "Don't shoot. We are human, not zombies," Li Xiao shouted, fearing they might be turned into a porcupine by gunfire. Upon realizing they were indeed alive, the soldiers lowered their weapons. One who appeared to be the leader approached. His expression stern as he inquired, "Have you been infected?" "No. May we enter?" Lu Fei asked, shaking his head. The new order of the apocalypse dictated that strength equated to authority, and these soldiers, armed with formidable weapons, naturally held power. Whether you enter or not is not for you to decide. Escort them for examination, the leader commanded, gesturing for 2 soldiers to take Lu Fei and his group to a makeshift tent nearby. "What a disgrace," Li Xiao muttered under his breath, but a soldier nearby caught the remark and shot him a cold glare. "Place all your belongings in that box, then stand on the scanner," one soldier instructed, pointing to a nearby scanning device. After Luo-Chen and the others set down their weapons, they were permitted to proceed. Lu Fei stood on the scanner, and a green light swept over his body without emitting any sound, followed by Luo-Chen and the others. "All right, this is your designated area. Do not wander off." "Understood," a soldier said, handing out identification tags to Lu Fei and the others, allowing them to leave. Li Xiao moved to retrieve his backpack. A soldier pointed a gun at him and coldly asked, "What do you think you're doing?" "I'm just getting my things," Li Xiao replied, feeling indignant. The soldier snorted, "Your belongings? They belong to the base now." "Move along," Li Xiao gritted his teeth, glancing at the weapon in the soldier's hand. He could only grunt in frustration. "Let us go," Lu Fei said calmly, glancing at the tag in his hand, which read lower class zone. "Damn it. They've stripped us of our food and now we're sent to the lower class zone. This is outrageous," Li Xiao complained. Lu Fei remained silent. Such was the rule of the base. Ordinary individuals, those without strength, were only fit to reside in the lower class zone. The base was divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower class zones. The apocalypse was merciless. even if one had once possessed vast wealth. Lacking power meant one could only live in the lower class zone, unless one had sufficient strength. Another option was to become a soldier. Soldiers enjoyed numerous benefits, and their families could reside in the middle class zone. This was the advantage of power. Big brother, I'm heading to the upper class zone with my sister, that if you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek me out. I will certainly help you. Yi Zihan suddenly came over to say that Liu Fei turned to see Lianxin standing a short distance away. Her expression iced, he smiled and ruffled her hair, saying all right. Watching the Yi sisters depart, Li Xiao expressed envy. Damn, it must be nice to have connections that be by the way. Where's Lu Hong? She's been missing since we entered. She left shortly after entering. Li Xiao, are you smitten with her? Zhou Hui asked, cracking her knuckles with a fierce look that Li Xiao recoiled, chuckling nervously. I was merely inquiring. The so-called lower class zone consisted of large tents, housing dozens of individuals together, equipped with makeshift beds that resembled school cots, albeit without any blankets. After Li Xiao ventured out to gather information, he returned, cursing, damn it. I just found out that beds require food to be exchanged for them. A single box of chips can trade for a bed. Unbelievable. It's a pity we left our 2 backpacks full of food behind. Stop complaining. Having a place to sleep is a blessing in itself. Zhou Hui consoled him. What shall we do next, Liu Fei? Luo Chen inquired that Liu Fei had already devised a plan, stating, we will hunt zombies to earn military merit points. Military merit points were akin to currency from before the apocalypse and could also be used to elevate one's rank. Liu Fei needed to ensure Meng Xiangyi's safety, allowing him to depart in search of the ancient civilization's secrets to rapidly enhance his own strength. That I'll join you. I, Li Xiao, will stick with you. Li Xiao declared immediately. You stay behind. Why? Li Xiao protested, unwilling to remain idle. They need your protection. Trust me, I won't neglect you, Liu Fei insisted. The lower class zone was chaotic, and as long as no one was killed, the military rarely intervened. That Liu Fei was concerned for Meng Xiangyi and Zhou Hui's safety, which was why he wanted Li Xiao to stay. Fine then, Li Xiao relented, his head drooping as he resembled a wilted plant. I'll accompany you, Luo Chen offered. Liu Fei nodded, just as a lecherous voice interrupted. Hey, these 2 girls are quite a sight. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man, rotund and greasy, adorned with tattoos on his exposed arms. Clearly not a good character. Hey, you scoundrel. I'm in a foul mood, get lost. Li Xiao stood up, already irritated. The fat man's expression darkened, menacingly declaring, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me? Biao, in such a manner. Are you seeking death? As Biao finished speaking, several individuals approached from a distance, positioning themselves behind him, that I only know that what awaits you will not be pleasant. Li Xiao, after finishing his words, delivered a punch that landed squarely on Biao's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. That Biao was momentarily stunned, only to feel a shadow dart past him, followed by an excruciating pain in his nose that brought him to the brink of tears. Clutching his bleeding nose, Biao bellowed, how dare you hit me? Brothers, take him down. Li Xiao let out a cold snort, twisting his wrist as he replied, perfect. Let you all be my punching bags in the lower district. As long as no one died, no one would intervene. Therefore, Li Xiao restrained his strength and charged forward. A flurry of sounds ensued as several of Biao's underlings fell to the ground, writhing in agony. That Biao's expression changed drastically, realizing he had kicked a steel plate, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. Thinking you can run after acting tough? Li Xiao shouted, delivering a kick that sent Biao tumbling to the ground like a pig'd. Li Xiao seized him by the neck and lifted him up, coldly inquiring, do you want to live or die? Big brother, spare me. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Biao's face turned a shade resembling that of a liver, his corpulent body trembling in fear. Just as Li Xiao contemplated throwing him to the ground, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. All right, if you want me to spare your life, then become my subordinate and help me seize power. Huh, seize power? Biao was momentarily taken aback. Damn it, are you going to answer or not? Li Xiao roared, at once. Biao turned submissive like a frightened dog. I agree. I agree. Li Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction and instructed him to gather his brothers quickly. He was about to hold a meeting. Protect them well, Liu Fei instructed, before walking out with Luo Chen. Rest assured, noble hero, even if I die, I won't let a single hair fall from them, Li Xiao vowed earnestly, as he began to plot his ideas. Chapter 27. New recruit Liu Fei Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, earning 700 invincible coins. The death of Liu Hao caused the system to deduct 100. But Liu Fei was still quite content with the 700 coins. He only needed 300 more to unlock the seal of the storage ring that Liu Fei eagerly anticipated what treasures might be contained within. Ding! The system has issued a storyline task. Slay 100 one-star zombies and 50 mutated beasts with a time limit of 5 hours. Task completion reward: 300 invincible coins. Task failure penalty: unknown. The reason Liu Fei was so eager to enlist was that the system had issued a task, and only soldiers could freely enter and exit the base at this moment. Many people were signing up for military service, forming several long lines. However, not everyone would be accepted. There were standards for enlistment. A punching power of 90 kilograms and a leg strength of 120 kilograms were required, which meant that most people would be eliminated. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was finally Liu Fei's turn. After registering his information, the officer pointed to a nearby strength testing machine and said, "Go over and measure your strength." That Liu Fei silently walked over to the machine, which tested both punching and leg strength. Several people were already testing their strength, with a few officers recording the results. Bang! A middle-aged man delivered a punch to the machine. An officer recorded the results and said, "Punching power, 95 kilograms, leg strength, 130 kilograms. Qualified." The middle-aged man beamed with excitement, knowing that as long as he enlisted, his daily meals would be taken care of, and he could earn military merit points by slaying zombies or mutated beasts. How could he not be happy? Next, however, only one person after him qualified. The rest were eliminated before they could even test their leg strength. After several minutes, it was finally Liu Fei's turn. Without hesitation, he delivered a straight punch to the machine. Bang! A resounding thud echoed, and even the heavy machine shook violently from the impact. The recording officer displayed a shocked expression. This was the first time he had witnessed such formidable strength. Next came the leg strength test. Liu Fei delivered a whip kick that struck the machine with the speed of lightning. Bang! The testing device trembled violently, ultimately unable to withstand the force, and was sent sliding back several meters. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. The power Liu Fei exhibited was equivalent to that of a captain. This was still Liu Fei holding back to avoid revealing his true strength. Otherwise, it would have doubled. The recording personnel, momentarily stunned, regained their composure and exclaimed, "Liu Fei, punching power 500 kilograms, leg strength 800 kilograms. Qualified." Without a doubt, Liu Fei was immediately enlisted. With such extraordinary strength, he would at least hold the rank of captain in the future, prompting the recording sergeant to treat him with newfound respect. That in this world of survival of the fittest, only those with formidable power would earn the respect of others. Conversely, those without strength could only scrape by. Meanwhile, another strength testing area erupted in exclamations of surprise, as an officer exclaimed, "Punching power 280 kilograms, leg strength 430 kilograms. Liu Fei did not need to guess. It was Luo Chun. However, he was surprised that this fellow had reached the strength of 5 men, undoubtedly hiding some of his power just like himself. After receiving his military uniform and registering his enlistment qualification with a retinal scanner, Liu Fei officially became a soldier of Water Source Star, Dragon Nation. Subsequently, an officer handed him a device resembling a recorder. This is a record device for your military merit points. You can exchange them at the Military Affairs Hall. Liu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The officer then provided him with a soldier's manual and a communication device, informing him of his assignment to the Infantry Battalion, 1st Company, 5th Platoon. In addition to these items, he was also assigned a pistol. The cold sensation of the weapon brought back memories of his bitter past life. Once everything was settled, Liu Fei waited outside for a while before seeing Luo Chen emerge as well. "Which company were you assigned to?" Liu Fei inquired. "That I was assigned to the 2nd Company of the Infantry Battalion, 4th Platoon." Luo Chen replied with a grin. Liu Fei nodded and said, "Let's head to the Military Affairs Hall to take on some tasks." They were now qualified to reside in the Intermediate District, but they still lacked military merit points. The Military Affairs Hall was vast and bustling with people, most of whom were there to accept or exchange tasks for military merit points. Tasks were categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, with an additional S level for the exceptionally brave, though ordinary people lacked the courage to attempt those. "Hello, how may I assist you?" the front desk beauty greeted with a warm smile. Lu Fei replied coolly, I would like to take on a sea-level task at sea level. The front desk beauty glanced at Lu Fei, noticing he was merely a new recruit. She cautioned, sea-level tasks can be somewhat challenging. For a newcomer like you, I would suggest starting with a D-level task, and no need, I want a C-level. Lu Fei shook his head. Very well. The front desk beauty pouted slightly and pulled up a liquid crystal screen to display the C-level tasks. Thinking to herself that yet another inexperienced individual had come along. The Jingzhou survivor base had a small energy power station, thus it had not lost power. The D-level tasks were typically mundane service projects, such as helping the upper echelons find their pet dogs, offering no challenge whatsoever, which Lu Fei found beneath his notice. The sea-level tasks were slightly better, involving clearing zombies from the base perimeter. Killing 10 would earn 15 military merit points, while standing guard for a day would yield 10 points. However, Lu Fei was still dissatisfied. These tasks were far too simple, easily manageable by both Li Xiao and Zhou Hui. He needed more military merit points and thus had to undertake more challenging tasks. Can I see the D-level tasks? Lu Fei handed the liquid crystal screen back to the beauty.D level. The front desk beauty was taken aback, saying, your rank isn't high enough. You can only accept tasks below D level. All right, Lu Fei said with some resignation, settling on a task to slay 20 zombies for 30 military merit points. The front desk beauty regarded Lu Fei and suddenly recalled something, saying, however, I do have a C-level task available. Would you like to take it? Li Weiyu sensed an aura about this man that was unlike any other, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. His deep, tranquil gaze showed no ripples when discussing D-level tasks. Leading her to decide to inform him about this challenging task, that Lu Fei glanced at the details. It involved assisting a team in fending off an attack by mutated beasts with a completion reward of 100 military merit points. Was this not exactly what he needed? All right, I'll take the task, Lu Fei said, feeling somewhat helpless. With his strength, he could easily undertake an A-level task, but due to his low rank, he lacked the qualifications. Li Weiyu was surprised by Lu Fei's swift agreement and cautioned, mutated beasts are even more formidable than zombies. Have you considered this? No need. I've already made my decision. I'll take it. Lu Fei replied with a smile. Very well. Li Weiyu thought to herself that she should have known better than to share the task with him. He likely had no idea how terrifying mutated beasts could be. However, since he was intent on seeking danger, she could not stop him. Besides, she had already been kind enough to warn him. Li Weiyu took Lu Fei as submitted information to process it. A voice suddenly rang out. I want to take that task too. Huh. A few minutes later, Li Weiyu watched the two men exit the hall, furrowing her brow, thinking they truly did not know the danger they were courting. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if these two managed to complete the task and survive? However, Li Weiyu swiftly dismissed such a notion. How could these two newly enlisted recruits possess any significant capabilities? They were nothing more than naive and inexperienced novices. Donning their military uniforms, Lu Fei and Luo Chen exited the base without any hindrance, although the mutated beast posed the strength of 3 men. It was exceptionally agile and adept at burrowing underground, typically operating in packs with numbers in their favor. Despite the base being surrounded by walls forged from alloy steel, the depths below were not fortified, allowing these wind mice to tunnel in and pilfer supplies from the granaries. Not only were they quick to escape, but they were also incredibly ferocious, leaving the soldiers tasked with guarding the stores in utter disarray and frustration. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of gunfire echoed from a distance, and Lu Fei observed several soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against adversaries the size of fully grown teddy bears, an overwhelming number of wind mice. With their brown scales and sharp, hooked claws, a mere scratch could tear flesh away, and their sharp teeth added to their menace. The reaction time of a human averages around 0.5 seconds, yet the wind mice's reflexes were several times swifter than that of an ordinary person, allowing them to evade gunfire with relative ease. The resilience of mutated beasts was formidable. Even when struck by bullets, the wind mice could mitigate much of the damage with their scales and continue to flee at remarkable speeds. The squad leader, noticing Lu Fei and Luo Chen approaching, shouted, "What are you two new recruits doing here? If you want to live, turn back immediately." These were seasoned veterans, well-trained and experienced, and if they were suffering casualties, there was little hope for newly enlisted soldiers. Nevertheless, Lu Fei paid him no mind. Raising his arm, and pulling the trigger. Crack! The bullet whizzed through the air, striking one of the wind mice and producing a shower of sparks. The creature's steel-like scales absorbed much of the impact, leaving it with only superficial wounds. But Lu Fei's shot incited the wind mice, which screeched and revealed its vicious teeth as it charged forward. Remaining unfazed, Lu Fei swiftly fired 3 more shots. The bullet struck the wind mice's tough head, creating sparks upon impact that a subsequent bullet collided with the first, piercing through the creature's hardened skull, and another followed suit, resulting in a piercing scream as its skull shattered, with 3 bullets lodged within, leaving it lifeless on the ground. This spectacle astonished the battling soldiers, momentarily causing them to forget their struggle against the wind mice as they turned to gaze at Lu Fei. The squad leader, who had just chastised Lu Fei, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated such prowess from a mere recruit. The death of one wind mouse sent the rest into a frenzied state, their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the soldiers as they charged forward despite the bullets. The squad leader's expression changed drastically. Retreat. Fall back. At a distance, they could still suppress the horde with their weapons. But should the wind mice close in, they would be left with no escape. As the soldiers retreated, they were horrified to see the 2 recruits running towards the frenzied wind mice. Come back. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The leader, Wang Donghai, exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, incredulous that these 2 recruits could be so reckless. Yet, what transpired next left Wang Donghai utterly dumbfounded. The recruit who had just shot the wind mice brandished a dark knife, and as a wind mouse lunged at him, it seemed certain he would be gutted. Without any visible movement, a flash glimmered, and the wind mouse was cleaved in 2, its carcass falling to the ground with a dull thud. By my word, this is a master, Wang Donghai gasped in astonishment. The other recruit was equally impressive. Lacking a weapon, he relied solely on his exceptional martial skills to pummel the pesky rodents, causing them to squeal in distress. Congratulations, host. You have slain a mutated beast, wind mouse, and earned 5 invincibility coins. Lu Fei was somewhat surprised. This seemingly insignificant wind mouse had been assessed by the system as worth 5 invincibility coins. In truth, what appeared weak to Lu Fei was undeniably terrifying to an ordinary person. Not to mention the wind mice's speed, their hardened scales rendered ordinary blades ineffective. The system's assessment had its rationale. Die! Lu Fei exclaimed as he slipped past a lunging claw, slashing his blade and sending a spray of dark green blood into the air. The wind mouse's head flew off, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The once troublesome wind mice fell one by one beneath the hands of the 2 recruits, leaving Wang Donghai and his soldiers in sheer disbelief. These 2 were exceptionally powerful, their strength rivaling that of a second lieutenant. Wang Donghai realized he needed to report this. He could not allow other regiments to snatch these talents away, that he retrieve his communicator and send a message. As Lu Fei turned the blade to cleave the last wind mouse in 2. The battle was declared a resounding victory. All 20-odd wind mice had been eliminated, and the soldiers cheered in jubilation, applause echoing behind them. Wang Donghai, filled with excitement, approached. Greetings, warriors. I am Wang Donghai, a squad leader under the 3rd Legion. May I ask your names? Lu Fei, he replied, wiping the blood from his blade nonchalantly. Luo Chun, the other said, collecting the wind mouse tails as evidence to prevent any doubt. Noticing their indifferent demeanor, Wang Donghai felt a flicker of irritation. But he quickly dismissed it, recognizing their potential to become significant figures that he plastered on a smile, saying, Thank you for helping us with this predicament, Lu Fei. Would you be interested in joining our ranks? Sorry, but I'm not interested, Lu Fei replied, turning to leave for the military administration hall to complete his task. Wang Donghai's smile faltered, taken aback by the abrupt rejection that he watched the 2 leave. Anxiety gripped him. If word got out to other regiments, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize these talents. Suddenly, his communicator buzzed with a message that filled him with hope. Please wait. Wang Donghai called out. Lu Fei halted. His patience wearing thin. There's something else? Wang Donghai quickly responded. Our lieutenant wishes to meet you. Half an hour later, brimming with excitement, Wang Donghai led Lu Fei and Luo Chun into an office within the 3rd Legion's barracks. As a squad leader, he would not ordinarily have the authority to enter here. However, he realized that by associating with Lu Fei and Luo Chun, he had an opportunity to gain favor within the 3rd Legion, potentially earning a promotion or rewards from above. These 2 were his lucky stars. Before long, Footsteps echoed at the door, followed by a middle-aged man in military uniform entering, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant and accompanied by several officers. The lowest rank being sergeant. The lieutenant scanned the room, then inquired, "Who is Wang Donghai?" Wang Donghai stood at attention, filled with excitement, and saluted. "Reporting, sir. I am Wang Donghai. Well done. You may step out. I have matters to discuss with them." The lieutenant gestured. "Understood." Wang Donghai exited, his heart racing, never imagining that his association with Lu Fei and Luo Chun would pave a smoother path for him in the 3rd Legion. Wei Zhi was taken aback by the composure of the 2 young recruits, who sat without any sign of anxiety, making him question whether they were truly as formidable as Wang Donghai had claimed. He instructed his subordinates to retrieve their files for review and was surprised by what he found. Looking up, he smiled and said, "On behalf of the 3rd Legion, I sincerely invite you to join us. Feel free to express any conditions. I assure you they will be met." One had a punching power of 500 kilograms, while the other boasted 280 kilograms. These 2 were certainly worth securing. In the Jianzhou survivor base, there were 5 legions, and although they were the 3rd Legion, they lagged behind the others in combat prowess. After the apocalypse erupted, many powerful individuals have been absorbed into other legions, becoming the main force within their ranks. The challenges faced by the 3rd Legion in the aftermath of the apocalypse had been considerable, and upon hearing that Wang Donghai had identified capable fighters who could slay wind mice, the higher-ups had taken immediate interest, hence the dispatch of a lieutenant that Liu Fei wore a playful smile. "Is it true that any condition I propose will be satisfied?" Wei Zhi felt a warning signal sound in his mind as he met Liu Fei's intense gaze. This individual was exceedingly dangerous. Yet this only strengthened Wei Zhi's belief in their capabilities that he nodded and replied, "As long as it's not unreasonable, we can agree." "Good, that I want the rank of 2nd Lieutenant," Liu Fei declared. Wei Zhi was unprepared for such an audacious request. He had not anticipated Liu Fei to demand a 2nd Lieutenant's rank outright. Did he think the rank was as common as cabbage? It had taken him over a decade to ascend to the position of lieutenant. Is that not feasible? If so, then so be it. Liu Fei rose to his feet, for he had no time to squander in this place. Wei Zhen's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Wait for me for 5 minutes." Wei Zhen was unwilling to let these 2 formidable individuals slip away. Their inclusion would not only enhance the reputation of their 3 armies, but also attract more powerful allies, which was ultimately Wei Zhen's goal. "All right," Liu Fei nodded, finding the wait of 5 minutes acceptable. Wei Zhen promptly exited, presumably to seek approval from his superiors. Before the 5 minutes had elapsed, Wei Zhen hurriedly returned, a smile gracing his face as he announced, "We agree to your request, but there is one condition." Liu Fei raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What condition?" Recently, a powerful mutated beast had attacked the base, but they had managed to drive it away. However, yesterday they discovered it lurking in the mountains behind the base, that if you can slay it, we will grant your request. "How strong is it?" Liu Fei asked. "It possesses the strength of 10 men, but rest assured, it is already gravely injured." Wei Zhen, noticing Liu Fei's contemplative demeanor, felt a sigh of relief in his heart that Liu Fei understood that this was a test of his strength. Should he succeed in defeating the mutated beast, attaining the rank of 2nd Lieutenant would be well deserved. Conversely, if he were to fail, they would not incur any loss. That it was a gamble, one that anyone in this era, where strength reigned supreme, would find hard to refuse, especially with the allure of a 2nd Lieutenant's rank. Wei Zhen and his associates were confident that Liu Fei would acquiesce to such a condition. However, a beast with the strength of 10 men was not particularly daunting to Liu Fei, especially one that was already wounded. "Very well, I accept." Wei Zhen's eyes gleamed with a cunning satisfaction as he declared, "You have 1 day to kill that mutated beast and bring back its head, that in return, we will not only bestow upon you the rank of 2nd Lieutenant, but also provide you with a fine residence in the Upper District, along with a team of your OWN." Liu Fei was not particularly concerned about the other benefits. His primary need was the rank of 2nd Lieutenant. With this rank, he would find it much easier to navigate the complexities within the base. Most importantly, Liu Fei sensed that the tide of corpses would soon arrive, and a great battle was inevitable. When the military ventured out to confront the threat, chaos would surely ensue within the base. Only the Upper District would have a military presence to maintain order. Liu Fei wished to ensure that Meng Xiangyi would remain unharmed. and securing her a place in the upper district would grant him peace of mind. After bidding farewell to Wei Jun, Lu Fei and Luo Chun made their way to the military administration hall. Upon seeing the stunning receptionist still at her post, Lu Fei approached her and presented the military achievement recorder, saying, "I am here to submit a mission that very well," Li Weiyu began, only to look up and change her expression upon recognizing them. These were the two individuals who had accepted the sea mission. She had thought they had perished in their endeavors. Now, their presence before her, claiming to submit their mission, left her astounded. Had they truly completed that arduous task? Li Weiyu quickly checked the recorder, her fair complexion reflecting shock as she beheld the footage of these two slaying the terrifying Gale rats. "Hurry up, please," Lu Fei urged. "Oh yes, of course, gentlemen. Here are your military achievement cards that I have already credited 100 achievement points to your accounts," to Li Weiyu, not daring to delay, handed over two cards resembling bank cards. Li Weiyu felt a surge of excitement. These two were indeed the strong figures she admired. Unfortunately, as Lu Fei and Luo Chen took their military achievement points and departed, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Pondering whether her charm was insufficient, that it shouldn't be, as there had been several suitors vying for her attention previously. Reflecting on her earlier dismissive attitude towards them, she wondered if her behavior had displeased the two. Clearly, she needed to find an opportunity to clarify her stance. That Li Weiyu examined Lu Fei and Luo Chen's profiles. She noted their residence was in the lower district, number 3. Chapter 29. The provocation by Bald Chen, Lu Fei and Luo Chun made their way toward their residence in the lower district. The sky, growing dim as night, enveloped them. Lu Fei, "Are you truly resolved to go?" Luo Chen asked with concern, for it was a mutated beast of 10 men's strength, and it was night. "It is imperative that we go," Lu Fei replied, determination evident in his gaze. After a moment of silence, Luo Chen spoke again. "I will accompany you." Lu Fei cast him a surprised glance, but merely nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the barracks, Lu Fei found himself surrounded by a throng of people near his bunk and hurried over, curious about the commotion. "That feels good." Pressed down harder on my shoulders. "Yes, just like that." "Not bad, young man." Li Xiao sat on the bed, a look of sheer pleasure on his face as two individuals kneaded his shoulders and pounded his legs. "Of course, boss, let me tell you. Comrade Zhao here was a master of blind massage." Fatty A. Biao chimed in with a sycophantic grin. That Lu Fei was taken aback by this unexpected scene, realizing that Li Xiao had managed to gather a following, including a Biao and his gang. What Lu Fei did not know was that a Biao had initially brought a group to confront Li Xiao, but upon realizing they couldn't even defeat him alone, a Biao had surrendered and accepted Li Xiao as his leader, seeing the advantage of having such a powerful ally. "Is this your plan?" Lu Fei interjected coldly as he squeezed into the crowd. "Who the hell are you to speak to my boss that way?" A Biao, a hulking figure, turned around, only to swallow his words when he met Lu Fei's icy gaze. "Hero." Li Xiao immediately stood up, smacking a Biao on the head and scolded, "Who the hell are you? This is my boss, your superior." "Superior? Superior?" A Biao had seen Lu Fei before but hadn't paid much attention to him. Hearing Li Xiao's proclamation now filled him with trepidation. Could it be that these two were even more formidable than Li Xiao? A Biao gulped, feeling fortunate that he had wisely refrained from confronting Li Xiao, for if these two were stronger, he might not have lived to tell the tale. A Biao felt relieved. Li Xiao proudly pointed at Lu Fei, exclaiming, "This is your true boss. Hurry up and address him as boss. Boss." A Biao and his companions responded with utmost reverence. Li Xiao then gestured to Luo Chun, flashing a smug smile. "Although this one is also my subordinate, he is not someone you can casually refer to as a brother. Quickly call him Third Brother." "Greetings, Third Brother." A Biao and his gang chorused. Li Xiao, feeling quite pleased, turned to Lu Fei and asked, "So how about it, hero? Not too shabby, right?" Lu Fei merely glanced at him with indifference, ignoring his comment, and walked towards Meng Xiani, who was beside Zhou Hui, surrounded by an array of food. Clearly, these were items Li Xiao had ordered a Biao to fetch. It seemed the fellow had some utility after all. A Biao and his group were perplexed by Lu Fei's demeanor. Luckily, Li Xiao had grown accustomed to Lu Fei's perpetually stoic expression, saying, "Lu Fei, the boss, is very pleased with you all as long as you stick with me. I promise you'll enjoy a life of luxury." "Yes, we will faithfully follow Third Brother, Second Brother, and Boss Lu Fei." A Biao quickly echoed, though he was merely a street thug. His years of experience had honed his instincts, leading him to believe that aligning with these three would yield unexpected benefits. What Biao did not realize was that his decision would ultimately give rise to the God-slaying legion that you've returned. So, have you joined the military? Meng Xiangyi beamed at Lu Fei with a radiant smile. Yes, but I must soon head out with Luo Chen on a mission. Please take care of yourself. Lu Fei replied, refraining from mentioning that he was off to hunt a mutated beast with the strength of 10 men. Not wanting to cause her undue worry. Please be careful and stay safe, Meng Xiangyi said, handing him an item that she pressed into his palm, a faint blush coloring her beautiful face. That Lu Fei looked at the necklace in his hand. A smile creeping onto his face as he felt its lingering warmth, clearly just removed. Wow, Meng, is this your token of affection for the hero? Li Xiao teased with a cheeky grin. Meng Xiangyi became flustered and speechless, while Lu Fei shot Li Xiao a glare, saying, "What business is it of yours?" Lu Fei took out 2 military achievement cards and handed them to Li Xiao, saying, "Here are 200 achievement points. Use them as you see fit. Point 200? Li Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, while Biao and his companions were utterly shocked, even feeling a pang of envy. 200 achievement points equated to enough to purchase a residence in the Middle District, allowing for a leisurely half-month without lifting a finger. To think that these two managed to earn 200 points in less than half a day was truly remarkable. Biao silently vowed to cling to this powerful ally. Amidst the astonishment of everyone, one unremarkable figure among Biao's gang appeared somewhat uneasy and quietly slipped away, unnoticed. Without further ado, Lu Fei refrained from unnecessary chatter and left the lower district with Luo Chen in search of the wounded mutated beast. Curious, Biao asked, "Second brother, what makes you so powerful? Is there a secret? Perhaps you could share a few tricks with us?" "Ah, well," Li Xiaoxin exclaimed, "I possess a secret of immense significance, but it is not merely through prowess. It is the consumption of genetic meat that has enhanced my physique, enabling me to engage in fierce combat with the undead, thus achieving such remarkable prowess." Observing the expectant faces around him, Li Xiaoxin assumed an air of superiority and proclaimed, "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged." A fine declaration indeed. No sooner had Li Xiaoxin uttered these words than a mocking voice echoed from the entrance of the tent. Upon turning to look, Li Xiaoxin and his companions beheld a throng of dozens, led by a gaunt, bald figure. That Biao's expression darkened, and he gravely inquired, "Bald Chun, what brings you here?" Bald Chun sneered, "I came to witness how the once formidable street brawler has now become a mere lackey. Spouting nonsense about secrets, he has gained strength only by consuming the genetic meat within the zombies. Anyone can achieve such power, you fool." Biao's complexion shifted to a shade akin to that of a liver. For Bald Chun had been a rival even before the apocalypse. Their past conflicts over territory were notorious, culminating in Biao's victory, a fact that Bald Chun had never forgotten. Just as Biao had finally found a powerful ally, this individual arrived to deride him as a subordinate. How had this information reached Bald Chun's ears so swiftly? Upon closer inspection, Biao discerned that among Bald Chun's entourage stood one of his own subordinates, igniting a blaze of fury within him. "Jiang Tao, you traitor! I have treated you well, and yet you dare to betray me." Jiang Tao, caught in the fiery gaze of Biao, instinctively recoiled. Bald Chun, with a smirk, patted Jiang Tao on the shoulder, saying, "Fear not. You are now under my protection." Jiang Tao, bolstered by a newfound sense of courage, remarked, "Biao, I actually admire you. However, why do you choose to associate with this fool? Just look at him. He seems utterly unhinged. Do you truly believe that serving him will yield any benefits?" Biao found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, some of his brothers began to waver in their loyalty. Sensing the precarious situation, Li Xiaoxin thought to himself that he could not allow Bald Chun to undermine the authority he had painstakingly built. Otherwise, how could he execute his grandiose plans? Stepping forward, Li Xiaoxin raised an eyebrow at Bald Chun and declared, "You, bald monk, are stirring up trouble. Beware lest I unleash such fury upon you that your mother at the nunnery would fail to recognize you." "Repeat that," Bald Chun snarled, his teeth gritted in rage. He despised being called a monk, and Li Xiaoxin's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve, provoking laughter from Biao's subordinates and inciting Bald Chun's fury further. "Oh, so you take offense at being called a monk? Would you like me to offer you a couple of buns instead?" Li Xiaoxin retorted with a cold smile, To everyone's surprise, Bald Chin managed to suppress his anger and redirected his focus back to a Biao. A Biao. You were once a figure of some stature. Why do you now align yourself with someone who can only talk a good game? I have no respect for you. Indeed, I look down upon you. Associating with such a person yields no future. Brothers over there, come join me, Bald Chin. I shall elevate you, and this lower district will belong to us. Bald Chin's followers began to chant, further unsettling a Biao's men. Li Xiaoxin maintained his composure, a smile gracing his face as he observed a Biao's subordinates, having already formulated a plan in his mind. Though he often appeared frivolous, he was astute in such matters. Those with ulterior motives were better left to reveal their true nature than to become a future nuisance that I dare anyone to cross that line. A Biao bellowed. Li Xiaoxin quickly patted his shoulder, reassuring him, fear not. Everyone must make their own choices. Those who wish to join me, do so swiftly. I shall grant you 1 minute to decide. After that, do not blame me for being ungracious. The atmosphere grew tense for several seconds, until one among a Biao's ranks took a step forward. A Biao, aflame with rage, opened his mouth to protest, only to be silenced by Li Xiaoxin. No worries, one more or one less makes no difference. Then, 3 more joined Bald Chin's camp, prompting a triumphant smile from Bald Chin. A Biao, you have lost your former zeal. You are nothing but a coward from this day forth. This lower district shall be mine. Your domain. Have you consulted with my lord Li Xiaoxin? Li Xiaoxin inquired icily, suddenly making his move. Chapter 30, Bloodthirsty Lion. You dare defy me. Then I shall beat you into submission, more convincing than any tonic. Before Bald Chin's subordinates could comprehend the situation, they found themselves struck down, flying through the air with a scream. Damn it, are we fighting or not? Brothers, let us take him down. Bald Chin had no faith in Li Xiaoxin's prowess. Instantly, a dozen of his lackeys charged at Li Xiaoxin, who merely chuckled in disdain. With a swift motion, he sent one of Bald Chin's subordinates crashing to the ground, in the face of Li Xiaoxin. Bald Chin's men were utterly powerless, akin to frail maidens unable to defend themselves. Li Xiaoxin deliberately targeted a Biao's treacherous subordinates, delivering resounding slaps that echoed, causing a Biao and his followers to wince in discomfort. Relieved they had not sided with Bald Chin, lest they suffer the same fate. What Bald Chin failed to anticipate was Li Xiaoxin's formidable strength, as he witnessed his subordinates falling one by one. He drew a weapon from his waist, aiming it at Li Xiaoxin, and shouted, You dare move again? Li Xiaoxin felt a jolt of alarm and promptly froze. Although he was powerful, he had not yet reached the level of evading bullets. Bald Chin pressed the gun against Li Xiaoxin's head, sneering, Impressive. Aren't you? But can you outmatch a bullet? Zhou Hui attempted to rush forward, cursing, Damn you! If you dare harm a hair on my man, I'll fight you to the death. Meng Xiangyi swiftly restrained Zhou Hui, signaling her to refrain from reckless actions. Bullets do not discriminate. Feigning calm, Li Xiaoxin remarked, What skill is it to wield a gun? If you have the guts, drop it and let us settle this with a fair fight. Do you take me for a fool? Bald Chin's smug grin returned, and he turned a scornful gaze towards a Biao. Taunting, see? This fellow is nothing but bravado without brains. You still choose to follow him. A Biao's face darkened as he replied, Bald Chin, put down the gun. Let us discuss this matter reasonably. Discuss? I shall eliminate this fool today, and thereafter the lower district will be mine. Now tell me, will you follow me or him? Bald Chin sneered. A Biao opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Very well, then I shall kill this man and deal with you thereafter. With that, Bald Chin aimed his weapon at Li Xiaoxin, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he prepared to pull the trigger. Stop right there. A sudden, commanding voice boomed from outside the tent. All eyes turned to the entrance, where several individuals clad in military attire strode in, weapons in hand. Leading them was a man who bore no weapon but displayed the insignia of a sergeant on his shoulder. Bald Chin's countenance shifted dramatically. Before he could grasp the situation, the sergeant advanced with purpose and delivered a powerful kick, sending Bald Chin sprawling to the ground. Arrest these individuals, the sergeant ordered, his face a mask of fury. Bald Chin, bewildered, found his handgun confiscated and was now being threatened by a soldier. Suppressing his rage, he protested, Sir, I have done nothing wrong. My cousin Qingguang is a private in the 1st Legion. The sergeant responded with a swift slap, the sound sharp and clear. I am the sergeant. Take him away. As Li Xiaoxin and the others looked on in confusion, the very man who had threatened to kill Li Xiaoxin was now being escorted away by soldiers. The sergeant's expression softened slightly as he turned to Li Xiaoxin and his companions, inquiring, "Who among you is Li Xiaoxin?" "That would be me, sir," Li Xiaoxin replied, somewhat surprised by the sergeant's unexpected courtesy, which seemed out of character given the arrogance displayed by the soldiers outside. The sergeant stepped forward, grasping Li Xiaoxin's hand warmly. "Da, so it is you. Lieutenant Lu Fei spoke highly of you and instructed me to return your confiscated weapons. Here are 4 firearms, all accounted for, Lieutenant." Li Xiaoxin was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself how remarkable it was that a mere wanderer had managed to attain a lieutenant's rank in such a short time. Biao and his companions were utterly astonished. Those who had wavered in loyalty just moments ago now felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not having aligned with Bald Chun, narrowly escaping a similar fate. The rank of lieutenant was a concept beyond their reach, a status they could hardly even glimpse. "I knew I hadn't followed the wrong person." Biao beamed with excitement. Utterly astounded that Lu Fei was such a formidable figure, Li Xiaoxin quickly regained his composure, witnessing the smiles of Biao and his companions, their expressions brimming with pride as if to say, "See, this is our leader. Isn't impressive?" "Oh, thank you, sir." Li Xiao expressed his gratitude, saying, "There's no need for thanks. It's my duty." He then added, "By the way, there happen to be some vacant houses in the medium district. Would you consider moving there?" The sergeant replied with a warm smile. Although Lu Fei currently held the nominal rank of second lieutenant, he was already qualified to reside in the medium district free of charge. The sergeant's offer for Li Xiao and his companions to move there was, in essence, a gesture to cultivate friendship. While he was uncertain whether Lu Fei possessed the capability to slay the formidable mutated beast, he pondered the benefits if Lu Fei succeeded. He would then truly become a second lieutenant. Furthermore, Lu Fei's future would likely not be confined to the rank of second lieutenant, that if he were to fail, it would not matter. They could simply expel him, pretending he had never existed. That's unnecessary, that I find this place quite satisfactory," Li Xiao replied, not being naive enough to believe the sergeant's intentions were entirely altruistic. He had already deduced that Lu Fei's forthcoming mission might involve considerable peril. "Very well. Please rest well, that I shall ensure that dinner is personally delivered to you shortly," the sergeant said casually before departing with his companions. Li Xiao cast a glance at Biao and the others, somewhat pretentiously declaring, "Alas, I intended to inform you all in a moment, but it seems this fellow beat me to it. Please do not be astonished. This is our leader's typical modus operandi." "Hey, did you really know about Lu Fei being a second lieutenant all along?" Zhou Hui leaned in and inquired softly. Li Xiao replied in a hushed tone, "Not a clue. I was merely stringing them along." Zhou Hui rolled her eyes in response. Second brother, please have a seat. Why is comrade Xiao Zhao still dawdling? Hurry and give second brother a massage." Biao said, feigning irritation, though inwardly he was elated, already envisioning a bright future ahead. Right away." Xiao Zhao scampered over eagerly, wholeheartedly assisting Li Xiao with the massage. The night in the mountains was rife with unknown dangers. One could never know when a gaping maw might emerge from the shadows, perhaps even in places unseen, where a pair of ravenous, greedy eyes lurked, fixated on one's back. Along the way, apart from a few feeble mutated beasts, Lu Fei and Luo Chen encountered no zombies. Lu Fei, do you think the tide of corpses you mentioned is approaching swiftly? Luo Chen inquired. Lu Fei nodded. It should be imminent. I can sense it. This is a large-scale assault, possibly involving more than one 2-star zombie. More than one. Luo Chen was taken aback, and just then, he caught sight of a shadow darting past and shouted, "Something's coming." "I saw it early on," Lu Fei said. His gaze locking onto a large tree ahead, he cautiously approached, wielding his battle blade protectively in front of him, adopting a stance that was both offensive and defensive. Suddenly, a colossal figure lunged at him. A gleam of cold light flashing in its eyes, Lu Fei instantly raised his blade in defense. The clash was akin to a violent collision of steel, sending sparks flying. The overwhelming force propelled Lu Fei backward uncontrollably. Luo Chun, armed with the frost sword, an item Lu Fei had just won in a lottery, moved in to assist. Although not as potent as the battle blade, it surpassed the super alloy short sword, and its strikes would trigger a passive freezing effect on enemies. The frost sword struck the mutated beast, inflicting a deep gash that immediately froze over, resembling frozen meat. The mutated beast promptly shifted its focus towards Luo Chun. It was at that moment Lu Fei discerned the creature's true form. A mutated beast resembling a gorilla, its muscles bulging like rock, that a first-tier mutated beast, the giant strength demon ape, possessed the strength of 7 men. After exchanging a few blows with the giant strength demon ape, Luo Chun was sent flying by a single punch. With only the strength of 5 men, he was no match for the creature. Lu Fei sprang into action, leaves swirling around him as he unleashed a powerful strike. The battle blade tore into the giant strength demon ape's back, leaving a gruesome wound. The creature let out a pained roar and retaliated with a punch. Get lost! Lu Fei twisted his body, meeting the blow with his left fist. The giant strength demon ape was sent crashing against a large tree. Infuriated, it pounded its chest and charged at Lu Fei. You're asking for death! Lu Fei scoffed, stomping the ground to shatter the dried leaves beneath him, launching himself forward with a blade aimed at the creature's throat. The giant strength demon ape staggered. Collapsing to the ground, its throat slashed nearly halfway through, almost severing its head. Congratulations, host! You have slain the giant strength demon ape and earned 50 invincible coins. Lu Fei approached the corpse of the giant strength demon ape, intending to see if it contained any beast crystals. To his disappointment, the disemboweled creature yielded no crystals that was to be expected. Out of 100 mutated beasts, only 1 might possess a crystal. Just then, Lu Fei heard a heavy, labored breathing, triggering a dire warning in his mind. Retreat, he shouted. Luo Chun took off at Lu Fei's command, while Lu Fei swiftly retreated several hundred meters, remaining vigilant of the vegetation crushed by a massive entity. A figure resembling a yak emerged in Lu Fei and Luo Chun's line of sight, for crimson lights shining through the darkness. Upon closer inspection, they were the creature's 4 eyes. Its fur bristled like steel needles. A purplish-red hue, with its back fur disheveled, as if bombarded by artillery, bearing charred wounds that appeared as a regal monarch, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance before Lu Fei and Luo Chun, a first-tier mutated beast. The bloodthirsty mad lion. Lu Fei's expression shifted dramatically. This was no mere creature of 10 men's strength, but rather a bloodthirsty mad lion with the strength of 13 men. In that moment, Lu Fei felt utterly deceived. These individuals had indeed harbored ill intentions, claiming the bloodthirsty mad lion only possessed the strength of 10 men. Fortunately, Lu Fei was not destined to remain in the military indefinitely. He merely needed this rank temporarily, to stay at the base for a time. With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty mad lion charged, the air thick with the stench of blood, mingled with bits of flesh dropping from its razor-sharp teeth. Run! Lu Fei yelled to Luo Chun. The bloodthirsty mad lion could instantaneously eliminate Luo Chun, who recognized his presence would be a hindrance and fled without hesitation. The bloodthirsty mad lion would not let slip an opportunity for a warm meal, its body coiling as it launched forward like a bolt of lightning. Aiming for Luo Chun, Lu Fei realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly positioned himself in front of the bloodthirsty mad lion, his battle blade slicing through the night as it struck the beast. However, the blade did not possess its usual sharpness. Lu Fei felt it falter, leaving only a superficial wound against the lion's resilient fur. Nevertheless, Lu Fei had successfully captured the bloodthirsty mad lion's attention. Its 4 bloodthirsty, frenzied eyes fixated on him, instilling an icy dread within Lu Fei. An invisible pressure enveloped him. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fei shook off the oppressive sensation, raising his battle blade defiantly, proclaiming, "Lion dog, your opponent is me." Though the bloodthirsty mad lion could not comprehend Lu Fei's words, it perceived the contempt in the gaze of this insignificant creature, igniting an unprecedented fury within it. With a thunderous clap, the bloodthirsty mad lion slammed its paw into the ground, shattering the dried leaves, a powerful gust swirling around its massive form. Its claws glinted ominously in the darkness, a chilling light heralding death. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Fei attempted to evade, but the bloodthirsty mad lion's speed was unparalleled. Before he could react, he felt a crushing weight upon his shoulder, as if it sought to rend his left shoulder from his body. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Lu Fei was hurled uncontrollably, colliding with a massive tree. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Fei twisted his body, using the momentum to propel himself away from the tree. Just as he did, he heard the thunderous crash of the tree collapsing behind him, felled by the bloodthirsty mad lion's charge that Lu Fei landed on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes devoid of fear. Instead, a surge of battle fervor ignited within him. The blood of beasts boiled in his veins. Only through combat could he hone his survival skills. Humanity harbored untapped potential in warfare. In fact, humans were often more formidable than beasts. Yet prolonged safety had dulled their instincts for battle. Only when faced with life-and-death situations would the primal ferocity within them awaken. This was the essence of battle spirit. With a low growl, the bloodthirsty mad lion shook its dazed head and lunged forward once more. Lu Fei sheathed his battle blade, clenched his fists, and coldly smiled. "Come on, let us have a proper fight." With a determined push, Lu Fei charged fearlessly, his muscles rippling like coiled steel, his fists sized like cooking pots, slammed into the bloodthirsty mad lion's body that a resounding thud echoed through the night, like the mournful toll of a bell. The bloodthirsty lion let out a howl as its body was sent hurtling away for dozens of meters, crashing into a great tree. Its crimson eyes reflected a glimmer of disbelief, as if to say, "Is this fellow imbued with the blood of a rooster, or what? How could he have struck me so forcefully?" Lu Fei never allowed his foes a moment's respite. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the bloodthirsty lion and unleashed a devastating punch. Imbued with tremendous force upon its form. Crack! The sheer strength of the blow shattered the great tree behind the lion. Bang, bang, bang! Lu Fei unleashed a flurry of punches, each akin to striking a sandbag, landing dozens of blows on the lion's bulk in the span of a single breath. The bloodthirsty lion roared in fury, perhaps from pain or humiliation, thoroughly enraged. Its four eyes glowing a deeper, red-it twisted around and struck Lu Fei's chest with a powerful PAW that Lu Fei immediately felt a chill wash over him, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. His body uncontrollably propelled away, crashing into the ground, creating a human-sized crater amid the carpet of fallen leaves. 5 gruesome claw marks marred his chest, deep enough to see bone. Blood flowing profusely, a sight most terrifying. Fortunately, having attained the strength of 10 men, his body was several times stronger than before, and his ribcage remained intact. Otherwise, the bones would have pierced his heart, and he would now be a lifeless corpse. Lu Fei had still underestimated the bloodthirsty lion's prowess. Even wounded and battered, its strength was formidable. Quickly regaining his footing, he beheld the lion lunging at him, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. A golden opportunity, Lu Fei swiftly drew his battle blade, bending his legs, gripping the weapon tightly, and adopting a kneeling thrusting stance, drove the blade into the lion's abdomen. The abdomen was a particularly vulnerable spot for the bloodthirsty lion, and combined with the momentum of its charge, a gaping wound was instantly carved into its belly, akin to a dam bursting, a deluge of crimson blood and entrails spilling over Lu Fei, drenching him in a sanguine baptism. Ow! The bloodthirsty lion emitted an anguished wail, its massive form collapsing nearby, sending a flurry of withered leaves swirling through the air. Lu Fei gasped, the acrid scent of blood filling his nostrils. Remarkably, despite having been eviscerated, the bloodthirsty lion was not yet dead. It staggered to its feet, its crimson gaze undiminished, though its former frenzy had now morphed into a burning hatred roar. The lion unleashed a deafening roar, its speed increasing exponentially. Lu Fei realized with alarm that this beast intended to fight to the death, seeking mutual destruction. While this was its desire, it was not Lu Fei's. He had to survive. Attempting to evade proved futile, and he clenched his teeth, ready to engage in a desperate struggle. Come then, it is either you perish or I do. Lu Fei stomped the ground, sending yellowed leaves swirling. A flicker of cold light glinting in the night. Thud! The lion's claws pierced Lu Fei's chest, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. Fortunately, he managed to evade slightly, or else those claws would have skewered not merely his chest, but his heart. Withdrawing the blood-soaked blade from the lion's jaw, Lu Fei coldly remarked, "What a pity you were but a hair's breadth away." Boom! The once mighty bloodthirsty lion lay in a pool of its own blood. its once defiant crimson eyes now devoid of any spark. A fierce and powerful creature ultimately vanquished by what it deemed an insignificant insect. Congratulations, host. You have slain the bloodthirsty lion and earned 100 invincible coins. 100? That rewards the equivalent of a 3-star zombie. Indeed, mutated beasts are truly formidable. Leaning against a great tree, Lu Fei wiped the blood from his face, resigned to exchange his rewards for healing potions from the system, as well as bone-repairing elixirs that in the future, mutated beasts would become the unrivaled rulers of the Water Source Star. Zombies were merely numerous, yet a singular powerful mutated beast could obliterate thousands of them. After consuming the potion, Lu Fei felt his wounds gradually healing, his wearied spirit slightly rejuvenated. Gripping his battle blade, he approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty lion, hoping for a stroke of luck in finding a beast crystal within its remains. The shattered entrails, mingled with a pungent, sickening stench of blood, might have induced nausea in most, yet Lu Fei remained unfazed, having long grown accustomed to such sights that as he pried open the entrails with his blade. A sudden thrill coursed through him. There it was. Beneath the severed innards lay a black crystal the size of a coin, with numerous fibrous nerves connecting it to the bloodthirsty lion's body. If not for Lu Fei's keen eyes, this beast crystal would have easily gone unnoticed. He extracted it, poised to consume it, when a sudden realization struck him. The energy contained within the beast crystal was immense. Yet it bore a significant drawback. It lacked the stability of gene meat, brimming instead with the volatile energy of feral beasts. Should someone with a weak constitution ingest it, they might very well succumb to hemorrhaging. Or worse still, become beastified. After all, this was a product of a mutated beast, possessing the traits of wild animals. If uncontrolled, one could transform into a mindless creature, driven solely by the urge to kill, destined either to be slain by other beings or to perish from exhaustion. Thus, the beast crystal was a tantalizing yet treacherous ticking time bomb. Chapter 32. Zombie Tide versus Beastification. Lu Fei severed the bloodthirsty lion's head and stored it in his mental space. Gazing at the beast crystal in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, yet he ultimately consumed the crystal, driven by an insatiable desire for strength. Only by growing stronger could he better survive in this apocalypse and ensure Meng Xiangyi's safety. The painful experiences of his past life had instilled in Lu Fei an unquenchable thirst for power. The strength of gene meat paled in comparison to that of the beast crystal. The former resembled a mere irrigation ditch in a rice field, while the latter was akin to a swollen river after a heavy rain. Boom! The beast crystal dissolved upon entry, its violent energy merging with Lu Fei's flesh and blood. A glimmer of primal ferocity ignited in his eyes, and beneath his skin, dark, needle-like hairs erupted, piercing through as they sprouted. Lu Fei was immediately beset by agonizing, intense pain, accompanied by an unbearable itch, even his resolute will faltering momentarily, forcing him to strike a nearby tree with a powerful blow. Crack! The robust tree succumbed to the impact, collapsing under Lu Fei's might that a faint crimson hue washed over his gaze, the hair on his body thickening. His nails elongating into sharp claws, and the muscles in his face began to writhe as his teeth sharpened. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fei transformed from a man into a hair-covered monstrosity. Power! I crave more power! Ow! Lu Fei threw his head back, letting out a feral roar. The primal essence within his bloodline was awakened by the energy of the beast crystal, and the clarity in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a savage crimson glow. That moment. Lu Fei was consumed by a singular thought, to unleash the ferocious power raging within him, to vent his fury. Bang! A massive tree was obliterated beneath his fist, splintered wood flying like deadly projectiles in all directions. Yet this was merely the beginning, that Lu Fei's rationality began to blur, nearly engulfed by the ferocity of the beast crystal's energy, as trees toppled one after another. A cacophony of destruction echoing through the woods, leaves swirling in the air. From above, it appeared as if a terrifying mutated beast roamed, felling tree after tree. Luo Chen fled in a frenzy, not towards the base, but rather in the direction of Lu Fei, for behind him trailed a horde of shadowy figures, astonishingly numerous. Upon closer inspection, one would find these to be grotesque zombies, numbering at least in the hundreds or thousands. Moreover, these zombies exhibited speeds that matched Luo Chen's, all having evolved to the strength of 3 men. This was a terrifying tide of the undead. Luo Chen had never anticipated such misfortune, encountering the very zombie tide Lu Fei had mentioned on his return journey. He immediately turned back, attempting to shake off the relentless pursuit of the zombies. Yet they seemed fueled by a stimulant, doggedly pursuing him without a shred of intent to relent. Suddenly, Luo Chen heard the sound of splintering trees ahead. A towering tree, hundreds of meters tall, came crashing down. Startled, he dodged aside, pondering if something had happened to Lu Fei. After all, the bloodthirsty lion was formidable. The moment he laid eyes on it, every hair on his body stood on end, and a chill coursed through him. Had Lu Fei not intervened, he likely would have been devoured by the lion, bones and all. Luo Chen quickly devised a plan, racing toward Lu Fei's direction, intending to lead the zombies to confront the bloodthirsty lion, allowing him to escape into chaos. Yet Luo Chen could never have imagined that upon arrival, he would be confronted with the sight of the headless corpse of the bloodthirsty lion lying in a pool of its own blood. His heart raced. If the bloodthirsty lion was dead, then what force had wreaked such havoc upon the surrounding trees? Could it be an even more powerful mutated beast? Just then, Luo Chen noticed a pair of glowing crimson eyes flickering in the darkness. Belonging to a creature cloaked in black fur, resembling a werewolf from Western cinema, yet sporting a face so grotesque it barely resembled a human. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched. He recognized the remnants of clothing on this creature as belonging to Lu Fei. Could it be that this monster was Lu Fei? He could hardly believe it. What had transpired in such a brief interval? With uncertainty, Luo Chen called out, "Lu Fei, is that you?" However, the monstrous entity remained oblivious. Its bloodthirsty and malevolent gaze fixed coldly upon him, sending a shiver down Luo Chen's spine. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, and a sense of dread enveloped Luo Chen. Ahead lay an unknown creature, possibly transformed from Lu Fei, while behind him surged a tide of corpses. Truly a dire predicament. Suddenly, the creature ahead moved, and Luo Chen felt a chill in his heart. Just as he prepared to swing his ice sword down, he noticed a whirlwind rush past him as the monster charged towards the horde of corpses behind him. The beastly Lu Fei had initially targeted Luo Chen, but upon discovering the myriad of zombies behind, his focus shifted, driven by an insatiable thirst for slaughter. With a ferocious roar, Lu Fei plunged into the sea of undead, his claws wreaking havoc, tearing the zombies apart into gruesome fragments wherever he struck. In that moment, Lu Fei was devoid of reason, consumed by an endless cycle of carnage, determined to shred every last one of these vexatious zombies to pieces. Blood and flesh flew in all directions. And amidst the darkness, every flicker of cold light signaled the dismemberment of at least 3 zombies. That a thunderous roar erupted from the horde as a colossal mutated zombie leaped forth, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Fei's pupils constricted, a devilish grin curling upon his lips as leaves swirled around him in a gust of wind. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, his claws piercing through the mutated zombie's chest with a sickening squelch. The mutated zombie retaliated, striking at Lu Fei, who deftly raised his left hand to block, twisting his wrist with a swift motion. With a crack, one of the mutated zombie's arms fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed elbow. In a swift follow-up, Lu Fei exerted force, and with a whoosh, the upper half of the mutated zombie was cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of blood. Yet the onslaught of zombies continued unabated. Lu Fei resembled a relentless killing machine, entirely oblivious to fatigue, his robust body smeared with blood, some parts even adorned with shredded flesh. A terrifying apparition, as if crawling forth from the depths of hell. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, sending Lu Fei hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Luo Chen, observing from a distance, was astonished to recognize a zombie unlike any he had ever seen. It resembled a skinned corpse, its bloodied muscles exposed, yet the liquid dripping from it was black. This zombie possessed extraordinarily developed muscles, its body even larger than that of the mutated zombie, and sprouted 2 black tendrils from its back. Its pitch-black eyes fixated on Lu Fei, and its mouth split open like a serpent, emitting a sharp roar filled with fury. The zombies behind it appeared to cower in fear, retreating several meters away, standing obediently like minions. Luo Chen's eyes widened in shock as he murmured, "Could this be a 2-star zombie?" At last, a formidable opponent has arrived, and Liu Fei scrambled to his feet, licking the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. A cruel smile gracing his face as he assumed a running stance. With a whoosh, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging at the 2-star zombie, his fists clenched and ready to strike. The 2-star zombie, seemingly enraged, its black form flickering, swelled its arm muscles, covered with sharp thorns, and swung its fist in response. A deafening crash echoed as a gust of wind swept through, scattering a multitude of fallen leaves which were then shredded into fragments. The ground beneath them could barely withstand the force, and both Liu Fei and the 2-star zombie were sent reeling backward. The crimson glow in Liu Fei's eyes intensified, twisting at the waist. He propelled himself off a nearby tree with a crack, snapping it in half. Utilizing this momentum, he raised his right hand, displaying his razor-sharp claws, aiming for the 2-star zombie. The 2-star zombie, its dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on Liu Fei, mimicked his movements, its black claws shooting forth in a counterattack. With a clang, sparks flew as their claws clashed, neither Liu Fei nor the 2-star zombie yielding an inch, locked in a fierce battle. Luo Chen watched in horror, his heart filled with dread as urgency gripped him, that he was oblivious to how Liu Fei had transformed into this monstrous being. Yet he knew that if the fight continued, Liu Fei would inevitably be exhausted and consumed by the horde. That Liu Fei was not a deity. Even transformed into a monster, his strength was finite. Prolonged engagement would lead to his demise. That a flash of brilliance crossed Luo Chen's mind as he devised a plan. "Liu Fei, Teacher Ming is still waiting for your safe return at the base. Can you truly abandon her?" he shouted. Indeed, Luo Chen's strategy was to invoke Meng Xiangyi's name, hoping to awaken Liu Fei's sanity, to bring him back to his senses. Luo Chen discerned that Liu Fei's love for Meng Xiangyi was unwavering, a devotion worth sacrificing his life for, and thus he hoped for Liu Fei's swift return to clarity. In his blind fury, Liu Fei engaged in combat with the 2-star zombie recklessly, his body riddled with wounds. Even if he managed to slay this 2-star zombie, he could not guarantee the absence of others. Recalling Liu Fei's warning that this horde might not consist of just one 2-star zombie, Xiangyi, Liu Fei halted momentarily, the crimson in his eyes dimming slightly, but the 2-star zombie seized the opportunity. Its tendrils shooting forth like venomous snakes, wrapping around Liu Fei's neck and tightening incrementally. Feeling the grip of suffocation, the crimson in Liu Fei's eyes flared once again as he emitted an enraged roar, swinging his claws in a desperate attempt to sever the tendril, only to see the 2-star zombie's claws thrust toward him. Liu Fei screamed in agony as the claws pierced his body. Blood cascading to the ground. "Die," he growled, a fierce expression etched across his face, his eyes cold as he disregarded his injuries and charged forward, his arm twitching as his claws severed one of the 2-star zombie's limbs. The tendril around his neck loosened slightly, allowing Liu Fei to gasp for air. With a forceful kick, he sent the 2-star zombie crashing to the ground, stomping down hard. With a crunch, the 2-star zombie's chest cavity collapsed. Liu Fei's foot sinking deep within, blood gushing forth. "Die." He spat through gritted teeth, swiftly slicing through the 2-star zombie's neck, decapitating it, the head rolling like a ball. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a 2-star zombie for the first time. The system rewards you with 10 invincibility coins, totaling 20. Liu Fei." Luo Chen exclaimed in concern as he witnessed the scene. The grotesque zombie showed no signs of retreating. Clearly, lurking in the shadows was another 2-star zombie, or perhaps more. Liu Fei stood there, gasping heavily, racked with pain, his body trembling violently as anguish sounds escaped his throat. His fur shrank back into his body, claws retracting into flesh and bone. Moments later, Liu Fei regained his human form, albeit covered in countless bloody holes, transforming him into a grotesque figure, standing in a large pool of his own blood. That Liu Fei, Luo Chen attempted to approach, but Liu Fei held up a hand to stop him. "I'm fine. You need to go first, or neither of us will escape." It was evident that Teacher Ming was more important to Liu Fei than his own life. But why? Luo Chen pondered, glancing at the wavering zombies. And without a moment to lose, he turned to flee. That Liu Fei was not only covered in blood holes, but also bore the wounds sustained from his battles with the mutated and 2-star zombies. His fighting capability was significantly diminished. Facing the relentless tide of zombies, Flight was the only option to avoid death. The hidden 2-star mutant beast in the dark corner seemed to be observing, refraining from issuing commands for the 1-star zombies to attack. Summoning his remaining strength, Lu Fei drew his battle blade, his cheeks trembling as he shouted, gathering Void Slash, a blurred black dragon sword from the blade. Emitting a faint dragon's roar, morphing into dozens of long black blades that sliced through the horde of zombies. With a flurry of swishes, akin to a harvesting machine, countless zombies were torn apart by the overwhelming force. With over 40 zombies felled before the power of the gathering Void Slash waned, the air became thick with the stench of blood. When the dust settled, Lu Fei had vanished from sight, leaving only a vague shadow in the darkness that a furious roar erupted from the horde. It was the 2-star zombies' bellow, which had been observing Lu Fei to gauge his remaining fighting strength. After all, this human had just slain one of its kind of equal rank, and as a 2-star zombie that had barely attained sentience, it understood the risks of arrogance and the value of life. However, it was unexpected that Lu Fei, now at the end of his strength, would flee after executing that move. Could the 2-star zombie not be enraged, immediately commanding the horde to pursue him? What now? Luo Chen inquired as Lu Fei caught up. First, let's find a place to hide, preferably near water, to obscure our scent and body temperature. The 2-star zombies are significantly more agile than their 1-star counterparts, capable of detecting the scent of flesh and blood from a distance of a kilometer, that if they were to hide in a tree or a cave, survival until nightfall would be improbable. However, water can obscure their scent, rendering the 2-star zombies incapable of tracking their prey. Suddenly, Lu Fei heard the sound of flowing water ahead, and a surge of hope filled his heart. Truly, fortune favored him. He hurriedly beckoned Luo Chen and dashed towards it. They arrived at an unfathomably deep pool, the water cool and inviting. However, Lu Fei and Luo Chen had no time to ponder as they leapt into the depths, with Luo Chen closely following. Moments later, the sound of numerous footsteps and the roars of 2-star zombies echoed nearby, lingering for some time. After about 3 minutes, Lu Fei faintly heard the sounds of the horde retreating. But for safety's sake, he did not surface immediately. He waited an additional 2 minutes, and when he sensed no danger, he finally emerged at a T. That moment, however, he felt a sudden disturbance in the water behind him. Akin to the sensation of a bullet piercing through. Whirling around, he was met with a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Realizing the peril he was in, Lu Fei cursed his luck. He had not anticipated that this pool concealed a mutated aquatic beast. He swiftly raised his arm in defense, but the creature's jagged teeth sank into his flesh, clamping down hard, causing blood to spread through the water. It was only then that Lu Fei discerned the true form of this mutated beast. It was an iron-headed snake, possessing the strength of 6 men. Had it been earlier, Lu Fei would have dispatched it with ease, but now, weakened and injured, he was no match for the fully intact iron-headed snake. The snake's thick body, as robust as a human thigh, coiled around him, dragging Lu Fei deeper into the pool. Holding his breath, he struck the serpent with a punch, yet the resistance of the water diminished the impact, causing it little distress. Instead, the creature began to writhe, intent on squeezing the life out of him. As the iron-headed snake tightened its grip, Lu Fei gasped for air, bubbles escaping towards the surface. He realized with growing dread that he might suffocate. Just then, a glimmer of blue light flickered in the depths of the dark water, crashing into the iron-headed snake's body. The creature recoiled in pain, loosening its grip on Lu Fei. The source of the blue light was revealed to be the frost sword wielded by Luo Chen. As snakes, even mutated ones, harbored an innate aversion to cold. With fervor, Luo Chen swung the frost sword, mercilessly severing the snake's body. In agony, the iron-headed snake relinquished its hold, retreating towards the depths of the pool. Luo Chen attempted to pursue, but Lu Fei grasped his arm, gesturing for him to ascend. After spending 7 or 8 minutes underwater, feeling as though his lungs were about to burst, Lu Fei finally inhaled fresh air and marveled at the sheer delight of breathing. "We must hurry, otherwise the scent of blood in the water will attract the zombies," he urged, not daring to linger as they circled back towards the base. Fortunately, their path remained uneventful, narrowly avoiding an encounter with the horde. Thanks to Lu Fei's vigilance, this beast crystal nearly cost me my life. Yet the rewards are considerable. It has proven worthwhile, Lu Fei mused, recalling the harrowing experience that sent chills down his spine. And he realized he had almost harmed Luo Chun during his beast transformation. Host. Lu Fei Strength. 13 Men's Power Invincibility Coins. 1,325 Weapon. 1 Battle Blade Skill. Gathering Sky/Achievements. None Mission. Story Mission Completion Rate. Hunt 100 1-star zombies to complete. Hunt 50 mutated beasts, yet to be completed with 30 minutes remaining. The power from the beast crystal had augmented Lu Fei's strength by 3 men. Despite this, he could not help but display a wry smile. Thinking to himself, how absurd it is that I must now complete this task in my current state. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of following through. The system's penalties were no trifling matter, and though he was unaware of what they entailed, he was certain they would be excruciating. Chapter 34. Meng Xiangyi joins the army coincidentally. On his way back, Lu Fei encountered a horde of swift mice. Although he was currently weakened, dealing with the 3-man-strong swift mice posed no challenge. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire group lay defeated at his feet. Congratulations, host. You have completed the story mission and earned 100 invincibility coins. With over 1,400 invincibility coins, he could lift the seal on his spatial ring. However, there was no rush. He and Luo Chen needed to return and present the head of the bloodthirsty lion first as they approached the base. A beam of light illuminated their path, prompting the station's soldiers to raise their weapons. We are soldiers returning from a completed mission, Lu Fei stated calmly. Upon recognizing Lu Fei and Luo Chen in their base uniforms, the soldiers lowered their weapons and allowed them entry. What, they're back? A subordinate's report elicited a look of astonishment from Wei Ji. Indeed, Second Lieutenant Lu Fei and Luo Chen have returned, confirmed Wei Ji's chief of staff. Excellent, excellent, truly, they are favored by the general. Come, let us go meet these formidable individuals. Wei Ji beamed, relieved that Lu Fei and Luo Chen's return meant the 3rd Army Corps would gain 2 powerful allies. That Lu Fei and Luo Chen sat expressionless in the office, waiting for a brief moment before Wei Ji entered. Upon seeing their disheveled appearances, he paused momentarily before smiling and saying, Second Lieutenant Lu Fei, you are indeed a strong contender. Congratulations. May I see the head of the mutated beast you brought back? Without it, Wei Ji would not be able to fulfill Lu Fei's request, as it was an order from above that Lu Fei lifted the severed head of the bloodthirsty lion and flung it onto the desk. Splattering blood everywhere, startling the soldiers beside Wei Ji, who immediately raised their weapons and shouted, Don't move. Lu Fei, however, appeared unfazed, his gaze icy as he declared, I hope to avoid being deceived in the future. Otherwise, those who deceive me shall meet the same fate as this mutated beast. Wei Ji's smile faltered, his lips twitching slightly as he signaled for his men to lower their weapons, replying with a forced grin. From now on, you shall hold the rank of 2nd Lieutenant. Who would dare deceive you? Do you require medical personnel to tend to your injuries? 2nd Lieutenant Lu Fei, recognizing the bloodthirsty lion as the very beast that had attacked the base previously. Wei Ji affirmed, I will handle it myself. You can report to your superiors now that I want the rank of 2nd Lieutenant. Wei Ji promptly replied, I will report to Major General Qin immediately. Rest assured. 2nd Lieutenant Lu Fei, since you have slain this mutated beast, our military will undoubtedly honor its word and grant your request. That is satisfactory. And what position do you plan to assign to my companion here? Lu Fei inquired coolly. Wei Ji glanced at Luo Chen and replied with a smile, Vice Soldier. Would that be satisfactory to you, 2nd Lieutenant Lu Fei? Thank you, Lu Fei said, rising to leave the office with Luo Chen, determined not to grant the individuals who had nearly caused him harm any semblance of goodwill. Once they departed, a chief of staff beside Wei Ji expressed discontent. Lieutenant, is Lu Fei not overly arrogant? Does he not comprehend that he is on our territory? Wei Ji shot him a glance and shook his head. You do not understand. This man is destined for greatness. Previously, we falsely claimed that the bloodthirsty lion possessed 10 men's strength, when in fact, it had 13, that such a formidable mutated beast fell to him, and he returned unscathed. His power has reached a terrifying level, rivaled only by a select few in the military district. Among those few, are you referring to the one associated with Driver Tao Xiaofeng? The lieutenant inquired. Wei Ji nodded. Have someone clean this area. I must report to my superiors at once. Such talent must belong to our army. Upon returning to the lower district, Lu Fei and Luo Chun discovered that a Biao and his gang had taken up residence there, appearing somewhat puzzled but refraining from asking questions. However, upon seeing Lu Fei and Luo Chun, a Biao and the others gazed at them with admiration. "Hero?" Li Xiao exclaimed, leaping from his bed. Seeing their condition, he burst into laughter. "I can't believe it, Hero. What have you two been up to? I thought you had fallen on hard times and joined the beggars." Indeed, Lu Fei looked rather disheveled. His military uniform had been torn by his earlier transformation and was stained with dark blood. While his face was dirted, resembling someone who had just emerged from a coal mine, Lu Fei shot Li Xiao a cold glare, causing him to stifle his laughter immediately. Lu Fei. However, Meng Xiangyi saw things differently. Upon noticing the multitude of wounds adorning Lu Fei's body, her heart sank. This was not the appearance of someone returning from a mission. It was the visage of one who had fought valiantly. Did this man risk his life for me? Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, and her gaze reddened. Lu Fei smiled broadly, revealing his pearly whites as he asked, "What is wrong? Did Li Xiao bully you?" "I shall go and teach him a lesson." Li Xiao quickly interjected. No, Hero, I would never dare bully Sister Meng." Almost letting slip the word sister, he was visibly shaken. "Lie down. I will treat your wounds." Meng Xiangyi bit her crimson lips, a twinge of pain stirring within her heart. Lu Fei obediently nodded, lying on the bed and requesting Meng Xiangyi to tend to his wounds. In truth, he had already exchanged for potions within the system prior to this, and most of his injuries had healed considerably, leaving only some superficial wounds that appeared more alarming than they truly were. Feeling Meng Xiangyi's gentle and smooth hands tending to his injuries, Lu Fei wore a satisfied smile as he closed his eyes. That he was utterly fatigued and in need of rest. As time swiftly passed, morning arrived, and Lu Fei awakened from his slumber, discovering that he had been changed into a clean set of clothes, and his body had been thoroughly cleansed. "Hey, Hero, you are quite fortunate. Do you know how this outfit came to be? Do you comprehend how you became so clean? It was all thanks to Teacher Ming. She worked tirelessly until midnight last night, refusing our offers of assistance," Li Xiao said with a face full of envy, casting a glance at Zhou Hui, who merely rolled her eyes at him. Li Xiao displayed a hint of helplessness, pondering how wonderful it would be if his wife were a tad gentler and not so much like a tigress. "Where is Xiangyi?" Lu Fei inquired. "She was just here. She must have stepped out now," Li Xiao replied, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Meng Xiang. Lu Fei's brow furrowed. As if a thought struck him, he stepped outside. Li Xiao, holding a bowl of porridge, urged, "Hero, eat before you go. You need your strength for work." "Not hungry," Lu Fei coldly responded, making his way towards the military enlistment area, inadvertently veering towards the testing area for female soldiers. Bang! The power measurement device emitted a trembling sound, and the recording female soldier momentarily froze before announcing, "Punching power, 200 kilograms. Leg strength, 245 kilograms. Qualified." A gasp echoed through the crowd as they turned their attention to the striking woman, murmuring amongst themselves. This woman was none other than Meng Xiangyi. Lu Fei deduced that Meng Xiangyi had likely come here. Meng Xiangyi was a remarkably stubborn and tenacious woman, unwilling to be perpetually shielded by Lu Fei. She aspired to grow stronger on her own, which was why she had arrived here, aiming to train and achieve independence. Meng Xiangyi exhaled, clutching her military attire and other belongings as she exited the testing area, contemplating how to convey her intentions to Lu Fei later. "Have you made your decision?" Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism resonated. Meng Xiangyi looked up to find Lu Fei standing before her, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Yet she nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have decided." "Good. I respect your decision. Best of luck." Lu Fei smiled, feeling gratified by Meng Xiangyi's independence that he feared for her safety, yet he could not remain by her side every hour of every day. That was not protection but rather surveillance. Nonetheless, he harbored concerns about whether she might face difficulties in the army. "Stay safe," Lu Fei advised. Meng Xiangyi was taken aback. She had anticipated that Lu Fei would not agree. But she was pleasantly surprised by his understanding, feeling that her efforts from last night were not in vain. The memory of the previous night made her blush, even her fair neck tinged with a hint of pink. "What's wrong?" Lu Fei assumed she was unwell. "It's nothing, but I'm heading to report to the army now. Oh, by the way, I am not in any of the 5 legions, but rather in the female soldiers' first company." If you need anything, remember to find me, Meng Xiangyi said, gazing at Lu Fei with a tinge of reluctance to go on. I will come looking for you. Lu Fei nodded at that moment. Meng Xiangyi performed an unexpected act. She leaned in, a fragrant breeze following her as she stood on tiptoe to kiss Lu Fei on the cheek. Then, blushing shyly like a young girl in love, she hastily dashed away, clutching her military uniform. Lu Fei watched her retreating figure, his fingers brushing over the spot where she had kissed him, a joyful smile blooming on his face as he murmured, "She actually kissed me." Chapter 35. The Onslaught of the Undead. Lieutenant Lu Fei, this is your belongings, and Major General Qin wishes to see you, Weijia announced as he entered the lower district, placing a set of lieutenant's military attire on the bed. Major General Qin? Indeed. Weijia felt a twinge of envy towards Lu Fei, who had slain the bloodthirsty lion, earning the utmost satisfaction from the higher-ups. Strength truly commanded respect. However, observing Lu Fei's expression, he sensed a hint of reluctance. Was it not enough to possess strength without being arrogant? Could Lu Fei be pleased? Those individuals had nearly caused his demise at the hands of the bloodthirsty lion. It was a miracle he had not charged at them with a knife. Lu Fei nodded and turned to Li Xiao, asking, "Aren't you going to the upper district?" Li Xiao, putting aside his playful demeanor, shook his head. "Though I would love to enjoy myself, as your subordinate, I cannot bring you shame. I will remain in the lower district with a Biao and the others." He patted a Biao's shoulder and declared, "Rest assured, hero, I will take a Biao and the others to enlist and ensure we make a name for ourselves." "All right, I await your good news," Lu Fei replied before following Wei Zhe out of the lower district. Despite Li Zhao's seemingly frivolous nature, Lu Fei believed he was a dependable person. "Why aren't you going to the upper district?" "Big brother?" Biao questioned, puzzled, noting that Li Xiao seemed unwilling to let Lu Fei assist him. "What is so great about the upper district? It lacks the freedom we have here. Besides, I can't bear to part with you brothers. Come on, let us enlist and earn some military merit points. That don't you want to see what genetic meat looks like? The boss will take you to witness it." Li Xiao, embodying a true man, was determined to not be a burden to Lu Fei. That Lu Fei was his role model, and he aimed to grow stronger alongside his band of brothers. That Li Xiao had already recognized Lu Fei as his leader, and as a subordinate, he was resolute in not disappointing him. "Little brothers, do you agree with what Big Brother said?" Li Xiao turned to Luo Chen. Luo Chen cast him a glance, choosing to disregard him entirely. Within a modern military camp of the 3rd Legion, several upright soldiers stood, the lowest rank among them being a lieutenant. A tall, middle-aged man sat in a chair, clad in impeccably straight military attire, his countenance resolute, radiating an air of authority befitting his high rank, with insignia indicating he was a major general. This individual was Qin Chuanshi, the commander of the 3rd Legion. Footsteps echoed at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. As Weizhou opened the door, he felt a wave of pressure wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. Standing at the doorway, he rendered a military salute, declaring, "Report Major General Qin. Lu Fei is here." Qin Chuanshi nodded. "Let him in." Weizhou signaled to Lu Fei behind him to enter. That Lu Fei stepped inside, met by several scrutinizing gazes. That he frowned, then directed his gaze towards Qin Chuanshi seated before the table. His expression devoid of emotion and offering no hint of a salute. That Lu Fei's actions caused the military officers present to shift uncomfortably, their faces reflecting a mix of anger and disbelief at his apparent disrespect. "Do you not know how to salute?" An officer reprimanded. That Lu Fei turned, his cold eyes locking onto the officer, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into an icy abyss. How could this person exude such formidable malice? What sort of battlefield must he have traversed to possess such a gaze? The officer's heart raced, realizing that should Lu Fei wish to kill him, he would stand no chance of resistance. Qin Chuanshi waved his hand, appraising Lu Fei from head to toe, a smile breaking across his face. "You are the one capable of slaying the bloodthirsty lion?" "I am," Lu Fei replied nonchalantly. Indeed, indeed," Qin Chuanshi narrowed his eyes, saying, "The bloodthirsty lion is a force to be reckoned with. Though we severely injured it and forced it to flee, not just anyone can slay it." "You are indeed formidable." Lu Fei remained silent, simply observing him. Qin Chuanshi furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Do you know why I summoned you?" Lu Fei scoffed. "You want me to help you recruit soldiers to bolster the 3rd Legion's close combat forces?" "Correct," Qin Chuanchu's eyes widened with surprise, though it quickly vanished. You are quite astute, but the wise seldom survive long. Feel free to test that. As soon as Lu Fei's words fell, the officers' expressions morphed drastically, immediately drawing their weapons and aiming them at Lu Fei. That don't think you're so impressive just because you killed a mutated beast. This is our territory. The young man's arrogance was quite striking. The military district is not a place for you to act recklessly, understood? Lu Fei merely smirked as he approached Qin Chuantai. The do not move. Lu Fei feigned ignorance, standing before Qin Chuanchu, speaking calmly. You know my strength. And you are aware that besides your legion, others would seek to recruit me, because I am strong. Unless you believe I want to leave here alive today, I advise you to have your men lower their weapons. Though Lu Fei's voice was soft, it imbued Qin Chuanchu with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. This individual was even more powerful than I had anticipated. Qin Chuanchu's heart raced as he raised his hand, signaling for the officers to lower their weapons. Major General, several officers protested. Qin Chuanchu slammed his hand down on the table, leaving a palm print, and barked, "This is an order." The officers begrudgingly returned their weapons to their holsters, their faces filled with reluctance. Well then, can we have a proper conversation now? Qin Shichuan is well aware of the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he indeed deceived Lu Fei by falsely claiming that it was merely the bloodthirsty lion powered by 10 men. As a formidable warrior, who doesn't possess a bit of temper. Very well, that Lu Fei nodded. Since the other party had already taken a step back, he certainly wouldn't foolishly refuse, as it would yield him no benefit whatsoever. I trust you have heard that our Third Army's close combat fighters are the weakest amongst several legions. Thus I wish for you to lead them and establish a camp of super soldiers, where you shall have full authority. Lu Fei frowned. I dislike constraints, and even more, I am not fond of being followed by so many people. Qin Shichuan's expression soured slightly that I can agree to this. But I do not wish for others to interfere. That Lu Fei pondered that he would be here for a while longer and could not afford to offend this influential figure, but a faint smile finally graced Qin Shichuan's face. Good. I shall have Wei Jin take you to have a look, that if there is nothing else, I will take my leave. As Lu Fei turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and said, almost forgot to inform you. Notify the soldiers to prepare for battle. The horde of corpses should be arriving soon. The horde of corpses? After Lu Fei left, Qin Shichuan's smile gradually faded as he inquired, has the radar detected any zombies? Report, Major General Qin. There are no detections. However, we have found no zombies within a 3-kilometer radius. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Shichuan. Just as he was about to speak, the officer who had reported earlier suddenly picked up the communicator. Upon reading the message, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, Major General, our reconnaissance personnel have discovered a massive horde of zombies approaching Baiwazan. Qin Shichuan immediately stood up and commanded, sound the alarm and order the soldiers to prepare for battle. Yes, sir. After all the officers had departed, Qin Shichuan murmured to himself, this fellow actually spoke the truth. But how did he know? They could never have imagined that last night, Lu Fei had already encountered the horde of corpses, and nearly did not return. The alarm rang throughout the base, and numerous soldiers began to gather at the entrance upon receiving the orders. Wei Jun, who was to lead Lu Fei to the camp of super soldiers, witnessed this scene and his expression shifted. Then, seeing the message on the communicator, he gasped, there is indeed a large horde of zombies racing towards the base. Could they be planning to attack? Lu Fei, however, appeared unfazed, for he had long been aware of the situation. That moment, 2 kilometers away from the base, a terrifying multitude of zombies appeared, racing towards the base with all their might. From a bird's-eye view, the masses of zombies resembled a dark tide, swirling with clouds of dust, rapidly advancing towards the base. The horde would reach the base within 5 minutes. Amidst the horde, loud roars erupted, causing the zombies to accelerate as if they had been infused with adrenaline, that if Lu Fei were present to hear this, he would undoubtedly recognize that the sounds belonged to 2-star zombies. Commanding the throng of undead. Chapter 36. A shocking presence. The camp of super soldiers lay ahead. I must return to confront the zombies. Lieutenant Lu Fei, do you think you can manage on your own? Although Lu Fei held the rank of lieutenant, Wei Jun did not harbor the notion that rank could intimidate, for this newcomer was recognized as a strong individual by Major General Qin. whose potential for growth was not something he could afford to offend. Very well, Liu Fei nodded, and after Wei Jin departed, he arrived at the camp of super soldiers. This was a training base surrounded by alloy steel, inhabited by individuals either born with extraordinary physiques or fortunate souls who had slain zombies during their escape and consumed the genetic flesh. They were collectively referred to as super soldiers. Upon entering, Liu Fei observed several individuals training in the sandy arena, some engaging in combat while others lounged lazily, chatting. A newcomer has arrived. What is your name, buddy? As soon as Liu Fei appeared, a flamboyantly dressed young man approached, his face aglow, appearing anything but engaged in training. These individuals enjoyed treatment several levels above others, yet chose to frolic about. Ignoring him, Liu Fei walked past. What a pretentious newcomer. A disdainful voice came from behind. Suddenly, a loud crash captured everyone's attention that a young man stood beside a training post, which had been bent by an overwhelming force, bearing a deep fist imprint. Gather around. I have something to say, Liu Fei stated expressionlessly. His tone elicited discontent among those present, with two individuals openly cursing. Who do you think you are, demanding we gather? Another self-important show off. It seems this newcomer is rather naive. He must not have faced hardship. Let me show you what true strength is, boom. The muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging like small hills, dropped the 300-kilogram dumbbell, flexed his joints, and strode towards Liu Fei. The muscle-bound man surged forward, rapidly closing the distance, his fist poised to strike Liu Fei's face. Chong Ming, the muscular man, wore a grin, as if he could already envision Liu Fei flying backward, blood streaming from his nose. However, with a sudden movement, Chong Ming felt his fist halted as if blocked by an unseen force. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he realized that a mere hand had intercepted his blow. This hand belonged to the newcomer before him. Chong Ming blinked, thinking he was hallucinating, but upon confirming the reality, he was astounded. His powerful punch had been thwarted by this newcomer. He was aware of the might behind his strike, which could deliver over 300 kilograms of force on the measuring device. Chong Ming, are you even capable? Did you visit a brothel last night and wear yourself out? If you can't handle a newcomer, don't mention us as acquaintances. Several individuals who knew Chong Ming began to mock him, flushing his face with embarrassment, while he seethed with anger, convinced that he must not have exerted enough force in his previous punch, which led to this outcome, in an attempt to salvage his pride. Chong Ming swung his other fist toward Liu Fei, yet he failed to recognize that Liu Fei had effortlessly blocked his previous strike, appearing relaxed as if he had not expended significant effort. Smack! Another crisp sound resonated, akin to a slap upon Chong Ming's face, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This newcomer had managed to block both of his punches. He was 1,000% certain that he had put forth all his strength in this second attempt. Yet it had also been effortlessly blocked. You can't even handle a newcomer, worthless. Chong Ming felt a burning sensation on his face, as though he had received several slaps. No, it's this newcomer who is my turn. Liu Fei suddenly interrupted, gripping Chong Ming's fist and twisting it forcefully. Chong Ming felt excruciating pain in his arms. Before he could complete his exclamation, a shadow darted past his vision. Boom! Chong Ming felt a piercing pain in his abdomen. And before he could comprehend what had occurred, he was sent flying, crashing into the sandy ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What? The others present stared in disbelief as they witnessed Chong Ming being flung away, before turning their attention back to Liu Fei, realizing that it was not Chong Ming who was incompetent, but rather this newcomer who was extraordinarily strong. Liu Fei's cold gaze swept over the crowd before he spoke. I am dispatched by the military district, and from now on, all of you must obey my commands. Those who defy me will meet death. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. As Liu Fei uttered the word death, the air around them turned frigid. However, these ordinary individuals who had transformed into superhumans after the apocalypse remained arrogant and defiant, unwilling to submit that a man dressed in traditional attire from a small island stepped forward, barefoot. Just based on you? Liu Fei's gaze locked onto him, a derisive smile forming. Just based on me. Chong Ming was already a waste. Do you think defeating a waste would serve as a warning? Unless you can defeat me. Liu Fei slowly extended a finger. The barefoot man frowned. What do you mean? It would take me just a second to resolve you. While Lu Fei's declaration ignited a frenzy among the crowd. Boasting without a hint of humility and claiming leadership over us. Absurd. Kandakan possesses the strength of 7 men. Just wait to be beaten up, kid. None in attendance believed him, for Lu Fei's demeanor radiated arrogance, making him irksome to all. Hearing the crowd's praise, Kanda felt emboldened, determined to show this individual what true power entailed, and teach him that arrogance comes with consequences. With a shout, Kanda propelled himself forward, kicking up clouds of dust, noticing Lu Fei standing still, which led him to believe the newcomer was stunned by his impressive speed. He smirked dismissively, launching himself into the air, aiming a kick at Lu Fei's temple. He was confident that if this fellow did not evade, he would either die or be rendered a fool. Smack. However, the reality was astonishingly unexpected. No one could discern how Lu Fei had made his move. Xintian felt a grip around his ankle, and immediately, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Do people from the little island dare to act arrogant on the soil of my dragon nation? With a swift tug on his ankle, Lu Fei unleashed a lightning-fast punch to Xintian's abdomen. Xintian let out a wretched scream as he flew away like a severed kite, crashing through the railing and slamming into the alloy steel wall. Leaving a significant dent in its wake, Xintian fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his abdomen, his body curled up like a boiled shrimp, emitting painful groans. The onlookers were utterly astonished. While they might have shrugged off Changming being sent flying, the fact that Xintian, a formidable warrior with the strength of 7 men, had also been struck down by this individual was unfathomable. Just how powerful was this person? The previously disdainful gazes directed at Lu Fei were now replaced with fear and trepidation. Is there anyone else? Come at me together. Lu Fei stepped forward, the yellow sand swirling around him as he nonchalantly remarked. As if the 2 superhuman warriors he had just dispatched were nothing more than insignificant ants. His arrogance was palpable, yet no one dared to utter a word, for his strength was undeniable. Is there no one left? If not, then come here. Lu Fei bellowed, his voice resonating painfully in the ears of those present, leaving no one brave enough to defy him. They all approached him with trepidation. Is he dead? If not, crawl over here. Lu Fei's gaze fell upon the prostrate Shinan, that a glimmer of resentment flickered in Xintian's eyes. He vowed to make this man pay dearly for his actions. Nevertheless, he clutched his abdomen and, suppressing his inner fury, made his way over. Stand in 2 rows, Lu Fei commanded coldly. They dared not disobey, fully aware that defiance would come at a cost they could not afford. From this day forth, I take full command of you all that I shall train you, regardless of who you are or how formidable you once deemed yourselves. You will heed my commands. Do you understand? Understood. The response was thunderous and loud, the fear of Lu Fei's gaze looming over them, a reminder that failure to comply could lead to a bloody fate. Chapter 37. The clever 2-star zombie suddenly. Lu Fei heard the blaring alarm of the base echoing from outside. Observing this group, who feared his might yet remained defiant, an idea sparked in his mind. Follow me, Lu Fei instructed, turning towards the door. With the once proud individuals obediently trailing behind him, not daring to utter a sound at that moment. Within the 3rd Legion's camp, Qin Shichuan observed a scene on a screen, a smile creeping across his face. It was the moment when Lu Fei had instilled fear in the superhuman warriors that I truly did not misjudge him. Qin Shichuan nodded in satisfaction. An officer beside him furrowed his brow and questioned. General, do you think Lu Fei's approach is too ruthless? Aren't you concerned he might endanger lives? These arrogant fools, who resist discipline, deserve to be dealt with. Even if lives are lost, it matters not. As soldiers, their duty is to obey orders. Qin Shichuan held a differing opinion from his subordinate, a cunning strategist. He was well aware of what would transpire with Lu Fei's arrival. However, he had not anticipated how decisively Lu Fei would assert his dominance over these warriors. Even if they sent someone else to train them, the results would be negligible. Sending Lu Fei, a man devoid of mercy, was precisely what was needed. Report, Major. A large number of mutated beasts have been spotted behind the base. Suddenly, an officer stood to deliver the news. Qin Shichuan's expression shifted dramatically as he pondered before responding. It's fine that we will handle the front with the other 2 legions. Let the other 2 legions manage the rear. As the screen shifted, Qin Shichuan saw Lu Fei leading the intimidated superhuman warriors towards the base entrance. His brow furrowing in concern, the AN officer inquired, "Major, should we order Lu Fei to return?" "No, he has his methods. It is best we do not interfere." While Qin Shichuan was worried about the potential loss of superhuman warriors, he trusted that Lu Fei would not allow these individuals to face a horde of corpses without a fighting chance. In truth, there was another reason. Qin Shichuan understood that Lu Fei aimed to temper these warriors. Otherwise, if they remained within the base without any combat experience, what difference would there be from being useless? Thud, thud, thud. Outside, the ground trembled with thunderous footsteps, and in the distance, a cloud of yellow dust swirled as a massive shadow rushed forward, having already crossed Baibu Town, now just a kilometer from the base. At this moment, the first line of defense outside the base had been established, with thousands of soldiers standing ready. Armed warriors atop the walls awaited orders. "Commander, you brought us out here. You're not thinking of sending us to slay zombies, are you?" The suited man, upon spotting the dense mass of zombies in the distance, paled. Not just him, but even others of lesser strength wore grim expressions. "Indeed, it is only through slaughter that you shall grow. Have you prepared the weapons I instructed you to gather earlier? Once the zombies draw near, it will be our turn to strike." That Lu Fei's gaze was fixed ahead, his demeanor calm and collected. Gulp. The suited man nervously swallowed. Though he had slain zombies before, he had never faced such overwhelming numbers. The sight of those grotesque faces caused his body to tremble involuntarily. "That if you're afraid, you may exit the superhuman warriors' camp now. We do not harbor cowards." Lu Fei glanced back. Hesitation flickered across their faces, yet not a single person chose to withdraw. The benefits of being in the superhuman warriors' camp far surpassed living in the upper district. Who would want to re-enlist as a mere soldier to earn points? Very well, then do not falter. Show your fervor and engage in battle. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent, feeling his blood boil as he beheld the approaching horde. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, flames erupted among the horde as explosions rang out, the high explosive landmines previously laid by the soldiers detonating. Countless zombies were engulfed in flames, shredded into pieces, their remains scattered across the ground. Yet, they were soon replaced by an even greater number of zombies. As if they were endlessly replenished, Lu Fei furrowed his brow. The scale of this zombie horde was beyond his expectations, numbering in the tens of thousands. The landmines had eliminated hundreds, yet more zombies surged through the minefield, some even ablaze, charging towards them. "Open fire!" As they closed in, the officers began issuing commands. With a single order, bullets whistled through the air like fiery tongues unleashed. The front lines of zombies were reduced to Swiss cheese under the relentless fire of heavy machine guns. Yet despite the dense hail of bullets, dozens still managed to surge forward. "It is our turn to strike. Are you ready? Let the slaughter commence." Lu Fei licked his lips and leaped forward, his blade slicing through the air like a scythe, cleaving the first unfortunate zombie in half. The blood gushing from its neck testified to its former existence. Lu Fei's sudden appearance left the soldiers, who were already firing, bewildered. They thought, "Who the hell is this? Are they blind? Can't they see the horde ahead?" However, when they witnessed zombies either having their heads severed or bodies torn apart, realization dawned upon them. This was a member of the superhuman warriors' camp. As they observed the overwhelming might of the superhuman warriors, the soldiers' earlier fears of zombies breaching the base began to dissipate. Following Lu Fei, more than a dozen warriors charged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies that had evaded the bullets. Countless zombies fell beneath the relentless barrage of bullets, and the tide of the horde began to recede, igniting a fervor among the soldiers defending the base. "Ah, watch me annihilate you, wretched spawn! Kill them! Defend the base!" A resounding roar emerged from the horde, as Lu Fei cleaved another zombie in two. Glancing at the writhing mass of corpses with a furrowed brow. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a sound of bullets striking metal resonated from the forefront of the horde, and a dark object emerged, causing everyone to flinch. It was a massive steel door. Panic surged through the soldiers. These zombies were surprisingly clever. Lu Fei's expression grew grave. He understood that it was not the zombies themselves that were intelligent, but rather the evolved two-star zombie, possessing the cunning to control the one-star zombies. Yet, Lu Fei had not anticipated that this two-star zombie would be astute enough to command the others to produce a steel door to shield against the bullets. Soon, another enormous steel door appeared, blocking a significant number of bullets as the horde slowly advanced. Damn it, bring me artillery shells. I will blast that damn steel door to smithereens. Whoosh with several piercing sounds. Artillery shells soared through the air, striking the steel door. Boom, boom, boom. The shell exploded, flames soaring into the sky, a wave of heat sweeping over the battlefield, forcing even the soldiers on the front lines to seek refuge behind defensive fortifications. The deafening roar of the artillery decimated numerous advancing zombies, creating a significant gap in the horde. However, the heavy steel gate remained unyielded, merely warped by the blasts, with some areas still glowing red and radiating an astonishing heat. Roar! Amidst the swarm of the undead, the furious growls of two-star zombies echoed as they lunged forward, propping up the fallen steel gate. The moment the zombies made contact, a sizzling sound akin to roasting meat filled the air, mingling with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Yet these zombies felt no pain. Even as their hands melted down to mere bones, they continued to uphold the gate against the bullets, inching closer. By all that is holy, soldiers, strike with fervor. Bullets whistled through the air, thwarting the relentless advance of the horde, and the soldiers, not lacking in wit, skillfully avoided sweeping fire at the gate to target other zombies. Boom! Several more missiles screamed overhead, crashing into the steel gate and obliterating countless zombies, yet even more surged forth to support the gate. The battle gradually escalated into a fever pitch from a distance of several hundred meters. The soldiers, bolstered by their formidable firepower, managed to hold their ground for 5 grueling minutes, as the gate repeatedly fell and was raised anew. The 2 steel gates, battered by shells and seared by extreme heat, were clutched by the zombies as if they were wielding scorching hot iron plates, the material of the gates exceptionally resilient, refusing to be utterly destroyed. The battlefield was enveloped in a pungent smoke. Chapter 38. A Swift Execution. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly leapt from the horde, crashing down upon the frontline soldiers like a meteor. Thud! With a thunderous sound, several soldiers were caught off guard and crushed by the behemoth. A mutated zombie. A collective gasp escaped the few who stood behind Lu Fei, clearly having witnessed the terrible might of this abomination before. Roar. The mutated zombie unleashed a furious roar, spitting as its powerful arms swept across several soldiers, sending them flying like rag dolls, crashing against the reinforced walls and splattering blood upon impact. Meanwhile, more dark shadows emerged from the horde, crashing down and obliterating the defensive structures, launching a frenzied pursuit of the remaining soldiers. Their bullets merely piercing the flesh, leaving tiny wounds with no sensation. Truly a living shield. Form groups of 4 for those under 3-person strength, and freely combine for those above to halt the mutated zombies. Lu Fei commanded without hesitation, then swiftly dashed towards one of the mutated zombies. One soldier, pale with fear, found himself paralyzed despite wildly firing his machine gun. The mutated zombie seemed utterly unfazed. Whoosh! The mutated zombie raised its sharp claws, preparing to strike him down. This is it. The soldier's face drained of color as he surrendered to despair, his machine gun slipping from his grasp as he envisioned the scene of being torn apart by those razor-sharp claws. Clang! Just then, a dark figure appeared before him, blocking the lethal swipe. Despair transformed into hope in the soldier's eyes as he recognized a member of the Super Soldier Battalion. Armed and ready, continue the fight. Lu Fei shouted. The soldier responded with a resolute yes, and with newfound determination, resumed his front-line battle with the machine gun in hand. The mutated zombie, seeing its intended prey escape, unleashed its fury entirely upon Lu Fei, its other claw lunging towards his head that Lu Fei barely managed to evade. Slipping under the mutated zombie's legs, a flash of cold light glimmered as a gruesome scar appeared on one of its legs. Lu Fei had severed it cleanly. The mutated zombie collapsed with a thud, and Lu Fei immediately pivoted, his battle blade striking like a lethal serpent, piercing through the creature's skull. Congratulations. Host has acquired 5 invincibility coins. Lu Fei flicked the grime off his blade, glancing at the others, only to find that besides Shintian and 2 other super soldiers, the rest were scattered like frightened dogs, fleeing from the mutated zombie. Changming inwardly cursed. Damn it, We're expected to deal with such a monstrous zombie. How are we supposed to survive this? Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind, pain coursing through him as he was sent flying. Turning back, he saw the mutated zombie's claw enlarging in his vision. And in an instant, his head would be riddled with holes, sealing his fate. Crack! At the critical moment, the sound of clashing weapons rang out, and Chaming saw a figure appear before him, blocking the deadly blow. "What are you dawdling for? Move!" Lu Fei barked coldly. Chaming snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth against the pain as he scrambled to his feet and ran, glancing back at Lu Fei, who was still fighting the mutated zombies. Splat! Dark blood sprayed through the air as Lu Fei's blade carved a savage gash into the mutated zombie, nearly cleaving it in two. The creature, twisted in rage, lunged at Lu Fei with claws aimed at his throat. Lu Fei sidestepped, brandishing his blade with a swift step. Swoosh! The blade pierced the mutated zombie's neck, and Lu Fei kicked the corpse aside to assist others. Shintian watched in astonishment and fury. This man was incomprehensibly strong. His own countrymen were the best. As his anger flared, he unleashed it upon the mutated zombie before him, mercilessly smashing its head into a pulp. With the emergence of the mutated zombie, the first line of defense began to crumble. And the horde of mutated zombies, seizing the opportunity, roared like springtime cats, signaling a massive offensive the next day. "Damn it, out of bullets," a soldier cursed, dirted and disheveled. "I'm out too. We haven't even killed enough yet." Although they had managed to stem the tide of the horde, their ammunition was rapidly depleting. The officer in charge of the first line of defense furrowed his brow at the continuous reports from the soldiers and could only order, "Retreat! Everyone, fall back!" Thus, the first line of defense fell to the relentless assault of the horde. However, the retreating soldiers witnessed an unexpected sight. None of the Super Soldier Battalion members were withdrawing. They fought valiantly on the front lines, slaughtering zombies one after another, igniting a surge of inspiration in the soldiers. If only they had the strength, they would have joined the fray. Liu Fei observed the soldiers gradually retreating and, as he felled another zombie, shouted, "Form a protective perimeter to cover the retreat." The soldiers obeyed his command, forming a circle as they began to withdraw towards the base gate. Roar! Suddenly, 3 mutated zombies appeared before Lu Fei, charging straight at him in the blink of an eye. Rendering bullets ineffective at that moment, Liu Fei pushed off the ground, shattering it beneath him, leaping into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to one mutated zombie's head, sending it flying. Bang! At the same moment, another zombie slammed into Lu Fei, crashing him hard into the ground. He bounced back up, scanning the super soldiers still holding their ground, shouting, "You all need to retreat, get inside, and have them close the base gate." The soldiers, previously annoyed with Lu Fei, paused in surprise, and Chaming instinctively asked, "Sir, what about you?" Lu Fei dodged a claw from the mutated zombie, coldly replying, "Don't worry about me. Follow orders." For some reason, Chaming felt an indescribable sensation watching Lu Fei battle the 3 formidable mutated zombies. This man, though seemingly cold, possessed a heart ablaze with passion, standing alone against 3 mutated zombies to ensure their escape, while behind him surged the relentless tide of the undead. Yet they could only watch, powerless to assist Lu Fei, and reluctantly made their way into the base. "Close the gate." Chaming gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. "What?" The soldier guarding the gate pointed at Lu Fei, but he is still out there. "He protected us. I can't close the gate," to ITS's command. "He told you to close it." "Are you deaf?" Chaming shouted, feeling his eyes welling with tears. The soldier hesitated, gritting his teeth, but ultimately pressed the button to close the gate. "Wait!" 2 figures dashed towards the closing gate. Bursting through just in time, the horde drew closer. Lu Fei faced not only the mutated zombies, but also a multitude of 1-star zombies, which had evolved significantly over time, with most now possessing the strength of 2 men, and a few even reaching 3. While this posed little challenge to Lu Fei, the sheer number was a headache. Swish! At that moment, a flash of cold steel swept past, and several 1-star zombies fell. Liu Fei furrowed his brow, hearing an irreverent voice. Hero, didn't he expect me, Li, to show up?" "Me too." On the other side, the voice of Luo Chen echoed. Liu Fei's heart warmed. In this world, where human emotions were cold and life was perpetually at risk, it was truly moving to have 2 reckless individuals stand by his side. "Who sent you here? Are you looking to die?" Lu Fei bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the mutated zombie before him staggering back. Li Shao, with a grin, dispatched a zombie with his short sword and cheerfully replied, "It wasn't my idea. Really, did my little brother insisted I come, claiming that brothers should share life and death together, that we can't be timid like turtles or some such nonsense, that it's infuriating. I almost want to smack him." A faint smile crept across Lu Fei's face, though he certainly didn't believe it was Luo Chun who said such things. This fellow had hardly been able to utter a word for ages. So how could he possibly make such a statement? Clearly, it was Li Shao who had dragged Luo Chen along. Since he wished to accompany me to death, then let us make it quick. Chapter 39, Electromagnetic Missile. Within the barracks of the 3rd Army Corps, the complexion of an officer beside Qin Shichuan changed drastically. "Major General, the 2nd Army Corps is preparing an electromagnetic missile." "What? Are they out of their minds?" Qin Shichuan sprang to his feet, his face a mask of fury. "That Liu Fei and the others are still outside. Send a command for them to come in immediately." "Yes." The officer promptly dashed out of the military camp. Qin Shichuan's cheeks twitched. The 2nd Army Corps had been positioned alongside him at the front lines to fend off the tide of corpses. They could not be unaware that the super soldiers from the super soldier camp were still out there. The decision to launch an electromagnetic missile without the return of the super soldiers was undoubtedly intentional, igniting a furious blaze within Qin Shichuan. This 2nd Army Corps was clearly targeting him. He knew how coveted Liu Fei's strength was, but he never anticipated these scoundrels would be so shameless, denying others what they could not have themselves. Suppressing his inner fury, Qin Shichuan activated the communicator. Connecting to the command center of the 2nd Army Corps, at that moment, within the ranks of the 2nd Army Corps, a dark missile was being calibrated, ready to be unleashed with a mere command. Roaring forth to strike amidst the sea of corpses. Gathering space/roaring, a black dragon surged forth from the trembling blade that Liu Fei swung his weapon, and the crescent blade, spanning dozens of feet, sliced through the mutated zombies with silent precision, cleaving through countless ordinary zombies with ease. The zombies froze momentarily as if struck dumb, only to erupt in a cacophony of explosive sounds, their bodies trembling violently before being torn apart by the overwhelming force of the gathering space slash. The gathering space slash cleared a swath of ground before him, reducing even the 3 mutated zombies to mere fragments scattered across the earth. That Li Shao, despite possessing the strength of 4, found himself struggling against the relentless tide of zombies. Sustaining numerous bloody scratches, his clothing in tatters and his situation increasingly dire. Luo Chen fared slightly better, yet as thousands of zombies surged forth, the pressure remained immense, while zombies fell to his frost blade. An even greater number continued to advance. That Liu Fei took a deep breath, abruptly opening his eyes, which now gleamed with a chilling ferocity. His arm muscles swelled as veins bulged, and with each rapid swing of his blade, a whirlwind erupted within a 10-meter radius. Phantom slash, first form, pursuing shadow. Hundreds of blurred blade images converged before Liu Fei, that a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he struck downward with ferocity. Swish, 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 countless blade images pierced into the swarm of zombies, their bodies sliced into pieces as if caught in a storm, leaving no zombie unscathed beneath the pursuing shadow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 750 invincible coins. With this technique, Liu Fei had slain at least 150 zombies, their foul, dark blood and shredded flesh painting a gruesome tableau. Roar! A 2-star zombie howled amidst the horde, and suddenly a massive shadow erupted from the mass of corpses. Resembling a skinned human, with sinewy muscles akin to black steel, that was a 2-star zombie die. Liu Fei propelled himself forward, creating a small crater in the ground as he surged toward the 2-star zombie like a whirlwind. The 2-star zombie's dark pupils constricted. It bent its knees and launched itself forward with the force of a spring. Crash! The collision ignited a flurry of sparks. The cunning 2-star zombie unleashed its black tendrils from behind, aiming for Liu Fei's throat. That trick again. Liu Fei thought back to the last time he had been ensnared, an experience he found exceedingly uncomfortable. This time he would not fall for it again. Smack! Liu Fei's reflexes were lightning fast as he seized the attacking tendril, a cruel smile spreading across his face. With a powerful tug, he tore it free from the 2-star zombie, severing it at the base. Black blood gushed down the creature's back, and it roared in agony, but another claw, glinting with lethal intent, lunged towards Lu Fei's heart. "Watch out, big guy," Li Xiao shouted, having just kicked a zombie away, with a swift twist of his arm. Lu Fei snapped the claw of the mutated zombie, the sound of bone breaking resonating in the air, and he retracted his blade and swung at the claw aimed at his heart. Clatter. The mutated zombie's claw fell to the ground. But Lu Fei felt a dull ache in his chest, realizing his flesh had been punctured. Had he been a moment slower, the claw would have pierced his heart, ending his life. Roar, the mutated zombie, now missing a claw, visibly faltered, hesitation flickering in its eyes as it weighed the choice of engaging Lu Fei in a life-or-death struggle. Die. Yet Lu Fei offered no respite, charging forward, his blade carving an unusual arc through the air. The serrated edge tearing through the zombie's flesh, piercing its throat. That Lu Fei's speed was breathtaking. The two-star zombie had no time to react before being cut down, its massive form collapsing to the ground. The tide of corpses began to waver, seemingly losing cohesion. Soon, the roar of another two-star zombie echoed through the horde, restoring order among the throng as they surged toward Lu Fei and his companions once more. The soldiers atop the base's walls, witnessing the fierce struggle of Lu Fei and his comrades, felt their blood surge with adrenaline, each one straining to unleash a barrage upon the advancing horde. Just then, a missile launch echoed from within the base, causing Lu Fei's brow to furrow. "Lieutenant Lu Fei, get back!" They launched the electromagnetic missile. A commander shouted from atop the ramparts. That Lu Fei's expression changed dramatically, his typically composed demeanor giving way to expletives. Damn it. While others might be ignorant of the electromagnetic missile's power, Lu Fei, having experienced the horrors of battle in a past life, understood its devastating potential. The missile could raze this place to the ground, obliterating even the fortified walls of the base capable of withstanding the combined might of 10 men. Fortunately, the missile's range was limited to 1,000 meters. But who could say whether it would descend upon Lu Fei's very head? Even with the strength of 13 men, not even 30 could withstand the might of an electromagnetic missile. This was a newly developed weapon by the Dragon Country, its power rivaling that of a nuclear bomb. Upon hearing the news, the soldiers atop the walls turned pale, and under the command of their officer, they began to retreat from their positions. "Run, if you wish to live. Hurry and flee!" Lu Fei shouted urgently to Luo, Chun, and Li Xiao. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a missile, trailing a dazzling plume akin to fireworks, shot forth from the base, and Lu Fei caught sight of it, his eyes igniting with fierce intent. The explosion site was merely a few hundred meters ahead. "Whoever it may be, as long as I draw breath, you are doomed," Lu Fei vowed, determined that should he survive this ordeal, the one responsible for launching the missile would pay dearly. "That there's no time. You two stand behind me." Quickly gritting his teeth, Lu Fei commanded system, "Activate invincible mode." The invincible mode activated. At this moment, Lu Fei dared not hold back any of his strength. Preserving his life was paramount, and he resolved to utilize everything at his disposal. Boom! In the following instant, the electromagnetic missile descended, unleashing a thunderous roar. The zombies at the epicenter of the explosion were incinerated to nothingness, while a blue shockwave surged forth like a tempest. The ground swept away beneath the blue shockwave, as if a colossal axe had cleaved through, leaving the earth charred and blackened. Lu Fei, eyes fixed on the encroaching blue shockwave, gritted his teeth as a golden light enveloped him, silently praying for protection. Boom! The blue shockwave swept past Lu Fei and his two companions, crashing against the base's walls, which appeared feeble before the might of the electromagnetic missile. Bang, bang, bang. The walls of the base became riddled with holes, but fortunately, they had exceeded the missile's range. Otherwise, even those within the base would have been affected. The air sizzled with temperatures soaring to 40 or 50 degrees, and not far away, the tide of corpses had been utterly obliterated by the electromagnetic missile, leaving behind a massive crater that continued to emit tendrils of black smoke. Chapter 40. He is finished. It's over. Upon hearing the resounding explosion, Qin Shichuan's countenance shifted dramatically. With a fierce punch, he struck the office desk, causing it to collapse under the force, and cursed vehemently. Liadonking of the Second Army. "I, Qin Shichuan, will never coexist with you." At that moment, within the command center of the Second Legion, sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, his resolute face revealing a sinister smile that he was liadonking Major General Liu, the master of the Second Legion. The electromagnetic missile that had just been launched was ordered by him, for he could not permit such a formidable individual to appear within Qin Shichuan's ranks. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a threat, a stumbling block on Lu's path to success. Liadonking was a decisive and ruthless individual, harboring grand ambitions that transcended merely being the master of the Second Legion. He aspired to control the entire Jianzhou base and wield even greater power. Is this result satisfactory? No one could possibly survive so close to the electromagnetic missile, Lu coldly remarked, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the devastation wrought by the missile. Rest assured, Major General Liu, our master will surely assist you in eliminating other obstacles, enabling you to become the ruler of the Jianzhou survivor base. A figure draped in a black cloak spoke beside Liadonking, his features obscured, rendering his true identity indiscernible. Liadonking smiled, genuinely pleased. With such a formidable organization aiding him, he would inevitably become the sovereign of this place. If Lu Fei were present, he would undoubtedly wear a look of astonishment, for he had seen the very black cloak adorning this figure. Commander, he can't be dead, can he? Chaming pondered, gazing at the alloy walls that had been reduced to a state of ruin by the missile strike. A feeling of indescribable turmoil brewing within him. Daha! That arrogant fool deserves to die, Shintan remarked with a smug grin, eagerly anticipating Lu Fei's demise. The powerful superhuman warrior had not perished on the battlefield, but had instead been obliterated by their missile. Numerous soldiers began to express their anger. What kind of superior would launch an electromagnetic missile without a second thought to eradicate the zombie tide? Chaming's disdain for Shintian, the representative of the small island nation, grew as he shot him a scornful glance before moving toward Lu Fei's previous position. Through the hole in the alloy wall, Chaming peered inside. Stop looking. That guy is as good as dead, unless Shintian's words trailed off as he noticed the sudden change in Chaming's expression. His heart sinking with dread. It can't be. A missile of such immense power. How could he possibly still be alive? He refused to believe it. He is not dead. The commander is still alive, Chaming exclaimed as he saw a golden light enveloping Lu Fei and his companions. Though the radiance was marred by numerous cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment, buzzing filled his ears, and as Lu Fei opened his eyes, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth that he had survived. Albeit grievously wounded, and the invincible shield he had drawn from the system, worth 5,000 invincible coins, lay utterly shattered. Every part of his body throbbed with pain, as if countless hammers had mercilessly struck him. Are you all right? Lu Fei weakly inquired, retracting the golden shield. Receiving no response, a sense of dread washed over him. Turning around, he saw Li Xiao and Luo Chen lying unconscious together. Thank goodness, they're merely unconscious. Lu Fei sighed in relief, observing their rising and falling chests. However, their breaths were faint, with dried blood around their mouths and noses, indicating serious injuries that, if left untreated, could threaten their lives, enduring the pain. Lu Fei hoisted both of them onto his shoulders and forcefully kicked through the fragile alloy wall. With a crash, Lu Fei's sudden appearance astonished everyone present. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. How could a person survive an electromagnetic missile? It was nothing short of monstrous. Medic, take these two for proper treatment. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable, Lu Fei declared coldly, the medic team leader. Caught in the depths of Lu Fei's piercing gaze, felt the weight of his anger and overwhelming murderous intent, momentarily paralyzed with fear. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and hurriedly ordered his team to carry the unconscious Luo Chen and Li Xiao for treatment. As Commander Changming stepped forward, he was met with the chilling intensity of Lu Fei's gaze, causing him to halt in his tracks. In that moment, Lu Fei resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, compelling the surrounding soldiers to retreat under the pressure of his formidable aura. What? That guy is still alive. Within the command center of the Second Legion, Liadonking was taken aback by the news. The cloaked figure beside him stiffened, exclaiming, Major General Liu, I must report this news to our master immediately, that I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Liu to respond, the figure dissipated into a cloud of black smoke, inciting Liu's fury as he cursed, a gnawing premonition taking root in his heart. Lu Fei is not dead. Qin Shichuan, upon hearing his subordinate's report, was initially stunned before a look of elation spread across his face. "Where is he now?" "I am right here." A figure appeared at the door, unmistakably the furious Lu Fei. Upon seeing Lu Fei unscathed, Qin Shichuan immediately beamed. "Lu Fei, it's wonderful to see you safe." However, before Qin could finish his sentence, he was suddenly seized by an iron grip that lifted him off the ground. "What are you doing?" "Release Major General Qin." The officers within the command center swiftly drew their weapons. While outside, dozens of elite soldiers surged in, ready to unleash a hail of bullets upon Lu Fei at a moment's notice. Cough, cough. "Lu Fei, what are you doing?" Qin Shichuan gasped in agony, grasping Lu Fei's wrist. Struggling against the suffocating grip, Lu Fei's expression remained impassive, his voice as frigid as a gale at sub-zero temperatures. "Was it you who ordered the missile launch?" "And no, it wasn't me. It was Liadonking of the Second Army." Qin stammered. "Second Army?" Lu Fei's brow furrowed as he released his grip. Qin Shichuan collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently, but his subordinates surrounded Lu Fei. "Everyone, fall back," Qin Shichuan commanded, raising his hand. His subordinates hesitated, but were met with a fierce glare from Qin, compelling them to reluctantly withdraw. Qin Shichuan regarded Lu Fei with trepidation. He found him terrifying, and for a fleeting moment, he had believed his own life was forfeit. "Lu Fei, I never meant you harm. Besides, why would I want to harm you?" It was Lu Dongsheng who ordered the missile launch, though Qin felt a surge of anger at Lu Fei's actions. He was even more resolute in his desire to keep Lu Fei firmly within his ranks. Such a formidable warrior was a rare treasure. "He is doomed." A glint of icy determination flashed in Lu Fei's eyes as he spat the words through clenched teeth. Qin Shichuan grew concerned, fearing Lu Fei might recklessly storm into the enemy's headquarters. Even if Lu Fei agreed, the other legions would not, and despite Lu Fei's strength, he could not guarantee his survival against such overwhelming firepower. "Do not act impulsively," Qin urged. "This vendetta must be avenged, but not at this moment, that I end 3 days. There will be no more Liadonking within the base," Lu Fei coldly stated before turning to leave the command center. "General, this Lu Fei is unruly, akin to a monkey that has ascended to the heavens. Should we?" Qin Shichuan shook his head. "No need. Lu Dongsheng brought this upon himself. Let him blame his own poor judgment for provoking such a terrifying entity. Issue orders that the 3rd Legion, aside from myself, grants Lu Fei the highest authority." "What? What are you gasping for?" "Go." Qin Shichuan glared at him irritably, watching his aide depart in astonishment to relay the orders. Qin Shichuan rubbed his sore neck and sank into his chair, sighing, "I hope this decision does not lead to regret. I just wonder how the higher-ups in Longdu will perceive this, that if they investigate and find... Never mind. There is enough chaos in Longdu. They are unlikely to scrutinize Jianzhou Military District." Chapter 41. Rival. The zombie tied directly in front of the base was entirely obliterated under the electromagnetic missile. Tens of thousands of zombies were vaporized in an instant, leaving no trace behind. However, the situation in the rear of the base was exceptionally dire, teeming with hundreds of terrifying mutated beasts, each possessing the strength of at least 3 men. Particularly the troublesome Gale rats, a bane to the soldiers, Bang. A number of mutated beasts, clad in scales and sporting robust, sharp horns, known as ironhide bison, charged with a cloud of dust, violently colliding against the alloy steel walls. The soldiers atop, armed and firing, were jolted by the impact, with several unfortunate ones plummeting from the wall, met by gaping maws of bloodthirsty beasts. Amidst their screams, their bodies were torn apart by the sharp teeth of the mutated creatures. Consumed in mere moments by the frenzied onslaught, creaking under the repeated battering, the superalloy walls emitted a sound of distress as the point of impact became grotesquely deformed. Ordinary rifle bullets merely sparked against the mutated beasts, inflicting no substantial damage, but only inciting their fury as they relentlessly rammed into the walls. "Damn it, these creatures are tough to kill. Bring me a rocket launcher. I'll blow them to pieces with a whoosh." Dozens of rockets detonated amidst the horde of mutated beasts, erupting into fiery blossoms. Yet, even the powerful rockets managed to kill only a few of the weaker beasts, those without the protective hard scales. The ironhide bison, charred and ignited, remained unfazed, continuing its assault with its sharp horns, With a series of resounding crashes, after enduring for half an hour, the wall finally crumbled with a thunderous roar under the relentless battering of the ironhide bison and other mutated beasts, creating a gaping hole through which countless creatures surged. Run! They're coming in! The ground trembled ominously, echoing like a drum as the ferocious beasts breached the base, causing the soldiers' faces to pale in terror. Armor-piercing rounds ready, fire. With a thunderous blast, dozens of powerful armor-piercing shells whistled through the air, exploding at the breach and wreaking havoc among the mutated beasts, claiming dozens of lives, including that of an ironhide bison at the forefront. Yet, more mutated creatures poured into the base, their bloodthirsty gazes akin to a lecherous man eyeing a beautiful woman, lunging forward with open jaws to sever a soldier in half. The carnage escalated as more warriors fell prey to the jaws of the monsters. Panic and screams reverberating throughout the base. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at a 6-man-strength ironhide bison, a flash of white light appearing. The beast let out a howl before collapsing, a gaping wound materializing at its neck. Blood gushing forth like a ruptured pipe, revealing a gory gash that nearly decapitated the creature. The figure was a young man, around 24 or 25, with striking white hair, tall and well-built, his chiseled features exuding charm that would make him irresistible to 90% of the girls in a typical school setting, evoking a sense of first love in those who beheld him. After slaying the ironhide bison, he did not pause, and with another flash, another formidable mutated beast fell to his blade. As this young warrior emerged, a group of over 20 individuals wielding melee weapons rushed in from a distance. These soldiers bore expressions of exhilaration, with one shouting, "Warriors, the super soldiers of the Superman camp have arrived. Strike fiercely and eliminate these beasts to defend our homeland. Kill these damned creatures." The weapons wielded by the super soldiers were crafted from a rare metal, sharp enough to slice through steel, reserved chiefly for military use. This bespoke weaponry demonstrated the immense hope placed in these super soldiers. "Wow, Fong is truly impressive," exclaimed a girl among the group, her face flushed with admiration. Daydreamer M. "No matter how much you idolize Tao Xiaofeng, he won't fall for you," remarked a man with a double-headed axe slung over his shoulder. His slender frame making the axe seem disproportionately large to Du Shimao. "Mind your own business." The infatuated girl shot him a glare, clearly displeased that Du Shimao rolled his eyes, unslinging his axe and cracking his neck with a grin. "Let the slaughter begin. I crave the taste of blood and brutality." With that, he charged forth like a blade, his massive axe descending upon a mutated beast's head. With a sickening crunch, the beast's skull was cleaved in two, brain matter and blood splattering in all directions as it collapsed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, others joined the fray, each displaying remarkable skill. The strong engaged beasts solo, while the weaker members banded together to take down a single creature. Their roles clearly defined and actions swift, halting the advance of the mutated horde. The roars of the defeated beasts echoed in defiance as they fell in pools of blood, over 20 of them slain in mere minutes. These warriors were led by Tao Xiaofeng, part of a super soldier regiment. With his arrival, super soldiers from other battalions soon joined the fight against the mutated beasts, although they were not as formidable as Tao Xiaofeng's unit. Their presence provided a much-needed respite for the beleaguered soldiers. However, the 3rd Battalion super soldiers were conspicuously absent. Have you heard? It seems a terrifying powerhouse has emerged from the 3rd Battalion, capable of sending a 7-man strength Kanda flying with a single punch, rivaling Tao Xiaofeng's might. That's just bragging. You know how strong Lieutenant Tao is. He can slay 10-man strength mutated beasts. Can that guy really compare? How could those from the 3rd Battalion hope to match our Fong? Look at them. They're too scared to show up, clearly intimidated by our 1st Battalion's strength. Last time, Kanda was defeated in a single blow by our Fong. They didn't dare to utter a word. More cowardly than dogs. Indeed, how unfortunate that I belong to the 5th Battalion. I truly envy you for having such a strong warrior. The latter's words brought smug smiles to the faces of the 1st Battalion soldiers. Just as they spotted a group of over 10 individuals approaching, their expressions turning to mockery. "Look, those cowards are finally here. This should be entertaining. I wonder if they'll be terrified enough to wet their pants against these formidable beasts." Lu Fei led Chong Ming and the others to the scene, discovering that the other battalions were already locked in combat with the mutated beast finally arriving. "Are we afraid, perhaps. Super soldiers, more like a bunch of cowards. It is too dangerous here. You should go back. Be careful not to become the beast's next meal. We want to come to your rescue. The members of the other 4 battalions laughed maniacally, and witnessing their ease. Lu Fei realized the vast disparity between his super soldiers and those led by others. However, he remained undeterred, believing that with diligent training, they would all eventually become masters of slaughter. Suddenly, Lu Fei's pupils constricted as he locked eyes on a white-haired youth, none other than the admired Tao Xiaofeng. It was him. Lu Fei recalled that in his previous life, this man had once vied for Meng Xiangyi against him, that in his past life. Lu Fei was a destitute nobody, while Tao Xiaofeng was undoubtedly a wealthy and powerful individual. Lu Fei stood no chance against him in the pursuit of Meng Xiangyi, and it was only due to Tao Xiaofeng's sudden disappearance that Lu Fei had a chance. Regrettably, Lu Fei lacked the strength to protect Meng Xiangyi back then. He vividly remembered how contemptuous Tao Xiaofeng had been towards him, regarding him as an ant easily crushed underfoot, using his powerful background to intimidate Lu Fei into relinquishing his claim on Meng Xiangyi. In my past life, I was beneath your heel, but in this life, I shall stand above you. Chapter 42. The Initial Clash. Tao Xiaofeng seemed to sense Lu Fei's gaze, and as he dispatched another mutated beast, he turned to meet Lu Fei's eyes. That in that moment of locked stares, both felt a mutual realization. The other was formidable. With a smirk, Tao Xiaofeng displayed a hint of disdain, thinking to himself that this must be the powerful newcomer from the 3rd Battalion. His strength somewhat commendable that Lu Fei chose to ignore Tao Xiaofeng's dismissiveness, issuing orders to his comrades behind him. Form groups of 4 and target beasts of 6-man strength or lower. Changming and the others promptly complied, dividing into 3 groups to charge at the beasts, while Kanda and 2 others of great strength could easily handle a mutated beast on their own, leaving Lu Fei untroubled. Look, the one wielding the black blade. That's the captain of the 3rd Battalion's super soldiers. With that insufferable expression, his strength should be mediocre at best, and I doubt he could even slay a 6-man strength beast. Look at him, all tattered and worn, clearly struggling against the tide of corpses just now. Luffy remained impervious to the derisive jeers that echoed in his ears. With a powerful push of his legs, he transformed into a shadowy blur, hurtling toward the mutated beast that possessed the strength of 7 men. This creature, known as the Ironback Kangbear, was a mass of muscle. Its once furry hide now evolved into a tough, armor-like hide, resembling a warrior clad in battle gear. Upon spotting Luffy charging towards it, the Ironback Kangbear let out a thunderous roar, its mouth spewing bits of flesh and saliva, clearly displeased by the interruption to its meal. The ground trembled beneath its massive weight as it charged at Luffy, leaving a deep footprint in its wake. Suddenly, Luffy's speed surged, resembling a flash of lightning as he slashed the black blade across the beast's neck. With a resounding crash, the Ironback Kangbear's colossal form staggered, collapsing to the ground, its head severed from its body, yet maintaining its fierce, menacing posture. As its head rolled away, blood gushing from its neck like a burst pipe. How could this be? The onlooking members of the other legions, who were ready to witness a spectacle, scoffed inwardly, thinking Luffy was courting death by challenging the Ironback Kangbear. Despite its 7-man strength, even an 8-man super soldier would find themselves in peril against such a formidable foe. Yet, reality slapped them hard across the face, leaving them in a state of disbelief. How could this mere individual slice through the Ironback Kangbear's neck and bring its head tumbling down? They stood there, dumbfounded, one of them so shocked by Luffy's thunderous prowess that he forgot he was in a fight, only to be bitten by a mutated beast, letting out a pitiful cry before succumbing to silence. Indeed, what they had said was true. The captain of the 3rd Legion's super soldier unit was genuinely formidable. This revelation, however, irked the members of the 1st Legion. Our Feng is the strongest. Our Feng has slain a mutated beast with the strength of 10 men. Can he do that? No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than Luffy charged toward the Nightblade Leopard, a creature renowned for its speed, that in the darkness. It struck silently like the blade of death, deftly claiming the lives of its prey. Even Du Shirmao, a 10-man strength warrior from the 1st Legion, dared not challenge the Nightblade Leopard alone. But Luffy's audacity to do so was astounding. Filled with a burning rage, Luffy felt an urgent need to unleash his fury. Otherwise, he would lose control and storm into the Second Legion to eliminate Lu Dongqing. Only through frenzied slaughter could he quell the tempest within. In a post-apocalyptic world where the skies loomed dark and oppressive, many succumbed to despair, unable to bear the weight of their circumstances. Choosing to end their own lives, to release one's inner turmoil was essential for maintaining a sound mind. There were many outlets for such release, be it through physical exertion or engaging in more primal pursuits. However, Luffy found solace in perilous battles against zombies or mutated beasts, using bloodshed as a means to vent his pent-up frustrations. The Nightblade leopard moved with astonishing speed, appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow in Luffy's vision. Its cold gleam flashing before his eyes. With a quick flick of his arm, he met the beast with his weapon. The clash resonated with a sharp ring, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks that danced like fiery sprites in the air. The Nightblade leopard leapt, aiming to sink its teeth into Luffy's neck. He dared not let it connect, for a single bite could spell his doom. Clenching his left fist, the veins on his arm bulged as he bellowed. "Get lost!" With a force akin to a 1,000-pound hammer, his fist crashed down onto the Nightblade leopard's skull. The creature let out a howling cry, dazed by the impact, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Luffy's blade fell swiftly. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced the Nightblade leopard's head, brain matter and blood splattering forth, marking the end of this speedster's life at Luffy's hands. The onlookers gasped in shock, their perceptions of Luffy shifting dramatically. Gone were the disdain and contempt, replaced by fear and apprehension. This individual was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond what they could contend with. Many found themselves grappling with this realization. Tao Xiaofeng, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a flicker of astonishment and muttered, "How can this guy be so strong?" Luffy, however, paid no heed to their gazes, diving into the throng of mutated beasts with a fervor for slaughter. Indeed, this was a one-sided massacre. From the feeble 3-man strength beasts to the formidable 10-man strength creatures, all fell to the bloody black blade in Luffy's grasp. He resembled a demon, dispatching one after the other. Radiating an aura of overwhelming ferocity, his deep, chilling gaze betraying a demeanor far removed from that of an ordinary human. The super soldiers of the Third Legion, witnessing their new captain's prowess, felt an electrifying rush of excitement. As if they had injected themselves with adrenaline, their fighting spirit soaring in groups, they began to dispatch the mutated beasts with renewed vigor. Shintian furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in frustration, 1,000 thoughts of disbelief racing through his mind. Why? Why was this guy so strong? I refuse to accept this. I, Shintian, will make him kneel at my feet, crawling beneath my legs. Luffy's presence invigorated the other super soldiers, each one now fiercely combating the mutated beasts. Causing the horde to waver, an abundance of corpses strewn across the ground. These sentient mutated beasts, witnessing their companions fall one by one, began to retreat down a mighty 11-man strength creature, the azure-eyed demon ape. Commenced directing the others to withdraw. The remaining beasts hastening towards the breach in the base that Luffy's gaze locked onto the azure-eyed demon ape, its fiery red fur resembling a cloak of flames. Its powerful limbs exuding strength, standing at the breach and roaring commands for retreat. Clearly, the azure-eyed demon ape was the leader of this pack of mutated beasts, demonstrating a commendable level of intelligence in recognizing the need to flee. Luffy pondered whether this creature possessed any beast crystals within. If so, his own strength could potentially increase. Though the beast transformation had nearly cost him his life, the allure of enhanced power was too tempting for Luffy to resist. Having undergone the transformation once, he now bore genes that would counteract the effects, allowing him to consume a beast crystal without losing his sanity. With determination surging within him, Luffy propelled himself forward. Suddenly, he heard a rush of air beside him and turned to find Tao Xiaofeng. Luffy smirked inwardly. Did this guy intend to compete with him? Observing Tao's strength, Luffy surmised he had struck it lucky, gaining exceptional power from an ancient civilization's secrets. Admittedly, Luffy felt a twinge of envy towards such fortunate individuals, though it quickly dissipated, for he too was a fortunate soul blessed with an invincible system and the gift of rebirth. If Tao wished to contend with him, let him try. With a cold smile, Luffy surged forward with a speed so rapid that even Shintian could barely perceive it, while Tao Xiaofeng pursued with a swift increase in his own velocity. The azure-eyed demon ape, busy commanding its kin to retreat, suddenly spotted the two humans charging towards it. Recognizing them as the very ones who had mercilessly slaughtered its brethren, it erupted in fury, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Luffy. Luffy showed no intention of evading, sheathing his blade and preparing to meet the punch head-on, his muscles bulging like steel cables as he retaliated. With a tremendous clash, a violent gust of wind erupted from the collision of their fists, swirling dust and debris into the air that Luffy's arms stilled, the ground beneath him buckling under the strain. Yet his seemingly slender frame remained steadfast against the force of the azure-eyed demon ape's blow. The beast felt an overwhelming power coursing through its arm, accompanied by excruciating pain, causing it to grimace as it summoned every ounce of strength to withstand Luffy's ferocious strike. Suddenly, a black blur collided with the azure-eyed demon ape, sending it hurtling through the air, crashing against the reinforced walls of the base, which groaned under the impact. Tao Xiaofeng withdrew his fist, casting a challenging glance at Luffy, as if to say, "See that? Loser? I can send the azure-eyed demon ape flying with a single punch." Meanwhile, the admirers of Tao from the First Legion began to rally behind him, cheering fervently to go Feng. "Take it down. Show this guy your true power. In the 5 legions of super soldiers, you are the strongest." Lu Fei chose to ignore the situation directly, summoning his blade to his hand. With a powerful push, he appeared before the azure-eyed demon ape. In the fleeting moment of cold glimmer, the beast let out a pained wail as a deep, gaping scar, visible to the bone, marred its chest, blood cascading down from the wound. Tao Xiaofeng, unwilling to be outdone, brandished his sharp sword and lunged forward, creating a spray of blood behind the azure-eyed demon ape. With a self-satisfied expression, he thrust his blade towards the creature's neck. However, the azure-eyed demon ape made a surprising move, extending its hand to grasp the incoming sword. With a tearing sound, the demon's hand could not withstand the sharpness of the sword, and its palms were shredded, blood raining down like droplets. Yet the creature maintained its grip, a faint crimson hue gradually surfacing in its eyes. Tao Xiaofeng attempted to withdraw his blade, but found it held firmly, as if clamped by an iron vice. The azure-eyed demon ape emitted a low, guttural growl from its throat, shedding from its body, a writhing motion atop its head, and the crimson in its eyes deepening. Lu Fei recognized the impending danger. The azure-eyed demon ape was entering a frenzied state at the cost of burning its inner beast crystal. "Let go, you beast!" Tao Xiaofeng cursed, delivering a kick aimed at the creature's waist. Suddenly, a claw, covered in menacing scales, seized his foot. Tao Xiaofeng looked up, startled to see that the azure-eyed demon ape had transformed dramatically. Its fiery red fur was replaced by glistening black scales, a pair of horns sprouting from its head, and its tail, adorned with thorns, was sharp enough to pierce through anything. That Lu Fei understood that the azure-eyed demon ape had sacrificed its beast crystal to power up. But Tao Xiaofeng remained oblivious. Nevertheless, he could sense the creature's strength rapidly escalating, reaching the potency of 13 men, and it continued to rise. A chill ran through Tao Xiaofeng as he perceived the extreme danger emanating from the beast, hastily attempting to escape while delivering a flurry of punches to its face. With each strike resonating, several of the beast's teeth were knocked out, yet it refused to relinquish its hold on that moment. The azure-eyed demon ape let out a thunderous roar, akin to a sonic wave, causing the eardrums of those present to ache, their heads ringing. Some weaker individuals even bled from their ears and collapsed. Its crimson eyes glimmered like 2 brilliant red lanterns, fixating on Tao Xiaofeng. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat soaking his clothes. The demon tightened its grip on the sword, wrenching it from Tao Xiaofeng's hands, flinging it several hundred meters away, where it quivered upon striking the ground. With a ferocious roar, the azure-eyed demon ape seized Tao Xiaofeng's ankle, slamming him into the ground, followed by a powerful punch to his abdomen. The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed, and Tao Xiaofeng felt a surge of agony as blood erupted from his mouth, leaving a dent in the earth beneath him. The demon then lifted Tao Xiaofeng as if he were a mere chick, spinning him like a top before releasing him, sending him flying like a cannonball. With a tremendous crash, Tao Xiaofeng's body struck the wall, creating a substantial dent, his eyes glazing over as he slumped to the ground, his fate uncertain. Breathing heavily, the frenzied azure-eyed demon ape locked its bloodthirsty gaze on Lu Fei that a stern expression crossed Lu Fei's face. The enraged beast had reached a strength of 15 men, a force to be reckoned with, especially as he bore injuries that he could not confront the creature head-on and resolved to engage in guerrilla tactics. Wearing down the demon's beast crystal energy before striking for the kill, in a flash, Lu Fei devised a strategy as the azure-eyed demon ape launched itself forward, causing the ground to erupt in a cloud of dust. The beast transformed into a streak of lightning, its claws aiming for Lu Fei's head Liu Fei could not allow himself to be caught. If he were, it would surely mean his demise. With a swift step, he executed a bow stance, his blade meeting the demon's claws. The impact sent a colossal force crashing upon him, forcing Lu Fei to retreat, carving a deep mark in the ground as he stumbled backward. Finally halting against the wall, his hand trembled around the blade, muscles taut as if ready to burst. The azure-eyed demon ape roared again, its tail whipping like a sword through the air, targeting Lu Fei's head. Ducking just in time, Lu Fei felt the air shift as the wall behind him was pierced, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The overwhelming strength of the demon only ignited Lu Fei's fighting spirit further. "To kill me? Not so easily," he declared, unleashing a gathering void slash. A black blade, dozens of feet long, struck the azure-eyed demon ape, propelling it backward, leaving a gaping wound in its chest, exposing its insides that a gentle breeze carried a sense of foreboding as Lu Fei approached. Watching the creature crawl towards the exit in one swift motion, he brought his blade down. With a tearing sound, the demon's body froze, its head rolling away while the body continued its futile crawl towards the hole. The commander of the mutated beast army met its end. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 invincibility coins." The battlefield lay strewn with the carcasses of mutated beasts, no survivors in sight. Everyone gazed at Lu Fei in astonishment. Disbelief etched on their faces. We won," Chongming exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him at the sight of Lu Fei slaying the azure-eyed demon ape. The soldiers of the 3rd Army Corps beamed with pride, relieved to no longer endure the mockery of the other 4 corps, for they had an exceedingly strong and formidable captain. How could this be? This man had slain a beast that even Feng Ge could not defeat. His power must be formidable. Du Shimao, from the 1st Army Corps, was profoundly shaken that he understood how powerful Tao Xiaofeng was, and yet the very beast that bested him lay slain at Lu Fei's feet, indicating that the captain of the 3rd Army Corps was not merely stronger than Tao Xiaofeng by a small margin. Luffy paid no heed to anyone as he departed from the scene, the crowd instinctively parting ways, fearful of incurring his displeasure and facing his wrath. The superhuman warriors of the 3rd Legion trailed closely behind him, standing tall with their backs straight, eager to point at Luffy and proclaim, "Behold our captain, is he not impressive? Each of you return to your training. This evening, I shall lead you on a mission," Luffy declared without glancing back, and with that he exited. Changming and the others exchanged glances. And only after Luffy had vanished from sight did they burst into joyous laughter. "Wow, at last we can hold our heads high," one exclaimed. "Did you see the faces of those from the 1st Legion? They looked as though they had consumed something foul." Another chimed in, "Our captain is simply phenomenal. From now on, I shall unconditionally obey his orders. Anyone who defies me will have to contend with me." Su Liangjie. While the group reveled in their discussion, the expression on Shenian's face darkened further. As he watched Luffy's figure fade into the distance, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. "I, Shenian, shall not be intimidated by you. Bakayaro, you will soon realize the prowess of us islanders." At that moment, the members of the 1st Legion recalled that their captain lay unconscious on the ground. They hurried over to check, discovering a faint glimmer of life, and promptly transported him to the medical facility for treatment. "I hope he will be all right." Du Shifeng thought anxiously that if Tao Xiaofeng were to come to harm, they would all be implicated, for he had a formidable backing. News spread rapidly throughout the base, and Luffy's name echoed from one ear to another, sparking skepticism about whether he was truly human or perhaps a messiah sent from the heavens to rescue them. Reports such as Captain Luffy of the superhuman warriors faced the terrifying horde alone, miraculously survived amidst the bombardment of electromagnetic missiles, and vanquished powerful mutated beasts, thwarting their advance and nearly obliterating the entire army of mutants gradually became known among the inhabitants of the base. Luffy's reputation soared, and he became a figure of divine reverence in the eyes of the people. Under the command of the officers, the warriors commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and rebuilding the walls. Many began to express their gratitude for having such a powerful individual safeguarding the base, contemplating how they would survive the apocalypse with his presence. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 achievement points and acquired the title Famous for a Battle. Luffy was jolted awake by the system's notification. Curiosity piqued as he examined his attributes. Host, Luffy's strength. 13 min S power, invincible coins. 1875 weapon, battle blade skill. Void/achievement points. 500 achievement title. Famous for a battle attribute. Ignites powerful fighting spirit. Intimidating foes. Luffy was somewhat taken aback. He was still grappling with the situation, yet had inexplicably received the title Famous for a Battle, complete with attributes. This attribute resembled an aura of dominance, intended to instill fear in adversaries. Causing them to tremble under his might, he wondered how effective it would be. Although he felt this was somewhat superfluous, having something was better than nothing. In truth, Luffy had long been curious about the utility of achievement points. Yet the system insisted he wait until he reached the rank of a 1-star warrior. 100 min S power felt like a distant goal. At that moment, several individuals entered the tent. Led by Li Xiao, who strutted with an air of superiority. Great hero. You're awake. Are you injured anywhere? Abayo quickly summoned the brothers to bring forth the finest delicacies. My leader is ready to dine. Li Xiao commanded Abayo. Abayo displayed no resistance, his face brimming with respect as he went to fetch food. Luffy frowned, feeling uncomfortable with Li Xiao's exuberance. Dine? What nonsense. I am no emperor. Unbeknownst to Luffy, Li Xiao had overheard everyone discussing him throughout the base. And upon inquiry, he learned that Luffy had accomplished something monumental. After hearing this, Li Xiao's blood surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that after he and Luo Chen fell unconscious, Luffy would achieve something so astonishing, defeating a horde of formidable mutated beasts. Not only that, but he had also become the captain of the 3rd Legion's superhuman warriors. Luffy's name resonated throughout the base. While one might not know the leaders of the 5 legions, one could not fail to recognize Luffy, a name imbued with legendary connotations, evoking both admiration and fear. It was his emergence that had halted the advancing horde and impeded the mutants' progress. Seeing Li Xiao's lively demeanor reassured Luffy that both he and Luo Chen must be unharmed. By the way, great hero, I have something to tell you. My little brother Luo Chen has joined the research institute at the base, claiming he intends to develop enhancements for human physiques. I suspect he has merely fled from battle. But fear not, I will fight alongside you in the future, Li Xiao proclaimed, exuding a sense of righteousness as if he were unbeatable, capable of taking on 10 or even 100 foes. Luffy contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to him. Take this to Luo Chen. I hope it proves useful. As the apocalypse progressed, the zombie virus would become increasingly virulent, capable of airborne transmission. Ordinary individuals without enhanced physiques would swiftly succumb to infection, transforming into mindless husks. Though Luffy was inherently selfish, his selfishness arose from a place of powerlessness, now that he possessed the means to protect himself. He did not wish to witness the innocent fall prey to the undead. What is this? Li Xiao gazed at the blueprint in his hands, feeling utterly bewildered. It was far more effective than any textbook during class in lulling him to sleep. Just give it to him. He'll understand, Luffy replied, unwilling to elaborate further, knowing that Li Xiao would not comprehend the details. Got it. I shall deliver it to him. Li Xiao lingered, eyes fixed on Luffy. Luffy frowned. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Li Xiao grinned. Great hero, I was thinking, Abayo and the others have enlisted, but we lack adequate weapons. Do you think you could assist us in acquiring some? I wish to lead them in a battle. Luffy nodded in agreement. That's no problem. However, given your current condition, I suggest you stay by my side for a couple of days to enhance your combat skills. Current condition? Li Xiao forced a pained smile, inwardly cursing the harshness of his words. Chapter 45. Unsealing the storage ring. After Li Xiao departed, Abayo and his companions entered, laden with an abundance of food. Their eyes glimmering with anticipation as they gazed at Luffy, Leaving him perplexed, he scrutinized himself, asking, "What is the matter?" "Ah, nothing, nothing at all. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure, boss. We won't disturb you," Abayo replied. Excitement evident as they exited. Ever since Luffy had been promoted to second lieutenant, their tent had been divided into two sections, separated by a cloth. Luffy's current area was devoid of company. Tranquil and serene. The lower-tier individuals were well aware that this tent housed a figure of considerable significance, Gurgle. Inhaling the enticing aroma of the food, Luffy's stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Although he believed his enhanced physique could endure days without sustenance after several battles, his energy had been severely depleted. Thus, he found himself exceedingly hungry, disregarding any semblance of decorum as he devoured the food voraciously. In a whirlwind of consumption, the food Abayo had brought was quickly devoured. After satisfying his hunger, Luffy gazed at the ring on his finger and declared, "System, lift the seal on the storage ring." Does the host wish to expend 1,000 invincible coins to unseal the storage ring? Yes, boom. At the moment the seal was lifted, Luffy felt a torrent of formidable star elemental energy surge forth from the ring, enveloping him in a misty aura. It was a phenomenon rich with star elemental power. Luffy felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, his pores opening, and every cell in his body invigoratingly alive, instinctively absorbing the star elemental energy surrounding him. Minutes later, as the mist dissipated, Luffy abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flickering within. Clenching his fists, a joyful smile spread across his face. "I have enhanced my strength to half a man's power." After calming his excitement, Luffy focused his mind and entered the storage ring, experiencing a cleansing sensation akin to a revival of his spirit. Inside the ring was a space of 50 square meters, illuminated by an ethereal glow, making the area as bright as day. Luffy's gaze landed on a frame holding a suit of armor, and he was ecstatic to discover it was a star elemental battle armor, albeit of inferior quality. The artifacts from ancient civilizations were categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top grade. While this star elemental armor was of the lowest tier, it could still withstand the strength of 20 men. With a thought, Luffy retrieved it and donned the armor. Crafted by ancient humans, that it possessed the ability to alter its appearance, repel water and fire, and proved exceedingly practical. Luffy quickly scanned the other items and discovered a jade talisman containing a martial art technique known as 7 battle decisions. The structure is divided into 7 layers, with each battle surpassing the last. Suddenly, Luffy recalled that he possessed a talent for becoming renowned after the first battle. He wondered what might transpire when both attributes were unleashed together. With a mere thought, the contents of the jade talisman were automatically engraved in Luffy's mind, though it only contained the cultivation method for the first layer of the 7 battle technique. After a thorough search, he discovered several star element weapons within his spatial ring, albeit all of inferior quality. Besides these, there was little of value, which left Luffy feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, with the star element battle armor and the 7 battle technique, Luffy's strength had undoubtedly received a modest enhancement. Just as Luffy was about to exit the spatial ring, he unexpectedly noticed a black spherical object in the corner. It resembled a curled-up pangolin. Yet Luffy was certain it was not one, for living creatures could not be contained within a spatial ring. Intrigued, he extended his consciousness towards it, only to be met with an unforeseen twist. The black sphere suddenly unfurled into a lotus shape. A stream of black light struck directly at Luffy's consciousness, causing him to emit a muffled groan as a tearing pain surged through his soul, a torment beyond the physical realm. Clutching his head, he writhed on the ground, feeling as though something alive had suddenly taken root within his mind, traversing through his thoughts that Liu could hardly believe that the individual who had once come to retrieve the sea mission had now become a figure of great renown within the base. The recollection of having offended Luffy filled her with trepidation. After much internal conflict, she resolved to seek this esteemed individual out and offer her apologies. That it was said that this notable figure resided in the lower district, which inspired a sense of admiration in Liu. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely moved to the upper district long ago. "Stop. What is your purpose here?" Biao and his underlings, acting on Li Zhao's orders, stood guard at the entrance. When they spotted a petite and strikingly beautiful woman attempting to enter, they immediately blocked her way. Startled by Biao's imposing demeanor, Li Weiyu stammered. I am here to see Second Lieutenant Lu Fei. Ditto. You know Second Lieutenant Lu Fei? Biao inquired, having received strict instructions to prevent strangers from disturbing Lu Fei, the consequences of which could be dire. Despite the allure of the beautiful woman before him, loyalty to his boss compelled him to adhere to the rules. Yes, I do know him. Li Weiyu's expression shifted, adopting an innocent demeanor that evoked sympathy. In a sweet tone, she added, Big brother, I am acquainted with Second Lieutenant Lu Fei, and I also know his friend Luo Chun, right? Ah, you really do know him. Biao scrutinized Li Weiyu with keen eyes, pondering that while many knew Lu Fei, few were familiar with Luo Chun. She did not appear to be a malicious individual. Very well, you may enter, but if our boss Lu Fei objects, you must leave immediately. Do not provoke him. Understood? You cannot afford to do so. Biao stated seriously. Li Weiyu nodded eagerly, and Biao allowed her to proceed. Once inside, anxiety began to grip her heart. Oh no, I had everything planned out. Yet now I've forgotten it all. Regardless, they speak of Second Lieutenant Lu Fei in such awe. Surely, he won't hold a weak woman like me accountable. With that thought, she bravely approached, only to discover a curtain separating her from an empty space beyond. Lu, Second Lieutenant Lu Fei, are you there? Li Weiyu called out, but silence ensued. Just as she was about to step closer, a shadow emerged from behind the curtain, startling her into retreat. However, it appeared to be Lu Fei. Summoning her courage, she spoke, I apologize, Second Lieutenant Lu Fei. I did not mean to look down upon you last time. I was merely concerned that you might be in danger undertaking that sea mission. Please, can you forgive me? After her plea, she held her breath, anxiously awaiting a response. Moments later, Lu Fei's hoarse voice emerged. Come in. Panic surged within Li Weiyu. What if Second Lieutenant Lu Fei refused to forgive her? Lowering her head, she cautiously stepped forward, pleading, Second Lieutenant Lu Fei, I truly did not mean it. As she spoke, a sense of unease washed over her, and upon looking up, she was met with Lu Fei's bloodshot eyes, nearly causing her to collapse in fright. That moment, Lu Fei exuded an unsettling aura, licking his lips and forming a sinister smile as he gazed at her. Second Lieutenant Lu Fei, are you all right? Li Weiyu's heart raced with fear, as Lu Fei appeared less than human, more akin to a demon. Of course, I'm fine. In an instant, Lu Fei lunged forward, seizing Li Weiyu and tossing her onto the bed. His gaze filled with a ravenous hunger. Li Weiyu's complexion paled. As she opened her mouth to scream for help, Lu Fei's iron grip tightened around her throat. That if you dare to scream, I will kill you. Tears welled in Li Weiyu's eyes as she curled up, helplessly witnessing Lu Fei's hand roam over her body, allowing despair to engulf her. She could never have imagined that the savior revered by many would turn out to be such a person. Chapter 46. Lu Dongqing's ambitions with a tearing sound. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed to the air, causing Li Weiyu to tremble uncontrollably. Yet she dared not utter a sound. For even a glance from Lu Fei was laden with murderous intent. Biting her lip, she experienced immense anguish, ultimately making a resolute decision. She closed her eyes and lay back on the bed. Submitting to Lu Fei's will, that Li Weiyu did not wish to die. She longed to live. Suddenly, the rough hand on her chest came to a halt, prompting her to open her eyes and find Lu Fei staring at her in astonishment and confusion. Did I just do all that? Lu Fei asked, retracting his hand and turning to her. Li Weiyu, feeling a mix of frustration and tears, thought to herself, in this room, it's just as too if it wasn't you. Then was it a ghost? She softly nodded in agreement. Lu Fei grasped his throbbing head, gasping in shock. Until that moment, he had been oblivious to what had unfolded, merely sensing his very soul being torn apart, as if it were about to dissipate entirely. Yet the agony was fleeting, and in a flash, he regained his senses, only to find a naked beauty lying before him, his hands still clasped around hers. Rubbing his temples, Lu Fei recalled that this entire debacle had stemmed from the black sphere within the spatial ring. That object had seemingly unleashed a dark ray that struck his consciousness, leading to this absurd turn of events. Please, put your clothes on, Lu Fei managed to utter, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He could not believe he had nearly violated someone against their will. Li Weiyu hesitated before asking, You won't kill me, will you? No, Lu Fei replied, turning his back and shaking his head. Minutes later, as Li Weiyu, her eyes swollen from crying, explained her purpose for being there, Lu Fei felt a wave of relief that he had regained consciousness in time. Otherwise, he would have irrevocably ruined that girl's life. Li Weiyu found herself perplexed, sensing that the Lu Fei before her was a stark contrast to the one she had known previously. This situation is my fault. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. If it is within my power, I will certainly assist you, Lu Fei declared, his face etched with remorse. Seeing his expression of regret eased Li Weiyu's heart slightly, and she nodded before making a hasty exit, fearful that Lu Fei might again succumb to his primal instincts. That Lu Fei sighed and inquired, "System, what was that thing just now?" "Insufficient host strength, access denied." However, the system detected a surge of dark energy. The system responded. "Insufficient strength, access denied." Lu Fei's lips twitched in irritation. What a ridiculous system that deemed him weak. Yet what was this dark energy? Though he yearned to uncover the truth behind it, Lu Fei was reluctant to re-enter the spatial ring. He had nearly harmed Li Weiyu already, and another venture might lead to even more unspeakable actions. "Hey beautiful, so you really do know our boss Lu Fei. Can you tell me what your relationship is with him?" A Biao grinned as Li Weiyu emerged, but she merely buried her head and ignored him, leaving a Biao with a cold shoulder. Within the 2nd Army Corps Command Center, Lu Dongcheng wore a grave expression, laced with anger. The officers beside him were visibly apprehensive at Lu Fei. Lu Dongcheng's lips twitched in irritation. This fellow possesses such formidable strength. Damn that wretched organization for leading me to cross paths with such a powerful adversary, only to abandon me to face the consequences. Lu Dongcheng, increasingly agitated, slammed his fist onto the table, creating a resounding crack as a fist-sized hole was left in the surface. At that very moment, a wisp of black smoke materialized, and 3 men clad in dark robes abruptly appeared in Lu Dongcheng's office. Furrowing his brow, Lu Dongcheng demanded, "What do you want now? Is it not enough that you've already betrayed me?" The leader of the robed figures smirked and replied in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Major Lu, our organization always fulfills its promises that we vowed to assist you. And indeed, we shall. This time, I bring a gift for you. Major Lu, I hope you will find it to your liking." With a few claps of his hands, the entrance opened, revealing a massive shadow cloaked in black fabric, the covering entwined with chains as thick as a wrist, within which something alive trembled violently, the metallic clinking of the chains echoing in the room. Lu Dongcheng sprang to his feet, eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the quivering object swathed in black cloth. Muttering, "Could it be that you have succeeded?" "Indeed, we achieved success long ago. This is merely one of many that we possess countless more killing machines. Should you choose to collaborate with us, Major Lu, you will reap unexpected rewards." Lu Dongcheng's gaze flickered with intrigue as he observed the trembling black fabric. Although he harbored a profound disdain for this organization, he was a man driven by ambition, understanding that to gain greater power, he must harness their strength, despite being a soldier of the Dragon Nation, who does not harbor dreams of expansive territories. "Very well," Lu Dongcheng replied with a smile, extending his hand in gratitude to the robed man. "Thank you for your trust. I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Dada." "Major Lu, you are too courteous," the robed figure responded, extending his hand, which sent a chill down Lu Dongcheng's spine as he realized it was a pallet. Icy hand, reminiscent of a corpse that after the robed figures departed, Lu Dongcheng cast a sinister smile at the quivering black fabric. "No matter how formidable you are, I refuse to believe you can surpass this." He commanded, "Keep a close watch on Lu Fei. Inform me immediately if he makes a move." "Yes." Lu Dongcheng settled back into his chair, narrowing his eyes with a cold snort. "You dare threaten my life within 3 days. Lu Fei, I shall see how you intend to accomplish that, especially after you have offended Tao Xiaofeng, the beloved grandson of Commander Tao." As night fell, the only illumination within the base provided a flicker of solace to those clinging to life in the post-apocalyptic world. Outside the base, darkness enveloped everything, rendering even the distant trees invisible. The crescent moon had long been obscured by ominous clouds, and perhaps the inhabitants of Water Source Star would never again witness the light of the moon. At this moment, within the training camp of the 3rd Legion's super soldiers, Lu Fei stood solemnly on the training ground, surveying Li Xiao and the others as he inquired, "Are you all prepared?" Ready, came the resounding reply. Liu Fei nodded approvingly. After the day's battles, they had witnessed Liu Fei's formidable strength. Among them, only Shenny did not revere him, as they all aspired to become powerful like Liu Fei, to slay zombies and mutated beasts, safeguarding what belonged to them. Very well, let us depart. Upon exiting the base, the enveloping darkness of night posed an unsettling atmosphere for the super soldiers present, particularly in the treacherous depths of the mountains. Those with strength below 4 could advance in groups of 3, while those above paired up with individuals exceeding 6 acting alone. Liu Fei promptly issued commands, and they soon moved forward in pairs. Cautiously navigating the shadows, Liu Xiao fortuitously found himself alongside Chong Ming, boasting, our commander is my boss. How about considering joining me? Chong Ming and another scoffed, utterly unconvinced that N01 believes such blatant honesty. How do you think I got in here? I have connections, Li Xiao declared with pride. Chong Ming cautioned, stop talking. Be wary of the commander's wrath. What is there to fear? Do you think my boss would actually punish me? Li Xiao replied dismissively. Just as his words left his mouth, Liu Fei's voice resonated. Li Xiao, if you keep babbling, I'll rip your mouth apart. At once, Chong Ming and the others nearly burst into laughter. While Li Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered, spoiling, this is just pampering my underlings, I wouldn't tell just anyone. At that moment, a cry rang out from ahead. There is a 5-strength moonshadow cat here. Liu Fei quickly instructed, stay calm. You 3 are all 3-strength, that do not fear. Follow my defensive strategy. Defend first, then attack, that do you all understand? Understood. Under Liu Fei's guidance, the 3rd Legion super soldiers grew increasingly synchronized up by late at night. They hardly required Liu Fei's direction, effectively dispatching formidable mutated beasts. The group, comprising 18 members with 3 acting independently, 2 pairs of 4-strength individuals, and 8 super soldiers ranging from 4 to 6 strengths, fought their first battle against mutated beasts in the darkness, an exhilarating experience that deepened their admiration for Liu Fei. With such a powerful leader, who would dare mock them as worthless? Search the bodies of the mutated beasts for beast crystals. If found, take them to the research facility at the base. The extracted beast crystal liquid will be divided equally, Liu Fei instructed calmly. The energy within the beast crystals was exceptionally potent, capable of transforming one into a mindless monster driven solely by bloodlust. Liu Fei had previously tasked Li Xiao with retrieving a diagram for Luo Chun, detailing the method to dilute the beast crystals. Even a thumb-sized crystal could yield a substantial quantity of diluted beast crystal liquid, significantly reducing the beastification genes within, with minimal side effects. Captain, is this it? One super soldier approached, presenting a thumb-sized black crystal in his palm, the very beast crystal from a mutated beast body. Indeed, that is it. Liu Fei nodded, surprised by their good fortune. That I found one too. Captain, look. Chong Ming exclaimed excitedly, holding out his own beast crystal. Excellent. Tomorrow, you shall enjoy the enhanced power from the beast crystal liquid, Liu Fei remarked, handing both crystals to Li Xiao, instructing him to deliver them to Luo Chun upon their return. Li Xiao, brimming with confidence, assured him there would be no issues. Having spent the night alongside Liu Fei, he had learned numerous combat techniques. That Liu Fei glanced at the sky, gradually lightening with dawn, and declared, it's getting late. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow night, we shall continue our training. Yes, under Liu Fei's leadership. They returned to the base. Meanwhile, in the command center of the 2nd Legion, an officer stood before Lu Dongcheng, reporting, Major, our reconnaissance personnel have discovered that Liu Fei has taken the 3rd Legion's super soldiers out for training and has only just returned. Lu Dongcheng inquired, did they ascertain what their purpose was? The scouts observed Liu Fei and his team entering the forest. Soon hearing the roars of mutated beasts to avoid detection, they maintained their distance. But it appeared they had ventured out to hunt mutated beasts, training in such a perilous manner. It's astonishing this fellow conceived such a plan. Lu Dongcheng felt a begrudging respect for Liu Fei's courage. Had it not been for their bitter enmity, he would have genuinely preferred not to engage with such a formidable individual. Keep a close watch on their movements. If they venture out again tonight, notify me immediately. Lu Dongcheng narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice sparking within them. He intended to make Liu Fei understand the consequences of opposing him. Lu Dongcheng, upon returning to the lower district. Liu Fei encountered Li Xiao, who had just returned from the research facility. Did anyone follow you? He inquired. Followed? Li Xiao paused. No, why? Could it be that there are perverts out there, coveting my exquisite features? Lu Fei shot him a glare, prompting him to silence. Did I in truth? Lu Fei had sensed someone covertly monitoring him, yet was unaware of the identity or affiliation of the observer. You need to go tomorrow, Lu Fei stated, reclining on his bed. What? Great hero, please don't abandon me. I promise I'll behave. Li Xiao lamented, rushing over to massage Lu Fei's legs. Tomorrow, I have an important task for you, Lu Fei said mysteriously to Li Xiao, intrigued, asked, what is this important task? Great hero, you will find out tomorrow. Li Fei closed his eyes and began to rest. While Li Xiao dared not disturb him and quietly withdrew, Li Fei found himself in a peculiar dream. Seemingly transported to an odd place shrouded in darkness, where mist hung in the air and eerie cries echoed ominously. Suddenly, 2 red dots illuminated the mist ahead, causing Li Fei's expression to change dramatically. These were not mere red dots, but rather the terrifying eyes of a monstrous creature as colossal as a small mountain. Subsequently, pairs of crimson eyes glimmered in the shadows, revealing that the horrifying beasts were cowering on the ground, while a solitary figure stood defiantly before them. That person, sensing something, turned slightly, and Li Fei gasped in shock, awakening from the nightmare. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, Li Fei sat up in bed, recalling the vividness of the nightmare with a sense of bewilderment. How could it be? In the dream, the person who had turned around was none other than himself. Yet, the self within the dream bore an expression of malevolence. Though it resembled him closely, the demeanor was distinctly different. Shaking his head, Li Fei felt that this nightmare was somehow linked to the black sphere within his spatial ring. Ever since he was struck by the dark energy emitted from that sphere, he sensed an unusual presence within him, yet could not identify it, leaving him profoundly perplexed. Dark energy, what manner of power could this be? Li Fei furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he was only familiar with the forces of star essence, divine warrior power, and various other energies, but had never heard of dark energy. Perhaps I was simply too weak in my past life, Li Fei mused, shaking off the thoughts that clouded his mind. Just then, Weijia hurriedly entered with a group of people. What is it? Li Fei inquired casually. Lieutenant L, Major General Qin wishes to speak with you regarding an urgent matter. He requests your immediate presence. Weijia replied respectfully, having received orders from above that Li Fei was the highest-ranking individual in the 3rd Legion, second only to Major General Qin. This revelation astonished Weijia, who silently congratulated himself for having discovered this formidable individual. Had he been snatched away by members of other legions, the 3rd Legion would have forever been the laughingstock of the others. Understood. Li Fei nodded, splashing some water on his face, before joining Weijia in a military vehicle heading towards the command center of the 3rd Legion. Please, Weijia gestured at the door. Li Fei opened it and stepped inside, only to realize something was amiss. Major General Qin and the others wore solemn expressions, as if a grave matter had transpired. Li Fei, you have caused a great calamity, Qin Shichuan said after a moment of silence. Li Fei remained composed as he sat opposite Qin Shichuan, asking, is this about Tao Xiaofeng? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Shichuan's eyes as he nodded. Indeed, the news of Tao Xiaofeng's severe injuries has reached Commander Tao in Longdu, inciting his wrath that he has dispatched extraordinary beings to suppress your influence. Li Fei regarded Qin Shichuan with a smile. Suppress my influence? Commander Tao must surely covet my life. You are quite astute, but you must understand the might of these extraordinary beings. They possess unique gifts and myriad methods. Are you not afraid? With a cold snort, Li Fei rose, declaring, if I were afraid, I would have perished at the hands of zombies by now. If fear were my companion, Li Fei would no longer exist, regardless of their abilities. Anyone who seeks my life must perish. The word perish erupted from Li Fei's lips, and both Qin Shichuan and the others could feel the air grow heavy with an intense murderous aura emanating from him. Qin Shichuan was astonished. In merely a day, this young man had grown significantly stronger. Major General, Jinzhou is hundreds of kilometers from Longdu, and the mountains shield us from the Emperor's reach, Li Fei remarked with a playful smile, fixing his gaze on Qin Shichuan. Qin Shichuan's expression shifted, clearly contemplating this. Li Fei, what do you mean? he asked, lowering his voice slightly. Elfei spread his hands with a grin. I hold no particular meaning. The one with meaning here is you, not I, Commander Qin. With that, Elfei turned to leave the command center, leaving Qin Shichuan standing in place, his expression a mixture of complexity that he desired to wield greater power. Yet the 3rd Legion was the weakest among the Jianzhou bases, lacking in close combat strength and superior weaponry. Yet now, a formidable Elfei had emerged, stirring Qin Shichuan's ambitions. Beside him, an aide hesitated before speaking. Major General, I believe Elfei is correct. Although he is powerful, he lacks ambition and even seems somewhat disdainful of power, that if we wholeheartedly assist him, perhaps. Qin Shichuan raised a hand, his authoritative gaze resolute. I know what to do. Chapter 48. The efficacy of Beast Crystal Liquid. After departing from the command center of the 3rd Legion, Elfei made his way to the female regiment. Having missed Meng Xiangyi greatly after a day of separation. Excuse me, could you please summon Meng Xiangyi from Company 1? Elfei inquired politely at the female soldier's consultation desk. The female soldier at the desk looked up, momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, You're Lieutenant Elfei. Indeed. What of it? Elfei responded, perplexed by the girl's exuberance. Wow, it's really you, Lieutenant Elfei. Greetings, I am Dichio, a new recruit. I joined the female regiment because I heard about your battle yesterday. I never expected to encounter you today. You are so young, Dichio exclaimed, eagerly shaking Elfei's hand with an expression full of admiration that Elfei felt somewhat awkward under her enthusiastic gaze. Noting her northern accent as the reason for her exuberance, the Dichio then realized her forwardness and released Elfei's hand, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. Lieutenant Elfei, what did you say you were looking for? I am looking for Meng Xiangyi from Company 1. Elfei replied with a smile. Captain Meng? Dichio asked, a tinge of envy evident in her voice. Lieutenant Elfei, is Captain Meng your girlfriend? Not exactly. Elfei scratched his nose, uncertain of Meng Xiangyi's true feelings. Seeing the joy radiating from Elfei's face, Dichio felt a pang of jealousy mixed with disappointment. It seemed the notion of Captain Meng being Elfei's girlfriend was all but confirmed. Lieutenant Elfei, please wait a moment. I will fetch Captain Meng right away. Dichio exclaimed before darting into the female regiment's barracks. The Dichio's loud voice attracted numerous onlookers, and upon hearing Elfei's name, many rushed over, even asking for his autograph. That Elfei felt uneasy being surrounded, but patiently engaged in conversation. That a few minutes later, Elfei spotted a familiar figure emerging from the barracks and quickly told the crowd, Apologies, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps I can share stories about yesterday's battle another time. With that, he walked away, leaving behind a reluctant audience. That Elfei, what brings you here? Meng Xiangyi beamed upon seeing him, her face lighting up like she had just tasted honey. That I came to see you. How are you adjusting to life in the barracks, Captain Meng? Elfei teased. Meng Xiangyi shot him a glare, noticing the crowd watching them with curiosity, and remarked with a hint of jealousy, You're quite the big shot now, aren't you? And here you are, mocking me. What big shot? Regardless of status, you will always be my Meng teacher. Elfei countered, grinning. Meng Xiangyi's cheeks flushed as she shot him another glare, while Dichio, standing nearby, was taken aback, thinking, Wow, so Elfei and Captain Meng have such a relationship. How scandalous. However, Dichio wisely chose to leave. Not wanting to interrupt their moment. That you're not hurt, are you? Meng Xiangyi asked, her heart racing as she had been anxious all day after hearing about Elfei's exploits. That no, I'm fine, Elfei replied, stepping closer and catching a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from her, igniting a warmth within him. Meng Xiangyi's heart raced as she clenched her fists, nervously gazing at Elfei. Elfei frowned, quickly suppressing the yearning rising within him, and smiled. I should head back. I'll come to see you again tomorrow. Meng Xiangyi sighed in relief, having feared he might do something embarrassing in front of so many people, though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Please take care. Meng Xiangyi turned her head back to the military camp every 3 steps. That Elfei, with a grave expression, exited the female soldiers' barracks. In that fleeting moment, an unexpected thought of tackling Meng Xiangyi crossed his mind. Such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable in the past. Gradually, Lu Fei began to realize that these peculiar occurrences were likely a result of the spherical object within the storage ring. A headache started to form. What could this sphere be that possessed such formidable power? To unravel the mystery, he needed to delve into the storage ring and study the sphere. However, the memory of the previous consequences filled him with trepidation. Instilling a fear of unforeseen mishaps, that Liu Fei resolved to seek a secluded place for further examination when time permitted. For now, enhancing his strength was paramount. That as evening fell, Luo Chen arrived at the Superman Warriors camp. Holding a metallic box that I thought you wouldn't finish your research until tomorrow, Liu Fei remarked while opening the box, revealing over 30 glass vials containing a black liquid that I conducted a thorough investigation. Which is why I obtained this, Luo Chen replied that he was eager to inquire about the source of the gene modification blueprint. But, seeing Liu Fei's disinterested expression, he ultimately refrained from asking, "Do you not want any?" Liu Fei inquired, "I have already consumed it. It has enhanced our strength." Luo Chen exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement, that he had not anticipated that this modified beast crystal liquid would yield such potent effects. Liu Fei nodded and called the others over. "This contains beast crystal liquid. Each of you should take a vial and consume it immediately, that we will set off right after." "Understood." Changming and the others picked up the glass vials, curiously inspecting them before drinking. Instantly, the soldiers felt a searing pain surge through their bodies, lasting several minutes. Changming opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. "That I have doubled my strength," he exclaimed in astonishment. "So have I. My strength has also doubled." Another soldier, who had attained a strength equivalent to 7 men, joyfully declared that in contrast, Shintian, who had only gained half a man's strength, was nonetheless astonished, his gaze lingering on the remaining beast crystal liquid with a hint of intrigue. Liu Fei also drank a vial, but it felt akin to consuming a shot of spicy liquor, eliciting little reaction. For one with the strength of 13 men, this diluted beast crystal liquid was merely a drink for him. Once everyone was prepared, Liu Fei led the enhanced team out of the base, heading toward the road leading to Baiwu Town. "Commander, are we not going to hunt mutant beasts tonight?" a soldier queried. Puzzled, Liu Fei smirked in the darkness. "Tonight's training will be different. Engaging in overly simplistic battles will dull your minds. Tonight, we shall hunt zombies. Remember, there may be gene flesh within their heads. Do not forget to extract it after eliminating them." "Haha, rest assured, Commander, we won't forget." The soldiers appeared invigorated. After slaying such grotesque mutant beasts last night, they feared nothing. The cold wind swept through the night, and the hazy buildings loomed like lurking beasts. Liu Fei surveyed the dilapidated town ravaged by the apocalypse and declared, "Let the slaughter commence from here. Fight independently, and be cautious. I shall not bear the responsibility if you perish." "Understood." The zombies within the town sensed the scent of flesh and blood in the air. Staggering out with murky eyes, drawn to the sight of several tantalizing living beings, they roared and lunged forward. "Come forth, repulsive zombies." Changming charged ahead, wielding his sword to sever a zombie SARM that the creature snarled and lunged to bite. He kicked it to the ground. With a swift motion, a streak of cold light flashed through the night, creating a hole in the zombie's head, dark matter and blood spilling forth as this zombie appeared. Shadows surged from the town, revealing numerous more zombies. The other Superman warriors brandished their swords, and chaos ensued. Blood splattered and severed limbs littered the ground. The zombies, facing the might of the Superman warriors, stood no chance and were mercilessly slaughtered. However, the town harbored far more zombies. Shadows darted through the darkness, claws outstretched, lunging at the warriors that Liu Fei, observing from a distance, leaned against a wall, gazing skyward, a cold smile playing upon his lips. They should be making their appearance soon. Chapter 49. The Malicious Intent of Shintian Boom. A colossal entity leapt from a rooftop within the town, startling the soldiers. It was an 8-man strength mutant zombie. Roaring, the gargantuan creature hurled a car at the Superman warriors. Changming and the others paled. Despite their strength, being struck by the car would surely lead to their demise, and they swiftly dodged, just as the car was about to crash to the ground. A figure leapt up and, with a resounding bang, kicked the car, sending it hurtling back towards the mutant zombie faster than it had come. The assailant was none other than Shintian. The mutant zombie, with a swift kick, crushed the car's roof, shattering the glass and sending it flying, its claws poised to strike Shintian. With a dismissive smile, Shintian parried the incoming claws, a ghostly blue light emanating from his other hand as he struck the mutant zombie with a powerful punch. Without a sound, the mutant zombie was sent crashing through a wall, plunging into the darkness of an adjacent room. Not far away, Lu Fei observed Shintian's glowing hand and murmured, "No wonder this individual from the small island possesses such strength. He is evidently a fortunate heir of ancient civilization." That a glimmer of malice flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. "If you had no ulterior motives, I might have spared your life, but since you harbor treachery, you have only yourself to blame." Boom. The building trembled and collapsed as the mutant zombie lunged at Shintian, claws gleaming menacingly towards his heart. Shintian's expression turned grave. After all, he possessed only 7.5 men's strength. And there was a considerable gap against the mutant zombie, and he swiftly retreated into the crowd, a move that ignited fury within Lu Fei's heart, and he mentally sentenced Shintian to death. This fellow was undoubtedly drawing the mutant zombie toward the crowd. Huang Yi, you and Wu Tong block its path. Changming and the others provide support. Commence the operation, Lu Fei commanded from a short distance. Huang Yi and Wu Tong were the strongest in the group after Shintian. Having consumed the beast crystal liquid, they had also reached 7 men's strength. Under Lu Fei's command, Huang Yi and Wu Tong stepped forward, one on each side to counter the mutant zombie's ferocious assault, while Changming and the others darted like pesky flies, seizing opportunities to attack relentlessly, infuriating the mutant zombie in the process, the TOB entangled by a group of insignificant humans. How infuriating. This distraction provided Huang Yi and Wu Tong with an opening. Huang Yi thrust his sword into the mutant zombie's neck. Sensing the threat to its life, the mutant zombie roared, swatting Huang Yi aside. Simultaneously, Wu Tong lunged forward, driving his sword into the zombie's head. Then a mournful wail escaped the mutant zombie as it teetered on the brink of death. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they brought the creature down permanently. After vanquishing the mutant zombie, Changming glared furiously at Shintian, shouting, "What were you thinking? Did you intend to get us killed?" Shintian feigned innocence, shrugging, "I'm sorry. How could I possibly match the mutant zombie alone? It was not intentional. Not intentional. More like deliberate. Damn it. We once regarded you as our leader." How foolish. At the sound of their curses, Shintian's lips twitched, and a glimmer of resentment sparked in his eyes. "Enough, everyone. Look, there are still zombies to eliminate in the town." That Lu Fei gestured for them to turn their attention behind them, successfully diverting their focus. Shintian cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fei, harboring resentment. "If it weren't for this Chinese pig's interference, I would still be their leader. All my misfortunes stem from him." Had it not been for Lu Fei's formidable strength, Shintian would have long since taken a blade to him. However, Lu Fei's intimidating presence deterred him. As his eyes seemed capable of piercing through Shintian's very thoughts, they fought fiercely. Lu Fei quietly slipped away, surveying his surroundings and murmuring, "Come forth." That a shadow suddenly materialized beside Lu Fei. "Hero, I have discovered that those tracking you are subordinates of Lu Dongsheng from the 2nd Legion." This individual was none other than Li Xiao, whom Lu Fei had dispatched for an important mission. "Indeed, it is he." Lu Fei let out a cold snort, that if anyone in the base held a grudge against him, it could only be General Lu. That a single electromagnetic missile had nearly claimed the lives of all 3 of them. That a cunning old fox. Lu Dongqing surely understood that Lu Fei would not easily let this go. Why would that scoundrel send someone to tail him? Was it merely to ascertain their movements? Certainly not. At Lu Fei sensed that there were eyes watching him from the shadows, filled with a palpable intent to kill. Besides that, what else? Lu Fei inquired. That Li Xiao shook his head, stating, "Not quite sure, but before I lost consciousness, that scout mentioned that Lu Dongqing intends to use a secret weapon against you. Damn that old schemer. Listen carefully, you need to do this, and this, understand?" Lu Fei whispered. That Li Xiao chuckled. "Oh, I never imagined you to be such a hero, but I like it." With that, he vanished into the darkness. That Lu Fei returned to his previous position. Watching as the sounds of battle within the small town gradually subsided, he spoke, "Everyone, regroup, that we shall proceed to the next location." Under Lu Fei's leadership, their team resembled the fangs of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of zombies one after another. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon they encountered a formidable mutated zombie, possessing the strength of 10 men. 2 members of the team were injured. And it was only through Lu Fei's intervention that the mutated zombie was dispatched. With a simple yet forceful punch, he shattered the creature's skull. Estimating the time, Lu Fei began heading back, surprised by the quantity of genetic meat they had collected, at least 30 to 40 pieces. He intended to hand it to Luo Chun for dilution, so that ordinary people could consume it and soon cultivate a new batch of super soldiers. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the rear. As the last man was dragged into the darkness by a shadow, Liu Fei's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Everyone, stay put and assume a defensive stance. No one is to move without my command." With that, Liu Fei drew his weapon and pursued, leaving behind a group of anxious subordinates. After chasing for over 1,000 meters, Liu Fei spotted two figures not far ahead, only to hear Chong Ming's exclamation, "What the hell? It's you, Li Xiao. Surprised, aren't you? This is an important task assigned to me by my boss." Task. Chong Ming looked bewildered, then saw Liu Fei appear in the distance, waving at them with an incredulous expression. Li Xiao patted Chong Ming's shoulder, saying, "Just cooperate and enjoy the show. Let's go." Minutes passed, and then tens of minutes, leaving the surroundings eerily silent. The trees loomed like monstrous claws, creating an atmosphere of dread. What if the captain ran into trouble? Why haven't they returned? Someone in the team voiced their concern. Huang Yi reassured, "Don't worry, the captain is incredibly strong. He will be fine." That a mocking voice chimed in, causing Huang Yi to frown as he turned to look at Shin Tian. "That I in the dead of night, we could easily encounter a powerful mutated beast. Staying here is no different from waiting for death. Is anyone willing to leave with me?" Shin Tian thought it was a golden opportunity. This way, he could escape and seek refuge with other factions that he doubted that Liu Fei could do anything to him. No one spoke up, and Shin Tian frowned. "You fools, are you not afraid of a mutated beast with the strength of over 10 men? We could leave now, and it wouldn't alert the creatures to our presence. Attracting their attention would be troublesome." How a low growl echoed from the jungle, causing the faces of those present to pale. Chapter 50. The Biohuman. "I'll go with you." After a moment, someone finally spoke. With this, two more individuals joined Shin Tian, and he looked at the others with a sneer. "You can wait here to die. We are leaving." After Shin Tian and his three companions departed, Huang Yi said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The captain is not here, but Wu Tong, and I will protect you." "Exactly. The captain must be dealing with some trouble, and he will soon regroup with us." "Ignore Shin Tian's nonsense," Wu Tong added. And under their encouragement, the others began to feel reassured. "What should we do, hero?" Li Xiao quietly asked, observing Shin Tian's departure. "You all head back to the team. I will follow," Liu Fei instructed, feeling the intense killing intent drawing nearer. After giving a few brief commands, he immediately pursued the direction Shin Tian had taken. "Chong Ming, are you all right? We thought you and Li Xiao didn't come with us," Huang Yi inquired upon seeing Chong Ming and Li Xiao. "Oh, it's a long story, but let's get moving. The captain wants us to head back first," Li Xiao replied. Noticing the group's bewilderment, he urged, "What are you all standing around for? Let us go." "You think as my boss's subordinate. I would deceive you." The others could tell that Li Xiao had a special relationship with Liu Fei, so they chose to trust him and headed back towards the base. However, Shin Tian was not heading back to the base, but rather in a different direction. One of them halted, saying, "Shin Tian, this isn't the way back to the base. Where are you taking us?" Irritated, Shin Tian replied, "Why ask so many questions? Just follow me." He wasn't foolish. If they returned the same way, they might run into Liu Fei. Shin Tian's plan was to allow Liu Fei to return first, and then he would lead these three back to the base to seek refuge with other factions. The three, wary of Shin Tian's strength, had no choice but to follow him, gradually regretting their decision. They were outnumbered, and if they encountered a powerful mutated beast, what could they do? Shin Tian hailed from a small island nation. If danger arose, he would likely flee faster than anyone, leaving them to fend for themselves. All of their actions were observed by Liu Fei, hidden in the darkness. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent approaching from behind, he swiftly drew his weapon and murmured, "Come on, let me see what you're made of." Not far away, a shadow at least 2 meters tall emerged from the thicket, rapidly closing in with a swish. A white glimmer sliced through the air, and Liu Fei quickly countered with a backward slash of his blade. Clang! Such power! Liu Fei staggered, feeling the force reverberate through his arm, and upon focusing, he was utterly stunned. The creature before him was grotesque, resembling battered meat that had been deep-fried in oil. Its right arm was not a hand, but a sharp bone blade. It had no eyes, only hollow sockets. Yet Liu Fei could still sense the intense killing intent emanating from those voids. That it was a biohuman. Liu Fei was shocked because this creature was neither a zombie nor a mutated beast, but a biohuman created through human experimentation. A synthetic killing machine that emerged 6 months into the apocalypse now stood before him. How could Liu Fei not be astonished? Moreover, judging by its appearance, it seemed to be a first-generation model. In his previous life, Liu Fei had seen biohumans that, while different from ordinary humans, were far more aesthetically pleasing than this abomination. This biohuman could only be described as repulsive, as if it had just crawled out of a hellish frying pan. The other arm of the biohuman was entwined with a thick chain, and with a swing, the chain shot forward like a deadly serpent. Clang! Liu Fei hurriedly raised his weapon, but the chain ensnared it multiple times. The biohuman yanked forcefully, wrenching the blade from Liu Fei's grip and sending it crashing into a large tree. 15 min as strength. Liu Fei shook his stinging hand, astonished that Liu Dongqing's secret weapon was a biohuman with the power of 15 min. Roar! The biohuman emitted a sound reminiscent of a bellows. Perhaps it no longer had vocal cords. With a powerful push, it lunged at Liu Fei, swinging its sharp bone arm toward his head. Remaining calm and collected, Liu Fei took a decisive step forward. Fight! Boom! An invisible weight bore down upon the bioengineered humanoid, akin to the oppressive force of Mount Tai, rendering its movements exceedingly arduous. The bone blade it wielded fell as if in slow motion, reminiscent of cinematic artistry. Yet Liu Fei effortlessly evaded it with a swift retreat. Suddenly, this heavy pressure dissipated, causing the bioengineered being to stumble beneath its own weight, nearly toppling in a manner most absurd. Confusion clouded its mind as it struggled to comprehend the recent events that Liu Fei was taken aback, astonished by the formidable effect of the famed in battle attribute. The released battle intent ensnared its adversary, as if caught in a quagmire. However, this battle intent could not be unleashed at will. It required a moment of concentration to coalesce that Liu Fei sensed that after its initial release, regaining the ability to summon it again felt akin to a man exhausted after passionate endeavors, difficult and taxing. It appeared there were limitations to this ability. You wish to slay me, you grotesque creature? Come, let us engage, he thought, as the leaves danced beneath his feet. With a swift motion, Liu Fei vanished from his original position, drawing his weapon and sprinting towards Xintian. The bioengineered being seemed to understand, unleashing a furious roar from its toothy maw, propelling itself forward with powerful strides in pursuit. Wait, listen. Xintian halted, ears pricked, that a rustling sound emerged from the thicket nearby. The unmistakable sound of a creature in flight. Not good, a mutated beast is approaching. Prepare for battle, one among them warned, eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The noise grew ever closer, and suddenly, a shadow erupted from the foreboding forest, darting past them like a fleeting breeze, leaving Xintian and his companions in a state of bewilderment. In the next moment, from that very direction, a colossal figure landed before them, exuding an aura of terror. They gulped as they beheld the monstrous entity. With a ferocious roar, the bioengineered being spewed saliva, drenching Xintian and his companions. Its left hand swung a chain, striking one individual with such force that he was sent hurtling away, likely fated for doom. Without pause, the bioengineered being plunged its right-hand bone dagger into another's abdomen, tearing through flesh with a sickening sound, cleaving the unfortunate soul in two. The blood splattered onto another companion, who, paralyzed by fear, turned and fled, only to have the chain pierce through his skull in a swift motion, the tip emerging from his forehead as blood cascaded down his face, his eyes wide with terror. Xintian, too, was rendered speechless, the monstrous presence before them having dispatched 3 individuals in mere moments. An overwhelming display of power. Falling star. Though formidable, Xintian yearned for survival. He sought to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by their emperor. His right hand ignited with blinding blue light as he struck forth, his fist akin to a meteor crashing into the bioengineered being. With a resounding thud, even this 15-fold strength was repelled several meters back, leaving grotesque wounds in its wake. The bioengineered being looked down at its empty eye sockets, provoked into a frenzy by Xintian's audacity. That erupted forward, the bone blade aimed directly at Xintian's head. Xintian's complexion paled as he could only see a blurred shadow of the bioengineered being, instinctively raising his sword to defend himself. Clang! Sparks flew as he narrowly deflected the incoming strike, yet the force was so overpowering that he was forced backward. leaving clear imprints in the fallen leaves beneath his feet. Chapter 51. Battle, battle, battle. Shintian felt his arms grow heavy. The immense power coursing through his sword made them tremble violently. The bioengineered being's left chain, reminiscent of grim specters from the underworld, sliced through the air, aiming for Shintian's head. His pupils dilated as he tilted his head just in time. The chain whistled past his ear, crashing into a massive tree behind him. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered, splinters flying as it crashed to the ground. Shintian shuddered at the thought of that chain colliding with his skull, that as he struggled to fend off the bioengineered being's relentless assaults. A dark figure approached slowly. "You!" Shintian exclaimed, recognizing the figure as Lu Fei, who regarded him with a cold smile. "Didn't he expect to see me? Did you?" Shintian glared at Lu Fei with fury, his eyes ablaze. "You brought this monster here on purpose, didn't you?" Lu Fei furrowed his brow, feigning seriousness that Dio not misunderstand. "This bioengineered being possesses 15-fold strength, and I am hardly its match, that I merely encountered you unfortunate souls while making my escape. Did I not instruct you to remain in place? Why did you act on your own?" Had Shintian not been preoccupied with the ferocious attacks, he would have unleashed a tirade against Lu Fei, questioning the sheer coincidence of their encounter. Was it not improbable? Unless Lu Fei had foreseen his departure from the group and intentionally lured this creature to them. Wait, did he just refer to this monster as a bioengineered being? My goodness, is this a joke? The great island nation has yet to produce such a thing. How could it possibly exist on the land of Longwa? This defies reason. You have not only endangered me, but also the others. Lu Fei, you wretch, Shintian spat, dodging the bioengineered being's strikes. That Lu Fei chuckled, finding the situation amusing. That I may have commanded you to stay put, but I did not send you to your deaths, should you perish. Do not blame me. Direct your ire towards the bioengineered being. Rest assured, I will avenge you. He felt no pity for the others. They had made their choices and must bear the consequences. That Lu Fei dared not associate with those of dubious character. Under the relentless assault of the bioengineered being, Shintian was struck by the chain, spewing blood upon the ground as he gazed up at the approaching monstrosity. Terror etched across his features. No, please, Lu Fei-kun. Save me, I beg you. Yet Lu Fei remained unmoved, standing impassively to the side. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted as the bioengineered being seized Shintian's head, cleaving downwards with its bone blade, then lifting the severed head. Relishing in the blood that dripped down that moment, a voice interrupted its macabre feast. Enough. The time is ripe. You have fulfilled your purpose. Rest now. Lu Fei drew forth his weapon, which trembled in the darkness, emitting a resonant hum. Gathering void slash. A tempest arose, leaves swirling as a nebulous dragon emerged from the blade, roaring towards the heavens, shaping into a colossal black blade that hurtled towards the bioengineered being. Crash! Trees shattered beneath the weight of the black blade, the sound echoing like firecrackers, accompanied by a fierce gale that struck the bioengineered being with tremendous force. Bang! The creature was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through trees, and as it rose from the ground, a grotesque scar marred its form, viscous fluid oozing from the wound. Furious, the mutated zombie slammed its left fist into the ground, propelling itself forward. The bone blade radiating a chilling aura aimed at Lu Fei. Battle, battle, battle. The first form of the 7 battle techniques. Conquer all sides. An overwhelming battle intent radiated from Lu Fei, his eyes cold and resolute. Devoid of fear, only a singular thought consumed him. To fight, to engage in fierce combat. With a decisive step, the leaves swirled beneath him in a whirlwind as his weapon met the oncoming strike of the bioengineered being. Clang! The clash resonated, and with a powerful stomp, Lu Fei roared, forcing the creature back in a futile display of defiance, its roar echoing with despair. The second form of the 7 battle techniques. Victory in every battle. Lu Fei unleashed a punch imbued with commanding battle intent, striking the bioengineered being, which, under Lu Fei's overwhelming presence, was sent spiraling away without the strength to retaliate. The third form of the 7 battle techniques. Unmatched. In the darkness, a flash of cold light sliced through the air, the bioengineered being's right hand severed with a resounding thud. Lu Fei's expression remained impassive, his battle intent boundless. The once formidable bioengineered being was now subdued under Lu Fei's aura. Reduced to a mere puppet subjected to relentless torment, akin to a wretched doll being mercilessly battered. With a primal howl, after enduring a minute of excruciating torment, the bioengineered being could no longer contain itself. It leapt into the air, descending like a shooting star. Bang! Mud splattered, trees were uprooted, and Lu Fei hurriedly retreated. Realizing that the fighting spirit within him had been somewhat diminished, he contemplated that in the 7 battles decision. Retreat was not an option. If you are strong, your opponent will be strong. And if you are weak, they will be weak. Did I in the depths of darkness? The chilling sound of soul-binding chains echoed, that Lu Fei's gaze narrowed as he saw the chains in the hands of the bioengineered human magnifying before his eyes. He swiftly brandished his battle blade to defend himself, only to find that the chains coiled around his weapon. With a powerful tug, the bioengineered human wrenched it from Lu Fei's grasp. Lu Fei staggered. He barely regained his balance when a fist the size of a large pot struck him. The impact was akin to a 1,000-pound hammer, sending Lu Fei hurtling through the air, blood spurting from his mouth as a searing pain gripped his abdomen, as though it had been pierced by the bioengineered human's punch. After all, the bioengineered human possessed the strength of 15 men. Earlier, it had appeared weaker due to Lu Fei's overwhelming fighting spirit. Now, with Lu Fei's spirit diminished, the bioengineered human became a frenzied beast, unshackled and utterly wild. As Lu Fei landed, he struck the ground with his palm, executing a graceful rotation mid-air before landing steadily. Watching the bioengineered human charging towards him like a bolt of lightning, Lu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly declared, "Die." In the blink of an eye, Lu Fei and the bioengineered human brushed past each other. With a grunt, Lu Fei clutched his abdomen, expelling another mouthful of blood, revealing a gruesome wound where his innards were faintly visible. Meanwhile, the bioengineered human stood motionless. And after a few seconds, it collapsed with a thud, a pool of blood seeping from beneath it. Lu Fei's swift strike had pierced the heart of the bioengineered human, and he would have been surprised had it not fallen. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a bioengineered human and earned 150 invincibility coins. Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice in his mind, not expecting to receive invincibility coins for slaying a bioengineered human. He exchanged them for a vial of hemostatic agent and a flesh-healing potion, gradually alleviating the pallor on his face. By the time Lu Fei reunited with the others, dawn was approaching, and they were nearing the base. "Hero, are you all right?" Li Xiao exclaimed, startled at Lu Fei's disheveled appearance. Lu Fei shook his head, feigning a casual inquiry. "Where's Shintian?" "Huh. That coward didn't heed your command, and took the other 3 away. I wonder if they encountered any mutated beasts, and if they're still alive." Li Xiao replied, shaking his head with a heavy expression, clearly worried. "Let it be that we should all return and rest early," Lu Fei said expressionlessly, leading the team back to the base. "What?" Inside the command center of the 2nd Legion, Lu Dongqing slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Are you saying your reconnaissance team fell unconscious last night and found nothing of significance in the latter half of the night?" A sweating officer trembled under Lu Dongqing's furious gaze. "Why, yes, Major General." That moment, another officer rushed in, bringing news that drained the color from Lu Dongqing's face, causing him to collapse into a chair. Yes, back. He actually defeated that monster. Lu Dongqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. "Major General, are you all right?" Lu Dongqing's subordinate asked worriedly upon seeing him in such a low spirit. After a long pause, Lu Dongqing regained his composure and waved his hand, suddenly remembering something. "Issue orders to strengthen the camp's defenses, that if any strangers are spotted, apprehend them immediately." Yes, Lu Dongqing's subordinate, though unsure of the situation, could guess that it had something to do with Lu Fei, the warrior-like figure at the base. The next day, it became apparent that the 2nd Legion had heightened their alertness, the camp imbued with an atmosphere reminiscent of an impending siege, leaving many puzzled as to why such precautions were necessary in a seemingly secure base. By afternoon, explosive news circulated rapidly within the base, prompting a multitude of individuals to rush towards the 3rd Legion's super soldier camp. "Hey, what is the rush, buddy?" One soldier from another legion inquired of someone sprinting towards the 3rd Legion's camp. "That don't you know?" The individual exclaimed with a look of astonishment, shaking off the other's grip. The 3rd Legion's Super Soldier Camp is recruiting. Gotta hurry and sign up. I might miss my chance. Recruiting? The soldier paused in surprise, curiosity piqued. Following the crowd, he was taken aback to see hundreds of people forming a long queue at the 3rd Legion's camp. Despite the crowd, those waiting in line wore expressions of anticipation rather than impatience, their faces adorned with smiles. Have you heard? If you qualify to join the 3rd Legion's Super Soldier Camp, you'll receive a vial of genetic meat potion. What is that? My goal is to become as formidable as Lu Fei, the 2nd Lieutenant. Just you. You should join first before boasting. You need at least the strength of 3 men. Do you possess that? Well, let us give it a shot. Who knows? Maybe my good looks will get me through. Murmurs of disbelief circulated among the crowd that in this apocalyptic world, wealth and beauty had lost their advantages. Possessing formidable strength was the true path to success. This sensational news quickly spread throughout the base, making the 3rd Legion's Super Soldier Camp a bustling hub. How many recruits did we get? Lu Fei inquired. That Li Xiao, glancing at his recording device, replied, Hero, in 3 hours. We've only recruited 10 individuals, having eliminated several hundred. That your standards are just too high. Too difficult, Lu Fei retorted. His criteria were simply a punch strength of over 200 and leg strength of over 300. Continue. It's better to be selective, that we cannot accept those of poor character. He gestured toward a bearded man in the testing area, who was cursing profusely. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous standard is this? I am just a hair's breadth away. Why can't I get in? The man glared at Changming, furious. Had it not been for the crowd, his temper would have led him to strike. Changming frowned and said, If I say you don't qualify, then you don't you have a problem with that. Damn, I don't accept that. If you have the guts, call Lu Fei out for me to fight. I'll show you what you all talk about him like he has some big deal. Bring him out. Daring to cause trouble in our territory, you're courting death, a cold voice interrupted. And before the bearded man could scream, he was sent flying several meters away, landing lifelessly on the ground. Li Xiao dusted off his clothes and ordered, Take that idiot and throw him into the forest outside the base. Let him experience what true fear is. 2 super soldiers dragged the bearded man away like a rag doll. Li Xiao scanned the queue and declared, If you wish to join, you must meet 2nd Lieutenant Lu Fei's standards. Anyone who disagrees can come and challenge us. That if you win, we'll let you join. If you lose, get lost. And let me remind everyone, if you happen to die during the fight, don't blame us. At this proclamation, the crowd fell silent. The bearded man's swift defeat made it clear that he wielded exceptional strength, causing the overconfident individuals to temper their arrogance. Hey, how was that? Didn't I look impressive? Li Xiao grinned as he entered the office. Liu Fei, maintaining a stoic expression, pointed to a metal box on the table. Give that to your subordinates. Let them train more. Those who grow up in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms of the outside world. Seeing the metal box, Li Xiao's face lit up, realizing it contained the genetic meat potion developed by Luo Chun. Hero, he exclaimed, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. Liu Fei frowned. Get lost. Don't get all sentimental on me. Li Xiao felt elated, clutching the box of genetic meat potions to his chest. He had been pondering how to help Abayo and the others improve their strength, considering whether to ask Lu Fei to pull strings for them to join the Super Soldier Camp. Little did he know, Lu Fei had already prepared the genetic meat potions. Then I won't hold back, haha. Li Xiao laughed, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he hurriedly exited the Super Soldier Camp. That night, Lu Fei prepared everything, transforming into a ghostly shadow that melded into the darkness. Qin Shichuan, in the command center, had made the necessary arrangements, his palms sweating with nervous excitement, for tonight was destined to be monumental. Is everything ready? Qin Shichuan took a deep breath and asked. Report, Major General. Everyone is prepared today. As soon as we receive the signal, our troops will storm into the 2nd Legion. Good. Qin Shichuan found himself with no retreat. He had no choice but to place his trust in Lu Fei. With a grave expression, he stood at the door, gazing towards the direction of the 2nd Legion. That moment, the 2nd Legion was on even higher alert than during the day. With patrols of soldiers sweeping through the barracks, surrounding the command center of the 2nd Legion were infrared detectors, which would trigger alarms at the slightest approach, echoing throughout the camp. Lu Dongqing lay in bed, increasingly anxious, tossing and turning. Unable to find sleep, he had a vague premonition that something significant might transpire that night. Parched and restless, Lu Dongqing sat up, reaching for the cup on the table, just as he was about to drink. He froze, a look of horror crossing his face. You really came that a shadow appeared before Lu Dongcheng, standing a few meters away, coldly staring at him without uttering a word. Lu Dongcheng's lips trembled slightly as he slowly reached for the alarm. Pleading, "Can't you spare me just this once?" "Spare you?" The shadow scoffed. "When you ordered the missile launch, did you ever consider sparing me?" "Don't move." Lu Fei's face, filled with murderous intent, loomed before Lu Dongcheng, a black blade sweeping across, pressing against his neck. The chilling coldness rendered Lu Dongcheng motionless. His face turned ashen, his heart sinking into despair. "Tell me, who provided you with the bioengineered human? Perhaps I can spare your life." Lu Fei's gaze was icy as he questioned, his arm twitching slightly, the sharp blade slicing into Lu Dongcheng's skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. "How do you know it was a bioengineered human?" Shock flickered in Lu Dongcheng's eyes. "Since you were reluctant to speak, then bid farewell to this world." In an instant, the blade glinted, and Lu Dongcheng's eyes widened in horror as he trembled and collapsed onto the desk, before Lu Dongcheng could grasp the full extent of Lu Fei's decisiveness. His arm slipped from the alarm, only to be suddenly seized by Lu Fei. "This is your last wish before you die. I shall grant it." With a cold smirk, Lu Fei pressed down on the alarm. The piercing alarm blared throughout the Second Legion, startling everyone, who turned their attention towards the command center. Upon hearing the alarm, Qin Shichuan's eyelids twitched, and he commanded, "Move out." Instantly, the soldiers of the Third Legion surged forth, armed and rushing towards the Second Legion. Chapter 53, The Daunting Lu Fei Major General. A few of Lu Dongcheng's subordinates burst into the command center, only to find him with his head buried on the desk, arms dangling motionless. Their expressions shifted dramatically. One officer approached Lu Dongcheng, only to be taken aback as he noticed blood dripping from Lu Dongcheng's neck, pooling onto the ground. The Major General is dead. The news struck those present as if struck by lightning, their hearts churning with turmoil. That moment, gunfire erupted outside the barracks, accompanied by loudspeaker announcements. "Your Major General has colluded with nefarious elements and has been executed. Everyone, surrender your weapons or face death." "Damn it, this must be the work of the Third Legion. We'll fight them to the end." A lieutenant drew his sidearm and charged out, while the others stood within the command center, their expressions a mix of confusion and fear. He was killed by a single swift strike to the throat. The only one capable of infiltrating our camp undetected is undoubtedly him. That a lieutenant helped Lu Dongcheng up, observing the wound on his neck, shaking his head in despair. "This scoundrel, we must avenge the general." "Avenge? How do you plan to do that? The one who killed the general could easily kill you too." "That Captain Tang, your implication is that besides Lu Dongcheng, he is the highest-ranking official in the Second Legion, to whom most matters were entrusted, indicating a high level of trust." However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Bo showed no hint of anger upon Lu Dongcheng's death. Only sheer terror marred his face. That it was evident to the outside world that the Third Legion was behind this, having likely conspired with Lu Fei long ago. "If we resist, we're doomed. The only option is to surrender and cling to survival in this apocalypse." Tang Bo's words caused a shift in the expressions of those present. "Surrender? Are you joking? They killed our general. How is that any different from recognizing a thief as our master?" A lieutenant exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, a blade pierced through this lieutenant's abdomen that he glanced down at the wound in disbelief, then turned to see a pair of cold eyes. That Lu Fei's hand gripped his throat, twisting gently, and with a sharp crack, the lieutenant fell lifelessly to the floor. The onlookers recoiled in horror, retreating several steps. Fear etched across their faces as they gazed upon Lu Fei. That there's no need for such tension. "Gentlemen," Lu Fei smirked, "as long as you cooperate, not a hair on your heads will be harmed. But if you refuse to cooperate," he gestured to the fallen lieutenant, his words piercing through clenched teeth, "then you shall meet the same fate." No one had anticipated that Lu Fei was still lurking there, as if he were a deity of death, instilling paralyzing fear that rendered them immobile. Tang Bo's lips twitched, a sigh escaping him as his eyes dulled. "Did I surrender? Excellent." Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction, turning his chilling gaze toward the others. "That I also surrender." As one, the officers present cast down their weapons. And Lu Fei remarked nonchalantly, "You've shown some sense. Otherwise, you would not see the dawn of tomorrow." Stepping over the fallen lieutenant's body, Lu Fei exited, Tang Bo and the others felt a sudden shock, igniting a surge of anger, quickly quelled by overwhelming fear. They dared not doubt Lu Fei's words. After all, he had just killed Major General Lu Dongqing. What was there that he would not dare to do? The turmoil was swiftly quelled, leaving the other 3 legions perplexed. What was happening in the Second Legion? Alarms blared one moment, followed by gunfire the next, prompting numerous personnel to investigate. They received astonishing news. The Third Legion had infiltrated the Second Legion. Speculations arose. Had the Second Legion truly allied with the Third Legion? Yet, the soldiers within the Second Legion stood firm, making it impossible for scouts from the other legions to gain entry and gather further intelligence. However, the following day, shocking news reached the other 3 leaders. Major General Lu Dongqing had died suddenly in the night, and the entire Second Legion observed a period of mourning. Major General Qin of the Third Legion arrived to offer condolences, aiming to stabilize morale within the Second Legion, temporarily taking control to assist with various matters. Yet, the other 3 seasoned leaders viewed this differently. Who visits at such an hour with a large contingent of troops? There must be some ulterior motive at play, especially when Lu Dongqing's sudden demise was of no concern to the Third Legion. Lu Dongqing and Qin Shichuan had long been at odds. The other 3 leaders fully understood that Qin Shichuan would be more inclined to celebrate than to offer condolences over Lu Dongqing's death. Something felt amiss. It was all too strange. Utterly implausible. The next day, Major General Sun Bin of the First Legion summoned the leaders of the other 2 legions to convene in his office that in my view, Lu Dongqing's death is highly suspicious. And there's no way Qin Shichuan would show up to offer condolences. He might as well be visiting his great-uncle, exclaimed a ruddy-faced, middle-aged man with a booming voice. This was Major General Xiao Yu. The leader of the 5th Legion. Sun Bin then turned his gaze towards Yang Mingde, the leader of the 4th Legion, asking, Old Yang, what are your thoughts? Yang Mingde's expression was grave as he spoke. I suspect Lu Dongqing's death may be connected to someone. Sun Bin raised an eyebrow. You mean Lu Fei? Indeed. Xiao Yu clicked his tongue. You might be onto something. After all, Lu Dongqing almost killed him with that missile strike. If it were me, I would have eliminated Lu Dongqing long ago. Sun Bin furrowed his brow into a deep frown. While Lu Fei is indeed formidable, he also stirs up too much trouble. Commander Tao's precious grandson is still in the intensive care unit. Commander Tao has already dispatched supernatural beings, clearly intent on avenging him. This is going to be quite a spectacle. The power of the supernatural beings is beyond what this fellow can imagine. It is a pity I haven't encountered him yet. If I did, I would certainly be keen to see what skills he possesses, as the base personnel describe him in almost mythical terms. Xiao Yu rubbed his hands together, eager for a chance to engage Lu Fei in combat. Enough, old Xiao, you're just a collection of old bones. Perhaps it's best not to stir the pot. Currently, Qin Shichuan wields the power of 2 legions, and I fear, Sun Bin hesitated. Yang Mingde interjected, you're worried he might target us 3 legions. Exactly. Xiao Yu scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear? What gall is Qin Shichuan to take action against me? If he dares to make a move, I'll send him back to the Stone Age. No, old Xiao, what Sun Bin is truly worried about is and Qin Shichuan. But that young man Lu Fei. Yang Mingde spoke in a deep voice. The notion that Lu Dongqing died suddenly in the dead of night is utterly absurd. Have you not noticed? Lu Dongqing has been intensifying patrols of the Second Legion since yesterday dawn. As if he were apprehensive about something. Coincidentally, that was precisely when Lu Fei returned with the super soldiers. Wow. Xiao Yu's eyes widened like bells as he exclaimed, is this fellow truly that formidable? Sun Bin rolled his eyes and remarked, if he were not so terrifying, would Lu Dongqing dispatch a large number of men for patrols? Lu Dongqing's demise is likely connected to him. An individual infiltrating the Second Legion undetected and assassinating Lu Dongqing. This man is one we must guard against. He could very well be targeting one of us next. Yang Mingde's countenance grew solemn as he articulated. Sun Bin nodded in agreement, but Xiao Yu, somewhat nonchalant, chuckled. What is there to fear? It's merely one person. Can our artillery and missiles in the camp obliterate him? When did you 2 become so timid? We should promptly send someone to capture that brat. If necessary, eliminate him and be done with it. Yang Mingde shook his head. Old Yu, your thoughts are too simplistic. Do you think if we move against Lu Fei, Qin Shichuan will stand idly by? He currently commands the strength of 2 legions and can contend with our 3 legions. However, we cannot engage him, for outside the base lie the ever-watchful zombies and formidable mutated beasts. Truly frustrating. Well, you all deliberate. Once you've reached a consensus, inform me of the plan. Xiaoyu stood up, flexing his robust arms as he exited the office. Sun Bin and Yang Munda exchanged glances, shaking their heads in exasperation. Chapter 54. General Xiao, I fear for your safety. General Qin, are you satisfied? Lu Fei inquired as he sat within the command center of the 2nd Legion. Regarding Qin Shichuan, satisfied, exceedingly so. Qin Shichuan nodded emphatically. With Lu Fei's assistance, he now controlled 2 legions. The sensation of such power was a delight beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. Qin Shichuan's smile faded as he spoke solemnly. Lu Fei, will our actions provoke the other 3 legions? Rest assured, General Qin. The other 3 legions will not dare to act, for they are well aware of the costs involved. Qin Shichuan observed Lu Fei's cold smile, relieved that Lu Fei was on his side. Otherwise, he might very well have been the one to suffer. What should we do next? Qin Shichuan tentatively asked at Lu Fei's penetrating gaze fixated upon him, causing Qin Shichuan to feel as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. General Qin, haste makes waste. First, ensure the 2nd Legion is well organized, that I shall be absent from the base for some time. Keep a close watch on the movements of the other 3 legions, and inform me of any developments upon my return. With that, Lu Fei departed from the command center, as Qin Shichuan watched Lu Fei's retreating figure. His mind swirled with thoughts. General, given our current strength, do we still require his assistance? One subordinate scoffed. Qin Shichuan gestured for silence. If Lu Fei could kill Lu Dongsheng, he could just as easily kill me. He is a tempestuous fire dragon. Unless you can uncover his weaknesses, you would do well to tread carefully. Weaknesses? The captain pondered. I have heard that one of the female soldiers' battalion leaders seems to have a connection with Lu Fei. Perhaps we could. Qin Shichuan interrupted sternly. Do not mention this matter again. That Lu Fei is far more complex than we perceive. Dispatch personnel to monitor the movements of the other legions, and ensure that the battalion leader connected to Lu Fei is well protected. Understood? Yes. Just as their conversation concluded, Lu Fei, with a composed demeanor, descended from the rooftop. Had Qin Shichuan entertained even a fleeting thought regarding Meng Xiangyi, Lu Fei would have acted without hesitation to eliminate him. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it, and one must perish. Unbeknownst to Qin Shichuan, he had already danced on the precipice of death. As Lu Fei made his way to the super soldier camp, he encountered 2 officers in military attire. One a lieutenant and the other a captain. Are you Lu Fei? One inquired. That's me. What is the matter? Lu Fei scrutinized the pair, recognizing them as members of the other 3 legions. You are to accompany us. Major Xiao requests your presence. The lieutenant spoke haughtily, a hint of disdain evident in his gaze. Major Xiao. Lu Fei recalled Qin Shichuan mentioning him, the figurehead of the 5th Legion, and queried, Does Major Xiao require my assistance? Quit the rambling and come with us. The lieutenant, brimming with anger, seized Lu Fei's shoulder. Lu Fei's powerful physique quivered, sending the lieutenant staggering back several steps. Lu Fei coolly replied, I can walk on my own. I don't require your assistance. You. The lieutenant's face flushed with indignation, but the captain restrained him, shaking his head. With just a slight movement of his shoulder, Lu Fei had demonstrated his formidable strength. And had the captain not intervened, things could have escalated, for Lu Fei was known to slay zombies and mutated beasts with nary a blink. After you, the captain gestured, eyeing Lu Fei with trepidation. Lu Fei cast a frosty glance at the lieutenant before heading towards the 5th Legion. Thud, thud, thud. Within the training grounds of the 5th Legion, resounding impacts echoed as a burly man with a flushed face practiced boxing. Sweat pouring from him, his muscular arms resembling the thickness of an adult's thigh. Reporting, Major General. Lu Fei has arrived, the captain saluted. Xiaoyu halted his training and turned to face Lu Fei, startled. Though Lu Fei appeared unremarkable and slender, Xiaoyu sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him, an intensity forged only on the battlefield, after spilling countless blood. Even he did not exude such a potent presence. Quite impressive. Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned. Are you the Lu Fei who has become the stuff of legends? If there is no second Lu Fei in the base, then that would indeed be me. Lu Fei nodded, maintaining his composure. Interesting. Care for a spar? Xiao Yu tossed aside his towel and beckoned Lu F. Out at Lu Fei shook his head. Xiao Yu frowned. What, are you afraid? I fear I might injure Major Xiao. Your men would surely tear me apart. The room fell silent at Lu Fei's bold proclamation, astonished by his audacity. They had witnessed Xiao Yu's prowess in easily dispatching elite soldiers from their ranks, showing no signs of his age. Such arrogance. Let us see how Major Xiao deals with you. These youngsters nowadays, do you even stand a chance? Xiao Yu scoffed. Come on, give it your all. Let me see if you are truly formidable or merely pretending. Then I shall oblige, Lu Fei consented. Step aside, everyone. I intend to engage him in a fierce battle. Xiao Yu rolled his shoulders, his fists as large as cooking pots, charging forward while the onlookers observed Lu Fei standing still. Is this kid really that intimidated? How boring. Major Xiao could easily cripple him. Xiao Yu, seeing Lu Fei's in action, frowned, scoffing internally. When I pound you into submission, you will understand why flowers are red. Ha! Xiao Yu's massive fist descended upon Lu Fei's face. A blow that could shatter bones or disfigure his visage. Smack. Yet amidst the anticipation, a crisp sound resonated, leaving everyone astounded that Lu Fei, with effortless grace, raised his hand, blocking Xiao Yu's powerful punch. How is this possible? Is Major Xiao deliberately going easy on this kid? Preposterous. Xiao Yu's heart raced as he felt his fist collide not with flesh, but with an impenetrable wall of steel. He was acutely aware of the power behind his strike. Yet his opponent remained unmoved. At that moment, Lu Fei wore a slight smile. Major Xiao, perhaps we should call it a day. I genuinely fear for your safety. Damn it. Am I, a major general commanding a legion, being underestimated? Xiao Yu's temper flared as he lashed out with a kick aimed at Lu Fei's, needed a strike like that could easily cripple an ordinary person. But Lu Fei was no ordinary man. He was a super soldier of immense strength. As Lu Fei's pupils constricted, his smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He thrust his palm forward, and before Xiao Yu could unleash his kick, he felt a forceful push that sent him sprawling backward. I warned you. I fear injuring Major Xiao. Let us leave it at that. Lu Fei remained steadfastly in place, as if he had not moved an inch from the beginning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's fury intensified. He was acutely aware that his more than a dozen subordinates were watching, and he could not afford to back down or lose face. If a fight was to ensue, then let it be. Why waste words? With a powerful push from his feet, Xiao Yu lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, delivering a right hook aimed at Lu Fei's temple. Just as Lu Fei was about to raise his hand to block, Xiao Yu revealed a cunning smile, exclaiming, You've fallen for my trick. In an instant, Xiao Yu's left fist shot up, striking Lu Fei's chin with the swiftness of lightning. Xiao Yu's face brimmed with pride, as if he could already envision Lu Fei's shattered jaw and the pitiful aftermath. However, Lu Fei's icy voice, laced with a hint of anger, resonated. Major Xiao, I have granted you 3 opportunities. In matters of this nature, 3 is the limit. Now it is my turn, bang. Chapter 55. Escorting supplies. The wind howled fiercely, and the onlookers barely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past before they heard Xiao Yu's agonizing scream as he was sent flying, crashing against a wall dozens of meters away with a resounding thud. Blood erupted from Xiao Yu's mouth as he knelt on the ground, his once flushed face now pale. Major. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, with many drawing their weapons and aiming at Lu Fei. They were poised to pull the trigger at the slightest movement from him, so it's only permissible for him to strike me, while I am not allowed to retaliate. This was your major's provocation. Lu Fei stood unmoved, a faint smile gracing his face. Xiao Yu, clutching his abdomen as if pierced by a dagger, gritted his teeth and rose, casting a cold glare at Lu Fei as he extended his hand, demanding, Lower your weapons. The officers, well aware of Xiao Yu's temperament, reluctantly complied and lowered their arms. You are formidable, Xiao Yu acknowledged, his expression tinged with wariness. Lu Fei merely smiled and remained silent. Had he mentioned he had only exerted 30% of his strength, one could only wonder how Major Xiao would react. Now that the fighting is over, can I take my leave? Lu Fei had no time to squander on trivialities. Xiao Yu, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Lu Fei, while you are indeed strong, I must warn you, should you entertain any thoughts regarding my 5th Army Corps, I will fight you to the bitter end. Lu Fei did not respond. He turned and departed, perceiving Xiao Yu as nothing more than a brash fool. hardly worth his concern. The subsequent 3 days were marked by an eerie tranquility within the base, devoid of any incidents. Yet it felt like the calm before a storm, a strange atmosphere pervading the air. During these 3 days, El Fay, alongside the Super Soldier Battalion, operated under the cover of darkness, tirelessly hunting mutated beasts and zombies to hone their combat skills that in just 3 short days, their strength surged, each soldier exuding an aura of ferocity. After 3 days apart, Li Xiao had astonishingly reached the strength of 6 men. Surprising El Fay, evidently, this fellow had not been idle, likely training with a Biao and the others around the base. "Hero, Major Qin is looking for you," Li Xiao announced, his pride evident, relishing the newfound respect he garnered from the ladies outside. Understood that El Fay arrived at the command center of the 3rd Army Corps, where he found Qin Shichuan seated at his desk, his expression fraught with worry. "What is the matter?" El Fay inquired. Seeing El Fay was akin to spotting a beacon of hope. Qin Shichuan stood and gestured for El Fay to sit. Without hesitation, El Fay plopped down in a chair and took a sip of tea offered by a second lieutenant at El Fay. "Here is the situation. While our Jianzhou survivor base has the capacity to accommodate 100,000 people, we currently house 70,000. It is a base in a state of emergency, and our food supplies are critically low. Thus we find ourselves facing a dire dilemma. We are running out of grain." Noticing El Fay's silence, Qin Shichuan continued, "The other 3 Army Corps are in a similar predicament. In no more than 3 days, without food, the entire base will confront a severe shortage. So, you summoned me for this?" El Fay raised his gaze to meet Qin Shichuan's. With a lowered tone, Qin Shichuan said, "I implore you to undertake a journey to Lehigh for the sake of our base's thousands of inhabitants." Lehigh, El Fay furrowed his brow. Lehigh was a grain-producing region, boasting hundreds of thousands of acres of rice fields capable of supplying food for millions for an entire year, earning it the moniker Granary of Lehigh. The distance to Lehigh was not great. In the pre-apocalyptic days, a car ride would suffice for a day's journey. However, now, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, the roar of an engine would undoubtedly attract swarms of zombies and mutated beasts. Unless one possessed formidable strength, who would dare venture forth in a vehicle? Seeing El Fay deep in thought, Qin Shichuan saluted and earnestly beseeched, "El Fay, I sincerely request your assistance in transporting grain for our base's populace." El Fay was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Qin Shichuan would plead for the sake of the thousands at the base. Ding. The system issued a main quest, escorting grain. Quest details. Agree to Qin Shichuan's request and proceed to Lehigh to transport 1,000 tons of grain back to the base. Successful completion rewards: 1,000 invincible coins, a pair of thunder gauntlets, and 10 beast crystals. Failure penalties. Unknown. 1,000 tons of grain. El Fay inwardly cursed. Was this system playing a cruel joke? 1,000 tons of food required at least 13 trucks. Given that each could carry a maximum of 80 tons, the thunderous noise of the vehicles would surely attract hordes of zombies and mutated beasts, and they might even encounter a zombie tide. Thunder gauntlets? El Fay promptly checked the invincible shop, his eyes widening in surprise. Those thunder gauntlets were worth 3,000 invincible coins. In recent days, his luck with the lottery had been dismal, yielding only 1 or 200 invincible coins. And he had yet to acquire anything of value, leading him to suspect the invincible system was deliberately misleading him. Indeed, El Fay was not mistaken. The invincible system was indeed ensnaring him, withholding worthwhile rewards while placing enticing ones amidst arduous tasks to tempt him. "Very well, I accept." El Fay nodded in agreement. "Splendid," Qin Shichuan exclaimed, excitedly grasping El Fay's hand in gratitude. "I will dispatch 500 men, armed with formidable weaponry, to accompany you." El Fay shook his head. "That's too many. 300 will suffice. Furthermore, if you send 500 men, do you not fear the other 3 Army Corps will question your motives?" Qin Shichuan replied earnestly, "No, they too require sustenance. As soldiers, I trust them. For we are all soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Then let us not delay. Make the necessary arrangements at once, that I shall depart immediately," El Fay asserted, sensing the righteous spirit emanating from Qin Shichuan. Half an hour later, 13 heavy trucks were lined up neatly outside the base, alongside several armored vehicles, ammunition trucks, and even a missile launcher, equipped with the very missiles that had nearly obliterated El Fay days prior. "Hero, are you sure you want to take me along?" Li Xiao lamented at the base entrance, his expression one of pitiful longing. You cannot come. Zhou Hui and Teacher Meng are still within the base. You must remain with Luo Chun to ensure their safety. This immense responsibility falls upon your shoulders. El Fei reassured him, patting Li Xiao on the shoulder that Li Xiao's mood brightened somewhat, though he secretly yearned to join El Fei outside. Relishing the thrill of hunting zombies and mutated beasts, with all preparations complete, El Fei led over 20 super soldiers and more than 300 soldiers, marching resolutely towards Lihai. To AS, it was midday. If they pressed on without pause, they should arrive by 3 or 4 in the morning. That El Fei scrutinized the map, frowning. Nighttime was the most perilous period in this apocalyptic world, and even he could not guarantee their safe arrival at Lihai or the successful return with the grain stores. Shortly after departing from Baiwu town, the rumble of the trucks drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who, upon spotting living humans, surged forward in a frenzy. Hundreds of zombies rapidly pursued the convoy, closing the distance with alarming speed. Lieutenant, should we open fire? A sergeant asked, his face pale. That no, conserve your ammunition. Huang Yi, take some men to create a barrier and increase the distance. Then regroup immediately. That do not engage in prolonged combat. El Fei commanded. Understood, brothers, let us unleash hell. Huang Yi licked his lips, his face alight with excitement, as if confronting not a horde of terrifying zombies, but a throng of bikini-clad beauties. Huang Yi jumped from the vehicle with over a dozen men, swords in hand, charging at the grotesque zombies. Lieutenant, can they handle it? They're only a dozen strong. The sergeant expressed his concerns, while he recognized El Fei's strength and the caliber of those he led. The sheer number of zombies was daunting. Just watch, El Fei replied, his demeanor calm, comfortably seated in the vehicle as he observed Huang Yi and the others. Kill. Huang Yi led the charge, raising his sword high as he decapitated a zombie in a single stroke. The headless corpse sprayed dark blood as it collapsed, trampled by the advancing horde. 3 men to a group. 1 supporting, 2 attacking. Dispatch them swiftly. Huang Yi commanded. Understood. The 12 men divided into 4 groups, placing their trust in one another's backs, executing a synchronized attack as they wielded their blades, swiftly dispatching over 20 zombies, forever bringing them to the ground. Chapter 56. Encountering a horde of mutated beasts, the soldier, who had previously been filled with trepidation, suddenly found himself utterly astonished that, of course, he was not the only one. The remaining warriors also exhibited expressions of shock as they beheld Huang Yi and his companions engaged in a fierce battle amidst the throngs of hundreds of zombies. Their blood surged with primal excitement, yearning to rush forth and partake in the slaughter that in a mere few minutes, Huang Yi and his comrades had dispatched over 100 zombies, effectively halting the relentless pursuit of the convoy. The ground was littered with chunks of flesh and dark pools of blood. You all retreat first. I will draw the zombies away, Huang Yi commanded, positioning himself before the remaining 100 zombies. Alone, he managed to impede their advance, showcasing the remarkable progress he had made under Lu Fei's training. The others quickly withdrew as Huang Yi cleaved a zombie in half with a single stroke of his sword, then pivoted and ran in another direction. The rich scent of blood and flesh emanating from Huang Yi lured the horde of zombies toward him. Report to the captain. The mission has been accomplished. At a few minutes later, Huang Yi, panting heavily, leapt back onto the vehicle. Liu Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone relax and take a breather. This is merely the beginning. Greater challenges lie ahead. Shortly after Lu Fei led the convoy away, Sun Bin approached Yang Mingda and said in a solemn tone, Old Yang, Lu Fei has left the base. What are your thoughts? Yang Mingda offered a bitter smile and shook his head, replying, What thoughts could I have? He is off to transport supplies that if he fails to bring back provisions, the tens of thousands of survivors in the base, including us, will face starvation. That a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in Sun Bin's eyes. Indeed, you are correct. Although this fellow is exceedingly arrogant, the task of transporting supplies is essential to him. Yang Mingda, observing Sun Bin's demeanor, sensed something amiss and cautioned. Old Sun, the survival of tens of thousands at the base relies on the supplies he brings back. You mustn't act recklessly. Sun Bin's expression stiffened momentarily, but he managed to smile, saying, How could I? We have been brothers for years. You know what kind of person I am. Well, then I shall rest easy. By the way, have you heard a few days ago? Old Xiao confronted Lu Fei and ended up being defeated in a single move. According to his subordinates, Old Zhao's expression was as if he had consumed his own excrement. Haha, Sun Bin grinned. I had already heard the news. Old Zhao had it coming. At his age, he still tries to show off. The young lad Lu Fei certainly slapped his face hard. No wonder he hasn't come to chat with us recently. He's probably venting his frustrations on his subordinates. That old fellow, suppressing his own grievances and taking it out on his men, it must be quite a burden to serve under him. Enough of this. I have a significant mess to deal with. So I must take my leave. Yang Ming sighed deeply, his face etched with melancholy as he departed. Sun Bin watched Yang Ming leave, and his smile gradually faded, replaced by a brooding countenance. General Sun, have you given it any thought? With our assistance, food will not be an issue. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes appeared beside Sun Bin, speaking in a gravelly voice. Sun Bin cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted coldly. Yet, it was with your assistance that Lu Dongcheng was slain by that young man. The figure in black paused momentarily, then chuckled. Why dwell on a dead man? Moreover, Lu Dongcheng cannot compare to you. General Sunday, surely you wish to become a dominant force in this apocalypse? Sun Bin scoffed. Desire alone does not grant one the means, with a food supply of tens of thousands at the base. How can I trust you? A glint of menace flickered in the black-clad figure's eyes. What? Do you intend to kill me? Sun Bin slammed his hand on the table, commanding with authority, return and inform your master that unless you provide me with food I can trust, I will not engage in such actions. General Sun, you will come to regret this. The food you desire will forever remain out of reach. The figure in black cackled, exuding a dark mist that gradually enveloped him. You dare, Sun Bin glowered at him. The figure in black emitted a sinister laugh. There is nothing we fear doing. General Sunday, we shall see. I am confident you will seek me out at that time. Crush this item, and I shall come to you. With that, the figure transformed into dark mist and vanished from the office, leaving Sun Bin staring at a crystalline token on the desk, his wrinkled face growing increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Lu Fei sat in the vehicle, eyes closed in meditation, when suddenly he opened them and shouted, "Stop!" The screech of brakes echoed as dozens of large trucks came to an abrupt halt. Lu Fei leapt down and pressed his ear to the ground, a grave expression crossing his face as he gazed toward the left side of the city. Level 1 alert. Prepare for combat. Hurry, ready yourselves for battle. Everyone stood poised, their attention fixed on the once vibrant city, now ravaged by the apocalypse. Booming sounds filled the air moments later, and just as the crowd was filled with confusion, they heard colossal footsteps, reminiscent of hundreds of galloping horses that a dense cloud of dust rolled toward them, heralding the approach of terrifying, bloodthirsty mutated beasts. How can there be so many? Lu Fei muttered, realizing that the number of mutated beasts was comparable to the assault on the base, numbering at least over 200. A piercing screech echoed from the sky as several dark shapes grew larger before their eyes. They were enormous birds, their wings spanning 4 to 5 meters, with wicked claws glinting ominously in the air. Their sharp beaks capable of tearing a gaping hole in fleshed a first-tier mutated beast. Gale Hawk. Lu Fei was taken aback to find that flying mutated beasts had appeared among the ranks. Though these Gale Hawks possessed only the strength of 5 men, they ruled the skies that if they maintained their distance, one could not even touch a single feather, and their inability to fly made the situation even more dire. Roaring amidst the horde of mutated beasts, Lu Fei heard the deep bellow of an elephant. First-tier mutated beast. Mammoth. A mammoth possessed at least the strength of 18 men. Lu Fei had not anticipated encountering such a formidable challenge merely 3 hours into their journey. Prepare to fire. With Lu Fei's command, over 300 soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets, raining down upon the mutated beasts. The crackle of gunfire erupted as numerous weaker, mutated beasts fell, riddled with bullets, only to be trampled into a bloody pulp by the stronger ones that followed, rushing toward the convoy. Rocket launchers fire. A volley of shells shot forth, trailing smoke and fire as they detonated within the throng of mutated beasts, producing a deafening roar and igniting flames that dismembered some beasts, scattering their remains across the ground. Yet some heavily armored, thick-furred beasts were merely knocked aside, rising unscathed. After the bombardment, the mutated beasts were now within mere hundreds of meters of the convoy. Lu Fei spoke in a low voice. Super Soldier Battalion, commence battle? Yes. Lu Fei unsheathed his blade and led over 20 men into the fray. Faced with such a formidable horde, he knew that if he did not act, all of them would fall prey to the mutated beasts die. Lu Fei, exuding an aura of murderous intent, struck down upon a Moonshadow cat. With a swift slash, the beast was cleaved in two without even a cry of agony. The others joined the fray, and under the powerful cover of the soldier's firepower, they engaged in a brutal melee with the mutated beasts that a sudden rush of air swept by, and Lu Fei narrowly avoided an attack. Pivoting to deliver a counterstrike, the clash of steel rang out as sparks flew. He found himself facing a pair of formidable horns, Mu. The 9-man strength of the mountain bull bellowed, charging forth and forcing Lu Fei backward. Die! Lu Fei stomped his foot firmly, anchoring himself to the ground, and with a powerful strike of his left fist, he landed a heavy blow to the mountain bull's head that a sharp crack echoed, and the creature emitted a pained roar as its front legs buckled beneath it. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei swung his blade, piercing the mountain bull's neck. Blood gushed forth in torrents as the massive creature collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57. The Mammoth. Lu Fei glanced at his comrades and observed that, despite facing a multitude of powerful mutated beasts, they were still capable of felling them, thanks to their rigorous training. After all, the super soldiers boasted a minimum strength of 4 men. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from the direction of the convoy, and Lu Fei turned to see that the Gale Hawks, circling high above, had launched an attack on the convoy's soldiers. One soldier had his skull shattered by the razor-sharp claws of a Gale Hawk, blood and brain matter spilling forth as he collapsed onto a heavy machine gun. These beasts are aware that this is our fire cover. Luffy immediately turned back towards the convoy, for this group of ordinary soldiers was no match for the Gale Hawk. In a short span, dozens had fallen, and the feathers on the Gale Hawk's wings were as tough as steel plates. Bullets merely sparked upon striking them. One soldier, witnessing the Gale Hawk swoop down, felt despair as its sharp beak aimed for his eyes and instinctively closed them, that a piercing sound cut through the air as the Gale Hawk let out a wail. The soldier opened his eyes to find Luffy standing before him, gratitude evident on his face. "Second Lieutenant, continue the fight," Luffy replied, dashing towards the Gale Hawk he had sent flying. Sensing Luffy's formidable aura, the Gale Hawk flapped its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a call that seemed to mock Luffy, as if challenging him to come up and fight. Luffy snorted coldly, bending his knees and channeling power into his legs before launching himself forward. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath him cratered as he shot up like a cannonball towards the Gale Hawk. Before the creature could react, Luffy raised his blade, bringing it down with immense force, akin to a flash of lightning. With a swift motion, the Gale Hawk was cleaved in two, feathers and blood scattering through the air. Luffy landed with a crash, creating another crater, dust swirling around him. The Gale Hawk's blood pooling on the ground. The soldiers, not lacking in awareness, realized that while they could not harm the Gale Hawk, concentrated fire could keep it at bay, forcing it to circle above. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside another Gale Hawk, raising a blade. The creature, bewildered, had no time to comprehend how a human could fly before Luffy severed its neck, its body plummeting to the ground. Luffy's piercing gaze then locked onto another Gale Hawk, employing the same lethal technique, ultimately slaying all 7. Breathing heavily, Luffy felt the toll it had taken on his body. Channeling energy to defy gravity and soar was no easy feat after eliminating the Gale Hawks. Luffy wasted no time and swiftly joined the fray against the mutated beasts, embarking on a relentless slaughter. Clang! A Blood Moon Demon Wolf, powered by 15 men, extended its claws to block Luffy's strike aimed at another mutant beast, simultaneously opening its gaping maw to bite down on Luffy's head, intent on devouring him whole. "Get lost!" Luffy bellowed, his arms swelling with strength as he forcefully deflected the wolf's claws, retreating just in time to evade its attack. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, dissatisfied, shook its head and lunged at Luffy like a bolt of lightning, its claws aimed at his chest. Luffy's pupils narrowed as a flash of white light filled his vision. He had no time to retreat and instead raised his blade defensively. Sparks flew as the wolf's claws collided with his blade, Luffy feeling as though a small mountain bore down upon him. The ground beneath him sinking slightly, twisting his waist, Luffy aimed a strike at the wolf's vulnerable neck. The creature, caught off guard by Luffy's unexpected maneuver, felt a surge of life-threatening danger and began to retreat. Too late, with a surge of speed, Luffy executed the Thousand Illusion Strike. The serrated edge of his blade tore through the wolf's hide, penetrating deep. The wolf howled in pain, raising its claws to strike Luffy, sending him flying like a discarded rag doll. In midair, Luffy twisted his body, adjusting his descent to land on the ground, skidding for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. A searing pain throbbed in his chest. Looking down, he was relieved to see that, aside from the pain, his chest was unblemished, thanks to the star element armor he had donned from his spatial ring. However, for distinct scratches marred the armor's surface. Had it not been for the armor, Luffy would have sustained severe injuries. Blood gushed from the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's throat, akin to a malfunctioning faucet. Yet, the wolf's resilience was remarkable. It struggled to rise, its bloodthirsty eyes glaring at Luffy. "Let me put an end to your wretched life," Luffy declared, stepping forward. With a swift motion, he brought his blade down, severing the wolf's head from its neck. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 invincibility coins." Just then, casualties began to emerge from the ranks of the superhuman warriors battling the mutated beast. One soldier was pierced through the abdomen by the claws of a thorn crocodile, which immediately opened its maw to swallow him whole, leaving only his legs thrashing outside its jaws, blood dripping from its mouth. "Old fan no," a soldier cried, rage flooding his senses as he charged at the crocodile, only to be struck in the abdomen by its tail, spitting blood as he was sent sprawling. Luffy, quick on his feet, dashed to catch the fallen soldier, discovering multiple gaping wounds in his abdomen from the crocodile's spines, and urgently called for someone to assist him back for treatment. The thorn crocodile, gnashing its teeth on the remnants of flesh and bone, roared at Luffy and lunged forward with its tail. "Die!" Luffy shouted, kicking off the ground, a cloud of dust swirling, a blinding flash of cold light streaking forth, followed by the anguished cries of the crocodile. Luffy pierced its open maw with his blade, driving it through its upper jaw, then stomped on its lower jaw, exerting force to slide down. With a fierce roar, the blade tore through the thorn crocodile's head, the creature emitting a final wail, its greedy eyes staring blankly as it collapsed into a pool of blood. Luffy withdrew his blade and called out, "Everyone be cautious. Attack in groups and retreat immediately if necessary. Do not push yourselves." Though they acknowledged him, not a single soldier left the front lines against the mutant beasts. They were filled with fervor, reveling in the thrill of battle. With overwhelming firepower, Luffy led the superhuman warriors to staunchly defend against the ferocious onslaught of the mutated beasts. Some were gravely injured but still clutched their blades, while others were drenched in blood, yet continued to fight undeterred. This was a spirit, a tenacity in battle, unyielding and unflinching. "You are all commendable. Make sure to return alive. Upon your return, no one will go without 5 bottles of beast crystal liquid." Luffy's words invigorated the weary soldiers, igniting their spirits and intensifying their ferocity in battle. Indeed, it was true that great rewards foster great bravery. A thunderous roar reverberated as a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A massive mammoth, towering 3 stories high, finally grew impatient and emerged from the horde of mutated beasts. With a resounding stomp, the earth trembled. That Luffy's expression shifted, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat! Everyone, retreat!"